Act later this week. When the Supreme Court ruled to overturn Roe v. Wade, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote separately that the High Court should reconsider rulings on contraceptive rights and same-sex marriage.
The tri-state area was hit with torrential rain and also devastating flash floods. It wreaked havoc on the evening commute, flooding highways and roads. Several drivers were forced to abandon their cars on the road, and it comes as blistering heat grips the country. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
Shattering records and threatening lives. This is the brutal broil baking tens of millions.
It's sweltering, and what's the worst is there's no air moving.
The blistering heat wave turning much of the nation into an oven. 141 million people experiencing temperatures above 90 degrees. 51 million sweltering in triple digits.
I make sure to bring water, take breaks.
Setting records across much of the country. Heat alerts for at least 20 states from California to Mississippi. Salt Lake City tying their all-time high Sunday, 107 degrees. Memphis, Houston, and San Antonio having their hottest summers on record.
Without a doubt, it is a life and death situation.
Dallas hitting 106, where Michael Steed, suffering from chronic health problems and living on a fixed income, could face a deadly summer.
I don't have central air, and it would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
In Fresno, California, where it will be triple digits all week, the fire department is responding to dozens of calls for heat exhaustion.
How quickly can this weather turn deadly?
You know, it could be, depending on your age, it could be within a half hour.
In Scottsdale, a Ring camera captured a delivery driver collapsing in the heat. Record temperatures and historic drought also forcing cash-strapped cattle ranchers to sell their herds, which will inevitably drive up beef prices later this year.
They're out of grass, out of water. Nobody's making any hay.
With drought also crippling Europe, the UK is poised to be hotter than 99% of the planet, up to 30 degrees above average, forcing the closures of airport runways, crumbling in the summer weather. Our nation already feeling the heat, with the hottest weeks still to come.
And our thanks to Miguel Almaguer for that report.
It is hard to imagine it getting any hotter than it already is now. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on these unbelievably scorching temperatures. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, and it just keeps going on, and that's part of the problem, too. So we're looking at 46 million people impacted by a heat alert today from the west to the Midwest into the lower Mississippi Valley. We're going to see temperatures climbing into the triple digits for so many once again today. 107 today in Wichita, 109 in Dallas. It's going to feel like 110. It'll feel like 109 in Little Rock, and it's going to feel like near 100 in Minneapolis. Same story tomorrow. Notice on the East Coast, we're seeing temperatures into the 90s. New York City tomorrow, 94 degrees. That's a big look. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we have some relief in the upper Midwest, temperatures in the 80s. We have a cold front that's moving through, kind of cooling things down. Not cool, though, in the south. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits once again. 108 in Oklahoma City, 108 in Dallas. All right, plenty of heat, plenty of humidity. That's going to fuel some storms. We'll take a look at that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. In today's Groundbreakers, a woman soars past the glass ceiling in the U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Amanda Lee is now the first female to serve as a demonstration pilot with the Blue Angels. The Minnesota native has been a naval aviator since 2016. In 2019, she was part of the first all-female flyover for retired Navy Captain Rosemary Mariner, one of the first women to receive their wings as a U.S. naval aviator in '74.
Coming up, the latest efforts to get the monkeypox outbreak under control.
And mask mandates and other precautions return to some cities as COVID cases rise again.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
COVID cases are soaring in most parts of the country yet again. According to the New York Times, infections have risen in at least 40 states since May, and it's mostly due to the BA.5 subvariant. Last week, the city of Chicago raised its COVID warning level to high. Meanwhile, California is recording about 21,000 cases a day. That's up 16% over the prior week. This has led to mask mandate reinstatements. Students, teachers, and staff in summer session at San Diego Unified School District are required to wear masks indoors again, at least through the end of summer. And San Diego Comic-Con has announced a mask and health passport mandate for all those attending.
Meanwhile, cases of monkeypox are also rising all across the country. Here in New York City, the number of infections has almost doubled in a week. Our Antonia Hilton reports on how city officials are struggling to meet the demand for vaccines.
Lines at times stretching around the block. People hoping to get their first dose of the monkeypox vaccine.
I am frustrated and I get really anxious because, you really want to get this vaccine, especially because the cases are getting higher and higher.
City officials adding vaccine centers, opening 3 more locations over the weekend. But appointments for the 2-dose vaccines are hard to get.
It's been really difficult to find an appointment lately.
The numbers are still small, but clearly growing. The 618 total cases reported up until Monday in New York City, almost double the total cases reported just last Wednesday. And health officials say the current estimate is likely an undercount. So far, gay and bisexual men have been the group most affected by the virus, but anyone can get it through skin-to-skin or mouth-to-mouth contact. In New York City, vaccine eligibility is limited. Only men who have sex with men or anyone with multiple or anonymous sex partners in the last 2 weeks can get the shot, according to the health department. How are you feeling about the rollout of this vaccine and the spread of monkeypox in New York?
It's a mess.
Along with a lack of vaccines, there have been familiar problems of online portals crashing.
I feel like in this day and age, we shouldn't have portals, crashing because of the amount of people logging in to make appointments, especially after what just happened with COVID.
The city's health commissioner responding Sunday.
I understand frustration. We're frustrated with the amount of supply that we have of this vaccine. We need to get shots in arms as quickly as possible, but we also need to ensure that equity is built in from the beginning, and that's what we're trying to do now.
New York City, not the only place impacted by the virus. 43 states have at least 1 case, according to the CDC, including Connecticut, which announced its 13th.
We're still short of vaccines, but we do have some vaccines, more coming right now.
Back in New York, some people coming to get the vaccine from out of state.
I also think that messaging needs to balance targeting the communities who are most affected by monkeypox, which right now is, gay, bisexual, other men who have sex with men, without stigmatizing those communities. It's a very fine line, but I think we need to do a better job of walking that.
Thanks to Antonia for that report.
Still to come here on Early Today, Mariners rookie Julio Rodriguez steals the show at the Home Run Derby.
Plus, an unusual rescue for a couple of Pittsburgh detectives.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Oh boy, is Julio Rodriguez making his first one memorable. Another. He's into double digits. 11 now. Wow.
Julio Rodriguez lit up Los Angeles in the home run derby. The Mariners rookie hit 32 home runs in the first round, and he would eliminate the defending champ Pete Alonso to punch his ticket to the finals. He matched up against National star Juan Soto.
I think he went to 19. I really believe that now this is 20, as a matter of fact.
He keeps going. He's down on a knee. He's got it. Bat is flipped sky high. And
On one knee, didn't even hit it flush, and he didn't need to. With that, Juan Soto wins the home run derby. The 23-year-old gets the trophy from Ken Griffey. And he also gets $1 million in prize money. How about that? One of the more exciting parts if you just like the long ball, you know?
There you go. All right, coming up, Michelle Grossman has the storm threats fueled by this extreme heat.
And Mother Nature objects to this union on Hawaii's Big Island, the massive waves that crashed the wedding.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast. Listen now.
In our shot of the day, newlyweds had to ward off a different kind of wedding crasher in Kona, Hawaii. Those massive waves there smashing over a seawall into the wedding ceremony. Luckily, nobody was injured and the nuptials did continue as planned. Much of the state was under high surf warnings with storms, high tides, and rising sea levels causing over 20-foot swells.
I heard the wedding cake was though intact, so all important. They were able to get that.
Very, very important, very expensive.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Let's check in now with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking some of these Tuesday storms and also this extreme heat. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, that extreme heat's going to fuel some storms today, so we do have the chance for some really heavy downpours, those summer-like storms that drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So we're seeing some storms early this morning in the southwest, in the upper Midwest, and that's the bullseye for the severe weather later on. Also going to see some heavy downpours in the southeast once again, and we do have the chance for seeing some strong storms. So there's that cold front that's going to move through. It's going to move through the upper Midwest and eventually the Great Lakes tomorrow. We'll see scattered storms also in the southeast, and then tomorrow there's that cold front into the Great Lakes. We could see some pretty gusty winds. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. Still ahead, the skyrocketing prices that may put the brakes on your plans to buy a new car.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Texas State University is giving Harry Styles fans a golden opportunity to learn more about the Grammy winner. Of course, offered to students in the spring. The course is offered to students in the spring of 2023, and it'll follow Harry's career from his One Direction days to his acting debut and examine the cultural impact the pop star had on gender, sexuality, and more. And this course, I'm sure it's going to be part 2, 3, 4, and 5 with the rate he's going with his success.
Yeah, probably hard to get into as well. All right, if you're thinking about buying a new car, that price tag might make you want to slam on the brakes. And it's not just the overall cost. Monthly car payments are rising too. Emily Ikeda has the harsh reality.
If you're in search of a new car, buckle up for sticker shock. For the first time ever, the average price paid topped $48,000, a nearly 13% increase from last year, according to industry reports.
I want it today. I don't want to wait a year.
And if you're hoping to ease the pain at the gas pump with an electric vehicle like John Campbell, expect an even bumpier road.
The salesperson said to me that the price was about $7,500 above the sticker price that I would be expected to pay. And he actually said that was a great deal.
Dealer markups driven by high demand and low availability, as companies are still reeling from supply chain slowdowns.
Remember, some automakers stopped producing cars so that they could make medical equipment, that kind of stuff. Or they stopped making cars because they didn't want to overstock. So it's going to take some time to catch up.
More drivers than ever are spending at least $1,000 on their monthly car payments, which will go up even more if the Fed raises interest rates again.
Now you're paying more in interest, and you're paying more for the car. So you're kind of getting a double whammy.
Experts say consider vehicles in lesser demand, like sedans or hatchbacks, and look for dealerships outside your area to swerve around the industry's roadblocks.
One silver lining, as the cost of cars has soared, so has your used car's value. So if you're looking to downsize, now may be a good time. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you.
A pair of Pittsburgh detectives were on an unusual rescue mission over the weekend. There was one detective who spotted this raccoon with a plastic jar stuck on his head. So the two worked together with a box of tools from police headquarters to free the furry guy, allowing the raccoon to run to freedom. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Not even a thank you there. All right, just on to the next dumpster. Have a great Tuesday. We hope to see you back here tomorrow. The Uvalde School Board under fire. Parents and students lash out after that scathing report on the response to one of the worst school shootings in U.S. history.
The extreme heat pushing millions to the brink. Michelle is tracking dangerous temperatures extending across much of the country.
The summer surge, more cities take action as COVID cases top 100,000 a day yet again.
A legal thriller in 280 characters or less. Twitter dukes it out with Elon Musk ahead of a hearing over the $44 billion acquisition gone awry.
And a sign of the times, the university offering a course on Harry Styles so you can learn the story of his life. It's Tuesday, July 19th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. This morning, 194 million Americans waking up to blistering hot temperatures above 90 degrees as that heat wave rages on from coast to coast. Nearly 20% of the population will see scorching record highs into the triple digits in the southern plains. The sweltering heat putting the elderly and those with chronic health problems at major risk.
Without a doubt, it is a life and death situation. I don't have central air, and it would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
I'm really fearful that this year we're going to have more people who are afraid to run their air conditioning because of the cost.
In North Texas, the oppressive heat is causing a record number of water main breaks. The city of Fort Worth has reported nearly 200 in just a month. And if you're thinking about taking a dive in your own pool to cool off, pool operators are now warning that water is evaporating faster than ever before, leading to possibly dangerous levels of chemicals if left unchecked. Let's turn now to Michelle Grossman, who is tracking this dangerous heat for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Thibaut. And it's those little things you don't think about. And in England, they had to close down a runway because the runway actually melted yesterday. And we're looking at temperatures globally really, really warm. Today, we're looking at record highs once again. We broke records yesterday, 103 in Dodge City, 105 in Rapid City, 108 degrees in Phoenix, and 104 in Lubbock. Today, this morning, we were waking up to temperatures really warm, so we're not getting that relief at night. It's 90 degrees in Dallas. It's 98 in Phoenix, near 100 degrees at this hour. And as we go throughout today, we're going to see those temperatures soar once again into the triple digits. We're looking at a record-breaking summer so far, only halfway through. Where you see these red dots, we're looking at the warmest summer so far. And no doubt we're going to add to that. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Nearly 2 months after the Uvalde school massacre that claimed 21 innocent lives, enraged families lambasted the Uvalde school board during a more than 3-hour meeting.
What are you going to do to make sure I don't have to wait 77 minutes bleeding out on my classroom floor just like my little sister did? I know there's nothing you can do to bring my sister back, but maybe, just maybe, if you do something to change this, you can prevent the next family from losing their child.
Sam Brock now with more details from the day of the tragedy.
It's the clearest picture yet of catastrophe. He's shooting in the classroom. Minutes after entering the school, officers retreating under fire. Am I bleeding? Then a plea from one responder grazed by a bullet to confront the gunman again in those precious early minutes. We gotta get in there. He keeps shooting. The newly released body cam footage offering a glimpse into the chaos and lack of organization.
We're having a problem getting in the
At one point, school police chief Pete Arredondo heard pleading with the shooter who had already unleashed more than 100 rounds.
Sir, let me know if there's any kids in there or anything. This could be peaceful.
A new preliminary report into the emergency response finding 376 officers arrived, more than half state and federal agents trained in responding to mass shootings. The authors concluding egregiously poor decision-making, saying the officers, quote, failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety.
I'm a father of 3, and sadly, I've dealt with mass shootings before. Why did this happen to us? We're here today to provide some of those answers in Uvalde.
But no breakdown of the failed response will be enough for these families.
Don't forget about these kids every day. Their names, not people, they're babies.
11 children died in room 111. Miraculously, 11 survived in room 112, including Gilbert Mata.
How's your son doing right now?
He's not good. He looks okay, but you can tell that he's changed.
Children are not supposed to witness a grown man that goes to war, can't even deal with PTSD. Now a little mind like his has to go through it.
The report details crossed communication, Wi-Fi that didn't work properly, and information about 911 calls some officers were learning about on scene.
All the victims. Child called 911.
Though that knowledge did not prompt a change in approach.
I knew that something was wrong, but
Arnulfo Reyes was shot in his arm and back.
I remember a lot of things. Just the shooting, him shooting me first, and then shooting the kids.
It took 77 minutes for that help to arrive. Every one of his students was killed.
I didn't hear any trying to open the door or anything.
You did not hear any efforts to try to open that door while you were bleeding potentially to death inside of the classroom?
No.
And our thanks to Sam Brock for that report.
We're learning new details about Sunday night's mass shooting at a mall in Indiana that left 3 people dead and 2 others injured. Authorities are calling a 22-year-old civilian a hero and crediting him with saving lives after he shot and killed the alleged shooter. That man has been identified as Elijah Dickin. Police say Dickin was at the Greenwood Park Mall with his girlfriend when the 20-year-old gunman entered the food court with 2 semi-automatic rifles and a handgun and began firing. Authorities said Dickin was legally carrying a handgun when he confronted and immediately killed the shooter.
The criminal contempt trial of Steve Bannon is underway in Washington, D.C. The former White House strategist faces charges for defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee. This morning, 22 potential jurors will be narrowed down to 14, leading the way for opening arguments to begin as soon as today. Let's turn now to our Bree Jackson, who's in D.C. And Bree, good morning. Bannon's team tried to delay this trial at one point, saying all of the publicity would make the process unfair.
Francis, that's right. But the Trump-appointed judge in this case said that he's hopeful that jurors could be found who had not been following the January 6th committee hearings very closely. The 22 people who made the cut yesterday mostly worked outside of politics and aren't consumed by political news. The January 6th committee is interested in asking Bannon about possible foreknowledge of the Capitol attack after he said on his podcast on January 5th that, quote, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Bannon did make a last-minute offer to testify, but not hand over the requested documents, and says he wants to be part of the live public hearings. But committee members have made it clear that that's not likely.
Steve Bannon is an agent of chaos. Steve Bannon, in his own words, believes you have to basically burn the system down to rebuild it and fix it.
Been more productive if we've been on Capitol Hill in front of open mics addressing the nation with exactly all this nonsense, this show trial they've been putting up on Capitol Hill. It's time they start having other witnesses.
Two Trump White House officials are expected to testify at Thursday's hearing. A source familiar with the plans tells NBC News we will hear from former Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger and former Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews. The panel will focus on President Trump's actions or inactions inside the White House during the riot. This 8th hearing will take place in prime time on Thursday. Francis?
Okay, Bree, thank you.
A whole lot of history was knocked out of the park in this year's Home Run Derby. Seattle Mariners rookie phenom Julio Rodriguez lit it up early, hitting 32 home runs in the first round. He went on to eliminate back-to-back champ Pete Alonso to get to the finals. 42-year-old Albert Pujols had the biggest upset of the night, eliminating the top seed Kyle Schwarber in the first round. Pujols would eventually fall to national star Juan Soto in the semis, setting up the youngest finals matchup in Home Run Derby history.
I think he went to 19. I really believe. But now this is 20, as a matter of fact.
He keeps going. He's down on a knee. He's got it. Bat is flipped sky high. And Juan Soto.
Off balance, but on target. And Juan Soto wins the Derby. He gets the trophy and he gets $1 million in prize money.
Okay, let's check back in on that heat with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, because that is no joke. Some really serious stuff to talk about, Michelle.
Yeah, you're right. We're looking at really dangerous heat, continuing relentless heat, record-breaking heat, so many ways you could describe it. And we're looking at 46 million people impacted from the west to the Midwest, parts of the South, and now we've added the major cities along the East Coast. This begins tomorrow for Philadelphia, Boston, and also New York City, because we will see a stretch of 90s. For today, we're looking at triple digits in so many spots. We're looking at 107 today in Wichita, 94 in St. Louis. It'll feel like 101. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we have a little relief in parts of the northern plains, the upper Midwest, temperatures in the 80s, just 80 degrees in Bismarck, but it's still sweltering in the south, temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots, 108 in Oklahoma City, 108 in Dallas, and 106 in San Angelo. All right, this summertime heat and humidity is going to fuel some storms. We'll talk about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, talk to you in just a bit. Thank you. Mattel, the toy manufacturer of Barbie, is reviving old brands for a new generation. They're dusting off 3 dormant toys that haven't been on shelves in decades: Major Matt Mason, Big Jim, and Pulsar. Major Matt Mason was introduced in 1967, Big Jim in 1971, and Pulsar in 1976. The heroes will be reappearing under an umbrella label called Back in Action this week at Comic-Con International Fan Fest in San Diego.
Up next, how Congress is mobilizing to protect same-sex marriage.
And meet the major groundbreaker soaring her way into the history books. We're back in 60 seconds.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news in the fallout of the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, the House will try and pass protections for same-sex marriage and contraception, voting on the Respect for Marriage Act coming later today. And the House could vote on the Right to Contraception Act later this week. When the Supreme Court ruled to overturn Roe v. Wade, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote separately that the High Court should reconsider rulings on contraceptive rights and same-sex marriage.
Coronavirus cases are soaring in most parts of the country yet again. According to the New York Times, infections have risen in at least 40 states since May, and it's mostly due to the BA.5 subvariant. The city of Chicago raised its COVID warning level to high last week. This is California has seen a 16% surge in cases over the last week. Meanwhile, officials are urging people to wear masks indoors, especially in crowded settings. But some concert goers at the recent New Kids on the Block show decided to go maskless. From NBC Boston, Michael Rosenfield has more.
A packed house at the Garden Saturday night as the city welcomes back New Kids on the Block.
I love Daddy Wahlberg!
As concert goers entered the Garden, most told us they would not be wearing masks inside.
I'm from Louisiana, sir. We don't. No mask.
This as the city says COVID cases are on the rise and suggests people wear masks in crowded indoor spaces. Are you going to wear a mask or no?
Oh, hell no. No. Life's too short. I'm done with the I'm done with the mask thing, especially at a concert.
I didn't even bring one. So I am thinking about it, but I'm also here to have fun, and I teach with kids, so I'm exposed to like COVID all the time.
I just chose to wear one and given an added protection.
The city says several COVID metrics are ticking up, including virus levels in local wastewater and daily COVID admissions to hospitals.
It's a little nerve-wracking, with the spike going on, but I think it'll be all right. I feel safe.
Are you going to wear a mask?
I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm vaccinated.
City officials would like to see under 68 positive tests per day. Right now, the number is at 166.7, so that's above the goal, but not within its threshold for concern, which is about 340.
Totally boosted up, so I'm expecting that's going to help me a lot. And I'm just praying that we're going to all be safe. So that's the only thing we can do. I'm not going to stay home anymore.
The city is also watching the percent positivity rate. The goal is 4%. Right now, Boston is at just over 10%. Still, concert goers were ready to let loose after 2+ years of COVID.
You can't really sing and enjoy it with all your friends if you have a mask on. I don't know. I just feel like I want to sing and experience it with everybody else.
And our thanks to Michael from our Boston affiliate for that report.
In today's Groundbreakers, a woman soars past the glass ceiling in the U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Amanda Lee is now the first female to serve as a demonstration pilot with the Blue Angels. The Minnesota native has been a naval aviator since 2016. In 2019, she was part of the first all-female flyover for retired Navy Captain Rosemary Mariner, one of the first women to receive their wings as a U.S. naval aviator back in 1974.
Still to come on Early Today, Twitter fires back on Elon Musk after the Tesla CEO tries to back out of buying the platform.
And the return of a childhood classic, Toys R Us, is staging a comeback.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Texas State University is giving Harry Styles fans a golden opportunity to learn more about the Grammy winner. The course offered to students in spring of 2023 will follow Harry's career from his One Direction days to his acting debut and examine the cultural impact the pop star has had on gender, sexuality, and more.
Toys R Us is planning its big comeback just in time for the holiday shopping season. But first, Twitter's showdown with Elon Musk is heating up. CNBC's Karen Cho has the latest on this legal battle. Good morning, Karen.
Philip Francis, good morning to you. Yes, the legal tussle continues over Elon Musk's $44 billion bid for Twitter, with the social media platform hitting back at Musk over his attempt to delay proceedings. They effectively accuse him of slow-walking the trial. They want this to take place in September while financing remains in place. They also argue that there's been reputational damage and disruption to operations. But Elon Musk is angling for next year. Corporate lawyers for him say that they need time for complex technical discovery. A forensic review view of large amounts of data. Elsewhere, a toy label popular with many shoppers is making a physical return. Toys R Us will open inside every Macy's store by mid-October, just in time for the key holiday season. The company was founded in 1948, but was a casualty of the high street, filing for bankruptcy in 2017, leading to the closure of 900 stores. This, of course, as traditional retailing struggled against e-commerce, but you can go back and you can have a photo with Jeffrey the giraffe and also touch some of those toys in person. Back to you, Philip.
Imagine that.
Yeah, exactly.
IRL.
All right, Karen, thank you. I mean, that was the best. I feel bad for some kids nowadays when it comes to that. All right, Michelle is tracking some storms in the forecast. That's next.
And from reality show to On the Run, why police are offering $37,000 to help find this man.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Harry Styles!
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are tracking some summer storms today. We're even looking at some storms early this morning, parts of Minnesota, also the Dakotas, into the southeast as well. We will see scattered showers throughout the southeast this afternoon. The chance for severe weather is really in the upper Midwest, parts of Wisconsin, International Falls, Duluth, Minneapolis, into Green Bay. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and some hail. We'll be right back.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In today's top stories, a former Delaware police officer has pleaded guilty to one count of offensive touching after dragging a juvenile to and from a prison cell. It happened on August 30th of last year. Then Officer Michael Carnevale was put on administrative leave shortly after and resigned that October. Recently released security camera footage shows him dragging a black 16-year-old girl to her cell. Later, she is dragged again from her cell. It's not clear why the girl was in custody. As part of his guilty plea agreement, Carnevale had to agree to never seek employment in law enforcement again.
A man featured on the hit reality show 90 Day Fiancé is now on the U.S. Marshals Most Wanted list. Michael Baltimore is wanted for murder. He's accused of shooting and killing his former employer during an altercation inside a barbershop. Baltimore appeared in season 4 of the 90 Day Fiancé spinoff Happily Ever After. Authorities are offering a $37,000 reward for any information leading to his arrest.
Ride-sharing giant Uber will pay over $2 million to settle a lawsuit alleging discrimination against disabled passengers. Specifically, the Department of Justice claimed that the company violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by charging waiting fees to passengers who take more than 2 minutes to get to their Uber. In addition to the payout, Uber has also agreed to now waive the fees for anyone who can certify that they are disabled.
Following a day of heavy rain, no amount of four-wheel drive could have saved this van in the Bronx. Check it out, this massive sinkhole here. You see the pieces of the road slipping away. That vehicle stood no chance from getting swallowed up. Luckily, New York City's fire department says that no injuries were reported.
After revealing deep space like never before, the James Webb Telescope has captured some photos a little closer to our world. NASA revealing a new look at the gas giant Jupiter. These were actually just test photos to see how well Webb's instruments would track objects. Well, they weren't processed like the other detailed images, but the different filters were able to show off some of Jupiter's moons and even its rings.
It is amazing, all the things that are going to come out from there from here on out. All right, when in Rome, take a trip down memory lane. On his signal, he unleashed a selfie. That's Russell Crowe there, visiting the Italian capital with his family, tweeting out that selfie taken outside Rome's iconic Colosseum. The actor wrote, "Taking the kids to see my old office." His fans, of course, loved it. Took us all back 22 years ago when Crowe won the Oscar for his role in Gladiator, still one of the best movies of all time.
And super, super smart caption when it comes to that. That was perfect.
Very cool. Thanks for starting your morning with us here on Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great day. See you back here tomorrow. Your news continues right here on NBC.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, summer scorcher. Millions of Americans are facing a brutal heat wave with temperatures climbing into the triple digits. We're tracking where the heat is moving. Plus, it's not just the U.S. Europe is dealing with another day of extreme heat. Travel disrupted and businesses closed. How Europeans are handling this unusual weather. On trial, the list of jurors is being narrowed down in the federal trial against Trump ally Steve Bannon. The impact this trial could have on the January 6th investigation as the committee gets ready for another primetime hearing. The key witnesses from inside the Trump White House who are expected to testify. Growing fallout over the police response to the Uvalde school shooting. Angry and heartbroken parents are calling for leadership changes after a state report showed a list of failures by the school district and police.
Not one was man enough to go in there. 77 minutes. 77 minutes.
The accountability parents want to see as Uvalde officials pledge school security changes. Plus, closing the gap, a new startup is aiming to boost the number of minority homeowners in this red-hot real estate market. We'll speak with the program's creator on what's being done to make home ownership more attainable. Of course, we keep talking about how difficult it's been to get into that home buying market. So cool to see somebody helping people out.
Exactly. It's only getting harder right now, too, with the mortgage rates.
I know, right? We'll get to that later. We're going to get started this morning with that dangerous heat wave many of you across the country are dealing with.
With sweltering temperatures putting lives at risk, the White House could reportedly make a big announcement soon. According to the Washington Post, President Biden could declare a climate emergency as soon as this week. The move would come after two stinging defeats for the White House. Citing inflation concerns, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin said he would block President Biden's climate legislation, which includes tax incentives for wind and solar power and electric vehicles. The other blow, the Supreme Court's decision limiting the EPA's ability to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. And the extreme temperatures we're seeing through a large portion of the country are putting the issue of climate change front and center. Overseas, historic heat and wildfires are also having a major impact in Europe. The heat wave there is blamed for more than 1,000 deaths in Spain and Portugal. And in the UK, the Health Security Agency announced its first level 4 heat warning, which is the highest possible level. Officials there are calling the brutal temperatures a national emergency. From the U.S. to Europe, we have full coverage this morning with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga in Rome. We're going to begin, though, with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Mike, we want to start with that Washington Post report that says President Biden is considering declaring a national climate emergency, and it could happen as soon as this week. That's coming from 3 people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private deliberations. NBC News has reached out to the White House. We haven't heard back yet. So, Mike, what options would declaring a national climate emergency give the president when it comes to fighting global warming and climate change?
Well, first, Joe, let's just be clear. The president has made it clear as they issued a statement on Friday saying that climate action remains an urgent priority. And as the president put it, if the Senate refuses to act, he will take strong executive action. A White House official just get back to me a moment ago, in fact, Joe, saying that we are still considering all options and no final decision has been made. But what are those options? This official is pointing out that the president has already taken a number of executive actions to try to deal with climate change, including invoking the Defense Production Act just last month to try to boost the solar manufacturing industry. According to a report from the Center for Biological Diversity, which is urging the president to take this more urgent action, he could also consider actions like invoking the Defense Production Act again, suspending offshore drilling, and halting crude oil exports. Now, of course, as the White House is indicating, this is an option that they have been long considering. There was always a certain amount of pessimism about these talks that Senator Schumer was engaged in with Senator Manchin, and so they're ready for this moment, but now they're kind of doing the final vetting of these options.
Mike, one of the big challenges is last month the Supreme Court severely restricted the EPA's authority to regulate carbon emissions. So how is the White House trying to work around that ruling and to avoid further court challenges down the road?
Yeah, this decision last month was seen by a lot of climate activists as a real gut punch. The Obama administration had based so much of its climate policy on using executive authorities, and that was what was struck down by the Supreme Court, specifically the EPA's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act. Now, White House officials telling me this morning that they believe that court ruling was actually rather narrow, that this was one narrow ruling on one specific narrow authority. And they believe that there are still authorities within other pieces of legislation that the president can employ at this point, a range of authorities that a range of agencies, even beyond the Environmental Protection Agency, could employ. And so they believe they're on strong legal footing. But when you talk about invoking a climate emergency, I think that's an effort by the White House to give whatever actions the president were to take even more legal authority. We see this in potential action on climate, and we've also been talking about this as a possible public health emergency the administration is considering declaring in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision on abortion. That's where the White House is really in emergency mode on a number of fronts, Joe.
I mean, let's be clear, Mike, any executive order from the president on climate is likely going to end up in court. So Congress is still, ideally for the president, the best way to make a lasting change. But we know Senator Joe Manchin, he's come out against President Biden's climate and tax plan now. So is there any hope at all for more negotiations in the Senate, or is it pretty much the president having to go it alone here?
Joe, the vice president was actually out giving a speech yesterday, speaking to the NAACP, and as it relates to a number of Biden administration priorities, whether it be voting rights, taking action on abortion, or other policies, she said, we need 2 more votes in the Senate. The White House, as I indicated, was always skeptical that Senator Manchin was going to come around. You heard the president say this on Friday. He was asked if Senator Manchin had been negotiating in good faith. He says, I wasn't negotiating with Senator Manchin, so I couldn't speak to it. There was a view, even in Democratic leadership, that Senator Schumer was perhaps a little bit too optimistic that Manchin could be brought on board with a robust effort to revive the Build Back Better agenda. And so now what the president is calling on Congress to do, the Senate specifically, is to take the few options that Senator Manchin is willing to go ahead with and try to pass that. But really, any further action on climate specifically is going to depend on the midterm elections this fall.
All right, Mike Memoli, thanks for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Now, for more on the devastating impact of this heat wave overseas, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga in Rome. Claudio, good morning. So let's start in Great Britain, which has seen, even salt trucks spraying sand on roads to stop them from melting. Geographically, this really is something, because this is an area whose southernmost point is on the same latitude as Winnipeg, Canada. They're not equipped to deal with this dangerous heat. What's it been like there? Are people staying safe?
Hey, Savannah. Well, actually, we learned in the last few minutes that the temperature in the UK has now reached 102.3 Fahrenheit. Well, that makes today the hottest day in history in the UK. Pretty hot, especially for a country that usually is more used to temperatures in the range of the 60s or 70s at this time of the year. Of course, the UK is not prepared for this kind of heat. We've seen it yesterday when the temperature there reached only quote, 99, still very hot for the UK, and we've seen the consequences of that. In one of the airports, one of the 4 airports in London, Luton Airport, the tarmac lifted so that some of the planes had to be diverted to other airports, and that is one of the many effects. A picture, perhaps, that represents what happens in London or in England when there is this kind of heat is a picture that struck me yesterday is about a royal guard. I don't know whether you can see that. Mm-hmm. It's a royal guard in his typical uniform wearing a bearskin hat. Every tourist that has been in London at Buckingham Palace will remember that. And that's very, very hot, of course. And those guards, if you've been there, they just do not flinch on anything. Tourists trying to poke them and trying to make them laugh and taking selfies, they just do not move. But this poor guy, it must have been so hot that a policeman took pity on him and started giving him some water. And this was yesterday. Today, the temperature is even hotter, 102.3. So imagine how difficult it will be for the British, for the Brits in the UK to cope with this kind of weather, Savannah.
Absolutely. 100 degrees in that outfit doesn't seem safe. Claudio, now let's talk through fires. First in southwest France, they've already burned more than 27,000 acres and forced thousands from their homes, but also Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, all dealing with wildfires. How's it going with efforts to contain them?
Well, there have been widespread forest fires all across the southern Europe, Portugal, Spain, Italy, but now the worst one that we've seen is one that is affecting the area of Gironde, which is in southwest France. That has been raging for a number of days now. It has employed more than 2,000 firefighters trying to battle it. 4 days now. It forced evacuation of 32,000 people. It has been called by French authorities the fire of the century. Now, yesterday, we saw another piece of video from Spain, which has also been affected by forest fires. Very impressive, scary stuff. We've seen a train that was traveling through two fires on the left and the right, essentially was driving through a forest fire. Luckily, all the passengers are safe, and the train in the end reached its final destination. Savannah.
All right, now also a study published in June in the journal Environmental Research Climate concluded it's highly probable that climate change is making these deadly heat waves worse. How are European leaders specifically responding to the climate crisis?
Well, all experts, of course, agree that these series of heat waves are the consequence of climate change. But now European leaders, as you mentioned, started to admit that too, started to say that too. Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, yesterday said that climate change kills. It kills people, it kills the ecosystem, it kills biodiversity. So leaders now, not only experts, are starting to admit and say that this is the consequence of climate change. Savannah?
All right, Claudio Lavanga from a very warm Rome for us. Stay cool, Claudio. Thank you.
For more on the dangerous heat here at home, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we are looking at that relentless heat continuing, and we're going to see it continue. So no relief. We're looking at some relief in Europe. I'll show you that in just a minute. That's going to start tomorrow. But taking a look at records yesterday, we had a really hot day once again. Widespread triple digits across the area. 101 in Oklahoma City, 104 in Lubbock, 107 in San Angelo. It was 109 degrees in Dallas. And we're going to have another hot day in the central and southern plains, the west too. 194 million people with highs above 90 degrees. And we're looking at 40 million, with highs above 100. That's a lot, and that's very widespread. It's dangerous. We're not getting the relief at night. We had temperatures near 100 degrees in Phoenix overnight. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s in Dallas, so we're not getting that relief once that sun does set either. 89 million people impacted by a heat alert today from the west all the way to the central and southern plains. And notice the northeast, New York City, we are looking at a heat advisory starting tomorrow. That includes Boston, that includes Philadelphia, because we are looking at a stretch of 90s across the area. There's that relentless heat for today. 109 once again in Dallas. It's going to feel like 110. It'll feel like 107 in Memphis, 95. It's going to feel like 98 degrees in Minneapolis. So close to the century mark there will be the heat index. And then we're going to start those 90s in Philadelphia, 91. And we're going to see that lasting at least through the weekend. We get a little bit of a break starting next week. Tomorrow we're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s in New York City. So the heat does go on. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits still. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, St. Louis, same story. New York City, mid-90s Thursday, 92 on Friday, 94 on Saturday. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. Then let's talk about that historic heat wave that Claudio was talking about. Notice London, 100 degrees today. We're looking at triple digits. We broke a record there of 102, and we're looking at 80 degrees tomorrow. So some relief in Paris, 77. That's going to feel good after this historic heat wave. But notice Madrid, also Rome, we're looking at temperatures staying put in the upper 90s and triple digits. Now, back home, we have some summer storms. We have lots of heat, lots of humidity that's fueling those storms. So storms along the border of Canada and the northern tier of the nation into Minnesota. We're looking at some storms in the southeast as well. So some heavy rain in parts of New England, but that's moving out. We're going to see a second system moving in. First, though, the bullseye for severe weather today will be in the Midwest. We're looking at a cold front that's moving through the Midwest. That's going to bring the chance of some gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and even the chance of a tornado. And then, you guys, this cold front moves off to the Great Lakes tomorrow. So more severe weather tomorrow. Plenty of fuel. We have the trigger of the storms, and we're going to talk more about that heat in just a bit.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Now, today is day 2 of jury selection in the trial of former top Trump advisor Steve Bannon.
Bannon faces criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing to comply with a subpoena issued by the January 6th committee. In a stunning reversal more than a week ago, he offered to testify in a live public hearing, but committee members have said that's not likely to happen. For more on that, we are joined now by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Danny, good morning. So we know this is an unusual case, to put it mildly. What are you going to be watching out for as this unfolds?
Unusual is the right word. This is a crime that is very rarely prosecuted. Most of the time, contempt is civil. In other words, the judge may throw you in jail, but it's technically not a crime. It's just to get you to comply with a court order or a court directive. This is criminal contempt. It's different. It's punishing what Steve Bannon already allegedly did in the past. So when he offered to testify or come to the committee last week or the week before, that wouldn't have remedied it no more than when you rob a bank, offering to give back the money negates the crime. So this is a very interesting case, rarely prosecuted. Look for Steve Bannon's defense team to try and make this about a political prosecution to the jury, that this isn't really a crime. This is more about politics, and he's a sort of political prisoner, for lack of a better word.
Now, Bannon's defense team has also questioned whether he's going to be able to get a fair trial because of the jury pool, how that process is going to work, just because everybody knows about January 6th. It's obviously something we're all talking about a lot. There's a House committee investigating it. What do you make of that?
I've had this issue in my own high-profile trials, and what happens is the test is not whether or not a juror has heard about the case or heard about your defendant. Sometimes in a case like this, every juror has heard of Steve Bannon. Everyone who is in this jury pool knows about January 6th. So instead, the test is whether, given what you know about the case, can you set aside any biases you may have and judge this defendant fairly and impartially? And then it's up to the defense counsel and the prosecutors to argue about whether or not this juror really is too biased, or they can really set those things aside. But bottom line is, it will be difficult to seat a jury, more difficult than in your run-of-the-mill case involving a defendant that nobody's ever heard of.
Bannon, of course, remains defiant during this. His attorney has kind of raised some questions. I think my favorite quote from his attorney is, "What's the point of going to trial here if there are no defenses?" How do you defend him in this situation?
And you know what the judge reportedly said after that? The judge said, and I believe I'm quoting, "Agreed." I mean, that's amazing. Obviously, it's out of the earshot of the jury. That would be incredibly prejudicial. And look, when you're going back and forth in oral argument, things are said. It seems a little crazy to think that a judge said that. But look, you say stuff in oral argument, and the judge does too. The judge revealed that the judge has an idea about this case now that all these defenses are gone, but it will be up to the jury. Look, as a defense attorney, I'm biased. It feels like the world's against you. And if I'm Bannon's defense counsel, I'm feeling like, look, this judge has tied our hands. I understand the sentiment, but, you know, the judge has to eliminate the defenses that the judge thinks are not legally viable. And that's what the judge did.
All right, we're going to see what happens. Will be interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Danny Savalas, as always, thanks for joining us. Now, as the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol prepares for Thursday's primetime hearing, 2 more Trump White House officials will take center stage. NBC News has learned that Matthew Pottinger and Sarah Matthews will testify during Thursday's hearing. Pottinger was a member of the National Security Council, while Matthews worked as deputy press secretary. Both resigned in the days following the attack on the Capitol. Joining us now for more is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So in past hearings, we've heard compelling testimony from former White House officials, people who were in the inside as this unfolded. On Thursday, the committee is expected to focus on what the president did or didn't do during the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Obviously important there for it to be people close to the president on that day. But what do we know about what Pottinger and Matthews did in the Trump White House, and why would their testimony be helpful for that particular point they're trying to make?
Well, these were 2 individuals who worked in the West Wing, who were, intimately familiar with the surroundings, with the people, and certainly with President Trump. And these 2 people, Pottinger and Matthews, resigned in the very wake of the attack itself. In the case of Sarah Matthews, she tweeted on the 1-year anniversary that January 6th was nothing more than a coup attempt, and that former President Trump failed to meet the moment. For Pottinger, he has described in previous closed-door testimony to the committee that he decided to resign the moment at 2:24 p.m. on January 6th. That was the moment when President Trump sent out the tweet targeting his own Vice President Mike Pence, saying that he didn't have the courage, end quote, to carry out the overturning of the election. So these are people that wrestled with January 6th, morally, personally, and ultimately decided that what they had seen and experienced was simply too much for them to continue to serve under President Trump.
Now, Scott, the House panel is expecting those allegedly erased text messages from the Secret Service by the end of the day. Obviously, this was a headline that caught a lot of attention. How important could those messages be to the committee's investigation?
They could be very important. And the reason is because they could confirm key elements of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony before the committee last month. If you remember, she had testified that what she had overheard from some top White House officials and security officials was that President Trump had wanted, very passionately to join some of his supporters on January 6th in the march on the Capitol. In so much so, in fact, that he, according to Cassidy Hutchinson and what she had heard, got into a physical altercation with one of his top security folks in the presidential SUV, at one point trying to grab the steering wheel of the vehicle. And so those text messages could confirm a lot of that and corroborate a lot of that information, as well as reveal a lot more. And Chairman Benny Thompson and other members told us yesterday that they still do anticipate to receive those text messages by close of business today, which is the deadline that they have given the Secret Service to turn those over.
And Scott, before I let you go, I want to switch gears here quickly. We got word yesterday that Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelenska, will address Congress tomorrow on Capitol Hill. How significant is that speech? And quickly tell us what she's been doing during her D.C. trip.
Yeah, just yesterday evening, she met with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. She is here at the invitation of First Lady Joe Biden, and that's because they formed a relationship. Joe Biden went to Kyiv herself in May and met with the Ukrainian First Lady. And so there's a relationship there. She's going to be speaking to the United States Congress in the same auditorium where her husband in March addressed the Congress through a virtual address. And I think what the message is going to be from her is that, look, don't forget about Ukraine. Don't forget about her people. I know there's all these other issues that are affecting America, inflation, high gas prices, but there is real suffering happening in Ukraine, and in the Congress and the United States should not forget Ukraine at this moment.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much.
In Uvalde, Texas, calls for accountability are growing louder nearly 2 months after that deadly mass school shooting. Survivors, families, and community members all spoke out at a school board meeting last night, criticizing school officials for what they call failures and lack of leadership.
You don't have an answer. Don't have an answer? You don't have an answer for these families?
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Uvalde. So, Guad, that school board meeting lasted more than 3 hours, and it came one day after a preliminary report by a Texas House committee found systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making by law enforcement in the school district. So what came out of the meeting last night?
Joe, this was a very difficult meeting for school administrators. Now, this was an opportunity for members of the public to step up to a microphone and have an unlimited amount of time to ask questions in front of the school board. That was the intention. The superintendent did say he apologized for not making that meeting available before, saying they should have done it earlier. Now, the parents that came and spoke to the microphone, as you said, over 3 hours, were upset. Of course, this right after that report was released over the weekend. And frankly, Joe, it felt like two different opposing sides. On one side, you had the members of the school board trying to answer questions, and on the other side, the members of the public not only speaking angrily or upset on the microphone, but also yelling from across the auditorium. Here's a part of that conversation, not only from parents, but also from some students.
I don't want to go to your guys' school if they don't have protection.
These are the things that keep me up at night. And I wonder, have you thought of these things? Have they crossed your mind? So I ask you, what are you going to do about your failures? Are you going to take responsibility? Are you going to make this right?
And that was a mother talking about the feeling of sending her kids back to school. Some of the parents that I spoke to after the meeting ended said they do not feel safe sending their kids back to school here when the summer ends, Joe.
In the video, Guad, we can see signs that mention the police chief there, Pete Arredondo. The community has been calling for the school district to fire him. Has the district responded to that?
Joe, the most heated moments of the conversation last night is when they talked about Pete Arredondo. Now, we know that the initial reports had said he was the commander of all the officers that responded. Since then, we've learned more details. Now, the conversation last night was basically parents and members of the community asking why he was still employed, asking what is going to happen to Pete Arredondo, who continues to be on administrative leave. Now, the school superintendent did say they will consider the findings of that report that was released over the weekends and meet in a closed session to decide the future of Pete Arredondo. Yet the public wasn't satisfied, and they kept asking the same question. Here's one of the individuals that was talking about Pete Arredondo.
I'll tell you this, if he's not fired by noon tomorrow, then I want your resignation and every single one of you board members, because y'all do not give a damn about our children or us. Stand with us or against us, because we ain't going nowhere.
And you can hear the reaction from most of the people who were in that auditorium. Now, Pete Arredondo has said he did not consider himself the incident commander. He also says he did not ask the officers not to breach the classrooms.
Understandably, a lot of emotions at that meeting last night. Guad, thank you so much.
In Indiana, a 22-year-old armed bystander is being credited for stopping the gunman in a mass shooting at a shopping mall on Sunday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on the quick action that likely saved lives.
Authorities here in Greenwood releasing new details in this investigation and hailing that 22-year-old civilian as a hero, also crediting him with saving lives.
Another American mass shooting with a rare twist after authorities near Indianapolis say a Good Samaritan armed with a handgun shot the gunman and ended the chaos.
Many more people would have died last night if not for a responsible armed citizen.
Investigators naming that Good Samaritan as Elijah Dickin, a 22-year-old Indiana man who's declining to speak publicly. They say the Good Samaritan was legally carrying a handgun at the Greenwood Park Mall with his girlfriend when around 5 p.m. Sunday, the 20-year-old gunman entered the food court armed with 2 semi-automatic rifles and a handgun. Investigators say he first went to the restroom and stayed for an hour, stashing his phone in a toilet, then emerged and started firing.
We heard loud gunshots.
They say the gunman killed 3, including Victor Gomez, and injured 2, among them a 12-year-old girl.
Seen somebody laying on the ground, and I just grabbed my kids and we ran.
Authorities say the armed bystander confronted and killed the shooter immediately, a rare outcome amid this kind of carnage. Researchers who study active shooter events tracked 464 attacks between 2000 and 2021. In 73 cases, a bystander stopped the shooter, mostly by subduing them physically. The number of times a bystander shot the shooter, 24.
This young man acted within seconds, stopping the shooter and saving countless lives.
No word on the suspected gunman's motive in this shooting, but authorities said family told them he'd recently left his job and been evicted. His family declined to comment. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, a new report shows Homeland Security officials have been using cell phone data to track millions of people.
What DHS is doing with the information and how they're able to access personal data without a warrant. Next.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're back with alarming new revelations about the use of cell phone data by U.S. immigration officials.
Yeah, a new report by the American Civil Liberties Union says that for years, the Department of Homeland Security has spent millions of dollars on obtaining cell phone location data without warrants and used that information to track the movements of millions of people. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now for more on this. Hey, Julia, good to see you. So that ACLU report includes a collection of contracts between U.S. Customs, ICE, and other parts of the DHS. What do the documents show about where cell phone data is being purchased from and what it's being used for?
So I went through a lot of these documents yesterday, Savannah, and it's really revealing. Not only do we see the contracts, we see the back and forth and how these two companies, Vintel and Babel Street, advertise themselves to DHS. In one email I saw, Vintel was saying that they use location data from millions of cell phones to get billions of location points. This isn't metadata, what we used to talk about, where the government could find out who you might be calling and for how long. This is simply where you go based on your location data on your cell phone. But if you think about that, that's incredibly revealing, where you sleep, where you work, and especially when it comes to migrants. We understand that this data has been used to track groups of migrants coming across the border, which would make it very easy for enforcement to find out exactly where people might be crossing and apprehend them to. And another thing, these cell phone location tracking companies do not differentiate between who might be a U.S. citizen and who might not be. So that means if you're in the vicinity of any place where they're tracking, your cell phone data is swept up in that as well.
So, Julia, I mean, the ACLU says that this new report reflects a lack of privacy protections here in the U.S., which begs the question, how are government agencies able to obtain this kind of information without a warrant?
Yeah, it's perfectly legal, Joe. Right now, under our law, you do need to, companies and the government needs to get a warrant from companies to get that metadata I talked about. But location data is free game. If you don't have a warrant, you can still track all of this location data, and a lot of companies make a lot of money selling that to the government. Now, there is a law before Congress called the Fourth Amendment is not for sale. This is a bill. They have not passed it yet, but there's a hearing on it today in the House Judiciary Committee, and I think the timing of the release of this documents can't be seen in a vacuum. They definitely wanted to release this, put this in front of lawmakers as they're considering this bill today.
And Julia, is there anything that Congress could do to limit this type of data use?
Yeah, they could pass that bill, which would make the government have to get, and all federal law enforcement agencies have to get warrants before they get this kind of location data. It wouldn't just be free. Now, DHS did not respond to comment. They have said in the past, though, that this isn't personally identifying information, that it's just location data. But most people would tell you, you can pretty easily find out who someone is when you can track where they're sleeping, where they're working, and other things, and how they might be spending their time.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much.
With inflation at its highest in more than 40 years, more Americans are feeling anxious about money.
Yeah, coming up, we'll share some ways you can address the worries about your wallet. You're watching Morning News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were we're still in Kiev. Could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's
this? We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The sentencing trial is now underway for the Parkland shooting gunman. He killed 17 people at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. The jury must now decide whether the shooter will serve life in prison or face the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has more on the trial and how some of the victims' families are responding.
He is the gunman who took an Uber to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School and then murdered 14 students and 3 staff. Tried to murder 17 more. The now 23-year-old former student has admitted his guilt.
I'm going to speak to you about the unspeakable. Systematic murder, mass murder.
This rare sentencing-only trial that began today comes after 4 painful years of waiting by victims' families and survivors.
I need closure to this part of it, to the penalty phase, so that I don't have to deal with this murderer anymore.
The 12-member jury, as well as families, will hear every detail of the carnage. For some, too much.
911, what's your emergency?
Hello, we're at Stoneman Douglas High School, and I think there's a shooter.
Gunshots. Later, whispers from students hiding.
He's gonna get us out.
The trial will show security video of the defenseless students fired on with an AR-15. Jurors seated just feet away as survivors testify will feel the still raw emotion that has not faded. Jurors will then recommend either life in prison or the death penalty. Victoria Gonzalez shared this video with NBC News. The photo, her boyfriend, Joaquin Gonzalez.
Let's remember those we love, and that they will live with us forever, regardless of what happens, and know that doing your best is enough. I'm with all of you.
Debbie Hickson's husband, Chris, ran into the building to try to disarm the former student.
What is the appropriate punishment here?
You know, at the end of the day, nothing's going to change what's here for us. But I just personally don't feel that this individual should be sucking any more energy out of our community, any of our resources. So for me, I think that the best justice that we're going to get is the death penalty.
The gunman sat in court listening to it all.
Kerry Sanders, thank you. The gunman pleaded guilty to all 17 murders and 17 counts of attempted murder last year. He said in court he believes the victim's family should be the ones to decide whether he gets the death penalty. Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. More Americans are concerned about the impact that inflation is having on their wallets.
Yeah, we have more on how to manage that anxiety, plus how talking negatively about yourself may be impacting your mental health. We're taking a closer look at how a couple small changes can make a big difference for your self-esteem.
Let's bring in Dr. George James to help us navigate through these headlines. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, good to have you with us. So a new report from Morning Consult shows that the leading cause of anxiety among Americans is inflation right now. What are the best ways to deal with the stress that most of us are having with money right now?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Of course, money is a big stressor for people right now because everywhere we look, there's just increasing costs. And unfortunately, some people might not have increase in income. So when you have more expenses or more costs and maybe less income, it's going to cause anxiety. So one of the things that people can do is really be able to be aware that that's what's causing you anxiety, so that it's not your children, it's not other people, it's maybe just the cost of things. Two, you can look at your spending habits to think about what can you change or adjust. And then overall, see what you can delay. Maybe it's something that you can't do now, maybe it's something later. Maybe really pay attention to your needs versus your wants. And hopefully you might be able to have enough time where you can get back to a place where you feel more comfortable. Around you, figure out some other solutions, look up some advice and support, and find a solution that can help you right now so that you can maybe lower that anxiety.
Something I know we all need help with, right? Let's turn now to that voice that influences us every day, because it's our own inner voice, that one that you hear all day long in your head. Psychologists are learning more about how negative self-talk impacts our self-esteem and image. So how do we know when we're experiencing negative self-talk? And of course, most importantly, how can we try to work on that?
Yeah, to me, this goes back to what feels like psychology 101 in terms of being aware of our inner thoughts. You know, one of the things I share with my clients, it's the story that we tell ourselves. And sometimes that story is influenced from our upbringing, our culture, our community, or even our life experiences. So it's really important that we hear the story and then we try to change that story. Easier said than done. It takes a lot of work to be able to see that I'm good, that I'm smart, that I'm beautiful, that I'm capable. Being actually able to say those things, affirmations are good ways to change that. Sometimes there's even apps that you can choose, affirmation apps that allow you to know that you are a good person, that you are doing well, and then believe it. Sometimes we struggle with believing the good that when we try to replace the negative self-talk.
That's some good advice. Lizzo's album right now, by the way, her new album is a good self-love
so
thing.
true.
So maybe use that. I don't know. That's my advice. All right, finally, I'm going to ask you, this is my favorite question of the morning. A study shows that being hangry is a real emotion, not angry, hangry, and most people regularly experience it. So how does being hungry impact our emotions?
Well, you know, I think for a long time we've known that food really directly impacts how we feel. Lack of food, too much food, you know, from people feeling like they're tired to people feeling like they're just losing it without it. And this is something I learned quite early when my wife was pregnant and I delayed feeding her because I was taking too long to make a choice. So I understand that when there's a lack of food, we can get to a place where we feel different emotions. And so it's okay to treat it as a real emotion and to be aware of how long are you going without food. What foods are you putting in your body? How often? These are the things that you can be aware of because it shows up at home, at work, in our community if we're not paying attention to how we're feeding ourselves or what we're doing overall with food.
Very good.
You know, and little kids are supposed to identify what they are, sad, happy. Now, hangry is legitimately an emotion.
There's going to be an emoji with it too.
I was just going to say, an emoticon. Hangry. All right, I like that. I wonder what that facial expression would be.
I don't know.
We'll have to work on that. All right, we'll talk about that next time. Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you this morning.
And coming up, navigating this hot real estate market.
Yeah, research shows black applicants are denied home mortgages at a much higher rate than white applicants. We're going to tell you about a new program that is aiming to even out the playing field. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Harry Styles!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back with financial headlines, and Apple is changing its hiring plans.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. We're looking at green arrows across the board for Wall Street this morning, set to open higher. But we saw this yesterday. Remember, stocks then reversed course in yesterday's session. They got dragged down by a Bloomberg report that Apple will slow hiring and spending next year to prepare for a possible recession. Apple is heavily weighted in the Dow. It fell 2%, and then the Dow closed down more than 200 points yesterday. Today, we're focusing on a report on housing starts. We just got earnings from Johnson & Johnson that beat expectations. We'll look for earnings from Lockheed Martin as well. Netflix also reports quarterly results today after the closing bell. The streaming giant reported its first loss of subscribers in more than a decade last quarter. Analysts expect another decline this time around, despite the company's effort to crack down on account sharing and the eventual addition of a cheaper ad-supported subscription. Netflix is the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 this year, down nearly 70%. Wow. Instagram will now let users shop directly from small businesses in chats. You will be able to place orders through direct messages, track your purchase, and ask the business any follow-up questions in the same chat thread. The new feature will use MetaPay to complete that purchase. They are just trying to make it easier and easier for us to shop on impulse. Savannah,
Exactly.
Joe. And I keep seeing more ads, too, in my feeds. So they're throwing that out there, too.
I see a cute outfit, and then you see the little shopping bag icon I'm like, oh, I could just tap, and there it is.
There you go. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Easy.
Thanks, Contessa. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, the hot housing market is highlighting a growing racial gap when it comes to homeownership.
According to Zillow, in 2020, black applicants were denied mortgages at a rate 84% higher than white applicants. That's up 10% from the year before. But one black-led startup company is working to change that.
We want to welcome Brian Young. He's the CEO and co-founder of Home Lending Pal, an AI-powered mortgage advisor platform. So cool. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So I want to start with that racial housing gap, which I know helped inspire your software. What are some of the biggest challenges black home buyers are facing? What are some of the disparities at play here?
Yeah, I mean, here in the United States, you have a persistent history of discrimination and inequality, as well as a crisis of housing affordability. So you see a lot of black homeowners that feel discrimination, and technically 51% of them feel that discrimination. But there's also the financial aspect. You know, they don't have as much savings. More than half spend their rent. Their rent is actually higher in many cases, as well as the amount of savings that they have in terms of student debt and credit card debt really prevents them from having the ability to pay for down payment programs.
So one of the notable features of your startup, Home Lending Pal, is that it actually hides identifiers like race, like sex from lenders. Tell us more about that, and what are the results you've seen from that so far?
Yeah, so in our public beta, we had about 20,000 people that signed up within an 8-week period. And out of that, we were able to get 1 out of 3 approved. And one of them was black usually, so about 33% of them, which is much higher than industry standard. But we also saw that discrimination also happens against others, you know, women, same-sex couples, Latinos, et cetera. So in our opinion, utilizing technology as a way to hide that information until after the decision is made usually creates a more equitable process for everyone.
Now, I know your company is also partnered with IBM. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we've had a growing spike. After that public beta, we've grown in users. About 80,000 users have come into the platform around the country. And one of the things that we're looking to do now is to scale to different states as well, as far as the equitable housing financial plan through Fannie and Freddie. So one of the things IBM is doing is really coming in and helping us stabilize the technology, providing data security and data protection, as well as embedded AI, which gives us the ability to expand our mortgage assistant, Kev, into the mobile devices of our users to make it a lot easier for them to manage.
Let's talk about the long term, looking down the road. First of all, what kind of impact do you hope your company is going to have? And do you think things can change when it comes to this issue? And what will it take for that to happen?
I do think things could change. I think it's going to take time. Our ultimate impact, our ultimate goal is to put at least 3 million African Americans into homes by 2030, and that's being a part of a much larger initiative. But the biggest thing is that, you know, one of the things is that the Equitable Housing Financial Plan has special credit programs. It also utilizes rental history, which would make more than 95% of the applicants qualify in this perspective. So what we really want to do is build this technology. Think of it like a Siri for mortgages, where the borrower connects their financial account as well as authorizes the soft FICO pool. And then the artificial intelligence does the rest of the work for them. It finds opportunities for them and presents those opportunities with them in this process.
Brian Young, so cool what you're doing. Congratulations on this, and thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Coming up here, inspiring others on and off the field.
A professional soccer player makes history while playing for the national women's team. How her story is helping the next generation.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If you're one of those Harry Styles fans who feels like you know enough about the singer to actually take a class on him, well, now you can. In the spring, Texas State University in San Marcos is offering a course called Harry Styles and the Cult of Celebrity. It will focus on the impact that Styles' music has had on European pop culture, including sexuality, fashion, fan culture, and more. The professor said on TikTok that he'd been a fan of Styles ever since his One Direction days and came up with the idea while he was stuck at home during the pandemic listening to Styles' music. The university's honors college students will get first dibs at the course, which is capped at just 20 students. I've actually spent several weeks of my life teaching workshops at Texas State University, so I feel like maybe I should get dibs on auditing, remotely.
That
like
sounds fun.
There you go.
I think somebody else in the studio might want to join you.
Yeah, I think our stage manager, Jillian, might be moving to Texas.
Looks like she wants to kill us right now. Love you, Jillian. Okay, very cool. Thank you, Jeff. Yep. All right, now you might know Carson Pickett from her amazing skills on the soccer field. Now the superstar athlete is inspiring others to take their talents to the next level. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more on how Pickett's limb difference is impacting young athletes.
Her senior national team debut.
When Carson Pickett took the field for the U.S. women's national soccer team.
It was incredible. It was honestly a dream come true.
It wasn't just her dream on that field.
I think that was like one of the coolest moments of my life, is just realizing that there's so many people out there that are just like me and that are looking up to me, and I can, maybe show them the way.
Born without her left hand and forearm, Pickett recently became the first player with a limb difference to play for the national team. Not there because she's different, but just like every player out there, the best of the best.
And it was just an incredible moment, just to take it all in and realize where I was. I was playing for the best team in the world and starting for the best team in the world.
It's not the first time Pickett has inspired. In 2019, this moment with then 1-year-old Joseph Tidd went viral.
I remember having a jacket on, and I pulled my arm out of the jacket, and he just started beaming, and he was smiling, and he was laughing, and I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that he realizes that we're the same.
I'm ready. Joseph, also born with a limb difference, is now 4. I did it! And following in her athletic footsteps.
I would just say follow your dreams. I say it all the time, but my dad has told me a million times, never let anyone turn your sky into a ceiling.
Words to live by as she helped the U.S. team to a 2-0 win over Colombia while showing fans around the world what defying limits can look like. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Love that story. Super inspiring.
How inspiring is she? Oh, so neat.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, relentless, a global heat wave of historic proportions wreaking havoc on tens of millions from Memphis all the way to Madrid. Here in the States, record-shattering temperatures are moving east this morning. We've got the latest forecast and what you can do to keep cool in the U.S. Well, in the UK, the nation is facing what officials are calling a heat apocalypse. People there bracing for Britain to become one of the hottest places on Earth. Now, those scorching temperatures are affecting critical infrastructure. Gaveling in, jury selection resumes today for Steve Bannon, the Trump ally, now in the opening stages of his contempt of Congress trial. How those proceedings could affect this week's highly anticipated January 6th committee hearing. Are you still watching? A storm is brewing this morning on Wall Street as investors brace for Netflix's latest earnings report today. Will the streaming giant post another round of subscriber losses? And what does that mean for the future of your account? We've got the answers. And mysteries of the deep. Our own intrepid shark correspondent, Carrie Sanders, answers a confounding question about one of the world's most fascinating creatures. Where exactly do sharks give birth? More on that coming up.
Was that Carrie flipping off a boat?
I'm not sure, but we are keeping Carrie busy with shark stories this summer. So
honestly, I'm very impressed.
He's going to bring you one more. All right. That'll come up a little bit later this hour. We're going to begin this hour, though, with the dangerously hot weather that is smashing records in the U.S. and across Europe. Nearly 90 million Americans are facing heat advisories or warnings this morning. 90 million, with triple-digit temperatures expected from California to the plains. Now that sweltering weather is moving east, putting more lives at risk and stretching power grids to the limit.
And in Europe, the UK has issued its first ever red warning, it's called, for extreme heat, advising people to stay inside as temperatures reach a record high. It comes as wildfires rage across continental Europe, displacing thousands, and more than 1,000 deaths there have been attributed to the historic heat wave. We have full team coverage with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaea, but we're going to start this morning with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa at the New Jersey store. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you. This is the place you want to be amid sweltering temperatures. Already we've seen some folks getting into the water to beat the heat. Here on the East Coast, we've briefly dodged some of the scorching heat that other parts of the country have seen, but not for long. These high temps are coming for us, too. This morning, millions of Americans are struggling to stay safe and cool as these dog days of summer usher in weather that can be downright dangerous. This morning, Americans are waking up to blistering temperatures with an oppressive heat wave stretching from coast to coast.
It's just been brutal heat.
89 million people across at least 23 states are under heat advisories, watches, or warnings. More than half of the country is seeing temperatures over 90 degrees, many setting records.
It's sweltering. And what's the worst is there's no air moving.
Triple digits extending through the plains from the Dakotas to Texas. Across the Lone Star State, records tied or shattered.
People say it's hot in Texas, but this is like different. It's hot.
Dallas reaching a whopping 109 degrees.
I don't have central air. It would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
Michael Sneed says for him, the blazing Texas heat is a matter of life and death.
Most of the time I have to sit right on the couch up under the air conditioner, and that's not really doing much. And so I feel in danger all the time.
California's Central Valley is facing excessive heat warnings. The city of Fresno expecting triple-digit temperatures to linger for weeks. Officials already responding to calls for heat exhaustion warn that as little as 30 minutes of activity in this climate can be dangerous.
Our bodies are not necessarily used to or accustomed to this heat over long periods of time, and so it can be really dangerous if you're not prepared.
In Denver, the mile-high city hitting a sizzling 100 degrees. After escaping the heat over the weekend, the extreme weather is finally reaching the East Coast. Severe storms battered the New York City area on Monday, flooding roads and train lines and causing damage like this sinkhole that swallowed a van in the Bronx. With summer just hitting its stride, this is likely only a preview of even hotter days to come. And a slew of cities, particularly in Texas, have already seen more 100-degree days this year than they typically record all summer long. The season shaping out to be relentless. Savannah?
All right, Emily Aketa, stay cool. Thanks so much.
For more on the historic heat wave in Europe, let's bring in Kelly Kobiea. She is in London. All right, Kelly, so I'm from Minnesota, where we put sand and salt on roads to melt the ice. Cities in the UK are actually covering roads with sand to keep the roads from melting, and rail authorities are warning train tracks could buckle with the heat. What all are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, look, Joe, this simply isn't a country that's used to dealing with or built to deal with extreme temperatures like this. I think the average high in the UK is 75 in the summer. And we just saw a tweet by the Met Office, the National Weather Service here, saying that they've just registered an all-time high for the UK, 40.2 degrees Celsius at London Heathrow Airport. That's 104 degrees. That has never been recorded in this country before. And as I was saying, a lot of the infrastructure is built to withstand heat up to about 95 degrees. So, for example, the railways can buckle under this kind of heat just because of the way that they're constructed. So a lot of trains have been delayed or canceled. The tarmac on the airport runway in Luton Airport, which is an airport north of London, was actually melting yesterday. They had to halt flights for several hours in order to do a repair on the runway because of the heat. That was yesterday. I believe our high was over 100, about a 101 yesterday. Today, we've now reached 104. It's really putting a strain on the country's infrastructure, not to mention the people. Very few people here have air conditioning. Joe, Savannah?
Kelly, we mentioned the UK has issued its first what they call a red warning over excessive heat. What more can you tell us about what the government there is doing to try and keep people safe?
Well, it's actually a bit controversial because, of course, we're in limbo in terms of the government. Boris Johnson was just sort of ousted a couple of weeks ago, and there's a leadership race going on. So the government has been criticized for not doing enough. Boris Johnson was seen taking a flight in a fighter jet yesterday while the country was sort of baking under this heat. But in reality, there's not a lot the government can do. Again, the country's not used to this kind of heat. It's not like we have cooling centers that people can go to. A lot of kids have been brought out of their schools into nice air-conditioned sports halls, for example, and other places where they can cool off during the day, or schools are just closing early and kids are being sent home because many schools aren't air-conditioned. And what the government is really doing is saying, look, we're aware of it, we're trying to make sure that emergency services are on standby, but please stay home, close your curtains, close your blinds, drink lots of water, and try to take care of yourself because, again, Joe, there's not a whole lot the government can do to keep people safe.
And just trying to imagine a 104-degree temperature without any air conditioning. I mean, Kelly, beyond the UK, we know countries across continental Europe, they're battling wildfires, they're battling drought, all because of this hot and dry weather. What's the latest with those fires?
Yeah, so places like Spain, Portugal, France, all dealing with these wildfires, and now add Greece to that list. The fire officials there say that they've seen reports of 71 new fires in Greece just over the past 24 hours. This is something that has been going on in continental Europe, mostly Western Europe and Southern Europe, for the past several days now. One of the fires in France alone, in a very popular tourist area, is more than half the size of Washington, D.C. see right now. An incredible amount of land burning there. Tens of thousands of people have now been evacuated. When you look at Spain, France, and Portugal, the numbers of deaths and the risk to life is increasing as well. And there's no sign of this heat wave ending all that soon in continental Europe. Spain yesterday, in northern Spain, they recorded a high temperature of 109. Joe.
All right, Kelly Kobier, I'm going to let you go. Hopefully you can go cool off for a few moments. Thank you so much.
Oh, really? So how high are the temperatures expected to reach, and when will we get some relief? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman's here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we're looking at this ongoing situation. So we are looking into next week, and we see it's still going on. And that's part of the problem. It's hot, but we're not getting that relief at night. We're not getting that relief at all. We're going on a month and a week here. So we're looking at 89 million people impacted today, with alerts from the West Coast to parts of the central and southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. And guess what? It looks like parts of the Northeast have been added too. So Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, you're going to see temperatures into the 90s tomorrow, and it's going to be a stretch of 90s. So that advisory starts tomorrow for you. Relentless heat. Once again, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Wichita today, 107. That's 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. It's July. It's hot, but these are not typical numbers. 107 in Lubbock, 109 in Dallas. That's 13 degrees above average. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, notice it expands to the east. So now we're looking at temperatures in Boston, 93 degrees, 12 degrees above average, 93 in D.C. It's going to feel like 98 once you factor in that humidity. And this heat stays in place as we go throughout the later part of this week into early next week. So Wichita still in the triple digits through Saturday. Same story in Little Rock, Nashville, 100 degrees on Saturday. And as we look towards D.C., we're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s for the weekend into early next week. And as we go throughout today, we're looking at temperatures, at least the heat index, we're looking at temperatures feeling like 110 in spots. We set records yesterday, 110 in Abilene, 110 in Wichita Falls, Texas. So this is historical in the U.S. It's also historical in Europe. Now, we were just talking with Kelly, 104 today. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures 80 degrees. So we're going to see relief there. We're going to see relief also in Paris. But it's in Madrid where we're only going to get warmer, 101 tomorrow. Temperatures in the 90s. We're looking at Venice, 89 on Wednesday. So this is a big story. It's going to continue to be a big story. Back home, we have that heat, we have that humidity. It's going to fuel some storms. So that's all you really need, along with a trigger to spark some storms. And that's what we're going to see once again with those really heavy downpours. So as we go throughout today, here's that cold front. It's going to move through the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. We're looking at the possibility of severe weather. We had that earlier this morning. The atmosphere is going to sort of reset. Then we're going to see them reignite later on today. And also scattered storms in the southeast with really heavy downpours. We could see a lot of rain in a short amount of time, those typical summer-like storms. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, those storms move across the Great Lakes into parts of the Ohio Valley. We're looking at downpours once again in the southeast. That's going to cause a chance for some flash flooding. Here's a bullseye for some severe weather today. You see the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes, from International Falls to Duluth, Marquette, also Green Bay, where you see this yellow shading. That's your slight risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Also could see some hail, an inch or larger. That causes damage on its own. And watching for the chance of an isolated tornado or two. So it will be another busy day in terms of temperatures, another busy day in terms of severe weather as well. Then tomorrow we're looking at 12 million at risk, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail once again, a tornado risk. It's low, but it's not zero tomorrow. We're looking at anywhere from Cleveland to Columbus, Cincinnati, just north of Louisville, where you see the yellow ones again. That's where we're looking at that slight risk. And the heavy rainfall, this has been an issue for the past 2 weeks in the southeast. We've had relentless rain there as well because we have such high humidity, such high heat. So those rainstorms are unleashing a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So we're looking at pockets of 1, even up to 2 inches, even higher amounts in those really heavy downpours. For the rest of the country, we're kind of leaving them out here, but we have monsoonal rain in the southwest, and we're looking at a dry day in the West Coast. Look at Northern California, temperatures in the 60s. Haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, wow. All right, Michelle Gross.
Everyone's jealous of that one.
Yeah,
right.
I am. The whole world. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Now, in Washington, jury selection resumes today in the trial of Trump advisor Steve Bannon. He faces criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing to comply with a subpoena issued by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. NBC News Now anchor and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Good morning to you. And today, the expectation is that opening statements will start after jury selection is all wrapped up. And this whole trial is probably going to finish up pretty quickly. Prosecutors have said they only think they need a single day of testimony. Now, Steve Bannon, remember, initially tried to argue that he defied a subpoena from the January 6th committee because his conversations with former President Trump the day before the Capitol attack were covered under executive privilege. But since then, he said that Mr. Trump has waived that privilege. Regardless, it's kind of a moot point now since the judge has already ruled that Bannon's defense team cannot bring that up in court. Legal experts that I've spoken with suggest it's going to be a big surprise if Bannon walks away with an acquittal here. But caveat, you never know what a jury will decide. Keep in mind that even if Steve Bannon does get convicted, he still would not be forced to hand over the documents and the testimony that the January 6th committee wants to see. This is about punishment. This is not about getting him to comply. Just last week, though, Bannon, remember, changed his tune. He volunteered to talk with the committee. He wanted to do it publicly, probably to try to make a spectacle of it, since just yesterday, leaving court, he again called those proceedings a show trial. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Now to the growing fallout in Uvalde, Texas. Nearly 2 months after that deadly mass shooting, community members expressed their outrage at a school board meeting last night. They're calling for immediate action following the release of video footage and a scathing preliminary report. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live from Uvalde with more. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The school board set aside about 45 minutes for the community to speak out, perhaps vent their frustrations. It lasted for more than 3 hours, and you had students asking board members, what are you doing right now to make sure that my friends don't die? It was pretty haunting. The Texas State Police has launched its own investigation as criticism is mounting.
And then there's going to be frustrations for people that...
It took virtually no time for things to escalate at this school board meeting.
Y'all do not give a damn about our children or us.
The calls to fire School Police Chief Pete Arredondo, outdone only by parents wondering how law enforcement responding on May 24th still had a badge or a community's trust after waiting in the hallways for more than an hour before taking out the gunman. Rachel Martinez has 4 kids on 4 different campuses in Uvalde.
Do you feel comfortable sending a single one of your children to school?
One of my daughters actually comes to tears thinking about having to go to school.
The most common concerns families voiced at the meeting: doors that don't lock and officers that don't act. Students weighing in, including incoming senior Jasmine Casadis, whose sister Jackie was killed.
What are you going to do to make sure I don't have to wait 77 minutes bleeding out on my classroom floor, just like my little sister did?
And poignant testimony from 10-year-old Maylee Taylor.
This was the last dress that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends, and that's not good.
Her mother grilling a school board member over what he would have done in the crisis.
Come on, you're a vet. What would you done? Answer.
I don't have an answer for you.
You don't have an answer.
The crowd then attacking him for not answering the question.
I am not a coward. I am a combat veteran of Vietnam. I served 26 years in the Navy, and I served in Desert Storm.
And what about the children calling 911 from inside the classroom?
Well, the victim's child called 911.
Heard on this police body cam video, time-stamped somewhere around a half hour into the response. The response characterized as egregiously poor decision-making by the committee, moving grieving families to shine light in a dark hour. Vincent Salazar's granddaughter, Layla, died in the massacre.
Voices will be heard, and change will be made.
Throughout the meeting, Joe, you could hear chants of "fire him," referring to Pete Arredondo. And I spoke to the father of Jackie Casadis, who died, of course, during that massacre. He said it would be a slap in the face to his baby if Pete Arredondo isn't fired and if there's not more disciplinary action taken against those police officers. Joe, back to you.
Sam Brock reporting in Uvalde. Sam, thank you.
Now we turn to a topic that's been on everyone's mind, gas prices. But believe it or not, there's actually some good news. The price of a gallon of gas has been dropping during the last month, and experts predict that trend might continue. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with, like I said, hopefully a little bit of good news. Those prices over your shoulder look lower than we've seen in a while.
Yeah, Savannah, I know we always talk about the pain at the pump. Well, now we can finally talk about some relief at the pump. After months at those record highs, gas prices have been falling for the past 5 weeks straight. And as you said, analysts predict that trend may continue at least for a little while, helping Americans still hoping to hit the road this summer.
On the nation's roads this morning, filling up is getting a bit less painful. After months of steady increases, gas prices have declined for the 5th straight week.
They've been really high lately, so I think it's about time.
The national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.50, down 15 cents since last week and 49 cents a month ago. While Americans are still paying $1.33 more than a year ago, gas under $4 a gallon is becoming a common sight.
Prices in some 35 states now have fallen under $4 a gallon.
Drivers in the South are seeing the biggest drops. In South Carolina, $4 a gallon on average. Texas at $4 and Mississippi at $4.03, while California, Hawaii, and Alaska remain over $5 a gallon. So what's driving down the prices? Experts say it's supply and demand. Gasoline production has increased while inflation and economic uncertainty has led Americans to fuel up less.
I think we all are dependent on our transportation, and those gas prices are really going to play a big part in getting around.
Officials at the White House insist the recent trend is not a blip.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices.
For families planning that summer road trip, it's all welcome news. But analysts say if there's an energy disruption, prices could just as quickly turn back around.
If we do see a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, prices could still rise rather dramatically.
So with that warning in mind, let's bring it back home to Indiana where we are this morning. AAA has the average this morning here at $4.58 a gallon, down from $5.15 a month ago. And then you can see, as you pointed out behind us, $4.13, the price at this gas station. We have a siren going by, I should point out. And by the way, guys, I called her out on the Today Show. I'll do it again. People on the ground definitely noticing, because a few minutes ago, our producer topped off our rental car and then just took one look at the total and completely unprompted goes, $35? That's a good day. So it feels good.
Maggie, by the way, your producer, who used to be our producer, Miss Hallie, we love her, and good for her. Happy. Thanks, Maggie. All right, coming up, voters in Maryland are going to the polls today.
Yeah, we're going to have more on one primary race that pits the old GOP guard against former President Trump's influence at the local level. We're going to take you there up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Miss Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. Maryland voters are heading to the polls this morning for some pivotal primary elections.
Yeah, we're following key House and Senate races, but the most closely watched contest of the day will determine who will face off this fall to replace Republican Governor Larry Hogan, who is term limited. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following it all and joins us now. Hey, Gary, good to see you. So let's begin with the GOP race for governor. We have a close contest here. It's between a Hogan ally, again, the current governor, and a Trump pick. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, neither Donald Trump nor Larry Hogan are running in this race, but their influence sure is. It really turns into a proxy war of sorts for governor here in Maryland on the Republican side. You've got Kelly Scholes, who is the more moderate candidate. She said she won't change the state's abortion laws at all, and she served for years in the Hogan administration. And then on the other side, you've got Dan Cox. He is a current state delegate here in Maryland, and he's endorsed by former President Donald Trump. He organized buses down to the January 6th rally at the Ellipse, and he also says the election was stolen. He does not believe the 2020 election was a real election. So those are sort of the two candidates on the Republican side, and the outcome of this race is really going to show where Republicans' mindsets are. Are they feeling more moderate, or are they going to more of the far right?
Let's talk about the Democratic side, because this is a chance for Democrats to take back a seat that Republicans hold when it comes to the governorship. It's a wide open race there, 9 candidates, some nationally known, some are newer to the scene. What can you tell us about that, and what are you watching for today?
Yeah, this is a political experience versus new blood kind of race. There are, as you mentioned, 9 different candidates. The two frontrunners, you may have heard of them, Tom Perez and Wes Moore. Tom Perez, of course, has more of the name recognition. He was the former Obama labor secretary and the former chair of the DNC. Wes Moore does not have any political experience. He's an entrepreneur, but he's a Rhodes Scholar. He served as a combat veteran in Afghanistan, and he is the former CEO of the Robert Hood Foundation, which is an anti-poverty organization. So this is a race that we're really going to see if the voters are interested in candidates that have the political experience, like we've seen in Annapolis, or want something new down there at the Capitol.
Hey, Gary, I want to ask about something interesting we've seen not just in this particular state, but in other primary races this year as well. Democratic groups investing heavily in Republican primaries, hoping to sway the results. How is that strategy coming into play in Maryland?
Yeah, that far-right Republican candidate I mentioned, Dan Cox, he's benefiting from an unlikely source, the Democratic Governors Association. They have put $1 million into ad campaigns online supporting and promoting the ideas of Dan Cox. The thought behind this is that folks will see that, they will vote for Dan Cox, and then Democrats, they believe, will have an easier time in the primary versus whether it was against a moderate candidate. So they believe it's going to be easier against a far-right candidate. But we've seen this, as you mentioned, across the country. We're seeing it with Kerry Lake in Arizona, and we're seeing it in California as well. Certainly, as the old movie saying goes, you know, it's an interesting time here to see. I'm sorry, where's the movie quote? Anyway, back to you, Savannah.
I don't know the movie quote, otherwise I'd help you out, Gary.
All right.
You let us know when you find out.
He's working on it. Gary Grumbach. All right. Thanks.
All right. Now to a stunning story out of West Virginia, where a woman is accusing her brother of nearly killing her after waking up from a 2-year coma. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details.
A woman in a coma for 2 years, conscious again, and she's identifying her brother as the alleged attacker in the assault that left her on the cusp of death. Wanda Palmer was in a long-term care facility in Martinsville, Virginia, but police say she's finally able to tell them about what happened. It all began 2 years ago when Wanda was found slumped on her couch in her living room, unresponsive and severely wounded, according to the criminal complaint.
They came to mow her grass, and they found her in a big pool of blood, they said, and they run up on the hill real fast on a four-wheeler and told us, and I called the police and the ambulance.
We show up and we see her on the couch, bloodied, battered, bludgeoned in the head and face area. You know, the injuries were consistent with being hit with some sort of an edged weapon, you know, hatchet, an axe, something along that line.
According to police documents, Wanda was making the sound commonly referred to as the death rattle. Miraculously, she survived.
Thank God she's still alive. Thank God.
Investigators initially considered her brother, Daniel Palmer, a suspect due to a previous violent history between the two, but he told police he had not seen his sister in days. Police later spoke with a witness who said he saw Daniel Palmer in the front doorway at Wanda's trailer at midnight the night she was assaulted, according to the criminal complaint.
The real thing we were missing up to this point was someone who could tell us what happened. You know, just recently, that actually come to fruition.
At the end of June, Wanda had not only come out of her coma, but had begun to utter some single words more than 2 years after the incident. Authorities say they drove to her care facility to speak with her. During the conversation, police say she indicated that she recalled living in the trailer and being hurt there, and that she remembered more.
Where she was able to not only name the attacker, but tell us that it was in fact her brother. We put together a plan there late last night, and today we had to actually travel by ATV into a remote location.
Police charging 55-year-old Daniel Palmer with attempted murder and malicious wounding. Our attempts to reach Daniel for comment were unsuccessful. According to the magistrate court clerk in Jackson County, Palmer is refusing to sign any paperwork to obtain an attorney. But for Wendy, hopefully a step towards justice as she continues to recover.
This case is really about the perseverance and the toughness and the strength of the victim in itself.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Daniel Palmer's bond is set at $500,000. He's scheduled to appear before a judge again on Monday.
All right, now let's get you some international headlines. More protests are expected in Sri Lanka as that country faces a political crisis.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the leader of the opposition in Sri Lanka has decided to withdraw from the presidential race and instead pledge support to his rival candidate. His name is Dullas Alahaperuma. In a Twitter post, he said that he was doing it for the greater good of his country and for the people he cherishes. His support for Alahaperuma presents a challenge for Sri Lanka's acting president, whose eligibility for the executive role is also being reviewed by the Supreme Court. And let's move to southern China, where authorities are apologizing for breaking into several homes of people who were suspected of contracted COVID-19. This is the latest zero-COVID policy measure from China's leadership that has sparked a public backlash. China's officials have referred to the breaking as violent behavior and said the relevant people will be severely punished. Let's end this short or quick tour of the world in Switzerland, where 31 athletes from around the globe competed at the world's first ever Highline World Championship. The three-day event took place on the top of the Crashonjon mountain, I was going to pronounce that in French, at an altitude of over 2,200 meters above sea level, where the brave competitors showed off their skills in the discipline of freestyle highline and speed highline, the stuff that people do to escape the heat wave, guys.
No kidding, my goodness.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
That is some brave stuff there.
Yeah, ooh, crazy. All right.
Claudio, thank you so much. Also,
Thank
by the
you.
way, we have an update right now from Gary Grumbach on that movie quote that you have all been dying to hear.
Yeah.
Gary tells us it's from Dodgeball.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it would have been delivered, but something along the lines of, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
So, all right,
Which
there you go.
was applicable to the topic.
Which was, I think. I don't remember, but I feel like it might have been.
You could have fooled us,
It's a
Gary,
bold
is the
strategy.
bottom
Let's see if it pays off. All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Gary.
Coming up, we're exploring the depths of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, our very own Kerry Sanders is exploring the wreckage of a sunken World War II-era boat to find the answer to the question, where exactly are sharks born? That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. We've seen a number of shark attacks already this summer, but we're on a different kind of shark watch this morning.
Yeah, scientists are now focused on finding out where sharks give birth, which could help us get a better understanding of them generally. NBC News senior national correspondent / shark correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale with more on this. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. We're talking about sand tiger sharks, which are found both in the Atlantic and the Pacific. And they can appear scary. They're more than 10 feet. They have really gnarly teeth, but they typically don't interact with swimmers. So we jumped in with about 30 of them. And that's where scientists are using this electronic device. They slip it inside a pregnant shark. And then when the baby is born, it pops out and it floats to the surface and it signals where a baby shark was just born. And surprise, it is not where scientists thought. We're 15 miles east of Cape Lookout, North Carolina. It was long believed sand tiger sharks gave birth much closer to shore, in shallow waters. But today, our target depth is 60 to 90 feet, where the mystery location for giving birth may now be solved. It's here during World War II, a German U-boat sank the freighter Carib Sea. Now an artificial reef, it's where we find more than 30 sand tiger sharks circling, some up to 10 feet long.
Do they want to hear? They look terrified, but they don't want to eat us.
Arizona State University Natural Sciences researcher Dr. James Sulukowski is hoping to confirm a theory that some pregnant mother sharks find their way to wrecks like this to gestate their pregnancies and then give birth.
You've never seen one give birth, have you? But that's the holy grail of shark science. If we can find that out, then we can protect that area.
New evidence evidence that these deep waters harbor a special place for mother sharks begins not with science, but rather with Tanya Hoppermans, an underwater photographer and natural historian. She snapped this photo of a shark she named Claude on a wreck, a newborn, where a newborn would not be.
Up until that point, current conventional wisdom said that sand tiger sharks are probably giving birth inland, shallow water. But here was a baby shark on a wreck, 100 feet down, offshore. That wasn't expected.
And that evidence, the picture itself, caused scientists to say, let's take another look.
That and a lot of other evidence that I'd been gathering over the previous years between observations, photographs, and just things that I'd seen in sand tiger behavior that said maybe the story that is out there right now really isn't what's going on.
Tanya's a former mathematician who had made numbers her life, so it was only natural to begin counting sharks and use lasers to measure their sizes. Then she connected with shark expert Sulukowski. What was your reaction when you first heard about this coming from the non-scientific community?
My first reaction is, let's go check it out. Let's go find out if this is actually happening.
Together, they found a pregnant sand tiger shark, inserted a birth alert tag, and performed an ultrasound.
We're looking at a baby shark in mom, teeth, body, everything. It's looking back at you. It's absolutely incredible.
The next day, the tag alert. The shark gave birth over a wreck.
Now we have to find out how true it really is. Did we get lucky? Was it by chance? We have to go through the scientific method to really prove that these sand tiger sharks are using these wrecks as sort of a nursery area for their baby sharks.
Scientists believe sand tigers, like other species of sharks, are in decline. These sharks with 2 uteruses only give birth to 1 pup per womb, possibly every few years.
Why do we care about the sharks? Without sharks, you don't have a healthy ocean. Without a healthy ocean, we don't have a healthy earth.
Carrie, okay, what an incredible look. And also, first, may I say, impressive backflip off that boat. Okay, now tell us, we have an idea where the sharks are born. Does anything else matter to us, like when they're born?
Yeah, such a good question, because they long thought that they were giving birth really in spring and that was about it. But this device inside that pregnant shark popped up in December. So it's really upset a lot of the beliefs that marine biologists have, and they realize they have a lot more work to understand the sand tiger shark. Again, one that appears scary but did not interact with us and typically does not interact with swimmers. Thankfully,
just amazing.
guys.
Carrie Sanders, I hope you actually enjoy this since you do it so much for us and you're not scared because...
Are you wondering? Are you wondering?
He seems like a happy man.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right, good. Thanks, Carrie.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are making headlines after their first high-profile appearance since the Platinum Jubilee. The couple visited the United Nations in New York, where Harry made a speech to honor Nelson Mandela, which featured some rather critical messages for politicians in his adopted country. Arriving at the UN hand in hand, Duchess Meghan all in sleek black, Prince Harry making one of his most significant speeches to date.
From the horrific war in Ukraine to the rolling back of constitutional rights here in the United States, we are witnessing a global assault on democracy and freedom.
With that remark, the prince appeared to criticize the Supreme Court for its decision to remove federal abortion protections. This followed remarks recently by Meghan to Vogue magazine, in which she and feminist Gloria Steinem urged men to be more vocal about the controversial Supreme Court decision. Meghan and Steinem were later seen out together. But in his keynote for Mandela, the prince also revealed his enduring love for Africa.
Since I first visited Africa at 13 years old, I've always found hope on the continent, a place where I've found peace and healing time and time again. It's where I felt closest to my mother and sought solace after she died, and where I knew I had found a soulmate in my wife.
Diana famously walked through a minefield in Africa, a walk repeated by Harry during his African tour with Meghan. He and Meghan visited Botswana twice before they were married, working to conserve elephants. Prince Harry told Hoda in April his focus now is his family.
My sort of mantra now every day is and it's a dangerous one because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world, right? It's a responsibility that I feel as a parent.
And as we saw, this is not the first time Harry and Meghan have weighed into politics. The two also spoke out about voting and misinformation ahead of the 2020 election. But this might be Harry's most pointed speech so far, with many wondering if there is more to come. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, Netflix is set to post its latest earnings snapshot today, and Wall Street is bracing for impact.
So what's next for the streaming giant if they report another quarterly dip in subscribers, and how then might that affect your experience? That's up next.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Turning now to financial news, we're getting some new economic data this morning on the housing market.
Yes, NBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now with that. Hey, Contessa.
Well, good morning, guys. Nice to see you. Listen, the Federal Reserve, of course, has hiked interest rates. It makes it more expensive for consumers to borrow money for major purchases like a home. We're seeing that now reflected in this new economic data coming through. Housing starts. This is new residential construction fell 2% in June, and single-family homes plunged 8.1% last month to 982,000. This is on the heels of what we saw as a big drop in home builder confidence as well. By the way, we're also getting numbers in on U.S. building permits. 168.5 million versus, well, that's a drop, and also it missed expectations. Then today on the earnings front, we're getting Johnson & Johnson's earnings report coming in better than expected, but healthcare giant, which is also a member of the Dow, is trimming its profit forecast for the full year. It says, in part, the stronger U.S. dollar has hurt earnings for companies that do business globally. By the way, TikTok has started an overhaul of its global business, which includes layoffs. Wired reports that employees in Europe have been told their jobs at risk. In the UK, employees have been warned that there's cuts coming across several departments. And in the United States, some employees have been informed their roles are being eliminated. TikTok employs thousands of people worldwide, and it has 1 billion monthly active users. And just managed to do that last year. Prime Video is getting a makeover. Amazon says viewers who stream through Amazon Fire TV devices and the Android app will see changes first starting in mid-August. Then they're going to roll out to other devices in the web later this year. Basically, this is to make this more modern, easier to navigate, easier to find live sports to watch. But here's the thing. They're also going to include now a check mark that shows you which movies are free to watch and then which cost extra to rent or buy. I think that's going to be really useful.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All right,
Guys,
Contessa,
Savannah,
thank you.
Thank you. And now to the future of Netflix. The streaming giant is gearing up to release its latest earnings report after seeing a steep decline in subscribers last quarter.
The company hopes a big-budget blockbuster will help turn the tide and bring back customers. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on what consumers need to know.
Hey guys, today's earning report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. This morning, all eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says. The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Now, purchasing a car is becoming a luxury as price tags skyrocket and interest rates continue to climb.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on what's causing the price hike and tips on how to get the best deal.
If you're in search of a new car, buckle up for sticker shock. For the first time ever, the average price paid topped $48,000, a nearly 13% increase from last year, according to industry reports.
I want it today. I don't want to wait a year.
And if you're hoping to ease the pain at the gas pump with an electric vehicle like John Campbell, expect an even bumpier road.
The salesperson said to me that the price was about $7,500 above the sticker price that I would be expected to pay. And he actually said that was a great deal.
Dealer markups driven by high demand and low availability as companies are still reeling from supply chain slowdowns.
Remember, some automakers stopped producing cars so that they could make medical equipment, that kind of stuff. Or they stopped making cars because they didn't want to overstock. So it's going to take some time to catch up.
More drivers than ever are spending at least $1,000 on their monthly car payments, which will go up even more if the Fed raises interest rates again.
Now you're paying more in interest, and you're paying more for the car. So you're kind of getting a double whammy. Experts say consider vehicles in lesser demand, like sedans or hatchbacks, and look for dealerships outside your area to swerve around the industry's roadblocks.
Digging into the data, interestingly, more Americans are buying luxury cars, which is in part driving up that average price paid. Unfortunately, industry experts say it looks like these sky-high prices are going to be hanging around at least through the end of the year. One silver lining, as the cost of cars continues to soar, your used car value also does so. So if you're looking to downsize now, could be a good time. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
And coming up, making history at just 13 years old.
Yeah, Elena Wicker has just become the youngest black person to ever be accepted to medical school. And she joins us next.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now, this next person we're about to introduce you to will make you feel like an underachiever.
Yeah, that's for real. 13-year-old. Did you hear that? 13-year-old Elena Wicker is the youngest black person ever to get accepted into medical school.
And lucky us, Elena is with us this morning. Elena, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. You graduated high school at just 12 years old. Now at the ripe old age of 13, you're a teenager. You're heading to the University of Alabama for medical school. Congratulations. I mean, how does it feel to make history at such a young age?
Thank you. It feels amazing to know that I've been accepted into med school at such a young age. Definitely knowing that I'm inspiring the next generation of girls and women of color to get engaged with STEM. That's the most important part of my journey, to really support and show the girls that they can do whatever they put their minds to. Also, is showing my side of the story and showing all the things and dreams that I've dreamed to do since I was young, and just really showing and going on my journey to getting into med school, going to med school, and succeeding from there.
Absolutely. You most certainly are inspiring so many people. All right, Elena, You have to take us back. We want details. Tell us when you received your acceptance letter into med school. What was that like? What were you thinking?
When I was accepted into med school, it was very exciting. I had the most awkward expression while I was looking at my acceptance letter because it was just such an amazing moment knowing that I was accepted into med school at such a young age and thinking about all the things that I would do once I got into med school. It was also just an inspiring moment knowing that I was sharing it with my community and the people who supported it. It was just one big step. It was the beginning, and I was very excited, very amazed.
Thank goodness for all those people who do support us. I'm looking at the poster over your left shoulder there that says Brown STEM Girl. You're the founder of the Brown Girl STEM Foundation. Tell us about that organization and just help us understand how important representation in STEM is.
The Brown STEM Girl was the company I made just to give opportunities to women and girls of color to get engaged with STEM, to get opportunities and internships and scholarships, also to get engaged with learning STEM all over the world with our STEM Abroad program, going to different places and learning different types of STEM. We also celebrate our girls who bring those skills and abilities with our Brown STEM Girl STEM in the City Day, just giving them this platform to come and show their abilities. And I think that's the most important part of this program, just getting the girls engaged with STEM. And
It's so important. Representation is so important. And Elena, you are such an inspiration. Thanks for talking to us this morning. We're just blown away by you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, summer scorcher. Millions of Americans are facing a brutal heat wave with temperatures climbing into the triple digits. We're tracking where the heat is moving. Plus, it's not just the U.S. Europe is dealing with another day of extreme heat. Travel disrupted and businesses closed. How Europeans are handling this unusual weather. On trial, the list of jurors is being narrowed down in the federal trial against Trump ally Steve Bannon. The impact this trial could have on the January 6th investigation as the committee gets ready for another primetime hearing. The key witnesses from inside the Trump White House who are expected to testify. Growing fallout over the police response to the Uvalde school shooting. Angry and heartbroken parents are calling for leadership changes after a state report showed a list of failures by the school district and police.
Not one was man enough to go in there. 77 minutes. 77 minutes.
The accountability parents want to see as Uvalde officials pledge school security changes. Plus, closing the gap, a new startup is aiming to boost the number of minority homeowners in this red-hot real estate market. We'll speak with the program's creator on what's being done to make home ownership more attainable. Of course, we keep talking about how difficult it's been to get into that home buying market. So cool to see somebody helping people out.
Exactly. It's only getting harder right now, too, with the mortgage rates.
I know, right? We'll get to that later. We're going to get started this morning with that dangerous heat wave many of you across the country are dealing with.
With sweltering temperatures putting lives at risk, the White House could reportedly make a big announcement soon. According to the Washington Post, President Biden could declare a climate emergency as soon as this week. The move would come after two stinging defeats for the White House, citing inflation concerns concerns, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin said he would block President Biden's climate legislation, which includes tax incentives for wind and solar power and electric vehicles. The other blow, the Supreme Court's decision limiting the EPA's ability to regulate carbon emissions from power plants. And the extreme temperatures we're seeing through a large portion of the country are putting the issue of climate change front and center. Overseas, historic heat and wildfires are also having a major impact in Europe. The heat wave there is blamed for more than 1,000 deaths in Spain and Portugal. And in the UK, the Health Security Agency announced its first level 4 heat warning, which is the highest possible level. Officials there are calling the brutal temperatures a national emergency. From the U.S. to Europe, we have full coverage this morning with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga in Rome. We're going to begin, though, with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. So, Mike, we want to start with that Washington Post report that says President Biden is considering declaring a national climate emergency, and it could happen as soon as this week. That's coming from 3 people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss private deliberations. NBC News has reached out to the White House. We haven't heard back yet. So, Mike, what options would declaring a national climate emergency give the president when it comes to fighting global warming and climate change?
Well, first, Joe, let's just be clear. The president has made it clear as they issued a statement on Friday saying that climate action remains an urgent priority. And as the president put it, if the Senate refuses to act, he will take strong executive action. A White House official just get back to me a moment ago, in fact, Joe, saying that we are still considering all options and no final decision has been made. But what are those options? This official is pointing out that the president has already taken a number of executive actions to try to deal with climate change, including invoking the Defense Production Act just last month to try to boost the solar manufacturing industry. According to a report from the Center for Biological Diversity, which is urging the president to take this more urgent action, he could also consider actions like invoking the Defense Production Act again, suspending offshore drilling, and halting crude oil exports. Now, of course, as the White House is indicating, this is an option that they have been long considering. There was always a certain amount of pessimism about these talks that Senator Schumer was engaged in with Senator Manchin, and so they're ready for this moment, but now they're kind of doing the final vetting of these options.
Mike, one of the big challenges is last month the Supreme Court severely restricted the EPA's authority to regulate carbon emissions. So how is the White House trying to work around that ruling and to avoid further court challenges down the road?
Yeah, this decision last month was seen by a lot of climate activists as a real gut punch. The Obama administration had based so much of its climate policy on using executive authorities, and that was what was struck down by the Supreme Court, specifically the EPA's authority to regulate greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act. Now, White House officials telling me this morning that they believe that court ruling was actually rather narrow, that this was one narrow ruling on one specific narrow authority. And they believe that there are still authorities within other pieces of legislation that the president can employ at this point, a range of authorities that a range of agencies, even beyond the Environmental Protection Agency, could employ. And so they believe they're on strong legal footing. But when you talk about invoking a climate emergency, I think that's an effort by the White House to give whatever actions the president were to take even more legal authority. We see this in potential action on climate, and we've also been talking about this as a possible public health emergency the administration is considering declaring in the wake of the Supreme Court's decision on abortion. That's where the White House is really in emergency mode on a number of fronts, Joe.
I mean, let's be clear, Mike, any executive order from the president on climate is likely going to end up in court. So Congress is still, ideally for the president, the best way to make a lasting change. But we know Senator Joe Manchin, he's come out against President Biden's climate and tax plan now. So is there any hope at all for more negotiations in the Senate, or is it pretty much the president having to go it alone here?
Joe, the vice president was actually out giving a speech yesterday, speaking to the NAACP. And as it relates to a number of Biden administration priorities, whether it be voting rights, taking action on abortion, or other policies, she said, we need 2 more votes in the Senate. The White House, as I indicated, was always skeptical that Senator Manchin was going to come around. You heard the president say this on Friday. He was asked if Senator Manchin had been negotiating in good faith. He says, I wasn't negotiating with Senator Manchin, so I couldn't speak to it. There was a view, even in Democratic leadership, that Senator Schumer was perhaps a little bit too optimistic that Manchin could be brought on board with a robust effort to revive the Build Back Better agenda. And so now what the president is calling on Congress to do, the Senate specifically, is to take the few options that Senator Manchin is willing to go ahead with and try to pass that. But really, any further action on climate specifically is going to depend on the midterm elections this fall.
All right, Mike Memoli, thanks for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Now, for more on the devastating impact of this heat wave overseas, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga in Rome. Claudio, good morning. So let's start in Great Britain, which has seen, even salt trucks spraying sand on roads to stop them from melting. Geographically, this really is something, because this is an area whose southernmost point is on the same latitude as Winnipeg, Canada. They're not equipped to deal with this dangerous heat. What's it been like there? Are people staying safe?
Hey, Savannah. Well, actually, we learned in the last few minutes that the temperature in the UK has now reached 102.3 Fahrenheit. Well, that makes today the hottest day in history in the UK. Pretty hot, especially for a country that usually is more used to temperatures in the range of the 60s to 70s at this time of the year. Of course, the UK is not prepared for this kind of heat. We've seen it yesterday when the temperature there reached only quote, quote, 99, still very hot for the UK, and we've seen the consequences of that. In one of the airports, one of the 4 airports in London, Luton Airport, the tarmac lifted so that some of the planes had to be diverted to other airports, and that is one of the many effects. A picture, perhaps, that represents what happens in London or in England when there is this kind of heat is a picture that struck me yesterday is about a royal guard. I don't know whether you can see that. Mm-hmm. It's a royal guard in his typical uniform wearing a bearskin hat. Every tourist that has been in London at Buckingham Palace will remember that, and that's very, very hot, of course. And those guards, if you've been there, they just do not flinch on anything. Tourists trying to poke them and trying to make them laugh and taking selfies, they just do not move. But this poor guy, it must have been so hot that a policeman took pity on him and started giving him some water. And this was yesterday. Today, the temperature is even hotter, 102.3. So imagine how difficult it will be for the British, for the Brits in the UK to cope with this kind of weather, Savannah.
Absolutely. 100 degrees in that outfit doesn't seem safe. Claudio, now let's talk through fires. First in southwest France, they've already burned more than 27,000 acres and forced thousands from their homes, but also Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, all dealing with wildfires. How's it going with efforts to contain them?
Well, there have been widespread forest fires all across the southern Europe, Portugal, Spain, Italy, but now the worst one that we've seen is one that is affecting the area of Gironde, which is in southwest France. That has been raging for a number of days now. It has employed more than 2,000 firefighters trying to battle it. 4 days now. It forced the evacuation of 32,000 people. It has been called by French authorities the fire of the century. Now, yesterday, we saw another piece of video from Spain, which has also been affected by forest fires. Very impressive, scary stuff. We've seen a train that was traveling through 2 fires on the left and the right, essentially was driving through a forest fire. Luckily, all the passengers are safe, and the train in the end reached its final destination. Savannah.
All right, now also a study published in June in the journal Environmental Research Climate concluded it's highly probable that climate change is making these deadly heat waves worse. How are European leaders specifically responding to the climate crisis?
Well, all experts, of course, agree that these series of heat waves are the consequence of climate change. But now European leaders, as you mentioned, started to admit that too, started to say that too. Pedro Sánchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, yesterday said that climate change kills. It kills people, it kills the ecosystem, it kills biodiversity. So leaders now, not only experts, are starting to admit and say that this is the consequence of climate change. Savannah?
All right, Claudio Lavanga from a very warm Rome for us. Stay cool, Claudio. Thank you.
For more on the dangerous heat here at home, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we are looking at that relentless heat continuing, and we're going to see it continue. So no relief. We're looking at some relief in Europe. I'll show you that in just a minute. That's going to start tomorrow. But taking a look at records yesterday, we had a really hot day once again. Widespread triple digits across the area. 101 in Oklahoma City, 104 in Lubbock, 107 in San Angelo. It was 109 degrees in Dallas. And we're going to have another hot day in the central and southern plains, the west too. 194 million people with highs above 90 degrees. And we're looking at 40 million, with highs above 100. That's a lot, and that's very widespread. It's dangerous. We're not getting the relief at night. We had temperatures near 100 degrees in Phoenix overnight. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s in Dallas, so we're not getting that relief once that sun does set either. 89 million people impacted by a heat alert today from the west all the way to the central and southern plains. Okay. And notice the northeast, New York City. We are looking at a heat advisory starting tomorrow. That includes Boston. That includes Philadelphia, because we are looking at a stretch of 90s across the area. There's that relentless heat for today. 109 once again in Dallas. It's going to feel like 110. It'll feel like 107 in Memphis, 95. It's going to feel like 98 degrees in Minneapolis. So close to the century mark there will be the heat index. And then we're going to start those 90s in Philadelphia, 91. And we're going to see that lasting at least through the weekend. We get a little bit of a break starting next week. Tomorrow we're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s in New York City. So the heat does go on. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits still. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, St. Louis, same story. New York City, mid-90s Thursday, 92 on Friday, 94 on Saturday. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. Then let's talk about that historic heat wave that Claudio was talking about. Notice London, 100 degrees today. We're looking at triple digits. We broke a record there of 102, and we're looking at 80 degrees tomorrow. So some relief in Paris, 77. That's going to feel good after this historic heat wave. But notice Madrid, also Rome, we're looking at temperatures staying put in the upper 90s and triple digits. Now, back home, we have some summer storms. We have lots of heat, lots of humidity that's fueling those storms. So storms along the border of Canada and the northern tier of the nation into Minnesota. We're looking at some storms in the southeast as well. So some heavy rain in parts of New England, but that's moving out. We're going to see a second system moving in. First, though, the bullseye for severe weather today will be in the Midwest. We're looking at a cold front that's moving through the Midwest. That's going to bring the chance of some gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and even the chance of a tornado. And then, you guys, this cold front moves off to the Great Lakes tomorrow. So more severe weather tomorrow. Plenty of fuel. We have the trigger of the storms, and we're going to talk more about that heat in just a bit.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Now, today is day 2 of jury selection in the trial of former top Trump advisor Steve Bannon.
Bannon faces criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing to comply with a subpoena issued by the January 6th committee. In a stunning reversal more than a week ago, he offered to testify in a live public hearing, but committee members have said that's not likely to happen. For more on that, we are joined now by NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, good morning. So we know this is an unusual case, to put it mildly. What are you going to be watching out for as this unfolds?
Unusual is the right word. This is a crime that is very rarely prosecuted. Most of the time, contempt is civil. In other words, the judge may throw you in jail, but it's technically not a crime. It's just to get you to comply with a court order or a court directive. This is criminal contempt. It's different. It's punishing what Steve Bannon already allegedly did in the past. So when he offered to testify or come to the committee last week or the week before, that wouldn't have remedied it no more than when you rob a bank. Offering to give back the money negates the crime. So this is a very interesting case, rarely prosecuted. Look for Steve Bannon's defense team to try and make this about a political prosecution to the jury, that this isn't really a crime. This is more about politics, and he's a sort of political prisoner, for lack of a better word.
Now, Bannon's defense team has also questioned whether he's going to be able to get a fair trial because of the jury pool, how that process is going to work, just because everybody knows about January 6th. It's obviously something we're all talking about a lot. There's a House committee investigating it. What do you make of that?
I've had this issue in my own high-profile trials, and what happens is the test is not whether or not a juror has heard about the case or heard about your defendant. Sometimes in a case like this, every juror has heard of Steve Bannon. Everyone who is in this jury pool knows about January 6th. So instead, the test is whether, given what you know about the case, can you set aside any biases you may have and judge this defendant fairly and impartially. And then it's up to the defense counsel and the prosecutors to argue about whether or not this juror really is too biased, or they can really set those things aside. But bottom line is, it will be difficult to seat a jury, more difficult than in your run-of-the-mill case involving a defendant that nobody's ever heard of.
Bannon, of course, remains defiant during this. His attorney has kind of raised some questions. I think my favorite quote from his attorney is, "What's the point of going to trial here if there are no defenses? How do you defend him in this
And
situation?"
you know what the judge reportedly said after that? The judge said, and I believe I'm quoting, "Agreed." I mean, that's amazing. Obviously, it's out of the earshot of the jury. That would be incredibly prejudicial. And look, when you're going back and forth in oral argument, things are said. It seems a little crazy to think that a judge said that. But look, you say stuff in oral argument, and the judge does too. The judge revealed that the judge has an idea about this case now that all these defenses are gone, but it will be up to the jury. Look, as a defense attorney, I'm biased. It feels like the world's against you. And if I'm Bannon's defense counsel, I'm feeling like, look, this judge has tied our hands. I understand the sentiment, but, you know, the judge has to eliminate the defenses that the judge thinks are not legally viable. And that's what the judge did.
All right, we're going to see what happens. Will be interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Danny Savalas, as always, thanks for joining us. Now, as the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol prepares for Thursday's primetime hearing, 2 more Trump White House officials will take center stage. NBC News has learned that Matthew Pottinger and Sarah Matthews will testify during Thursday's hearing. Pottinger was a member of the National Security Council, while Matthews worked as deputy press secretary. Both resigned in the days following the attack on the Capitol. Joining us now for more is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So in past hearings, we've heard compelling testimony from former White House officials, people who were in the inside as this unfolded. On Thursday, the committee is expected to focus on what the president did or didn't do during the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Obviously important there for it to be people close to the president on that day. But what do we know about what Pottinger and Matthews did in the Trump White House, and why would their testimony be helpful for that particular point they're trying to make?
Well, these were 2 individuals who worked in the West Wing, who were, intimately familiar with the surroundings, with the people, and certainly with President Trump. And these 2 people, Pottinger and Matthews, resigned in the very wake of the attack itself. In the case of Sarah Matthews, she tweeted on the 1-year anniversary that January 6th was nothing more than a coup attempt, and that former President Trump failed to meet the moment. For Pottinger, he has described in previous closed-door testimony to the committee that he decided to resign the moment at 2:24 p.m. on January 6th. That was the moment when President Trump sent out the tweet targeting his own Vice President Mike Pence, saying that he didn't have the courage, end quote, to carry out the overturning of the election. So these are people that wrestled with January 6th, morally, personally, and ultimately decided that what they had seen and experienced was simply too much for them to continue to serve under President Trump.
Now, Scott, the House panel is expecting those allegedly erased text messages from the Secret Service by the end of the day. Obviously, this was a headline that caught a lot of attention. How important could those messages be to the committee's investigation?
They could be very important. And the reason is because they could confirm key elements of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony before the committee last month. If you remember, she had testified that what she had overheard from some top White House officials and security officials was that President Trump had wanted, very passionately to join some of his supporters on January 6th in the march on the Capitol. In so much so, in fact, that he, according to Cassidy Hutchinson and what she had heard, got into a physical altercation with one of his top security folks in the presidential SUV, at one point trying to grab the steering wheel of the vehicle. And so those text messages could confirm a lot of that and corroborate a lot of that information, as well as reveal a lot more. And Chairman Benny Thompson and other members told us yesterday that they still do anticipate to receive those text messages by close of business today, which is the deadline that they have given the Secret Service to turn those over.
And Scott, before I let you go, I want to switch gears here quickly. We got word yesterday that Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelenska, will address Congress tomorrow on Capitol Hill. How significant is that speech? And quickly tell us what she's been doing during her D.C. trip.
Yeah, just yesterday evening, she met with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. She is here at the invitation of First Lady Joe Biden, and that's because they formed a relationship. Joe Biden went to Kyiv herself in May and met with the Ukrainian First Lady. And so there's a relationship there. She's going to be speaking to the United States Congress in the same auditorium where her husband in March addressed the Congress through a virtual address. And I think what the message is going to be from her is that, look, don't forget about Ukraine. Don't forget about her people. I know there's all these other issues that are affecting America, inflation, high gas prices, but there is real suffering happening in Ukraine, and in the Congress and the United States should not forget Ukraine at this moment.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much.
In Uvalde, Texas, calls for accountability are growing louder nearly 2 months after that deadly mass school shooting. Survivors, families, and community members all spoke out at a school board meeting last night, criticizing school officials for what they call failures and lack of leadership.
You don't have an answer. Don't have an answer? You don't have an answer for these families?
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Uvalde. So, Guad, that school board meeting lasted more than 3 hours, and it came one day after a preliminary report by a Texas House committee found systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making by law enforcement in the school district. So what came out of the meeting last night?
Joe, this was a very difficult meeting for school administrators. Now, this was an opportunity for members of the public to step up to a microphone and have an unlimited amount of time to ask questions in front of the school board. That was the intention. The superintendent did say he apologized for not making that meeting available before, saying they should have done it earlier. Now, the parents that came and spoke to the microphone, as you said, over 3 hours, were upset. Of course, this right after that report was released over the weekend. And frankly, Joe, it felt like two different opposing sides. On one side, you had the members of the school board trying to answer questions, and on the other side, the members of the public not only speaking angrily or upset on the microphone, but also yelling from across the auditorium. Here's a part of that conversation, not only from parents, but also from some students.
Go to your guys' school if they don't have protection.
These are the things that keep me up at night. And I wonder, have you thought of these things? Have they crossed your mind? So I ask you, what are you going to do about your failures? Are you going to take responsibility? Are you going to make this right?
And that was a mother talking about the feeling of sending her kids back to school. Some of the parents that I spoke to after the meeting ended said they do not feel safe sending their kids back to school here when the summer ends, Joe.
In the video, Guad, we can see signs that mention the police chief there, Pete Arredondo. The community has been calling for the school district to fire him. Has the district responded to that?
Joe, the most heated moments of the conversation last night is when they talked about Pete Arredondo. Now, we know that the initial reports had said he was the commander of all the officers that responded. Since then, we've learned more details. Now, the conversation last night was basically parents and members of the community asking why he was still employed, asking what is going to happen to Pete Arredondo, who continues to be on administrative leave. Now, the school superintendent did say they will consider the findings of that report that was released over the weekends and meet in a closed session to decide the future of Pete Arredondo. Yet the public wasn't satisfied, and they kept asking the same question. Here's one of the individuals that was talking about Pete Arredondo.
Well, I'll tell you this, if he's not fired by noon tomorrow, then I want your resignation and every single one of you board members, because y'all do not give a damn about our children or us. Stand with us or against us, because we ain't going nowhere.
And you can hear the reaction from most of the people who were in that auditorium. Now, Pete Arredondo has said he did not consider himself the incident commander. He also says he did not ask the officers not to breach the classrooms.
Understandably, a lot of emotions at that meeting last night. Guad, thank you so much.
In Indiana, a 22-year-old armed bystander is being credited for stopping the gunman in a mass shooting at a shopping mall on Sunday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on the quick action that likely saved lives.
Authorities here in Greenwood releasing new details in this investigation and hailing that 22-year-old civilian as a hero, also crediting him with saving lives.
Another American mass shooting with a rare twist after authorities near Indianapolis say a Good Samaritan armed with a handgun shot the gunman and ended the chaos.
Many more people would have died last night if not for a responsible armed citizen.
Investigators naming that Good Samaritan as Elijah Dickin, a 22-year-old Indiana man who's declining to speak publicly. They say the Good Samaritan was legally carrying a handgun at the Greenwood Park Mall with his girlfriend when around 5 p.m. Sunday, the 20-year-old gunman entered the food court, armed with 2 semi-automatic rifles and a handgun. Investigators say he first went to the restroom and stayed for an hour, stashing his phone in a toilet, then emerged and started firing.
We heard loud gunshots.
They say the gunman killed 3, including Victor Gomez, and injured 2, among them a 12-year-old girl.
Seen somebody laying on the ground, and I just grabbed my kids and we ran.
Authorities say the armed bystander confronted and killed the shooter immediately, a rare outcome amid this kind of carnage. Researchers who study active shooter events tracked 464 attacks between 2000 and 2021. In 73 cases, a bystander stopped the shooter, mostly by subduing them physically. The number of times a bystander shot the shooter, 24.
This young man acted within seconds, stopping the shooter and saving countless lives.
No word on the suspected gunman's motive in this shooting, but authorities said family told them he'd recently left his job and been evicted. His family declined to comment. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. And coming up on Morning News Now, a new report shows Homeland Security officials have been using cell phone data to track millions of people.
What DHS is doing with the information and how they're able to access personal data without a warrant. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with alarming new revelations about the use of cell phone data by U.S. immigration officials.
Yeah, a new report by the American Civil Liberties Union says that for years, the Department of Homeland Security has spent millions of dollars on obtaining cell phone location data without warrants and used that information to track the movements of millions of people. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now for more on this. Hey, Julia, good to see you. So that ACLU report includes a collection of contracts between U.S. Customs, ICE, and other parts of the DHS. What do the documents show about where cell phone data is being purchased from and what it's being used for?
So I went through a lot of these documents yesterday, Savannah, and it's really revealing. Not only do we see the contracts, we see the back and forth and how these two companies, Vintel and Babel Street, advertise themselves to DHS. And one email I saw, Vintel was saying that they use location data from millions of cell phones to get billions of location points. This isn't metadata, what we used to talk about, where the government could find out who you might be calling and for how long. This is simply where you go based on your location data on your cell phone. But if you think about that, that's incredibly revealing. Where you sleep, where you work, and especially when it comes to migrants. We understand that this data has been used to track groups of migrants coming across the border, which would make it very easy for enforcement to find out exactly where people might be crossing and apprehend them to. And another thing, these cell phone location tracking companies do not differentiate between who might be a U.S. citizen and who might not be. So that means if you're in the vicinity of any place where they're tracking, your cell phone data is swept up in that as well.
So, Julia, I mean, the ACLU says that this new report reflects a lack of privacy protections here in the U.S., which begs the question, how are government agencies able to obtain this kind of information without a warrant?
Yeah, it's perfectly legal, Joe. Right now, under our law, you do need to, companies and the government needs to get a warrant from companies to get that metadata I talked about. But location data is free game. If you don't have a warrant, you can still track all of this location data, and a lot of companies make a lot of money selling that to the government. Now, there is a law before Congress called the Fourth Amendment is not for sale. This is a bill. They have not passed it yet, but there's a hearing on it today in the House Judiciary Committee, and I think the timing of the release of these documents can't be seen in a vacuum. They definitely wanted to release this, put this in front of lawmakers as they're considering this bill today.
And Julia, is there anything that Congress could do to limit this type of data use?
Yeah, they could pass that bill, which would make the government have to get, and all federal law enforcement agencies have to get warrants before they get this kind of location data. It wouldn't just be free. Now, DHS did not respond to comment. They have said in the past, though, that this isn't personally identifying information, that it's just location data. But most people would tell you, you can pretty easily find out who someone is when you can track where they're sleeping, where they're working, and other things, and how they might be spending their time.
All right, Julia Ainsley, thank you so much.
With inflation at its highest in more than 40 years, more Americans are feeling anxious about money.
Yeah, coming up, we'll share some ways you can address the worries about your wallet. You're watching Morning News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The sentencing trial is now underway for the Parkland shooting gunman. He killed 17 people at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. The jury must now decide whether the shooter will serve life in prison or face the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders has more on the trial and how some of the victims' families are responding.
He is the gunman who took an Uber to Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School and then murdered 14 students and 3 staff. Tried to murder 17 more. The now 23-year-old former student has admitted his guilt.
I'm going to speak to you about the unspeakable. Systematic murder, mass murder.
This rare sentencing-only trial that began today comes after 4 painful years of waiting by victims' families and survivors.
I need closure to this part of it, to the penalty phase, so that I don't have to deal with this murderer anymore.
The 12-member jury, as well as families, will hear every detail of the carnage. For some, too much.
911, what's your emergency?
Hello, we're at Stoneman Douglas High School, and I think there's a shooter.
Gunshots. Later, whispers from students hiding.
He's gonna get us out.
The trial will show security video of the defenseless students fired on with an AR-15. Jurors seated just feet away as survivors testify will feel the still raw emotion that has not faded. Jurors will then recommend either life in prison or the death penalty. Victoria Gonzalez shared this video with NBC News. The photo, her boyfriend, Joaquin Gonzalez.
Let's remember those we love and that they will live with us forever, regardless of what happens, and know that doing your best is enough. I'm with all of you.
Debbie Hickson's husband, Chris, ran into the building to try to disarm the former student.
What is the appropriate punishment here?
You know, at the end of the day, nothing's going to change what's here for us. But I just personally don't feel that this individual should be sucking any more energy out of our community, any of our resources. So for me, I think that the best justice that we're going to get is the death penalty.
The gunman sat in court listening to it all.
Kerry Sanders, thank you. The gunman pleaded guilty to all 17 murders and 17 counts of attempted murder last year. He said in court he believes the victim's family should be the ones to decide whether he gets the death penalty. It's time for our weekly mental health check-in. More Americans are concerned about the impact that inflation is having on their wallets.
Absolutely. We have more on how to manage that anxiety, plus how talking negatively about yourself might be impacting your mental health. We're taking a closer look at how a couple of small changes can make a big difference for your self-esteem.
Let's bring in Dr. George James to help us navigate through these headlines. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist at the Council for Relationships. Dr. James, good to have you with us. So a new report from Morning Consult shows that the leading cause of anxiety among Americans is inflation right now. What are the best ways to deal with the stress that most of us are having with money right now?
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. Of course, money is a big stressor for people right now because everywhere we look, there's just increasing costs. And unfortunately, some people might not have increase in income. So when you have more expenses or more costs and maybe less income, it's going to cause anxiety. So one of the things that people can do is really be able to be aware that that's what's causing you anxiety, so that it's not your children, it's not other people, it's maybe just the cost of things. Two, you can look at your spending habits to think about what can you change or adjust. And then overall, see what you can delay. Maybe it's something that you can't do now, maybe it's something later. Maybe really pay attention to your needs versus your wants. And hopefully you might be able to have enough time where you can get back to a place where you feel more comfortable. Around you, figure out some other solutions, look up advice and support, and find a solution that can help you right now so that you can maybe lower that anxiety.
Something I know we all need help with, right? Let's turn now to that voice that influences us every day, because it's our own inner voice, that one that you hear all day long in your head. Psychologists are learning more about how negative self-talk impacts our self-esteem and image. So how do we know when we're experiencing negative self-talk? And of course, most importantly, how can we try to work on that?
Yeah, to me, this goes back to what feels like psychology 101 in terms of being aware of our inner thoughts. You know, one of the things I share with my clients, it's the story that we tell ourselves. And sometimes that story is influenced from our upbringing, our culture, our community, or even our life experiences. So it's really important that we hear the story and then we try to change that story. Easier said than done. It takes a lot of work to be able to see that I'm good, that I'm smart, that I'm beautiful, that I'm capable. Being actually able to say those things, affirmations are good ways to change that. Sometimes there's even apps that you can choose, affirmation apps that allow you to know that you are a good person, that you are doing well, and then believe it. Sometimes we struggle with believing the good that when we try to replace the negative self-talk.
That's some good advice. Lizzo's album right now, by the way, her new album is a good self-love thing.
True.
So maybe use that. I don't know. That's my advice. All right, finally, I'm going to ask you, this is my favorite question of the morning. A study shows that being hangry is a real emotion, not angry, hangry, and most people regularly experience it. So how does being hungry impact our emotions?
Well, you know, I think for a long time we've known that food really directly impacts how we feel. Lack of food, too much food, you know, from people feeling like they're tired to people feeling like they're just losing it without it. And this is something I learned quite early when my wife was pregnant and I delayed feeding her because I was taking too long to make a choice. So I understand that when there's a lack of food, we can get to a place where we feel different emotions. And so it's okay to treat it as a real emotion and to be aware of how long are you going without food? What foods are you putting in your body? How often? These are the things that you can be aware of because it shows up at home, at work, in our community, if we're not paying attention to how we're feeding ourselves or what we're doing overall with food.
Very good.
You know, and little kids are supposed to like identify what they are, like sad, happy. Now, hangry is legitimately an emotion.
There's going to be an emoji with it too.
I was just going to say, an emoticon. Hangry. All right, I like that. I wonder what that facial expression would be.
I don't know.
We'll have to work on that. All right, we'll talk about that next time. Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you this morning.
And coming up, navigating this hot real estate market.
Yeah, research shows black applicants are denied home mortgages at a much higher rate than white applicants. We're going to tell you about new program that is aiming to even out the playing field. Next.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Back with financial headlines, and Apple is changing its hiring plans.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Contessa, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. We're looking at green arrows across the board for Wall Street this morning, set to open higher. But we saw this yesterday. Remember, stocks then reversed course in yesterday's session. They got dragged down by a Bloomberg report that Apple will slow hiring and spending next year to prepare for a possible recession. Apple is heavily weighted in the Dow. It fell 2%, and then the Dow closed down more than 200 points yesterday. Today, we're focusing on a report on housing starts. We just got earnings from Johnson & Johnson that beat expectations. We'll look for earnings from Lockheed Martin as well. Netflix also reports quarterly results today after the closing bell. The streaming giant reported its first loss of subscribers in more than a decade last quarter. Analysts expect another decline this time around, despite the company's effort to crack down on account sharing and the eventual addition of a cheaper ad-supported subscription. Netflix is the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 this year, down nearly 70%. Wow. Instagram will now let users shop directly from small businesses in chats. You will be able to place orders through direct messages, track your purchase, and ask the business any follow-up questions in the same chat thread. The new feature will use MetaPay to complete that purchase. They are just trying to make it easier and easier for us to shop on impulse. Savannah,
exactly.
I know. I keep seeing more ads, too, in my feeds. So they're throwing that out there, too.
I see a cute outfit, and then you see the little shopping bag icon. I'm like, oh, I could just tap, and there it is.
There you go. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Easy.
Thanks, Contessa. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, the hot housing market is highlighting a growing racial gap when it comes to homeownership.
According to Zillow, in 2020, black applicants were denied mortgages at a rate 84% higher than white applicants. That's up 10% from the year before. But one black-led startup company is working to change that.
We want to welcome Brian Young. He's the CEO and co-founder of Home Lending Pal, an AI-powered mortgage advisor platform. So cool. Brian, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So I want to start with that racial housing gap, which I know helped inspire your software. What are some of the biggest challenges black home buyers are facing? What are some of the disparities at play here?
Yeah, I mean, here in the United States, you have a persistent history of discrimination and inequality
as well as a crisis of housing affordability. So you see a lot of Black homeowners that feel discrimination, and technically 51% of them feel that discrimination. But there's also the financial aspect. They don't have as much savings. More than half spend their rent. Their rent is actually higher in many cases, as well as the amount of savings that they have in terms of student debt and credit card debt really prevents them from having the ability to pay for down payment programs.
So one of the notable features of your startup, Home Lending Pal, is that it actually hides identifiers like race, like sex from lenders. Tell us more about that, and what are the results you've seen from that so far?
Yeah, so in our public beta, we had about 20,000 people that signed up within an 8-week period. And out of that, we were able to get 1 out of 3 approved. And one of them was Black usually, so about 33% of them, which is much higher than industry standard. But we also saw that discrimination also happens against others, women, same-sex couples, Latinos, et cetera. So in our opinion, utilizing technology as a way to hide that information until after the decision is made usually creates a more equitable process for everyone.
Now, I know your company is also partnered with IBM. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we've had a growing spike. After that public beta, we've grown in users. About 80,000 users have come into the platform around the country. And one of the things that we're looking to do now is to scale to different states as well, as far as the equitable housing financial plan through Fannie and Freddie. So one of the things IBM is doing is really coming in and helping us stabilize the technology, providing data security and data protection, as well as embedded AI, which gives us the ability to expand our mortgage assistant, Kev, into the mobile devices of our users to make it a lot easier for them to manage.
Let's talk about the long term, looking down the road. First of all, what kind of impact do you hope your company is going to have? And do you think things can change when it comes to this issue? And what will it take for that to happen?
I do think things could change. I think it's going to take time. Our ultimate impact, our ultimate goal is to put at least 3 million African Americans into homes by 2030. And that's being a part of a much larger initiative. But the biggest thing is that, one of the things is that the Equitable Housing Financial Plan has special credit programs. It also utilizes rental history, which would make more than 95% of the applicants qualify in this perspective. So what we really want to do is build this technology. Think of it like a Siri for mortgages, where the borrower connects their financial account as well as authorizes the soft FICO pool. And then the artificial intelligence does the rest of the work for them. It finds opportunities for them and presents those opportunities with them in this process.
Brian Young, so cool what you're doing. Congratulations on this, and thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Coming up here, inspiring others on and off the field.
A professional soccer player makes history while playing for the national women's team. How her story is helping the next generation.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur?
Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're one of those Harry Styles fans who feels like you know enough about the singer to actually take a class on him, well, now you can. In the spring, Texas State University in San Marcos is offering a course called Harry Styles and the Cult of Celebrity. It will focus on the impact that Styles' music has had on European pop culture, including sexuality, fashion, fan culture, and more. The professor said on TikTok that he'd been a fan of Styles ever since his One Direction days and came up with the idea while he was stuck at home during the pandemic listening to Styles' music. The university's honors college students will get first dibs at the course, which is capped at just 20 students. I've actually spent several weeks of my life teaching workshops at Texas State University, so I feel like maybe I should get dibs on auditing, remotely.
That sounds fun.
There you go.
I think somebody else in the studio might want to join you.
Yeah, I think our stage manager, Jillian, might be moving to Texas.
Looks like she wants to kill us right now. I love you, Jillian. Okay, very cool. Thank you, Joe. Yep. All right, now you might know Carson Pickett from her amazing skills on the soccer field. Now the superstar athlete is inspiring others to take their talents to the next level. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more on how Pickett's limb difference is impacting young athletes.
Her senior national team debut.
When Carson Pickett took the field for the U.S. women's national soccer team,
it was incredible. It was honestly a dream come true.
It wasn't just her dream on that field.
I think that was like one of the coolest moments of my life, is just realizing that there's so many people out there that are just like me and that are looking up to me, and I can, maybe show them the way.
Born without her left hand and forearm, Pickett recently became the first player with a limb difference to play for the national team. Not there because she's different, but just like every player out there, the best of the best.
And it was just an incredible moment, just to take it all in and realize where I was. I was playing for the best team in the world and starting for the best team in the world.
It's not the first time Pickett has inspired. In 2019, this moment with then 1-year-old Joseph Tidd went viral.
I remember having a jacket on, and I pulled my arm out of the jacket, and he just started beaming, and he was smiling, and he was laughing, and I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that he realizes that we're the same.
I'm ready.
Joseph, also born with a limb difference, is now 4.
I did it!
And following in her athletic footsteps.
Yeah! I would just say follow your dreams. I say it all the time, but my dad has told me a million times, never let anyone turn your sky into a ceiling.
Words to live by as she helped the U.S. team to a 2-0 win over Colombia while showing fans around the world what defying limits can look like. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Love that story. Super inspiring.
How inspiring is she? Oh, so neat.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, relentless, a global heat wave of historic proportions wreaking havoc on tens of millions from Memphis all the way to Madrid. Here in the States, record-shattering temperatures are moving east this morning. We've got the latest forecast and what you can do to keep cool in the U.S. Well, in the UK, the nation is facing what officials are calling a heat apocalypse. People there bracing for Britain to become one of the hottest places on Earth. Now, those scorching temperatures are affecting critical infrastructure. Gaveling in, jury selection resumes today for Steve Bannon, the Trump ally now in the opening stages of his contempt of Congress trial. How those proceedings could affect this week's highly anticipated January 6th committee hearing. Are you still watching? A storm is brewing this morning on Wall Street as investors brace for Netflix's latest earnings report today. Will the streaming giant post another round of subscriber losses? And what does that mean for the future of your account? We've got the answers. And mysteries of the deep. Our own intrepid shark correspondent, Carrie Sanders, answers a confounding question about one of the world's most fascinating creatures. Where exactly do sharks give birth? More on that coming up.
Was that Carrie flipping off a boat?
I'm not sure, but we are keeping Carrie busy with shark stories this summer. So
honestly, I'm very impressed.
He's going to bring you one more. All right. That'll come up a little bit later this hour. We're going to begin this hour, though, with the dangerously hot weather that is smashing records in the U.S. and across Europe. Nearly 90 million Americans are facing heat advisories or warnings this morning. 90 million, with triple-digit temperatures expected from California to the plains. Now that sweltering weather is moving east, putting more lives at risk and stretching power grids to the limit.
And in Europe, the UK has issued its first ever red warning, it's called, for extreme heat, advising people to stay inside as temperatures reach a record high. It comes as wildfires rage across continental Europe, displacing thousands, and more than 1,000 deaths there have been attributed to the historic heat wave. We have full team coverage with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman and foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea, but we're going to start this morning with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa at the New Jersey shore. Emily, good morning.
Good morning to you. This is the place you want to be amid sweltering temperatures. Already we've seen some folks getting into the water to beat the heat. Here on the East Coast, we've briefly dodged some of the scorching heat that other parts of the country have seen, but not for long. These high temps are coming for us, too. This morning, millions of Americans are struggling to stay safe and cool as these dog days of summer usher in weather that can be downright dangerous. This morning, Americans are waking up to blistering temperatures with an oppressive heat wave stretching from coast to coast.
It's just been brutal heat.
89 million people across at least 23 states are under heat advisories, watches, or warnings. More than half of the country is seeing temperatures over 90 degrees, many setting records.
It's sweltering. And what's the worst is there's no air moving.
Triple digits extending through the plains from the Dakotas to Texas. Across the Lone Star State, records tied or shattered.
People say it's hot in Texas, but this is like different. It's hot.
Dallas reaching a whopping 109 degrees.
I don't have central air. It would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
Michael Sneed says for him, the blazing Texas heat is a matter of life and death.
Most of the time I have to sit right on the couch up under the air condition, and that's not really doing much. And so I feel in danger all the time.
California's Central Valley is facing excessive heat warnings. The city of Fresno expecting triple-digit temperatures to linger for weeks. Officials already responding to calls for heat exhaustion warn that as little as 30 minutes of activity in this climate can be dangerous.
Our bodies are not necessarily used to or accustomed to this heat over long periods of time, and so it can be really dangerous if you're not prepared.
In Denver, the mile-high city hitting a sizzling 100 degrees. After escaping the heat over the weekend, the extreme weather is finally reaching the East Coast. Severe storms battered the New York City area on Monday, flooding roads and train lines and causing damage like this sinkhole that swallowed a van in the Bronx. With summer just hitting its stride, this is likely only a preview of even hotter days to come. And a slew of cities, particularly in Texas, have already seen more 100-degree days this year than they typically record all summer long. The season shaping out to be relentless. Savannah?
Oof. All right, Emily Aketa, stay cool. Thanks so much.
For more on the historic heat wave in Europe, let's bring in Kelly Kobayea. She is in London. All right, Kelly, so I'm from Minnesota, where we put sand and salt on roads to melt the ice. Cities in the UK are actually covering roads with sand to keep the roads from melting, and rail authorities are warning train tracks could buckle in the heat. What all are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, look, Joe, this simply isn't a country that's used to dealing with or built to deal with extreme temperatures like this. I think the average high in the UK is 75 in the summer. And we just saw a tweet by the Met Office, the National Weather Service here, saying that they've just registered an all-time high for the UK, 40.2 degrees Celsius at London Heathrow Airport. That's 104 degrees. That has never been recorded in this country before. And as I was saying, a lot of the infrastructure is built to withstand heat up to about 95 degrees. So, for example, the railways can buckle under this kind of heat just because of the way that they're constructed. So a lot of trains have been delayed or canceled. The tarmac on the airport runway in Luton Airport, which is an airport north of London, was actually melting yesterday. They had to halt flights for several hours in order to do a repair on the runway because of the heat. That was yesterday. I believe our high was over 100, about a 101 yesterday. Today, we've now reached 104. It's really putting a strain on the country's infrastructure, not to mention the people. Very few people here have air conditioning. Joe, Savannah?
Kelly, we mentioned the UK has issued its first what they call a red warning over excessive heat. What more can you tell us about what the government there is doing to try and keep people safe?
Well, it's actually a bit controversial because, of course, we're in limbo in terms of the government. Boris Johnson was just sort of ousted a couple of weeks ago, and there's a leadership race going on. So the government has been criticized for not doing enough. Boris Johnson was seen taking a flight in a fighter jet yesterday while the country was sort of baking under this heat. But in reality, there's not a lot the government can do. Again, the country's not used to this kind of heat. It's not like we have cooling centers that people can go to. A lot of kids have been brought out of their schools into nice air-conditioned sports halls, for example, and other places where they can cool off during the day, or schools are just closing early and kids are being sent home because many schools aren't air-conditioned. And what the government is really doing is saying, look, we're aware of it. We're trying to make sure that emergency services are on standby, but please stay home. Close your curtains, close your blinds, drink lots of water, and try to take care of yourself because, again, Joe, there's not a whole lot the government can do to keep people safe.
And just trying to imagine a 104-degree temperature without any air conditioning. I mean, Kelly, beyond the UK, we know countries across continental Europe, they're battling wildfires, they're battling drought, all because of this hot and dry weather. What's the latest with those fires?
Yeah, so places like Spain, Portugal, France, all dealing with these wildfires, and now add Greece to that list. The fire officials there say that they've seen reports of 71 new fires in Greece just over the past 24 hours. This is something that has been going on in continental Europe, mostly Western Europe and Southern Europe, for the past several days now. One of the fires in France alone, in a very popular tourist area, is more than half the size of Washington, D.C. right now. An incredible amount of land burning there. Tens of thousands of people have now been evacuated. When you look at Spain, France, and Portugal, the numbers of deaths and the risk to life is increasing as well. And there's no sign of this heat wave ending all that soon in continental Europe. Spain yesterday, in northern Spain, they recorded a high temperature of 109. Joe.
All right, Kelly Cobier, I'm going to let you go. Hopefully you can go cool off for a few moments. Thank you so much.
Hopefully. So how high are the temperatures expected to reach, and when will we get some relief? Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman's here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And we're looking at this ongoing situation. So we are looking into next week, and we see it's still going on. And that's part of the problem. It's hot, but we're not getting that relief at night. We're not getting that relief at all. We're going on a month and a week here. So we're looking at 89 million people impacted today with alerts from the West Coast to parts of the central and southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. And guess what? It looks like parts of the Northeast have been added too. So Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, you're going to see temperatures into the 90s tomorrow, and it's going to be a stretch of 90s. So that advisory starts tomorrow for you. Relentless heat once again. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than that. So Wichita today, 107. That's 15 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. It's July. It's hot, but these are not typical numbers. 107 in Lubbock, 109 in Dallas. That's 13 degrees above average. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, notice it expands to the east. So now we're looking at temperatures in Boston, 93 degrees, 12 degrees above average, 93 in D.C. It's going to feel like 98 once you factor in that humidity. And this heat stays in place as we go throughout the later part of this week into early next week. So Wichita still in the triple digits through Saturday. Same story in Little Rock, Nashville, 100 degrees on Saturday. And as we look towards D.C., we're looking at temperatures into the mid-90s for the weekend into early next week. And as we go throughout today, we're looking at temperatures, at least the heat index, we're looking at temperatures feeling like 110 in spots. We set records yesterday, 110 in Abilene, 110 in Wichita Falls, Texas. So this is historical in the U.S. It's also historical in Europe. Now, we were just talking with Kelly, 1 04 today. As we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures 80 degrees. So we're going to see relief there. We're going to see relief also in Paris, but it's in Madrid where we're only going to get warmer. 101 tomorrow, temperatures in the 90s. We're looking at Venice, 89 on Wednesday. So this is a big story. It's going to continue to be a big story. Back home, we have that heat, we have that humidity. It's going to fuel some storms. So that's all you really need, along with a trigger to spark some storms. And that's what we're going to see once again with those really heavy downpours. So as we go throughout today, here's that cold front. It's going to move through the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. We're looking at the possibility of severe weather. We had that earlier this morning. The atmosphere is going to sort of reset. Then we're going to see them reignite later on today. And also scattered storms in the southeast with really heavy downpours. We could see a lot of rain in a short amount of times, those typical summer-like storms. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, those storms move across the Great Lakes into parts of the Ohio Valley. We're looking at downpours once again in the southeast. That's going to cause a chance for some flash flooding. Here's a bullseye for some severe weather today. You see the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes, from International Falls to Duluth, Marquette, also Green Bay, where you see this yellow shading. That's your slight risk. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Also could see some hail, an inch or larger. That causes damage on its own. And watching for the chance of an isolated tornado or two. So it will be another busy day in terms of temperatures, another busy day in terms of severe weather as well. Then tomorrow we're looking at 12 million at risk, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail once again, a tornado risk. It's low, but it's not zero. Tomorrow we're looking at anywhere from Cleveland to Columbus, Cincinnati, just north of Louisville, where you see the yellow ones again. That's where we're looking at that slight risk. And the heavy rainfall, this has been an issue for the past 2 weeks in the southeast. We've had relentless rain there as well because we have such high humidity, such high heat. So those rainstorms are unleashing a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So we're looking at pockets of 1, even up to 2 inches, even higher amounts in those really heavy downpours. For the rest of the country, we're kind of leaving them out here, but we have monsoonal rain in the southwest, and we're looking at a dry day in the West Coast. Look at Northern California, temperatures in the 60s. Haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, wow. All right, Michelle Gross.
Everyone's jealous of that one.
Yeah,
right.
I am. The whole world. Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Now, in Washington, jury selection resumes today in the trial of Trump advisor Steve Bannon. He faces criminal contempt of Congress charges after refusing to comply with a subpoena issued by the House Select Committee investigating January 6th. The NBC News Now anchor and senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
Good morning to you. And today, the expectation is that opening statements will start after jury selection is all wrapped up. And this whole trial is probably going to finish up pretty quickly. Prosecutors have said they only think they need a single day of testimony. Now, Steve Bannon, remember, initially tried to argue that he defied a subpoena from the January 6th committee because his conversations with former President Trump the day before the Capitol attack were covered under executive privilege. But since then, he said that Mr. Trump has waived that privilege. Regardless, it's kind of a moot point now since the judge has already ruled that Bannon's defense team cannot bring that up in court. Legal experts that I've spoken with suggest it's going to be a big surprise if Bannon walks away with an acquittal here. But caveat, you never know what a jury will decide. Keep in mind that even if Steve Bannon does get convicted, he still would not be forced to hand over the documents and the testimony that the January 6th committee wants to see. This is about punishment. This is not about getting him to comply. Just last week, though, Bannon, remember, changed his tune. He volunteered to talk with the committee. He wanted to do it publicly, probably to try to make a spectacle of it, since just yesterday, leaving court, he again called those proceedings a show trial. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Now to the growing fallout in Uvalde, Texas. Nearly 2 months after that deadly mass shooting, community members expressed their outrage at a school board meeting last night. They're calling for immediate action following the release of video footage and a scathing preliminary report. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us live from Uvalde with more. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The school board set aside about 45 minutes for the community to speak out, perhaps vent their frustrations. It lasted for more than 3 hours, and you had students asking board members, what are you doing right now to make sure that my friends don't die? It was pretty haunting. The Texas State Police has launched its own investigation as criticism is mounting.
And then there's going to be frustrations for people that...
It took virtually no time for things to escalate at this school board meeting.
Y'all do not give a damn about our children or us.
The calls to fire School Police Chief Peter Arredondo, outdone only by parents wondering how law enforcement responding on May 24th still had a badge or a community's trust after waiting in the hallways for more than an hour before taking out the gunman. Rachel Martinez has 4 kids on 4 different campuses in Uvalde.
Do you feel comfortable sending a single one of your children to school?
One of my daughters actually comes to tears thinking about having to go to school.
The most common concerns families voiced at the meeting: doors that don't lock and officers that don't act. Students weighing in, including incoming senior Jasmine Casares, whose sister Jackie was killed.
What are you going to do to make sure I don't have to wait 77 minutes bleeding out on my classroom floor, just like my little sister did?
And poignant testimony from 10-year-old Maylee Taylor.
This was the last dress that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends, and that's not good.
Her mother grilling a school board member over what he would have done in the crisis.
Come on, you're a vet. What would you done? Answer.
I don't have an answer for you.
You don't have an answer.
The crowd then attacking him for not answering the question.
I am not a coward. I am a combat veteran of Vietnam. I served 26 years in the Navy, and I served in Desert Storm.
And what about the children calling 911 from inside the classroom?
For the victims, child called 911.
Heard on this police body cam video, time-stamped somewhere around a half hour into the response. The response characterized as egregiously poor decision-making by the committee, moving grieving families to shine light in a dark hour. Vincent Salazar's granddaughter, Layla, died in the massacre.
Voices will be heard, and change will be made.
Throughout the meeting, Joe, you could hear chants of "fire him," referring to Pete Arredondo. And I spoke to the father of Jackie Casares, who died, of course, during that massacre. He said it would be a slap in the face to his baby if Pete Arredondo isn't fired and if there's not more disciplinary action taken against those police officers. Joe, back to you.
Sam Brock reporting in Uvalde. Sam, thank you.
Now we turn to a topic that's been on everyone's mind, gas prices. But believe it or not, there's actually some good news. The price of a gallon of gas has been dropping during the last month, and experts predict that trend might continue. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with, like I said, hopefully a little bit of good news. Those prices over your shoulder look lower than we've seen in a while.
Yeah, Savannah, I know we always talk about the pain at the pump. Well, now we can finally talk about some relief at the pump. After months at those record highs, gas prices have been falling for the past 5 weeks straight. And as you said, analysts predict that trend may continue at least for a little while, helping Americans still hoping to hit the road this summer.
On the nation's roads this morning, filling up is getting a bit less painful. After months of steady increases, gas prices have declined for the 5th straight week.
They've been really high lately, so I think it's about time.
The national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.50, down 15 cents since last week and 49 cents a month ago. While Americans are still paying $1.33 more than a year ago, gas under $4 a gallon is becoming a common sight.
Prices in some 35 states now have fallen under $4 a gallon.
Drivers in the South are seeing the biggest drops. In South Carolina, $4 a gallon on average. Texas at $4 and Mississippi at $4.03, while California, Hawaii, and Alaska remain over $5 a gallon. So what's driving down the prices? Experts say it's supply and demand. Gasoline production has increased while inflation and economic uncertainty has led Americans to fuel up less.
I think we all are dependent on our transportation, and those gas prices are really going to play a big part in getting around.
Officials at the White House insist the recent trend is not a blip.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices.
For families planning that summer road trip, it's all welcome news. But analysts say if there's an energy disruption, prices could just as quickly turn back around.
If we do see a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, prices could still rise rather dramatically.
So with that warning in mind, let's bring it back home to Indiana where we are this morning. AAA has the average this morning here at $4.58 a gallon, down from $5.15 a month ago. And then you can see, as you pointed out behind us, $4.13, the price at this gas station. And we have a siren going by, I should point out. And by the way, guys, I called her out on the Today Show. I'll do it again. People on the ground definitely noticing, because a few minutes ago, our producer topped off our rental car and then just took one look at the total and completely unprompted goes, $35? That's a good day. So it feels good.
Maggie, by the way, your producer, who used to be our producer, Miss Hallie, we love her, and good for her. Happy. Thanks, Maggie. All right, coming up, voters in Maryland are going to the polls today.
Yeah, we're going to have more on one primary race that pits the old GOP guard against former President Trump's influence at the local level. We're going to take you there up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Welcome back. Maryland voters are heading to the polls this morning for some pivotal primary elections.
Yeah, we're following key House and Senate races, but the most closely watched contest of the day will determine who will face off this fall to replace Republican Governor Larry Hogan, who is term limited. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach is following it all and joins us now. Hey, Gary, good to see you. So let's begin with the GOP race for governor. We have a close contest here. It's between a Hogan ally, again, the current governor, and a Trump pick. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, neither Donald Trump nor Larry Hogan are running in this race, but their influence sure is. It really turns into a proxy war of sorts for governor here in Maryland on the Republican side. You've got Kelly Scholes, who is the more moderate candidate. She said she won't change the state's abortion laws at all, and she served for years in the Hogan administration. And then on the other side, you've got Dan Cox. He is a current state delegate here in Maryland, and he's endorsed by former President Donald Trump. He organized buses down to the January 6th rally at the Ellipse, and he also says the election was stolen. He does not believe the 2020 election was a real election. So those are sort of the two candidates on the Republican side, and the outcome of this race is really going to show where Republicans' mindsets are. Are they feeling more moderate, or are they going to more of the far right?
Let's talk about the Democratic side, because this is a chance for Democrats to take back a seat that Republicans hold when it comes to the governorship. It's a wide open race there, 9 candidates, some nationally known, some are newer to the scene. What can you tell us about that, and what are you watching for today?
Yeah, this is a political experience versus new blood kind of race. There are, as you mentioned, 9 different candidates. The 2 frontrunners, you may have heard of them, Tom Perez and Wes Moore. Tom Perez, of course, has more of the name recognition. He was the former Obama labor secretary and the former chair of the DNC. Wes Moore does not have any political experience. He's an entrepreneur, but he's a Rhodes Scholar. He served as a combat veteran in Afghanistan, and he is the former CEO of the Robert Hood Foundation, which is an anti-poverty organization. So this is a race that we're really going to see if the voters are interested in candidates that have the political experience, like we've seen in Annapolis, or want something new down there at the Capitol.
Hey, Gary, I want to ask about something interesting we've seen not just in this particular state, but in other primary races this year as well. Democratic groups investing heavily in Republican primaries, hoping to sway the results. How is that strategy coming into play in Maryland?
Yeah, that far-right Republican candidate I mentioned, Dan Cox, he's benefiting from an unlikely source, the Democratic Governors Association. They have put $1 million into ad campaigns online supporting and promoting the ideas of Dan Cox. The thought behind this is that folks will see that, they will vote for Dan Cox, and then Democrats, they believe, will have an easier time in the primary versus whether it was against a moderate candidate. So they believe it's going to be easier against a far-right candidate. But we've seen this, as you mentioned, across the country. We're seeing it with Kari Lake in Arizona, and we're seeing it in California as well. Certainly, as the old movie saying goes, you know, it's an interesting time here to see. I'm sorry, where's the movie quote? Anyway, back to you. So that,
I don't know the movie quote. Otherwise, I'd help you out, Gary.
All right.
You let us know when you find out.
He's working on it. Gary Crumbach. All right. Thanks.
All right. Now to a stunning story out of West Virginia, where a woman is accusing her brother of nearly killing her after waking up from a 2-year coma. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details.
A woman in a coma for 2 years, conscious again, and she's identifying her brother as the alleged attacker in the assault that left her on the cusp of death. Wanda Palmer was in a long-term care facility in Martinsville, Virginia, but police say she's finally able to tell them about what happened. It all began 2 years ago when Wanda was found slumped on her couch in her living room, unresponsive and severely wounded, according to the criminal complaint.
They came to mow her grass, and they found her in a big pool of blood, they said, and they run up on the hill real fast on a 4-wheeler and told us, and I called the police and the ambulance.
We show up and we see her on the couch, bloodied, battered, bludgeoned in the head and face area. You know, the injuries were consistent with being hit with some sort of an edged weapon, you know, a hatchet, an axe, something along that line.
According to police documents, Wanda was making the sound commonly referred to as the death rattle. Miraculously, she survived.
Thank God she's still alive. Thank God.
Investigators initially considered her brother, Daniel Palmer, a suspect due to a previous violent history between the two, but he told police he had not seen his sister in days. Police later spoke with a witness who said he saw Daniel Palmer in the front doorway at Wanda's trailer at midnight the night she was assaulted, according to the criminal complaint.
The real thing we were missing up to this point was someone who could tell us what happened. You know, just recently, that actually come to fruition.
At the end of June, Wanda had not only come out of her coma, but had begun to utter some single words more than 2 years after the incident. Authorities say they drove to her care facility to speak with her. During the conversation, police say she indicated that she recalled living in the trailer and being hurt there, and that she remembered more.
Where she was able to not only name the attacker, but tell us that it was in fact her brother. We put together a plan there late last night, and today we had to actually travel by ATV into a remote location.
Police charging 55-year-old Daniel Palmer with attempted murder and malicious wounding. Our attempts to reach Daniel for comment were unsuccessful. According to the magistrate court clerk in Jackson County, Palmer is refusing to sign any paperwork to obtain an attorney. But for Wendy, hopefully a step towards justice as she continues to recover.
This case is really about the perseverance and the toughness and the strength of the victim in itself.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Daniel Palmer's bond is set at $500,000. He's scheduled to appear before a judge again on Monday.
All right, now let's get you some international headlines. More protests are expected in Sri Lanka as that country faces a political crisis.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the leader of the opposition in Sri Lanka has decided to withdraw from the presidential race and instead pledge support to his rival candidate. His name is Dullas Alahaperuma. In a Twitter post, he said that he was doing it for the greater good of his country and for the people he cherishes. His support for Alahaperuma presents a challenge for Sri Lanka's acting president, whose eligibility for the executive role is also being reviewed by the Supreme Court. And let's move to southern China, where authorities are apologizing for breaking into several homes of people who were suspected of contracted COVID-19. This is the latest zero-COVID policy measure from China's leadership that has sparked a public backlash. China's officials have referred to the breaking as violent behavior and said the relevant people will be severely punished. Let's end this short or quick tour of the world in Switzerland, where 31 athletes from around the globe competed at the world's first ever Highline World Championship. The three-day event took place on the top of the Crashonjon mountain, I was going to pronounce that in French, at an altitude of over 2,200 meters above sea level, where the brave competitors showed off their skills in the discipline of freestyle highline and speed highline, the stuff that people do to escape the heat wave, guys.
No kidding, my goodness.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
That is some brave stuff there.
Yeah, ooh, crazy. All right.
Claudio, thank you so much. Also,
Thank
by the
you.
way, we have an update right now from Gary Grumbach on that movie quote that you have all been dying to hear.
Yeah.
Gary tells us it's from Dodgeball.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it would have been delivered, but something along the lines of, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
So, all right, there you
Which
go.
was applicable to the topic.
Which was, I think. I don't remember, but I feel like it might have been.
You could have fooled us,
It's a
Gary,
bold
is the
strategy.
bottom line.
Let's see if it pays off. All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Gary.
Coming up, we're exploring the depths of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, our very own Kerry Sanders is exploring the wreckage of a sunken World War II-era boat to find the answer to the question, where exactly are sharks born? That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. We've seen a number of shark attacks already this summer, but we're on a different kind of shark watch this morning.
Yeah, scientists are now focused on finding out where sharks give birth, which could help us get a better understanding of them generally. NBC News senior national correspondent / shark correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale with more on this. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. We're talking about sand tiger sharks, which are found both in the Atlantic and the Pacific. And they can appear scary. They're more than 10 feet. They have really gnarly teeth, but they typically don't interact with swimmers. So we jumped in with about 30 of them. And that's where scientists are using this electronic device. They slip it inside a pregnant shark. And then when the baby is born, it pops out and it floats to the surface and it signals where a baby shark was just born. And surprise, it is not where scientists thought. We're 15 miles east of Cape Lookout, North Carolina. It was long believed sand tiger sharks gave birth much closer to shore, in shallow waters. But today, our target depth is 60 to 90 feet, where the mystery location for giving birth may now be solved. It's here during World War II, a German U-boat sank the freighter Carib Sea. Now an artificial reef, it's where we find more than 30 sand tiger sharks circling, some up to 10 feet long.
Do they want to hear? They look terrified, but they don't want to eat us.
Arizona State University Natural Sciences researcher Dr. James Sulukowski is hoping to confirm a theory that some pregnant mother sharks find their way to wrecks like this to gestate their pregnancies and then give birth.
You've never seen one give birth, have you? But that's the holy grail of shark science. If we can find that out, then we can protect that area.
New evidence that these deep waters harbor a special place for mother sharks begins not with science, but rather with Tanya Hoppermans, an underwater photographer and natural historian. She snapped this photo of a shark she named Claude on a wreck, a newborn, where a newborn would not be.
Up until that point, current conventional wisdom said that sand tiger sharks are probably giving birth inland, shallow water. But here was a baby shark on a wreck, 100 feet down, offshore. That wasn't expected.
And that evidence, the picture itself, caused scientists to say, let's take another look.
That and a lot of other evidence that I had been gathering over the previous years between observations, photographs, and just things that I'd seen in sand tiger behavior that said maybe the story that is out there right now really isn't what's going on.
Tanya's a former mathematician who had made numbers her life, so it was only natural to begin counting sharks and use lasers to measure their sizes. Then she connected with shark expert Sulukowski. What was your reaction when you first heard about this coming from the non-scientific community?
My first reaction is, let's go check it out. Let's go find out if this is actually happening.
Together, they found a pregnant sand tiger shark, inserted a birth alert tag, and performed an ultrasound.
We're looking at a baby shark in mom. Teeth, body, everything. It's looking back at you. It's absolutely incredible.
The next day, the tag alert. The shark gave birth over a wreck.
Now we have to find out how true it really is. Did we get lucky? Was it by chance? We have to go through the scientific method to really prove that these sand tiger sharks are using these wrecks as sort of a nursery area for their baby sharks.
Scientists believe sand tigers, like other
species of sharks are in decline. These sharks with 2 uteruses only give birth to 1 pup per womb, possibly every few years.
Why do we care about the sharks? Without sharks, we don't have a healthy ocean. Without a healthy ocean, we don't have a healthy Earth.
Carrie, okay, what an incredible look. And also, first, may I say, impressive backflip off that boat. Okay, now tell us, we have an idea where the sharks are born. Does anything else matter to us, like when they're born?
Yeah, such a good question, because they long thought that they were giving birth really in spring and that was about it. But this device inside that pregnant shark popped up in December. So it's really upset a lot of the beliefs that marine biologists have, and they realize they have a lot more work to understand the sand tiger shark. Again, one that appears scary but did not interact with us and typically does not interact with swimmers. Thankfully,
just amazing.
guys.
Carrie Sanders, I hope you actually enjoy this, since you do it so much for us and you're not scared, because...
Are you wondering? Are you wondering?
He seems like a happy man.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right, good. Thanks, Carrie.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are making headlines after their first high-profile appearance since the Platinum Jubilee. The couple visited the United Nations in New York, where Harry made a speech to honor Nelson Mandela, which featured some rather critical messages for politicians in his adopted country. Arriving at the UN hand in hand, Duchess Meghan all in sleek black, Prince Harry making one of his most significant speeches to date.
From the horrific war in Ukraine to the rolling back of constitutional rights here in the United States, we are witnessing a global assault on democracy and freedom.
With that remark, the prince appeared to criticize the Supreme Court for its decision to remove federal abortion protections. This followed remarks recently by Meghan to Vogue magazine, in which she and feminist Gloria Steinem urged men to be more vocal about the controversial Supreme Court decision. Meghan and Steinem were later seen out together. But in his keynote for Mandela, the prince also revealed his enduring love for Africa.
Since I first visited Africa at 13 years old, I've always found hope on the continent, a place where I've found peace and healing time and time again. It's where I felt closest to my mother and sought solace after she died, and where I knew I had found a soulmate in my wife.
Diana famously walked through a minefield in Africa, a walk repeated by Harry during his African tour with Meghan. He and Meghan visited Botswana twice before they were married, working to conserve elephants. Prince Harry told Hoda in April his focus now is his family.
My sort of mantra now every day is, and it's a dangerous one because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world, right? It's a responsibility that I feel as a parent.
And as we saw, this is not the first time Harry and Meghan have weighed into politics. The two also spoke out about voting and misinformation ahead of the 2020 election. But this might be Harry's most pointed speech so far, with many wondering if there is more to come. We'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, Netflix is set to post its latest earnings snapshot today, and Wall Street is bracing for impact.
So what's next for the streaming giant if they report another quarterly dip in subscribers, and how then might that affect your experience? That's up next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Turning now to financial news, we're getting some new economic data this morning on the housing market.
Yes, NBC's Contessa Brewer joins us now with that. Hey, Contessa.
Good morning, guys. Nice to see you. Listen, the Federal Reserve, of course, has hiked interest rates. It makes it more expensive for consumers to borrow money for major purchases like a home. We're seeing that now reflected in this new economic data coming through. Housing starts. This is new residential construction. Fell 2% in June, and single-family homes plunged 8.1% last month to 982,000. This is on the heels of what we saw as a big drop in home builder confidence as well. By the way, we're also getting numbers in on U.S. building permits. 168.5 million versus, well, that's a drop, and also it missed expectations. Then today on the earnings front, we're getting Johnson & Johnson's earnings report coming in better than expected, but healthcare giant, which is also a member of the Dow, is trimming its profit forecast for the full year. It says in part the stronger U.S. dollar has hurt earnings for companies that do business globally. By the way, TikTok has started an overhaul of its global business, which includes layoffs. Wired reports that employees in Europe have been told their jobs at risk. In the UK, employees have been warned that there's cuts coming across several departments. And in the United States, some employees have been informed their roles are being eliminated. TikTok employs thousands of people worldwide, and it has 1 billion monthly active users. And just managed to do that last year. Prime Video is getting a makeover. Amazon says viewers who stream through Amazon Fire TV devices and the Android app will see changes first starting in mid-August. Then they're going to roll out to other devices in the web later this year. Basically, this is to make this more modern, easier to navigate, easier to find live sports to watch. But here's the thing. They're also going to include now a check mark that shows you which movies are free to watch and then which cost extra to rent or buy. I think that's going to be really useful.
Yes,
Totally.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right,
Guys,
Contessa,
Savannah,
thank you.
Joe.
Thank you. And now to the future of Netflix. The streaming giant is gearing up to release its latest earnings report after seeing a steep decline in subscribers last quarter.
The company hopes a big-budget blockbuster will help turn the tide and bring back customers. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on what consumers need to know.
Hey guys, today's earnings report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. This morning, all eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that, or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says. The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Now, purchasing a car is becoming a luxury as price tags skyrocket and interest rates continue to climb.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on what's causing the price hike and tips on how to get the best deal.
If you're in search of a new car, buckle up for sticker shock. For the first time ever, the average price paid topped $48,000, a nearly 13% increase from last year, according to industry reports.
I want it today. I don't want to wait a year.
And if you're hoping to ease the pain at the gas pump with an electric vehicle like John Campbell, expect an even bumpier road.
The salesperson said to me that the price was about $7,500 above the sticker price that I would be expected to pay. And he actually said that was a great deal.
Dealer markups driven by high demand and low availability as companies are still reeling from supply chain slowdowns.
Remember, some automakers stopped producing cars so that they could make medical equipment, that kind of stuff. Or they stopped making cars because they didn't want to overstock. So it's going to take some time to catch up.
More drivers than ever are spending at least $1,000 on their monthly car payments, which will go up even more if the Fed raises interest rates again.
Now you're paying more in interest, and you're paying more for the car. So you're kind of getting a double whammy.
Experts say consider vehicles in lesser demand, like sedans or hatchbacks, and look for dealerships outside your area to swerve around the industry's roadblocks.
Digging into the data, interestingly, more Americans are buying luxury cars, which is in part driving up that average price paid. Unfortunately, industry experts say it looks like these sky-high prices are going to be hanging around at least through the end of the year. One silver lining, as the cost of cars continues to soar, your used car value also does so. So if you're looking to downsize now, could be a good time. Back to you.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
And coming up, making history at just 13 years old.
Yeah, Elena Wicker has just become the youngest black person to ever be accepted to medical school. And she joins us next.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Now, this next person we're about to introduce you to will make you feel like an underachiever.
Yeah, that's for real. 13-year-old. Did you hear that? 13-year-old Elena Wicker is the youngest Black person ever to get accepted into medical school.
And lucky us, Elena is with us this morning. Elena, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. You graduated high school at just 12 years old. Now at the ripe old age of 13, you're a teenager. You're heading to the University of Alabama for medical school. Congratulations. I mean, how does it feel to make history at such a young age?
Thank you. It feels amazing to know that I've been accepted into med school at such a young age. Definitely knowing that I'm inspiring the next generation of girls and women of color to get engaged with STEM. That's the most important part of my journey, to really support and show the girls that they can do whatever they put their minds to. Also, is showing my side of the story and showing all the things and dreams that I've dreamed to do since I was young, and just really showing and going on my journey to getting into med school, going to med school, and succeeding from there.
Absolutely. You most certainly are inspiring so many people. All right, Elena, you have to take us back. We want details. Tell us when you received your acceptance letter into med school. What was that like? What were you thinking?
When I was accepted into med school, it was very exciting. I had the most awkward expression while I was looking at my acceptance letter, because it was just such an amazing moment knowing that I was accepted into med school at such a young age, and thinking about all the things that I would do once I got into med school. It was also just an inspiring moment knowing that I was sharing it with my community and the people who supported it. It was just one big step. It was the beginning, and I was very excited, very amazed.
Thank goodness for all those people who do support us. I'm looking at the poster over your left shoulder there that says Brown STEM Girl. You're the founder of the Brown Girl STEM Foundation. Tell us about that organization and just help us understand how important representation in STEM is.
The Brown STEM Girl was the company I made just to give opportunities to women and girls of color to get engaged with STEM, to get opportunities and internships and scholarships, also to get engaged with learning STEM all over the world with our STEM Abroad program. going to different places and learning different types of STEM. We also celebrate our girls who bring those skills and abilities with our Brownstone Girls STEM in the City Day, just giving them this platform to come and show their abilities. And I think that's the most important part of this program, just getting the girls engaged with STEM. And
It's so important. Representation is so important. And Elena, you are such an inspiration. Thanks for talking to us this morning. We're just blown away by you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. Good Tuesday, and thank you so much for being with us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Right now on NBC News Now, making the case. Opening statement set to begin in the high-profile federal contempt trial of Trump ally Steve Bannon. The uphill battle for his defense team as we are just days away from the January 6th committee's primetime hearing.
Y'all do not give a about our children.
Anger and agony. Emotions explode at the first Uvalde, Texas school board meeting since the damning new report outlining systemic failures in the police response. We'll tell you about the growing outrage as new calls by some are firing embattled school district police chief Pete Arredondo.
And hot streak, a blistering blanket of triple-digit heat stretches from California to Massachusetts. Across the pond, the UK hitting its highest temperatures ever as more than 1,000 heat-related deaths are recorded in Europe.
Lunge at the pumps. Gas prices finally coming down across most of the country. The state's seeing the biggest drops coming up.
Good to have you with us today. We are learning much more about what to expect Thursday. It is the final scheduled hearing for the January 6th committee in prime time. NBC News has learned 2 former members of the Trump administration are now slated to testify.
That's right. Both Matthew Pottinger and Sarah Matthews resigned following the attack on the Capitol. Pottinger was a member of the National Security Council. Matthews serves as deputy press secretary. That was their role. Jury selection is also scheduled to wrap up today, and Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from the courthouse in just a moment. But let's go to begin on Capitol Hill with senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, we want to start with some breaking news. Committee Chair Benny Thompson announcing that he's tested positive for COVID. So how might that impact Thursday's hearing?
Good morning, guys. No shortage of twists and turns in this January 6th saga. That's right. Benny Thompson today announced that he tested positive for COVID and that he will not be appearing in the primetime Thursday hearing. But he has directed the committee and the committee staff to proceed. The show will go on, and so the staff and committee are preparing for this primetime hearing as we speak. We heard from Pete Aguilar just a few seconds ago, who talked to reporters about what we can expect. We know already that this will focus on the 187 minutes where President Trump failed to act on January 6th, as the Capitol building I'm standing in right now was being ransacked by many of his supporters. So it's unclear if Benny Thompson will be able to participate, in a remote fashion, if he will be able to call into the hearing. A lot of these questions remain unresolved at this particular moment.
Scott, let me ask you about this. The committee says Thursday's hearing will focus on what the former president was doing from the start of the riot until he urged people to leave, and that is about a 3-hour time period. The New York Times says Pottinger was inside the White House on January 6th. So how much do he and Potter know about what was happening during that time period?
Yeah, I think we're going to learn quite a bit from the testimony from Matthew Pottinger, who was part of that National Security Council, clearly somebody who was in the West Wing on January 6th, who was communicating with people as the attack was unfolding. At a previous hearing, we learned from Congresswoman Liz Cheney that Pottinger had testified to the committee that as the riot was happening at the Capitol, a staffer of his printed out a tweet, that 2:24 p.m. tweet from President Trump saying that Mike Pence did not have the courage to follow through with his plans to overturn the election. Pottinger read the printout of that tweet, and it was at that moment he said he knew he was going to resign from the Trump White House. So we are sure to learn a lot more details about what was happening behind the scenes in the White House, especially with President Trump as that attack was unfolding.
Speaking of that, Scott, I do want to ask a little bit about the timing. I mean, Committee Chair Thompson says they're planning to issue sort of a scaled back report soon and then a full report later down the line. But my question to you is why? I mean, why release it in drips and drabs? What's the sense that the public is paying attention as this now stretches into the 8th public hearing?
Yeah, it's a good question. And what, as I've talked to Democrats up here on Capitol Hill, to committee members, the real challenge has been there's been so much information that, the concern is that can the public process all of this information that we're learning? That's why they've been sort of packaging these hearings in this particular fashion. That's why Chairman Thompson is saying that perhaps they will need to roll out segments of that report little by little. They are also leaving the option open that hearings could, accompany many of those sections of the report that they roll out. So anticipate in the coming months additional hearings, as well as the 8 that will be wrapping up later this Thursday.
All right, NBC Scott Wong for us there live from Capitol Hill. Scott, as always, thank you.
All right, well, opening statements are expected today in Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. The judge has just denied a request for another delay. Qualified jurors are still being seated as the one-time White House strategist tries to fight these charges. Yesterday, one potential juror said he was not a fan of Bannon, and that person was dismissed. Now, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from outside the courthouse in Washington, D.C. Good to see you, Ryan. So we knew jury selection was going to be a challenge. This is a very public figure, Bannon, tied to a very public event, January 6th. What can you tell us about what's happening today in court, and how is this selection process for the jury playing out?
Yeah, well, yesterday we really learned that there are a lot of average people who live in D.C. who aren't necessarily obsessed with every in and out of the January 6th committee or Steve Bannon. A lot of folks who were seated on the, or qualified for the jury at least, didn't know who Steve Bannon was necessarily and didn't hold really strong views about him. But it was interesting seeing this cross-section of D.C. where you had just, average people. There was an individual who works for an appliance company. There was an individual who drives special needs children to school. So there was really just a lot of people who aren't necessarily glued to Twitter on their phones 24/7 and haven't necessarily been on every detail of the January 6th committee's work. So that's going to be somewhat of a blank slate for them coming in to present this evidence when they're eventually seated.
And what about what we can expect, Scott? This is Morgan here. Ryan, I'm sorry. What can we expect from the defense and prosecution once they actually begin those opening statements?
Yeah, well, that could be later this afternoon, or it might even bleed until tomorrow at this point, because there's been a request for a delay. The judge denied that, but he was open to the idea of delaying perhaps for an extra day just to make sure all the ducks are in a row, as he said. But I think, Steve Bannon has a very narrow path ahead here for what he can actually argue. A lot of his defenses have been eliminated in terms of what he can actually bring up to the jury, and the documents that are going to be presented to the jury are going to be somewhat redacted, in fact heavily redacted, because there's not going to be this extensive discussion of executive privilege claims. Essentially, it's going to be a pretty straightforward case. It's going to be about whether or not these dates on the subpoena for him to turn over documents and to offer testimony were pretty set in stone, and whether or not he complied with that. Essentially, the only argument that he can make is that he was under the understanding that there was some sort of ongoing negotiation. And what DOJ argued in this case is that that's not sort of at play here. The committee can continue to try to enforce compliance of the subpoena even after it was, even after he did not offer the testimony, and even after he was in default. And the comparison that DOJ sort of came up with was that the IRS can still go after someone for not paying their taxes after the fact, and that doesn't mean that they're in the clear for not paying their taxes. They can still be charged, and that's sort of the comparison that DOJ is making here.
All right, Ryan Riley, we will be watching. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Now let's go down to Uvalde, Texas, where officials are facing growing calls for action as well as accountability. Just last night, it was the first school board meeting since the State House of Representatives released its report outlining a series of errors during one of the deadliest school shootings in United States history. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following the latest for us.
The school board set aside about 45 minutes for the community to comment that ended up lasting more than 3 hours, with young students asking the grown-ups, what are you going to do to make sure that our friends don't end up dying in the middle of school classrooms? That as the Texas State Police is launching its own investigation and criticism is mounting. It took virtually no time for things to escalate at this school board meeting.
Y'all do not give a damn about our children or us.
The calls to fire School Police Chief Pete Arredondo, outdone only by parents wondering how law enforcement responding on May 24th still had a badge or a community's trust after waiting in the hallways for more than an hour before taking out the gunman. Rachel Martinez has 4 kids on 4 different campuses in Uvalde. Do you feel comfortable sending a single one of your children to school?
One of my daughters actually comes to tears thinking about having to go to school.
The most common concerns families voiced at the meeting: doors that don't lock and officers that don't act. Students weighing in, including incoming senior Jasmine Casadis, whose sister Jackie was killed.
What are you going to do to make sure I don't have to wait 77 minutes bleeding out on my classroom floor, just like my little sister did?
And poignant testimony from 10-year-old Maylee Taylor.
This was the last dress that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends, and that's not good.
Her mother grilling a school board member over what he would have done in the crisis.
Come on, you're a vet. What would you done? Answer.
I don't have an answer for you.
You don't have an answer.
The crowd then attacking him for not answering the question.
I am not a coward. I am a combat veteran of Vietnam. I served 26 years in the Navy, and I served in Desert Storm.
And what about the children calling 911 from inside the classroom?
Well, the victim's child called 911.
Heard on this police body cam video, time-stamped somewhere around a half hour into the response. The response characterized as egregiously poor decision-making by the committee, moving grieving families to shine light in a dark hour. Vincent Salazar's granddaughter, Layla, died in the massacre.
Voices will be heard, and change will be made.
Throughout the meeting, you could hear chants of "fire him" and "shame on you," referring to Pete Arredondo. The school board said it's going to be going to a closed meeting and considering the next steps for Arredondo, factoring in that recent report, which did not lay blame at a single agency's feet, but did point out that Arredondo co-authored the active shooter response plan that involved the chief taking the lead.
All right, thank you, Sam. We turn now to a striking report revealing new details about the government's access and use of cell phone data. The American Civil Liberties Union released a new report suggesting the Department of Homeland Security has paid millions of dollars for cell phone location data. That data purchased without warrants, and it tracks the movements of millions of people here inside the U.S. and abroad, according to this report. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. And Julia, this report talked about contracts between agencies like Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with companies that are selling them this location data. How extensive are these records, and really, how is this data being used?
It's quite extensive, and actually, if anyone's interested, you can go onto the ACLU's website and look at these documents. These were FOIA'd by the ACLU. They actually had to sue the government to get them, but they're so detailed. They're not just the contracts. It shows you exactly what agency paid what amount to which company, but there's actually a back and forth where we can see how these companies advertise their services to DHS. In one exchange, I saw a company called Vintel telling Customs and Border Protection that every day they were able to sweep up billions of location data points out of millions of cell phones, over 15 million cell phones a day. Then with that location data, they're able to offer a number of things, and that could include being used for immigration enforcement. You could use that to track a group of migrants coming across the border. You could also use it to, if you were trying to find a particular person based on where they're sleeping, where they're going to every day, being able to track someone, even though usually a name isn't connected with a location, it's very easy to figure out who that might be. And so you could see why this would be of interest to DHS, and from those documents we were able able to see that they did spend millions over the past 5 years. These documents go back to 2017, and it's very interesting to see how these companies advertise themselves, how DHS took advantage of it, and how few safeguards there are to keep DHS from sweeping up Americans' information, as well as non-citizens, as well as people abroad or in the U.S. It really makes no differentiation over whether you're a U.S. citizen, whether you're in the United States or not.
Yeah, Julia, so that begs the question, what protections are there in place for folks here when it comes to your cell phone data? How do you even know if your information is being used by Customs and Border Protection or ICE?
Well, that's exactly it. You wouldn't know, and oftentimes we can see federal law enforcement use location data. That's really where this sphere is going now, and a lot of companies are taking advantage of that because the Supreme Court in 2018 did say that law enforcement needs to get a warrant in order to get what you would think of as metadata. That's a search and seizure of someone's phone, getting their phone records. They say that does count as a search. But location data, because it doesn't typically have personally identifying information, that was okay. And so that is a sphere that has exploded since 2018. We're now seeing companies take advantage of that, and of course federal law enforcement is taking advantage of that as well.
A lot of money being made over our personal data. Julia Ainsley, thank you so much.
More than 194 million people are experiencing temperatures above 90. 22 states expected to hit heat indexes over 100 degrees, and that's by Friday. And then if you go across the pond to Europe, more than 1,000 people have died in Spain and Portugal. That's where wildfires are still raging. In fact, London's Luton Airport has resumed operations after canceling flights yesterday because the heat simply started melting the runway. NBC's Michelle Grossman, Kelly Kobiea, both here to give us the latest on this global inferno. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Emily Cada, who's at the Jersey Shore with the heat wave now hitting the East Coast. Emily, good morning. Tell us, what are the situation looking like now behind you?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, as these temperatures continue to rise, we're seeing the crowds at the Jersey Shore here continue to grow as this heat wave begins to hammer the East Coast now as well. Nearly 90 million Americans are under heat alerts today. And they're saying that, you know, this weather, this severe weather, can be downright dangerous.
Americans are waking up to blistering temperatures with an oppressive heat wave stretching from coast to coast.
It's just been brutal heat.
89 million people across at least 23 states are under heat advisories, watches, or warnings. More than half of the country is seeing temperatures over 90 degrees, many setting records.
It's sweltering. And what's the worst is there's no air moving.
Triple digits extending through the plains from the Dakotas to Texas. Across the Lone Star State, records tied or shattered.
People say it's hot in Texas, but this is like different. It's hot.
Dallas reaching a whopping 109 degrees.
I don't have central air. It would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
Michael Sneed says for him, the blazing Texas heat is a matter of life and death.
Most of the time I have to sit right on the couch up under the air condition, and that's not really doing much. And so I feel in danger all the time.
California's Central Valley is facing excessive heat warnings. The city of Fresno expecting triple-digit temperatures to linger for weeks. Officials already responding to calls for heat exhaustion warn that as little as 30 minutes of activity in this climate can be dangerous.
Our bodies are not necessarily used to or accustomed to this heat over long periods of time, and so it can be really dangerous if you're not prepared.
In Denver, the mile-high city hitting a sizzling 100 degrees. After escaping the heat over the weekend, the extreme weather is finally reaching the East Coast. Severe storms battered the New York City area on Monday, flooding roads and train lines and causing damage like this sinkhole that swallowed a van in the Bronx. With summer just hitting its stride, this is likely only a preview of even hotter days to come.
Emily, you mentioned the days to come, and the reality of it is each day is bringing more record-breaking temperatures. So what can people really do at the end of the day to protect themselves?
Morgan, this is an excellent question because heat is the #1 weather-related killer. So a couple of things to keep in mind if you're in an area under oppressive heat. First and foremost, you want to try to take breaks from the sun. If you have to be outside, make sure you're staying hydrated. Close your blinds, especially during the day, to help prevent that extra heat from coming into your home. And if you have limited access to air conditioning, identify those areas where there are cooling centers or access to water to allow you to have a place of refuge from just really this brutal weather.
Yeah, those are really good tips.
Yeah, great
especially
advice.
closing your blinds. That's a really good one. Emily Keddaforth there. Thank you so much, Emily.
All right, well, today the UK Met Office recorded a temp of 39.1 degrees Celsius in Surrey. That is 102.3 Fahrenheit, the highest temperature ever recorded in the area. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobier has the very latest for us.
Well, today is officially the hottest day ever recorded in Great Britain. 104 degrees at Heathrow Airport at 10 minutes to 1 this afternoon, with temperatures continuing to climb in London and in other parts of the country. Most people here don't have air conditioning, so they're doing what you see the people behind me doing. They're trying to find a watering hole, a swimming pool, or a beach to cool off a bit. The official government advice is to stay in the shade, close your doors and windows, drink lots of water, and try to just get through it. The heat is having a really large impact on infrastructure here. This country just isn't built for heat like this. There are delays and cancellations on the trains because the tracks in some cases are so old that they will buckle in the heat pretty quickly. They're only rated to withstand 95-degree temperatures. There are also problems at airports yesterday. Luton Airport, which is north of London, had to suspend flights for several hours after part of the runway melted. So they actually had to perform a repair before they could have flights taking off there again. And that wasn't even the hottest day. Temperatures only reaching about 101 yesterday. As hot as it is in this country, it's actually even worse in Europe, where they're battling extreme heat and deadly and dangerous wildfires. The heat wave has been ongoing for about 9 days now in Spain, where they're battling these very dry winds and dry conditions, which has continued to pick up the flames and spread them. In fact, it was so bad in one instance, the flames on either side of a train and so close to the train tracks that they had to stop the train. It's also been a big problem in France, where tens of thousands of people have been evacuated from a very popular summer tourist hotspot in the southwest. And those fires continue to spread in this unrelenting heat. It doesn't look like Europe will get relief anytime soon, but the UK is expected to see slightly cooler temperatures by tomorrow, a high of 80 instead of 104.
That is intense.
It's very intense. In fact, at least 89 million Americans here are now under excessive heat warnings and advisories, which is more than double just what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, cities like Las Vegas, Phoenix, Scottsdale, Arizona, all surpassing 90 degrees before the sun even comes up. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the blistering forecast. Hey, Michelle.
The relentless heat does continue. We're looking at heat alerts from the west all the way to the central and southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. And we've added the northeast as well. So Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, you do have a heat advisory starting tomorrow. 89 million people impacted today. We are looking at another day with temperatures into the upper 90s to triple digits. 194 million people with highs above 90 degrees today. And we're looking at 40 million people with highs above 100 degrees. So widespread triple digits across the area. Lots of pinks, lots of red on the map, and that relentless heat will continue today, also tomorrow through the weekend as well. So temperatures in Wichita today, 107. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like 109, feeling like 110 in Dallas today. Memphis 95, but feeling like 107 once you factor in that humidity as well. And that heat is as far north as Minneapolis. We're looking at 98 degrees today. Tomorrow, temperatures once again into the triple digits in Little Rock, Dallas, Houston, and that heat does expand to the northeast, New York City, into the mid-90s, but feeling close to 100 degrees. It'll feel like the triple digits in Richmond and feeling like 102 in Charleston. The heat wave does go on into the weekend. By Saturday in Chicago, temperatures in the 80s, 94 in New York City, mid-90s in D.C. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Little Rock once again staying in the triple digits. Now, we're looking at historic heat in the U.S., also historic heat in Europe. We're looking at temperatures in the triple digits today in London, also in Paris, but notice tomorrow, big time relief, which is good news coming tomorrow. But it stays hot in Madrid, 101 on Wednesday, and temperatures in the 90s in Rome both Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, we have a lot of heat and humidity. It's going to spark some storms, and we're looking at the chance for severe weather in the northern tier of the nation, specifically in the upper Midwest into the upper Great Lakes. We could see the chance of some hail, also some gusty winds, and some heavy downpours. That cold front moves off to the Great Lakes tomorrow. Back to you.
The latest vaccine in the fight against COVID, well, it's facing its final hurdle.
Coming up, an expert panel deciding today whether to endorse Novavax's 2-dose vaccine. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right, so right now, a panel of CDC advisors is meeting to discuss the latest vaccine in the fight against COVID.
Yeah, this is exciting, right? The Novavax has a 2-dose COVID vaccine. It's going to be the 4th shot to receive emergency use authorization from the FDA since the pandemic started. CDC advisors are now weighing whether to endorse this vaccine and will they decide who can receive this actually shot.
That's right. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Dr. Syal, thanks for being here in studio. We really appreciate it. First off, we always talk about these emergency use authorizations and sort of what the panel has to go through. What is the advisory panel actually looking at? What are they dissecting when they determine whether or not to make this available?
Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, they're basically looking at, does it work? Is it effective? And how does this kind of play out in the landscape that we're in right now in the face of changing variants? Now people are being vaccinated for monkeypox. We have to kind of consider all these things, right? And so what I think really makes this vaccine exciting is, it uses older technology that people may be more familiar with. So this vaccine uses technology that's used in the hepatitis B vaccine, the shingles vaccine. I have a family member who has been, month 15 now doing their own research, hasn't gotten a shot yet.
Oh, wow.
And so I think...
We all have that family member, by the way.
I will not name them on air. But, the hope is that this shot will help reach those people, right?
But I just want to interrupt. Let's be clear why, right? Because this is older technology, so it's things like measles and mumps, things that people were sort of used to before, whereas these newer vaccines, they're synthetic, right? So is this just so that you can get those people who are on the fence?
You know, the first thing is this vaccine works really well. It works just as effective as the mRNA vaccines. The second thing, yes, like you talked about, it is a technology people may have already been vaccinated with before, like HPV or hepatitis B when you're growing up. So that's kind of the hope, that it would help reach those 20% of Americans that haven't yet gotten a dose yet.
Wow.
And help them really get over the line.
20% of people, and maybe this traditional technology is going to be what convinces your relative and some others. We'll see. I want to get your opinion on the idea of using a nasal vaccine and how effective it might be. Dr. Fauci just spoke about this. We're going to take a listen to what he had to say when he was describing these vaccines to NBC News, and we'll pick it up on the other side.
What nasal or mucosal vaccines do, they concentrate the immune protection in the upper airway so that the cells and the antibodies that are trying to protect you from having the virus enter your body are right there on the front lines protecting you.
That is so interesting that some experts are saying actually a nasal vaccine could be even more effective than a shot in the arm. I know a lot of people who don't like needles, and kids too. This could be a really great, new way of delivering the vaccine. How likely do you think this is to happen, and what are the pros and cons?
Yeah, so what Dr. Fauci was really talking about was this million-dollar word that we're going to talk about that, if you need to impress a date tonight, it's called sterilizing immunity.
Okay.
And so basically what that is, the hope is these nasal vaccines will basically, you take it through the nose and it can actually stop the virus in its tracks before it infects your cells. So it would prevent infection, it would prevent severe disease, it would prevent you from spreading the virus.
Yes to all of the above. That's what we're all hoping for because COVID is so disruptive.
Yeah, and so while these current vaccines do a great job of preventing you from seeing me in the hospital, they don't really prevent you from spreading the disease should you get infected. And so that's kind of the hope with these. So where are we right now?
Yeah.
There's about a dozen in trial around the world. My motherland of India actually has one of the leading candidates right now.
Okay.
But it's still a proof of concept. It hasn't been proven to work like we want it to, so that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on.
What did you say, sterilizing immunity?
Sterilizing immunity.
Okay, we're married, so we'll impress our husbands, not our dates, but okay.
I do want, while I have you, I have a really silly question to ask. And because, I do have that family member who will send me, I just read about
their own research,
and
yes.
also, actually, I should throw my mom under the bus because she likes to send me everything she's ever read about COVID. And we understand that, I see these things that say that certain variants are more transmissible to the mouth or the nose. Is that true? And does that affect why this would perhaps be an effective vaccine because it's targeting the nose?
Yeah, so what we saw is, with the earlier, we'll call them the OG virus, right, way back in 2020. That did a better job of replicating in the lower airways.
Okay.
What we're seeing with Omicron is it's really the upper airways, right, like up here.
Okay. And what about BA5?
Part of Omicron,
okay,
it'd be the same thing,
it.
exactly. So the hope is really just to stop it in its tracks, prevent from getting there, and prevent from spreading.
So my mom was right.
Tell Mama Redford. Yeah, she's on to something.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Sayal. Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. It was really good to meet you. Thank you. All right, well, gas prices finally dropping for the 5th straight week.
That's right. Coming up, we're going to see if this downward trend is actually going to continue or if Americans will see a comeback in those sky-high prices at the pump. Don't go anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now, the markets are rallying from big second corner corporate earnings.
The Dow is up more than 500 points, the S&P and NASDAQ rising more than 2%. Investors are feeling confident as a number of big companies surprise Wall Street analysts with strong profits and sales. Our CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom, good to see you. So Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon saying inflation is, quote, deeply entrenched in the global economy, and it may not come down in the second half of this year, as some analysts were predicting. So what is the bottom line here?
So the bottom line, Vicky, is that one of America's most high-profile banking CEOs thinks that the economy is on shaky ground. I mean, David Solomon pretty much has a direct line of communication and conversation with the CEOs of the world's biggest businesses and most successful companies, which kind of makes him someone who arguably has the pulse of the economy more than others. And he has said that he's positioning his bank and its operations more defensively to hedge against the possibility of a deeper downturn in that economy. So that kind of echoes some of what fellow big bank CEO Jamie Dimon said in just the last few weeks, right, at JP Morgan Chase, talking about bracing for the likelihood of a possible economic hurricane in the coming months, which is also leading Dimon to be more conservative with his bank's assets and operations. And by the way, if you're looking for the real world economic impact of this talk, this chatter, this also ends up having a real effect on things like the all-important jobs market, as Goldman Sachs is reportedly looking to help keep their workforce leaner going forward by reinstituting things like year-end job cuts, where those people who are deemed to be underperformers are let go before bonuses get paid. Remember, the top performers get those. So if you pair that with a lot of the anecdotal stories about companies laying people off in a supposedly strong jobs market, you get that kind of more cautious, if you will, right, tale, Vicky, Morgan, about the economy. There are so many different things working against each other that the narrative is very confusing right now.
And now, Dom, I do want to go overseas for a minute, because for the first time since 2010, China's holdings of U.S. debt fell below $1 trillion. So what does that mean in terms of the big picture for the debt going forward?
So that's a good question. So, Morgan, so for years, the biggest foreign lender to the American government has been China. It's been that way for a long time. It's been the biggest owner of U.S. debt over the last several years, but China has been slowly over the years reducing its holdings of that U.S. Treasury debt. Earlier this year, to your point, Japan overtook China, becoming the largest foreign creditor to America. And now China's Treasury holdings, like you point out, dropping below the $1 trillion mark for the first time since 2010. A lot of that change in sentiment has to do with the inflation picture, of course, here in America, but elsewhere around the world as well. The Federal Reserve, remember, has had to use its monetary tools to sell government bonds in its inventory to take cash out of the financial system and slow down that inflation picture, maybe even slow slow down the economy. That selling pressure by the Fed has made Treasury bonds less attractive and not as valuable as they were. So maybe China looking to rebalance out of their positions. We'll see if it keeps up in that way.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, as always, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dom. Well, gas prices are finally heading in the right direction, helping to ease a serious strain on millions of Americans' wallets. The price of gas falling each day for the past month. Now experts are saying this trend may soon speed up. Finally, some good news. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at a gas station in Indianapolis with a check on these falling prices. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Yeah, as you pointed out, we talk about pain at the pump all the time, and it feels so good to finally talk about some relief at the pump. Analysts pointing out gas prices have now been falling each week for the past 5 weeks straight, and they say that trend may very well continue, if not speed up. A huge help to Americans still hoping to hit the road this summer.
Filling up is getting a bit less painful. After months of steady increases, gas prices have declined for the 5th straight week.
They've been really high lately, so I think it's about time.
The national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.50, down 15 cents since last week and 49 cents a month ago. While Americans are still paying $1.33 more than a year ago, gas under $4 a gallon is becoming a common sight.
Prices in some 35 states now have fallen under $4 a gallon.
Drivers in the South are seeing the biggest drops. In South Carolina, $4 a gallon on average. Texas at $4 and Mississippi at $4.03, while California, Hawaii, and Alaska remain over $5 a gallon. So what's driving down the prices? Experts say it's supply and demand. Gasoline production has increased while inflation and economic uncertainty has led Americans to fuel up less.
I think we all are dependent on our transportation, and those gas prices are really going to play a big part in getting around.
Officials at the White House insist the recent trend is not a blip.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices.
For families planning that summer road trip, it's all welcome news. But analysts say if there's an energy disruption, prices could just as quickly turn back around.
If we do see a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, prices could still rise rather dramatically.
Hey, Maggie, do experts have any idea when we could see the national average fall below $4? It's about $4.50 a gallon right now. You say things are trending down. That's good news.
Right. Right, definitely. That analyst from Gas Buddy that you heard at the end of the piece pointed out that, of course, there are 1,000 variables that could affect this, but he's predicting right now mid-August is when we could see gas prices drop below $4 a gallon. So a lot of people obviously watching to see if that comes to fruition.
Well, that would be great for the summer travelers at the end of the summer here. Maggie Vespa in Indianapolis, thank you so much.
Well, a pioneer in the streaming wars is bracing for a back-to-back setback. Netflix is set to release its latest quarterly earnings report today. Well, the prior report was so bad that it revealed a 200,000 drop in subscribers, which could be just a fraction of the loss this time around. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey guys, today's earnings report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. All eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says.
지금 이 자리에 계신 여러분들은 모두
The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
All right, coming up, a new documentary is shining a spotlight on Black maternal mortality in America.
That's right, what the film director says about how our mental health care system and healthcare system in general is failing Black mothers. Stay with us.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, despite having some of the most advanced healthcare in the world, the United States has the highest rate of maternal deaths among the highest income nations in the world. And for Black women, that rate is scary. It's 3 times higher.
Really scary. That's why a new documentary is now shining a spotlight on Black mothers and the systemic racism they experience in the healthcare system. Take a look at this.
My daughter's story is loud, colorful, and artful. She was awake, aware, and active. And yet she still died.
Aftershock follows the families of 2 young Black women who died due to complications from childbirth. After their shocking deaths, their families come together to galvanize activists, childbirth educators, and doctors to really confront the maternal health crisis right here in our country. So, joining us now, Tanya Lee Lewis, co-producer and co-director of Aftershock. Ms. Lewis, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. First and foremost, we talk about Aftershock, and I thought there was this poignant moment, even in the trailer, where they talk about the ripple effect of this crisis. For people who don't know that this is an issue, for people who aren't Black, for people who aren't mothers, why should they care? What are the ripple effects if this isn't solved?
Well, look, I have to say, Black women, we are the canaries in the coal mine. Those that are most vulnerable are the canaries in the coal mine. So if you don't care about Black women's health, you should pay attention because it's coming for you. Also, we speak about the issue in terms of the disparity in inequity. Black women die at 3 to 4 times the rate of white women. But compared to their counterparts in European nations, other developed nations, white women are not doing so well in the United States either. So we all should care. And finally, I'll just say, maternal health is the marker of our nation. So it means we're not doing well if mothers aren't doing well.
Tanya, we talk about the numbers. They are stark, and this is a maternal health crisis in the United States with many ripple effects, as you just said. It's 2022. We have some of the most advanced health care here, but there is a degree of unconscious, and dare I say sometimes conscious bias against patients who are people of color. My husband is in the healthcare industry. We talk about this all of the time. What did you want to expose in doing this documentary? What kind of conversations do you want healthcare providers to have?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, because really what we've seen and heard is that Black women are not seen and heard from their doctors. I mean, in both cases of Shamani Gibson and Amber Rose Isaac, they were not feeling well. They went to seek help from their healthcare provider. They each said, I'm not feeling well, something is not right. And unfortunately, they were dismissed and ultimately passed away. And so what I would say to healthcare providers is listen to your patients.
Yeah.
Think of yourself as being in partnership with your patient, not doctored down. Women know their bodies better than anybody else. So let's listen to what women say.
I mean, this is an issue, I think, for me, certainly, that's personal, and I think for a lot of my colleagues are. I mean, when I go to a doctor, that's one of the first things I say. I said it last week. I went to a doctor and I said, look, I have trust issues when it comes to doctors, because I know sometimes you may not listen to me. And I'm a woman who's educated. I'm a woman who has means. So imagine other women who look just like me and don't feel like they can advocate for themselves. And in this world, in this moment we're in right now, we hear a lot of talk about allyship. How should other people be showing up for Black women in this space, in this issue?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate what you just said. And when it comes to the Black maternal health issue in the United States, it doesn't matter if you have a postgraduate degree. You will still have a higher chance of dying from childbirth complications than a white woman with a high school diploma close to the poverty line. So as Black women, we are particularly vulnerable. And look, I think that we all really need to, again, really just listen to Black women when we show up, pay attention when we show up, and be there for us. And look, it's difficult, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be so hard. You know, when you talk about allyship, just be an empathetic human being. We're all human beings. And that's what we wanted to do with the film, show that these women are not statistics. They're actual real people who have families that love them, who have communities that love them. And when they're gone, whether we realize it or not, we're all impacted by their loss.
And these are women who leave behind husbands, partners. This is such an important and poignant part of the documentary that you made. You followed the journeys of the fathers. You gave them a platform and a voice. Can you talk to us about how important it was to highlight the men's voices in this?
Yeah, I think often when people think of maternal health, they think it's a woman's issue. But maternal health, it still takes two to make a baby. And, you know, these men are there with their partners. Often I think people think of Black women as just having babies on their own, but they are with their partners. They are a family unit. They look forward to raising these children together. And when she's passed away, they are left to pick up the pieces. So they're there raising the children, continuing to work, do their job. But these men in our film are also, they love their partners and they love their community. So they're out there activated, trying to make sure that other families don't have to go through what they went through.
Such an important film. Thank you so much.
And it's really also just, I love what you said about this empathy, because it's the tip of the iceberg. You don't have to be a mom to be cared for. You don't have to be a mom to be heard, right? I mean, this is an issue for our country and really for our world. Tanya Lewis-Lee, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you making the time. And for all of our viewers, make sure that you look at Aftershock. It is streaming right now on Hulu. A really important conversation.
Thank you so much.
And coming up, the Chainsmokers' newest hit is called High, and, well, they are definitely living up to it.
Yeah, what we know about the Grammy Award-winning band's coming a performance that's going to be out of this world, and I mean it. So stay with us right after this break.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
All right, here's what's popping right now.
Brand new whip just happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
The messy breakup between Twitter and one-time buyer Elon Musk heads to court today. Twitter is suing the richest man in the world in the hopes of forcing him to go through with this $44 billion deal that he recently backed out of. Twitter is asking for a speedy decision while Musk's legal team wants a delay.
Well, speaking of a lot on the line, Toys R Us finally back in retail stores nationwide. A 2017 bankruptcy forced the iconic toy company, and I do mean iconic, to close its doors. We all remember those Toys R Us.
You were a Toys R Us kid. I was a Toys R Us kid.
If I had done all my chores, man, if I got a Toys R Us run. Oh, Randall and Rogue. Well, they will be in every Macy's store across America. The rollout is expected to come in October, right before the holiday shopping season.
Perfect timing. I'm pumped to see it. I remember the smell of Toys R Us.
Yeah, right?
All right, and the chain smokers, they are taking their hit single High really, really high, like space high. The Grammy award-winning duo is partnering with a space tourism company to become the first musicians to perform from the edge of space. But you will have to wait. That performance happening in 2024. But you like the Chainsmokers, Morgan?
I'm going to have that song stuck in my head.
Okay, what?
I don't think that was
know.
me.
Okay, wait. We got to get it. Wait. This is a new segment. New segment.
Whoa,
That's all right.
All right, let's switch gears. Black farmers. They have historically been disenfranchised here across the country, partly because they make far less money. They receive fewer government subsidies and have trouble getting loans compared to their white counterparts.
Now, one woman is using TikTok to not only showcase her skills, but she also wants to help other women of color to grow into land-owning farmers.
Our very own NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with that story. Maya, I mean, this is sort of trying to right a pretty historic wrong. What's happening here?
Yes. So as you mentioned, there are just so many barriers to access. And Clorinda, who you're about to meet, has a really inspiring story and a really important message for everyone. Let's take a look.
Because of the trauma that's been inflicted on the Black community, indigenous community, when it comes to land, a lot of us have lost that connection.
Clorinda, known as Pharmacy on TikTok, is part of a growing group of Black women ditching their mouse and keyboard for a shovel and seeds.
Look at you.
I am really enjoying this.
Okay.
When you take it all in and you look around, how does it feel to know that you're on your own land?
It feels good. You're around so many beautiful plants that have so many beautiful purposes, and we don't look to the land for reinforcements that we need for our well-being. I really wanted to be able to look at farming as being reparative.
Clorinda owns Green Heifer Farms in Liberty, North Carolina, and grows flowers, teas, hemp, and herbs, all with the goal of healing.
What made you decide to go the medicinal kind of healing route for what you're growing here?
I was, dealing with a lot of stress, started dealing with anxiety, and I wanted to see if botanicals and herbs and medicinal plants could have some benefit, and they did. And I found a lot of benefit in drinking really high quality tea. So this right here is lemon balm. It's really good for calming.
But she says it wasn't easy getting here. Banks denied her loans, and farming instructors barely believed in her vision.
Agriculture in this country was to benefit white men who owned property, preferably of the Christian faith. I'm coming into an arena where it's not equal.
There's actually data to back that discrimination up. The average Black-owned farm in the U.S. is smaller, makes less money, and receives less government subsidies compared to other farms. And in 2010, the USDA paid a $1 billion settlement to Black farmers for denying or delaying their loan applications without any justification.
This is a Camellia sinensis, also known as the tea plant.
Pharmacy is part of the 1% of Black rural landowners in this country, and she wants that to change. So she's put her focus into helping other women of color find freedom by becoming farmers themselves.
I don't anticipate America to get things right during my lifetime. I also don't even pretend to be able to offer a solution to a problem. For me, it's more about how do we create as much Black joy as possible. That's what I'm on. How do we have as many Black people as we can that are living lives that are respectful of their value as human beings?
Wow, Maya, I love how you're finding these stories for us on TikTok. Last time you talked to us about Golagichi culture.
Right.
Talk to us about this $1 billion settlement. What happened there? What steps has the USDA taken to help Black farmers?
So since then, the USDA actually created an equity commission, and they've got 15 people who are advocates, former farmers themselves, to really help make the decisions in the room where it happens. It's independent of the USDA, but they're informing them on what needs to change.
She talks about spreading Black joy, and I think the piece that the moment that sort of gave me chills is when she said, I don't expect this to actually change
Right,
in
my lifetime.
And you think about how many people who are working in the pursuit of equity don't even think they will reap the benefits of the work that they're doing. Is that a common sentiment around?
I have heard that from several interviews. I will say some people think it's pessimistic. I think it's realistic. And in all honesty, these aren't issues that can change in 10 years, in our lifetime. So for her to focus on her well-being, the community's well-being, I think is really powerful.
Wow. All right, Maya Eaglin, great story.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to us. Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. Right now, deadline day. The clock is ticking for the Secret Service to turn over missing texts from both before and during the January 6th Capitol attack. What the congressional panel wants to know and why Chairman Benny Thompson will not be at the next primetime public hearing.
And urgent ultimatum grieving families of the 21 young students and teachers killed in the Uvalde, Texas school massacre demand district leaders resign today or else. The growing fallout over a scathing new report ahead.
And here comes trouble. Historic heat heads east with major cities like Philadelphia, New York, Boston, all set to sweat it out for days on end. We are tracking the torrid temperatures coming up.
Netflix nosedive, the largest streaming service in the world, braces for back-to-back drops in subscribers. How this could shape the future of streaming.
We are now expecting to hear from at least 2 former Trump administration officials at this week's January 6th committee hearing. Now, both of them resigned in the aftermath of that attack on the Capitol.
Right. Matthew Pottinger served as a member of the National Security Council. Sarah Matthews was the deputy press secretary. Meanwhile, opening statements might be delayed in a trial tied to the committee's work. The jury is still being seated in Steve Bannon's trial. The former White House strategist is charged with contempt of Congress. We have a closer look into what to expect from Bannon's trial with NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. But we begin on Capitol Hill with senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, good to see you. We want to start with the headline breaking just this morning. Committee Chair Benny Thompson announcing he has tested positive for COVID. How is this going to change? Will it change anything that has been planned for this Thursday primetime hearing?
That's right. Well, the chairman of the January 6th committee, Benny Thompson, has tested positive for COVID. His office announced this morning. But the January 6th committee immediately put out a statement after that saying it will not affect the Thursday hearing. It is still expected to go forward in prime time. The committee spokesman saying that Thompson has instructed the committee to proceed with that. It will be led by Adam Kinzinger, the Illinois Republican, and Elaine Luria, the Virginia Democrat. So Thompson's presence may not have a huge impact, or lack thereof, I should say, may not have a huge impact on the committee going forward. Now, as you mentioned, we are expected to hear from 2 witnesses. NBC has confirmed that Sarah Matthews, a member of the press team, and Matthew Pottinger, a member of the National Security Council, are expected to testify. That's according to a source familiar with the matter. Both of them were among a series of officials who resigned very quickly in the wake of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. They're likely to share their stories and their perspectives, what they saw up close and personal at the White House.
Time for those erased Secret Service text messages to be handed over, and all indications are that the committee will in fact get them. So how would those texts ultimately play into the hearing? What do you expect to see?
Well, the committee is certainly expecting to get them. They've issued a subpoena. Members of the panel have said that they believe there are ways that messages, or at least data involving those messages from January 5th and January 6th, can be recovered. The Secret Service has not explicitly said whether they will turn them over. It has only said the Secret Service has issued a statement pledging full and speedy cooperation with the January 6th investigation and a quick response to the subpoena. Unclear at this point still if they will say, we found the text messages, here they are, or if the cooperation will be, sorry, we looked, but we can't find the data, it's gone forever. The January 6th committee views these messages as crucial to piecing together the minute by minute of the January 6th attack, those 187 minutes of inaction by then President Trump after the Capitol was breached. They believe those Secret Service texts are going to help shed light on what exactly happened there, especially in the wake of recent testimony by then White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson that Trump had an altercation with Secret Service demanding that they take him down to the Capitol with that crowd, which of course did not happen.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor live for us on Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon's defense team is gearing up to fight contempt of Congress charges, and this was after their bid for a one-month continuance was actually denied this morning. Opening statements are still scheduled to begin today once jury selection wraps up. The former White House strategist was indicted after refusing to sit before the January 6th committee. Former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner joins us now from outside the courthouse. He is also an NBC News legal analyst. Glenn, it's good to see you this morning. First off, this trial just is happening in D.C., which is pretty much a foregone conclusion that some of the prospective jurors would actually know Bannon fairly well. So what's your take on what's actually happening inside the courtroom, and what does this latest request for a delay tell us about the state of his defense at the moment?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The lion's share of jury selection went on yesterday, and you can kind of break the potential jurors out into two camps. People who knew a whole lot about the January 6th Select Committee and a whole lot about Steve Bannon and had some very strong opinions, almost universally negative opinions. A lot of those jurors were excused. And then there was another batch of jurors who really didn't know much either about the J6 public hearings and had never even heard the name Steve Bannon. I suspect a number of those jurors will actually be impaneled. Now, we thought by this time today we would have a jury in the box and we would already be through opening statements, but things got a little derailed this morning when the parties spent the entire morning talking about the admissibility of some evidence, some letters that were written by the J6 committee to one of Bannon's attorneys, Costello, and then back from Costello to the J6 committee. The prosecutors wanted to introduce all the letters. The defense wanted to keep them all out. Judge Nichols ruled that they're all going to be admitted with some minor redactions. So now the parties are taking some time to regroup, and we expect that in the afternoon session we'll get a jury impaneled and then probably go to opening statements, although the judge did indicate that there's a chance he may kick things over until tomorrow to give the parties some time to sort of digest this new legal ruling on the admissibility of some evidence.
Well, Glenn, let's turn to the overall strategy as these things move along and we're getting ready for the opening statements. What do you expect the defense to focus on, and how might the prosecution lay out their case?
You know, so last week, Judge Nichols actually prohibited a whole bunch of defenses that Bannon's team wanted to offer to the jury. So there's not a whole lot left for Bannon to argue. They're basically, I believe, going to go with a reasonable doubt defense. They're going to try to poke holes in the government's evidence, and I think their hope is maybe they can pick off one or two jurors, and maybe they can win a mistrial because the jury cannot unanimously agree on a verdict. And anytime there's a mistrial, the prosecutors have to step back and make the decision. Do we go to a retrial, or do we just sort of let sleeping dogs lie? I think, based on the evidence, perhaps the best the Bannon team can shoot for is picking off a juror or two and winning a mistrial.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Well, Uvalde, Texas school officials are facing more pressure from the community to start making some big changes. Families of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in the school shooting made their demands clear at last night's heated school board meeting. They want action and accountability. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Uvalde. Guad, this was the first meeting since the Texas House Committee's preliminary and scathing report on the law enforcement response. Take us inside the meeting. There was a lot of frustration and anger with the school and city leaders there.
Anger and frustration, as you mentioned. This was a special meeting where parents and members of the community were giving an opportunity to speak on a podium with a microphone without a time limit and ask questions to the school board, the school superintendent right in front of them. A lot of these questions, as someone would be asking questions, others would be yelling from the back, people cheering when they questioned the school board. As you can imagine, after this report was released over the weekend that noted some of the issues with the school, the fencing, the doors that didn't lock properly, the fact that it wasn't unknown to the staff of the school that there was issues with the locks. All of these have caused a lot of anger with the parents and members of the community, and this is exactly what they were asking the school board. They were asking questions as to why they didn't fix the issues and why haven't they acted, especially when it comes to the police chief who is on administrative leave. So there's a lot of issues that are concerning the parents and the members of the community. Here's part of that meeting.
So if the failures from your employees cause such heartbreaking loss, the most significant loss imaginable, our children, our teachers, why do you continue to employ these officers?
This was the last dress that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends, and that's not good. And I don't want to go to your guys' school if they don't have protection.
The only reason why we feel like you're coming out now is because you saw the videos. It's out there, and now we all know the truth.
I want one thing for my daughter and all of these that we've lost, and that's accountability. That's all I'm asking for.
Now, the members of the school board did say that they received that report over the weekend, just like the parents and the members of the community. And they're also learning all of these details as those parents ask for accountability. And once again, they kept bringing up Pete Arredondo, who continues to be the police chief. He is on administrative leave. Vicky?
Well, Guad, the Texas Department of Public Safety now says it is going to conduct its own review of the response. So what can we expect of this report? And really my question is, how much confidence do those folks there that we just heard passionately speaking, wanting action and accountability, how much confidence are they going to have in Texas DPS and anything that agency says after how they initially handled the information coming out of the shooting?
Well, what we've heard from members of the community here is that they really don't trust any agency. But we do know that state authorities began with that original investigation into the shooting, and they gave away contradicting information from the beginning. So now, after this report is released by the legislators, by the Texas state authorities, now the Texas State Department of Public Safety released information that they will be conducting this internal review. Now, the difference between that original investigation and this one is that this internal review will look into the actions, specifically the actions of these Texas state troopers that responded to Robb Elementary. We know that there were nearly 400 officers from different agencies that showed up the day of the shooting. About 90 of them belong to the Texas state authorities, Texas Department of Public Safety. These are the officers that they will be looking into. They'll look into what they did. Part of the statement that was released said they're going to determine if any violations of policy, law, or doctrine occurred, where the department can make any necessary improvements for the future. Vicky?
Guad Venegas in Uvalde, Texas, really hoping those families get the answers that they deserve. Thank you, Guad.
A new report is raising questions about the government's access and use of cell phone data. The report from the American Civil Liberties Union revealed details about the Department of Homeland Security paying millions of dollars over several years to buy cell phone location data. Now, that data was used to track Americans and foreigners inside the U.S. and abroad. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. Julia, I mean, this really sent shockwaves, right? The people who are concerned about privacy. So just to start off, I mean, this report from the ACLU points to contracts between various agencies within DHS. So we're talking about Customs and Border Protection, for example. And then it points to two companies supplying this location data. So what are both sides sort of saying about just how long this has been going on, who's being tracked, and to what extent this data is being used?
Well, Morgan, actually, just in the past hour, I heard from Vintel. That's one of the companies that DHS contracted with to get location data, as you mentioned, both from Americans and foreigners in the U.S. and abroad. What Vintel is saying is that they do not have any active contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. But really, they don't address what's happening in a bigger picture here. And I'd love to discuss that with you. Basically, there is now a huge marketplace for location data. There was once a time where we knew that federal law enforcement enforcement wanted to search and seize phones and cell phone records without a warrant. The Supreme Court put an end to that in 2018. After that, we've been able to see this burgeoning industry of location data because that was not protected, and you do not need a warrant to get that information. And anybody's information could be swept up in there, whether or not you're actually part of any kind of law enforcement action or not. The ACLU started this investigation after the Wall Street Journal first reported on this happening in the beginning of 2020, when they understood that there were some of these contracts. ACL sued and got lots of these documents that show that going back to 2017, CBP and ICE, which both do immigration enforcement actions, have spent millions of dollars on several contracts with both companies to get location data, and they're able to track people even inside the U.S. But often when migrants are crossing the border, they're able to see that traffic so that they could pinpoint those people and target them for apprehension.
Julia, I do want to just briefly, before we let you go back to something you talked about with this sort of bigger picture. I mean, this report does suggest that government agencies are buying this data without warrant. So what are experts been saying about what this might mean for our everyday people, privacy protections? I mean, what is the potentially bigger threat or bigger picture here?
Well, the bigger picture is a conversation that's being discussed today in the House Judiciary Committee. That is a bill that would require law enforcement agencies to get a warrant to get this kind of location information. Right now, they say there's really nothing protecting Americans' data. And even though law enforcement agencies will say that location data doesn't personally identify the person whose data is being tracked, most would tell you, including civil liberties experts that I interviewed, that it is incredibly easy to figure out who someone is simply based on where they sleep at night, where they go to work, and any other common locations that they would frequent. So privacy experts are incredibly worried about this trend, and I think that this is just a small piece of what federal law enforcement and law enforcement across the country is able to glean from this data. That's all part of the conversation happening on the Hill, and there could be a bill that would change that.
Wow, a lot to unpack there and a lot to look out for. Julia Ainsley-Forrest there. Julia, thank you.
All right, let's turn to our other big talker right now, the weather. Austin, San Antonio, Abilene, Texas, they've all seen more than, get this, 35 straight days of temperatures over 100 degrees. Those are the longest consecutive day streaks ever recorded for those three cities.
The UK is also setting another record, with London Heathrow Airport reporting a temperature of 104 degrees, which is almost matching the scorching heat at Buckingham Palace, where a photographer caught this incredible moment, a man giving a guard a sip of water.
Are they allowed to do that even?
I mean, look,
in this weather, I guess
feel like
so.
we cannot outlaw humanity. That is a beautiful moment in humanity.
Well, NBC's Bill Karen, speaking of humanity, and Megan Fitzgerald, they are here with the very latest on the blistering temps in the U.S. and Europe. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, who is at the Jersey Shore, where folks there are certainly also preparing for the heat wave. Hey, Emily.
Hey there. Well, more than 100 million Americans are under heat alerts today as this already sweltering summer gets even hotter. We've seen folks trying to beat the heat by taking advantage of the ocean. People are surfing, they're wading in water. Here on the East Coast, we've briefly dodged some of the scorching temperatures that have plagued other parts of the country, but not for long. Those high temps are heading our way as well. Right now, more than half of the country is seeing temperatures that exceed 90 degrees. Many areas setting records, and they're expected to continue to do so throughout the day today. An important reminder that heat is the #1 weather-related killer, and so you got to keep a couple of things in mind, especially if you're in one of those areas with oppressive heat. Make sure you're not leaving your kids or your pets in your locked or parked car, because within just a 10-minute span in this kind of heat, your car's temperature could increase up to 20 degrees. Also, make sure you can try to limit your time in the sun. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Officials say that just 30 minutes of activity in this kind of brutal heat can be quite dangerous. Back to you.
Let's turn now to NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who joins us now live from London. Megan, it is great to see you. And we know that the London Fire Brigade declared a major incident after a huge surge in fires across the capital. But what more do we know, Megan, about what's actually happening there?
Yeah, Morgan, great to be with you. What we know at this hour, as you mentioned, is that there is this massive fire that's burning in the outskirts of London. It's East London, to be exact. We know that about 100 firefighters are battling this blaze. 15 fire trucks have deployed. But this is a critical situation here because, as you mentioned, we're seeing fires breaking out all throughout the capital here. The fire brigade tweeting, we have declared a major incident as firefighters battle several significant fires across the capital. Then the mayor tweeting that this is critical. This country is not prepared for the temperatures that they're seeing. Temperatures soared past 104 degrees and continuing to climb. The infrastructure here not prepared for that. We've seen runways buckling. We've seen train tracks buckling from the heat. Keeping in mind, of course, that a lot of people in this country live without air conditioning. That's why a state of emergency has been called. That is why we saw top officials meeting over the weekend to try and come up with an emergency plan to deal with this, because the biggest concern is for the health and safety of the people here.
Megan, I mean, what are things looking like for the rest of the continent? Because, I mean, even if you just look more broadly, they're still in the middle of this gripping heat wave.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's a great question because it's not just isolated to here in the UK. We are seeing a heat wave gripping much of the southern part of the continent. You look at Portugal and Spain, for example, where temperatures have soared past 114 degrees. Right now, new numbers are in saying that more than 1,000 people have been killed. They've died because of this heat. Meanwhile, fires are blazing and evacuations are happening as we speak. You look at France, a similar situation there where more than 30,000 acres are burning in the southeast portion of the country there. More evacuations happening today as well. And then obviously this, continent not out of the woods anytime soon. We know that this heat wave is expected to stretch to Germany and into Belgium, where folks there are bracing for record-setting temps of 104 degrees in the coming days, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald sweating it out there in London for us. Megan, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, back here in the U.S., it is the battle of the triple digits. Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Roswell, New Mexico, all expected to set record highs above 105 degrees. Right now, 89 million Americans are under some kind of excessive heat alert. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with the forecast for us. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, we continue to watch this just amazing heat wave in Europe. I mean, it's not just record breaking. I mean, it's all-time heat wave. Like, there's no one alive that has ever experienced something like this, what they've had today in areas of England and in the days past in Portugal and Spain. So we know we shattered the all-time record. The temperature has dropped a little bit. It did get up to 104.2 degrees at Heathrow Airport in London. Now it's down to 99. And the big difference is, why is that such a big deal? There were average high temperatures in the low 70s this time of year. Only about 2% of people in England have air conditioning. So the United States is like 95%. So it's not even, you can't even compare apples to oranges as far as dealing with summer heat. So the heat wave has broken a little bit in Portugal and in Spain. In areas of still very hot in Paris, they should get a break tomorrow. And then she was mentioning, Brussels gets hot and Amsterdam gets hot too. And those Frankfurt areas of Germany. So the heat wave is shifting a little bit to the east. And as far as the forecast goes, notice today was 104 in London. It drops to 81 tomorrow. So more typical of what they'd expect for summertime heat. So let's bring it back home, and we continue to update these numbers. And we have excessive heat warnings from Little Rock to Oklahoma City to Dallas, San Antonio, everywhere in between. We're anticipating the heat more tomorrow, and then as we head into Thursday in areas of the Northeast, central portions of California also a little bit toasty too. And they called this the dog days of summer, and this is living up to it. But what's different is we're not getting a break. It's just consistently very, very hot. And about 40 million people, say the U.S. population is about 340 million. So 40 million of those are above 100 degrees today. And it's not so humid, so it feels a little bit better. But 109 in Dallas. Yesterday, guys, by the way, it hit 109 in Dallas, and it wasn't even their record high. The hottest temperature on that day was 110 degrees. And we did mention, it is going to get a little steamy on the East Coast. And the difference with the East Coast, it will be humid. And it's been that way, and it'll stay that way.
Tell it to my hair, Bill. Tell it to my hair. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The latest vaccine in the fight against COVID facing its final hurdle today.
Coming up, the debate happening right now on whether to give Novavax's shot the green light.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so right now, a panel of CDC advisors is meeting to discuss the latest vaccine in the fight against COVID.
Yeah, this is exciting, right? The Novavax has a 2-dose COVID vaccine. It's going to be the 4th shot to receive emergency use authorization from the FDA since the pandemic started. CDC advisors are now weighing whether to endorse this vaccine and will they decide who can receive this actually shot.
That's right. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now. Dr. Sayal, thanks for being here in studio. We really appreciate it. First off, we always talk about these emergency use authorizations and sort of what the panel has to go through. What is the advisory panel actually looking at? What are they dissecting when they determine whether or not to make this available?
Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, they're basically looking at, does it work? Is it effective? And how does this kind of play out in the landscape that we're in right now in the face of changing variants? Now people are being vaccinated for monkeypox. We have to kind of consider all these things, right? And so what I think really makes this vaccine exciting is, it uses older technology that people may be more familiar with. So this vaccine uses technology that's used in the hepatitis B vaccine, the shingles vaccine. I have a family member who has been, month 15 now doing their own research, hasn't gotten a shot yet.
Oh, wow.
And so I think...
We all have that family member, by the way.
I will not name them on air. But, the hope is that this shot will help reach those people, right?
But I just want to interrupt. Let's be clear why, right? Because this is older technology, so it's things like measles and mumps, things that people were sort of used to before, whereas these newer vaccines, they're synthetic, right? So, is this just so that you can get those people who are on the fence?
The first thing is this vaccine works really well. It works just as effective as the mRNA vaccines. The second thing, yes, like you talked about, it is a technology people may have already been vaccinated with before, like HPV or hepatitis B when you're growing up. So that's kind of the hope. That it would help reach those 20% of Americans that haven't yet gotten a dose yet.
Wow.
And help them really get over the line.
20% of people, and maybe this traditional technology is going to be what convinces your relative and some others. We'll see. I want to get your opinion on the idea of using a nasal vaccine and how effective it might be. Dr. Fauci just spoke about this. We're going to take a listen to what he had to say when he was describing these vaccines to NBC News, and we'll pick it up on the other side.
What nasal or mucosal vaccines do, they concentrate the immune protection in the upper airway so that the cells and the antibodies that are trying to protect you from having the virus enter your body are right there on the front lines protecting you.
That is so interesting that some experts are saying actually a nasal vaccine could be even more effective than a shot in the arm. I know a lot of people who don't like needles, and kids too. This could be a really great, new way of delivering the vaccine. How likely do you think this is to happen, and what are the pros and cons?
Yeah, so what Dr. Fauci was really talking about was this million-dollar word that we're going to talk about that, if you need to impress a date tonight, it's called sterilizing immunity.
Okay.
And so basically what that is, the hope is these nasal vaccines will basically, you take it through the nose and it can actually stop the virus in its tracks before it infects your cells. So it would prevent infection, it would prevent severe disease, it would prevent you from spreading the virus.
Yes to all of the above. That's what we're all hoping for because COVID is so disruptive.
Yeah, and so while these current vaccines do a great job of preventing you from seeing me in the hospital, they don't really prevent you from spreading the disease should you get infected. And so that's kind of the hope with these. So where are we right now?
Yeah.
There's about a dozen in trial around the world. My motherland of India actually has one of the leading candidates right now.
Okay.
But it's still a proof of concept. It hasn't been proven to work like we want it to, so that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on.
Would you say sterilizing immunity?
Sterilizing immunity.
Okay,
So
we're married, so we'll impress our husbands, not our dates, but okay.
I do want, while I have you, I have a really silly question to ask. And because, I do have that family member who will send me, I just read about
their own research,
and
yes.
also, actually, I should throw my mom under the bus because she likes to send me everything she's ever read about COVID. And we understand that, I see these things that say that certain variants are more transmissible through the mouth or the nose. Is that true? And does that affect why this would perhaps be an effective vaccine because it's targeting the nose?
Yeah, so what we saw is, with the earlier, we'll call them the OG virus, right, way back in 2020. That did a better job of replicating in the lower airways.
Okay.
What we're seeing with Omicron is it's really the upper airways, right, like up here.
Okay. And what about BA5?
Part of Omicron.
Okay,
It'd be the same
got
thing,
it.
exactly. So the hope is really just to stop it in its tracks, prevent from getting there, and prevent from spreading.
All right.
So my mom was right.
Tell Mama Redford.
Yeah,
she's on to something.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Sayah. Appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Really good to meet you. Thank you. All right, well, gas prices finally dropping for the 5th straight week.
That's right. Coming up, we're going to see if this downward trend is actually going to continue or if Americans will see a comeback in those sky-high prices at the pump. Don't go anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now, the markets are rallying from big second quarter corporate earnings.
The Dow is up more than 500 points, the S&P and NASDAQ rising more than 2%. Investors are feeling confident as a number of big companies surprise Wall Street analysts with strong profits and sales. Our CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom, good to see you. So Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon saying inflation is, quote, deeply entrenched in the global economy, and it may not come down in the second half of this year, as some analysts were predicting. So what is the bottom line here?
So the bottom line, Vicky, is that one of America's most high-profile banking CEOs thinks that the economy is on shaky ground. I mean, David Solomon pretty much has a direct line of communication and conversation with the CEOs of the world's biggest businesses and most successful companies, which kind of makes him someone who arguably has the pulse of the economy more than others. And he has said that he's positioning his bank and its operations more defensively to hedge against the possibility of a deeper downturn in that economy. So that kind of echoes some of what fellow big bank CEO Jamie Dimon said in just the last few weeks, right, at JP Morgan Chase, talking about bracing for the likelihood of a possible economic hurricane in the coming months, which is also leading Dimon to be more conservative with his bank's assets and operations. And by the way, if you're looking for the real world economic impact of this talk, this chatter, this also ends up having a real effect on things like the all-important jobs market, as Goldman Sachs is reportedly looking to help keep their workforce leaner going forward by reinstituting things like year-end job cuts, where those people who are deemed to be underperformers are let go before bonuses get paid. Remember, the top performers get those. So if you pair that with a lot of the anecdotal stories about companies laying people off in a supposedly strong jobs market, you get that kind of more cautious, if you will, right, tale, Vicky, Morgan, about the economy. There are so many different things working against each other that the narrative is very confusing right now.
And now, Dom, I do want to go overseas for a minute, because for the first time since 2010, China's holdings of U.S. debt fell below $1 trillion. So what does that mean in terms of the big picture for the debt going forward?
So that's a good question. So, Morgan, so for years, the biggest foreign lender to the American government has been China. It's been that way for a long time. It's been the biggest owner of U.S. debt over the last several years, but China has been slowly over the years reducing its holdings of that U.S. Treasury debt. Earlier this year, to your point, Japan overtook China, becoming the largest foreign creditor to America. And now China's Treasury holdings, like you point out, dropping below the $1 trillion mark for the first time since 2010. A lot of that change in sentiment has to do with the inflation picture, of course, here in America, but elsewhere around the world as well. The Federal Reserve, remember, has had to use its monetary tools to sell government bonds in its inventory to take cash out of the financial system and slow down that inflation picture, maybe even slow down the economy. That selling pressure by the Fed has made Treasury bonds less attractive and not as valuable as they were. So maybe China looking to rebalance out of their positions. We'll see if it keeps up in that way.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, as always, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dom. Well, gas prices are finally heading in the right direction, helping to ease a serious strain on millions of Americans' wallets. The price of gas falling each day for the past month. Now experts are saying this trend may soon speed up. Finally, some good news. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at a gas station in Indianapolis with a check on these falling prices. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Yeah, as you pointed out, we talk about pain at the pump all the time, and it feels so good to finally talk about some relief at the pump. Analysts pointing out gas prices have now been falling each week for the past 5 weeks straight, and they say that trend may very well continue, if not speed up. A huge help to Americans still hoping to hit the road this summer.
Filling up is getting a bit less painful. After months of steady increases, gas prices have declined for the 5th straight week.
They've been really high lately, so I think it's about time.
The national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.50, down 15 cents since last week and 49 cents a month ago. While Americans are still paying $1.33 more than a year ago, gas under $4 a gallon is becoming a common sight.
Prices in some 35 states now have fallen under $4 a gallon.
Drivers in the South are seeing the biggest drops. In South Carolina, $4 a gallon on average. Texas at $4 and Mississippi at $4.03, while California, Hawaii, and Alaska remain over $5 a gallon. So what's driving down the prices? Experts say it's supply and demand. Gasoline production has increased while inflation and economic uncertainty has led Americans to fuel up less.
I think we all are dependent on our transportation, and those gas prices are really going to play a big part in getting around.
Officials at the White House insist the recent trend is not a blip.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices.
For families planning that summer road trip, it's all welcome news. But analysts say if there's an energy disruption, prices could just as quickly turn back around.
If we do see a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, prices could still rise rather dramatically.
Hey, Maggie, do experts have any idea when we could see the national average fall below $4? It's about $4.50 a gallon right now. You say things are trending down. That's good news.
Right.
Right, definitely. That analyst from Gas Buddy that you heard at the end of the piece pointed out that, of course, there are 1,000 variables that could affect this, but he's predicting right now mid-August is when we could see gas prices drop below $4 a gallon. So a lot of people obviously watching to see if that comes to fruition.
Well, that would be great for the summer travelers at the end of the summer here. Maggie Vespa in Indianapolis, thank you so much.
Well, a pioneer in the streaming wars is bracing for a back-to-back setback. Netflix is set to release its latest quarterly earnings report today. Well, the prior report was so bad that it revealed a 200,000 drop in subscribers, which could be just a fraction of the loss this time around. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey guys, today's earning report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. All eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says. The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
All right, coming up, a new documentary is shining a spotlight on Black maternal mortality in America.
That's right, what the film director says about how our mental health care system and healthcare system in general is failing Black mothers. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was less than
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, despite having some of the most advanced healthcare in the world, the United States has the highest rate of maternal deaths among the highest income nations in the world. And for Black women, that rate is scary. It's 3 times higher.
Really scary. That's why a new documentary is now shining a spotlight on Black mothers and the systemic racism they experience in the healthcare system. Take a look at this.
My daughter's story is loud, colorful, and artful. She was awake, aware, and active. And yet she still died.
Aftershock follows the families of 2 young Black women who died due to complications from childbirth. After their shocking deaths, their families come together to galvanize activists, childbirth educators, and doctors to really confront the maternal health crisis right here in our country. So, joining us now, Tanya Lee Lewis, co-producer and co-director of Aftershock. Ms. Lewis, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. First and foremost, we talk about Aftershock, and I thought there was this poignant moment, even in the trailer, where they talk about the ripple effect of this crisis. For people who don't know that this is an issue, for people who aren't Black, for people who aren't mothers, why should they care? What are the ripple effects if this isn't solved?
Well, look, I have to say, Black women, we are the canaries in the coal mine. Those that are most vulnerable are the canaries in the coal mine. So if you don't care about Black women's health, you should pay attention because it's coming for you. Also, we speak about the issue in terms of the disparity in inequity. Black women die at 3 to 4 times the rate of white women. But compared to their counterparts in European nations, other developed nations, white women are not doing so well in the United States either. So we all should care. And finally, I'll just say, maternal health is the marker of our nation. So it means we're not doing well if mothers aren't doing well.
Tanya, we talk about the numbers. They are stark, and this is a maternal health crisis in the United States with many ripple effects, as you just said. It's 2022. We have some of the most advanced health care here, but there is a degree of unconscious, and dare I say sometimes conscious bias against patients who are people of color. My husband is in the healthcare industry. We talk about this all of the time. What did you want to expose in doing this documentary? What kind of conversations do you want healthcare providers to have?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question because really what we've seen and heard is that Black women are not seen and heard from their doctors. I mean, in both cases of Shamani Gibson and Amber Rose Isaac, they were not feeling well. They went to seek help from their healthcare provider. They each said, I'm not feeling well, something is not right. And unfortunately, they were dismissed and ultimately passed away. And so what I would say to healthcare providers is listen to your patients.
Yeah.
Think of yourself as being in partnership with your patient, not doctored down. Women know their bodies better than anybody else. So let's listen to what women say.
I mean, this is an issue, I think, for me, certainly, that's personal, and I think for a lot of my colleagues are. I mean, when I go to a doctor, that's one of the first things I say. I said it last week. I went to a doctor and I said, look, I have trust issues when it comes to doctors because I know sometimes you may not listen to me. And I'm a woman who's educated. I'm a woman who has means. So imagine other women who look just like me and don't feel like they can advocate for themselves. And in this world, this moment we're in right now, we hear a lot of talk about allyship. How should other people be showing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, here's what's popping right now.
Brand new whip just happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
The messy breakup between Twitter and one-time buyer Elon Musk heads to court today. Twitter is suing the richest man in the world in the hopes of forcing him to go through with this $44 billion deal that he recently backed out of. Twitter is asking for a speedy decision while Musk's legal team wants a delay.
Well, speaking of a lot on the line, Toys R Us finally back in retail stores nationwide. A 2017 bankruptcy forced the iconic toy company, and I do mean iconic, to close its doors. We all remember those Toys R Us.
You were a Toys R Us kid. I was a Toys R Us kid.
If I had done all my chores, man, if I got a Toys R Us run. Oh, Randall and Rogue. Well, they will be in every Macy's store across America. The rollout is expected to come in October, right before the holiday shopping season.
Perfect timing. I'm pumped to see it. I remember the smell of Toys R Us.
Yeah, right?
All right, and the Chainsmokers, they are taking their hit single High really high, like space high. The Grammy award-winning duo is partnering with a space tourism company to become the first musicians to perform from the edge of space. But you will have to wait. That performance happening in 2024. But you like the Chainsmokers, Morgan?
I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head.
Okay, what?
I don't think that was
know. Okay, wait. We gotta get away. This is a new segment. New segment.
Whoa,
That's all right.
All right. Let's switch gears. Black farmers. They have historically been disenfranchised here across the country, partly because they make far less money. They receive fewer government subsidies and have trouble getting loans compared to their white counterparts.
Now, one woman is using TikTok to not only showcase her skills, but she also wants to help other women of color to grow into land-owning farmers.
Our very own NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with that story. Maya, I mean, this is sort of trying to right a pretty historic wrong. What's happening here?
Yes. So as you mentioned, there are just so many barriers to access. And Clorinda, who you're about to meet, has a really inspiring story and a really important message for everyone. Let's take a look.
Because of the trauma that's been inflicted on the Black community, indigenous community, when it comes to land, a lot of us have lost that connection.
Clorinda, known as Pharmacy on TikTok, is part of a growing group of Black women ditching their mouse and keyboard for a shovel and seeds.
Look at you.
I am really enjoying this. When you take it all in and you look around, how does it feel to know that you're on your own land?
It feels good. You're around so many beautiful plants that have so many beautiful purposes, and we don't look to the land for reinforcements that we need for our well-being. I really wanted to be able to look at farming as being reparative.
Clorinda owns green heifer farms in Liberty, North Carolina, and grows flowers, teas, hemp, and herbs, all with the goal of healing.
What made you decide to go the medicinal kind of healing route for what you're growing here?
I was, dealing with a lot of stress, started dealing with anxiety, and I wanted to see if botanicals and herbs and medicinal plants could have some benefit, and they did. And I found a lot of benefit in drinking really high quality tea. So this right here is lemon balm. It's really good for calming.
But she says it wasn't easy getting here. Banks denied her loans, and farming instructors barely believed in her vision.
Agriculture in this country was to benefit white men who owned property, preferably of the Christian faith. I'm coming into an arena where it's not equal.
There's actually data to back that discrimination up. The average Black-owned farm in the U.S. is smaller, makes less money, and receives less government subsidies compared to other farms. And in 2010, the USDA paid a $1 billion settlement to Black farmers for denying or delaying their loan applications without any justification.
This is a Camellia sinensis, also known as the tea plant.
Farmer C is part of the 1% of Black rural landowners in this country, and she wants that to change. So she's put her focus into helping other women of color find freedom by becoming farmers themselves.
I don't anticipate America to get things right during my lifetime. I also don't even pretend to be able to offer a solution to a problem. For me, it's more about how do we create as much Black joy as possible. That's what I'm on. How do we have as many Black people as we can that are living lives that are respectful of their value as human beings?
Wow, Maya, I love how you're finding these stories for us on TikTok. Last time you talked to us about Golagichi culture.
Right.
Talk to us about this $1 billion settlement. What happened there? What steps has the USDA taken to help Black farmers?
So since then, the USDA actually created an equity commission, and they've got 15 people who are advocates, former farmers themselves, to really help make the decisions in the room where it happens. It's independent of the USDA, but they're informing them on what needs to change.
She talks about spreading Black joy, and I think the piece that the moment that sort of gave me chills is when she said, I don't expect this to actually change
in
my
lifetime.
And you think about how many people who are working in the pursuit of equity don't even think they will reap the benefits of the work that they're doing. Is that a common sentiment around?
I have heard that from several interviews. I will say some people think it's pessimistic. I think it's realistic. And in all honesty, these aren't issues that can change in 10 years, in our lifetime. So for her to focus on her well-being, the community's well-being, I think is really powerful.
Wow. All right, Maya Eaglin, great story.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to us. Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us this Tuesday. Right now, deadline day. The clock is ticking for the Secret Service to turn over missing texts from both before and during the January 6th Capitol attack. What the congressional panel wants to know and why Chairman Benny Thompson will not be at the next primetime public hearing.
And urgent ultimatum grieving families of the 21 young students and teachers killed in the Uvalde, Texas school massacre demand district leaders resign today or else. The growing fallout over a scathing new report ahead.
And here comes trouble. Historic heat heads east with major cities like Philadelphia, New York, Boston, all set to sweat it out for days on end. We are tracking the torrid temperatures coming up.
Netflix nosedive, the largest streaming service in the world, braces for back-to-back drops in subscribers. How this could shape the future of streaming.
We are now expecting to hear from at least 2 former Trump administration officials at this week's January 6th committee hearing. Now, both of them resigned in the aftermath of that attack on the Capitol.
Right. Matthew Pottinger served as a member of the National Security Council. Sarah Matthews was the deputy press secretary. Meanwhile, opening statements might be delayed in a trial tied to the committee's work. The jury is still being seated in Steve Bannon's trial. The The former White House strategist is charged with contempt of Congress. We have a closer look into what to expect from Bannon's trial with NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner. But we begin on Capitol Hill with senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, good to see you. We want to start with the headline breaking just this morning. Committee Chair Benny Thompson announcing he has tested positive for COVID. How is this going to change? Will it change anything that has been planned for this Thursday primetime hearing?
That's right. Well, the chairman of the January 6th committee, Benny Thompson, has tested positive for COVID. His office announced this morning. But the January 6th committee immediately put out a statement after that saying it will not affect the Thursday hearing. It is still expected to go forward in prime time. The committee spokesman saying that Thompson has instructed the committee to proceed with that. It will be led by Adam Kinzinger, the Illinois Republican, and Elaine Luria, the Virginia Democrat. So Thompson's presence may not have a huge impact, or lack thereof, I should say, may not have a huge impact on the committee going forward. Now, as you mentioned, we are expected to hear from two witnesses. NBC has confirmed that Sarah Matthews, a member of the press team, and Matthew Pottinger, a member of the National Security Council, are expected to testify. That's according to a source familiar with the matter. Both of them were among a series of officials who resigned very quickly in the wake of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. They're likely to share their stories and their perspectives, what they saw up close and personal at the White House.
Time for those erased Secret Service text messages to be handed over, and all indications are that the committee will in fact get them. So how would those texts ultimately play into the hearing? What do you expect to see?
Well, the committee is certainly expecting to get them. They've issued a subpoena. Members of the panel have said that they believe there are ways that messages, or at least data involving those messages from January 5th and January 6th, can be recovered. The Secret Service has not explicitly said whether they will turn them over. It has only said the Secret Service has issued a statement pledging full and speedy cooperation with the January 6th investigation and a quick response to the subpoena. Unclear at this point still if they will say, we found the text messages, here they are, or if the cooperation will be, sorry, we looked, but we can't find the data, it's gone forever. The January 6th committee views these messages as crucial to piecing together the minute-by-minute of the January 6th attack, those 187 minutes of inaction by then-President Trump after the Capitol was breached. They believe those Secret Service texts are going to help shed light on what exactly happened there, especially in the wake of recent testimony by then White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson that Trump had an altercation with Secret Service demanding that they take him down to the Capitol with that crowd, which of course did not happen.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor live for us on Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon's defense team is gearing up to fight contempt of Congress charges, and this was after their bid for a one-month continuance was actually denied this morning. Opening statements are still scheduled to begin today once jury selection wraps up. The former White House strategist was indicted after refusing to sit before the January 6th committee. Former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner joins us now from outside the courthouse. He is also an NBC News legal analyst. Glenn, it's good to see you this morning. First off, this trial just is happening in D.C., which is pretty much a foregone conclusion that some of the prospective jurors would actually know Bannon fairly well. So what's your take on what's actually happening inside the courtroom, and what does this latest request for a delay tell us about the state of his defense at the moment?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The lion's share of jury selection went on yesterday, and you can kind of break the potential jurors out into two camps. People who knew a whole lot about the January 6th Select Committee and a whole lot about Steve Bannon and had some very strong opinions, almost universally negative opinions. A lot of those jurors were excused. And then there was another batch of jurors who really didn't know much either about the J6 public hearings and had never even heard the name Steve Bannon. I suspect a number of those jurors will actually be impaneled. Now, we thought by this time today we would have a jury in the box and we would already be through opening statements, but things got a little derailed this morning when the parties spent the entire morning talking about the admissibility of some evidence, some letters that were written by the J6 committee to one of Bannon's attorneys, Costello, and then back from Costello to the J6 committee. The prosecutors wanted to introduce all the letters. The defense wanted to keep them all out. Judge Nichols ruled that they're all all going to be admitted with some minor redactions. So now the parties are taking some time to regroup, and we expect that in the afternoon session we'll get a jury impaneled and then probably go to opening statements, although the judge did indicate that there's a chance he may kick things over until tomorrow to give the parties some time to sort of digest this new legal ruling on the admissibility of some evidence.
Well, Glenn, let's turn to the overall strategy as these things move along and we're getting ready for the opening statements. What do you expect the defense to focus on, and how might the prosecution lay out their case?
You know, so last week, Judge Nichols actually prohibited a whole bunch of defenses that Bannon's team wanted to offer to the jury. So there's not a whole lot left for Bannon to argue. They're basically, I believe, going to go with a reasonable doubt defense. They're going to try to poke holes in the government's evidence, and I think their hope is maybe they can pick off one or two jurors, and maybe they can win a mistrial, because the jury cannot unanimously agree on a verdict. And anytime there's a mistrial, the prosecutors have to step back and make the decision. Do we go to a retrial, or do we just sort of let sleeping dogs lie? I think, based on the evidence, perhaps the best the Bannon team can shoot for is picking off a juror or two and winning a mistrial.
All right, Glenn Kirshner, appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Well, Uvalde, Texas school officials are facing more pressure from the community to start making some big changes. Families of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in the school shooting made their demands clear at last night's heated school board meeting. They want action and accountability. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Uvalde. Guad, this was the first meeting since the Texas House Committee's preliminary and scathing report on the law enforcement response. Take us inside the meeting. There was a lot of frustration and anger with the school and city leaders there.
Anger and frustration, as you mentioned. This was a special meeting where parents and members of the community were given an opportunity to speak on a podium with a microphone without a time limit and ask questions to the school board, the school superintendent, right in front of them. A lot of these questions, as someone would be asking questions, others would be yelling from the back, people cheering when they questioned the school board. As you can imagine, after this report was released over the weekend that noted some of the issues with the school, the fencing, the doors that didn't lock properly, the fact that it wasn't unknown to the staff of the school that there was issues with the locks, all of these have caused a lot of anger with the parents and members of the community, and this is exactly what they were asking the school board. They were asking questions as to why they didn't fix the issues and why haven't they acted, especially when it comes to the police chief, who is on administrative leave. So there's a lot of issues that are concerning the parents and the members of the community. Here's part of that meeting.
So if the failures from your employees cause such heartbreaking loss, the most significant loss imaginable, our children, our teachers, why do you continue to employ these officers?
This was the last dress that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends, and that's not good. And I don't want to go to your guys' school if they don't have protection.
The only reason why we feel like you're coming out now is because you saw the videos. It's out there, and now we all know the truth.
I want one thing for my daughter and all of these that we've lost, and that's accountability. That's all I'm asking for.
Now, the members of the school board did say that they received that report over the weekend, just like the parents and the members of the community. And they're also learning all of these details as those parents ask for accountability. And once again, they kept bringing up Pete Arredondo, who continues to be the police chief. He is on administrative leave. Vicky?
Well, Guad, the Texas Department of Public Safety now says it is going to conduct its own review of the response. So what can we expect of this report? And really my question is, how much confidence do those folks there that we just heard passionately speaking, wanting action and accountability, how much confidence are they going to have in Texas DPS and anything that that agency says after how they initially handled the information coming out of the shooting?
Well, what we've heard from members of the community here is that they really don't trust any agency. But we do know that state authorities began with that original investigation into the shooting, and they gave away contradicting information from the beginning. So now, after this report is released by the legislators, by the Texas state authorities, now the Texas State Department of Public Safety released information that they will be conducting this internal review. Now, the difference between that original investigation and this one is that this internal review will look into the actions, specifically the actions of these Texas state troopers that responded to Robb Elementary. We know that there were nearly 400 officers from different agencies that showed up the day of the shooting. About 90 of them belong to the Texas state authorities, Texas Department of Public Safety. These are the officers that they will be looking into. They'll look into what they did. Part of the statement that was released said they're going to determine if any violations of policy, law, or doctrine occurred, where the department can make any necessary improvements for the future. Vicky?
Guad Venegas in Uvalde, Texas, really hoping those families get the answers that they deserve. Thank you, Guad.
A new report is raising questions about the government's access and use of cell phone data. The report from the American Civil Liberties Union revealed details about the Department of Homeland Security paying millions of dollars over several years to buy cell phone location data. Now, that data was used to track Americans and foreigners inside the U.S. and abroad. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. Julia, I mean, this really sent shockwaves, right? The people who are concerned about privacy. So just to start off, I mean, this report from the ACLU points to contracts between various agencies within DHS. So we're talking about Customs and Border Protection, for example. And then it points to two companies supplying this location data. So what are both sides sort of saying about just how long this has been going on, who's being tracked, and to what extent this data is being used?
Well, Morgan, actually, just in the past hour, I heard from Vintel. That's one of the companies that DHS contracted with to get location data, as you mentioned, both from Americans and foreigners in the U.S. and abroad. What Vintel is saying is that they do not have any active contracts with the Department of Homeland Security. But really, they don't address what's happening in a bigger picture here. And I'd love to discuss that with you. Basically, there is now a huge marketplace for location data. There was once a time where we knew that federal law enforcement wanted to search and seize phones and cell phone records without a warrant. The Supreme Court put an end to that in 2018. After that, we've been able to see this burgeoning industry of location data because that was not protected, and you do not need a warrant to get that information. And anybody's information could be swept up in there, whether or not you're actually part of any kind of law enforcement action or not. The ACLU started this investigation after the Wall Street Journal first reported on this happening in the beginning of 2020, when they understood that there were some of these contracts. ACL sued and got lots of these documents that show that going back to 2017, CBP and ICE, which both do immigration enforcement actions, have spent millions of dollars on several contracts with both companies to get location data, and they're able to track people even inside the U.S. But often when migrants are crossing the border, they're able to see that traffic so that they could pinpoint those people and target them for apprehension.
Julia, I do want to just briefly, before we let you go back to something you talked about with this sort of bigger picture. I mean, this report does suggest that government agencies are buying this data without warrant. So what are experts then saying about what this might mean for our everyday people, privacy protections? I mean, what is the potentially bigger threat or bigger picture here?
Well, the bigger picture is a conversation that's being discussed today in the House Judiciary Committee. That is a bill that would require law enforcement agencies to get a warrant to get this kind of location information. Right now, they say there's really nothing protecting Americans' data. And even though law enforcement agencies will say that location data doesn't personally identify the person whose data is being tracked, most would tell you, including civil liberties experts that I interviewed, that it is incredibly easy to figure out who someone is simply based on where they sleep at night, where they go to work, and any other common locations that they would frequent. So privacy experts are incredibly worried about this trend, and I think that this is just a small piece of what federal law enforcement and law enforcement across the country is able to glean from this data. That's all part of the conversation happening on the Hill, and there could be a bill that would change that.
Wow, a lot to unpack there and a lot to look out for. Julia Ainsley for us there. Julia, thank you.
All right, let's turn to our other big talker right now, the weather. Austin, San Antonio, Abilene, Texas, they've all seen more than, get this, 35 straight days of temperatures over 100 degrees. Those are the longest consecutive day streaks ever recorded for those three cities.
The UK is also setting another record, with London Heathrow Airport reporting a temperature of 104 degrees, which is almost matching the scorching heat at Buckingham Palace, where a photographer caught this incredible moment, a man giving a guard a sip of water.
Are they allowed to do that even?
I mean,
in this weather, I guess
feel like
so.
we cannot outlaw humanity. That is a beautiful moment in humanity.
Well, NBC's Bill Karen, speaking of humanity, and Megan Fitzgerald, they are here with the very latest on the blistering temps in the U.S. and Europe. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, who is at the Jersey Shore, where folks there are certainly also preparing for the heat wave. Hey, Emily.
Hey there. Well, more than 100 million Americans are under heat alerts today as this already sweltering summer gets even hotter. We've seen folks trying to beat the heat by taking advantage of the ocean. People are surfing, they're wading in water. Here on the East Coast, we've briefly dodged some of the scorching temperatures that have plagued other parts of the country, but not for long. Those high temps are heading our way as well. Right now, more than half of the country is seeing temperatures that exceed 90 degrees. Many areas setting records, and they're expected to continue to do so throughout the day today. An important reminder that heat is the #1 weather-related killer, and so you got to keep a couple of things in mind, especially if you're in one of those areas with oppressive heat. Make sure you're not leaving your kids or your pets in your locked or parked car, because within just a 10-minute span in this kind of heat, your car's temperature could increase up to 20 degrees. Also, make sure you can try to limit your time in the sun. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Officials say that just 30 minutes of activity in this kind of brutal heat can be quite dangerous. Back to you.
Let's turn now to NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who joins us now live from London. Megan, it is great to see you. And we know that the London Fire Brigade declared a major incident after a huge surge in fires across the capital. But what more do we know, Megan, about what's actually happening there?
Yeah, Morgan, great to be with you. What we know at this hour, as you mentioned, is that there is this massive fire that's burning in the outskirts of London. It's East London, to be exact. We know that about 100 firefighters are battling this blaze. 15 fire trucks have deployed. But this is a critical situation here because, as you mentioned, we're seeing fires breaking out all throughout the capital here. The fire brigade tweeting, "We have declared a major incident as firefighters battle several significant fires across the capital." Then the mayor tweeting that this is critical. This country is not prepared for the temperatures that they're seeing. Temperatures soared past 104 degrees and continuing to climb. The infrastructure here not prepared for that. We've seen runways buckling. We've seen train tracks buckling from the heat. Keeping in mind, of course, that a lot of people in this country live without air conditioning. That's why a state of emergency has been called. That is why we saw top officials meeting over the weekend to try and come up with an emergency plan to deal with this, because the biggest concern is for the health and safety of the people here.
Megan, I mean, what are things looking like for the rest of the continent? Because, I mean, even if you just look more broadly, they're still in the middle of this gripping heat wave.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's a great question because it's not just isolated to here in the UK. We are seeing a heat wave gripping much of the southern part of the continent. You look at Portugal and Spain, for example, where temperatures have soared past 114 degrees. Right now, new numbers are in saying that more than 1,000 people have been killed. They've died because of this heat. Meanwhile, fires are blazing and evacuations are happening as we speak. You look at France, a similar situation there where more than 30,000 acres are burning in the southeast portion of the country there. More evacuations happening today as well. And then obviously this, continent not out of the woods anytime soon. We know that this heat wave is expected to stretch to Germany and into Belgium, where folks there are bracing for record-setting temps of 104 degrees in the coming days, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Megan Fitzgerald sweating it out there in London for us. Megan, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, back here in the U.S., it is the battle of the triple digits. Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Roswell, New Mexico, all expected to set record highs above 105 degrees. Right now, 89 million Americans are under some kind of excessive heat alert. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with the forecast for us. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, we continue to watch this just amazing heat wave in Europe. I mean, it's not just record breaking. I mean, it's all-time heat wave. Like, there's no one alive that has ever experienced something like this, what they've had today in areas of England and in the days past in Portugal and Spain. So we know we shattered the all-time record. The temperature has dropped a little bit. It did get up to 104.2 degrees at Heathrow Airport in London. Now it's down to 99. And the big difference is, why is that such a big deal? There were average high temperatures in the low 70s this time of year. Only about 2% of people in England have air conditioning. So the United States is like 95%. So it's not even, you can't even compare apples to oranges as far as dealing with summer heat. So the heat wave has broken a little bit in Portugal and in Spain. In areas of still very hot in Paris today. Should get a break tomorrow. And then she was mentioning, Brussels gets hot and Amsterdam gets hot too. And those Frankfurt areas of Germany. So the heat wave is shifting a little bit to the east. And as far as the forecast goes, notice today was 104 in London. It drops to 81 tomorrow. So more typical of what they'd expect for summertime heat. So let's bring it back home, and we continue to update these numbers. And we have excessive heat warnings from Little Rock to Oklahoma City to Dallas, San Antonio, everywhere in between. We're anticipating the heat more tomorrow, and then as we head into Thursday in areas of the Northeast, central portions of California also a little bit toasty too. And they called this the dog days of summer, and this is living up to it. But what's different is we're not getting a break. It's just consistently very, very hot. And about 40 million people, say the U.S. population is about 340 million. So 40 million of those are above 100 degrees today. And it's not so humid, so it feels a little bit better. But 109 in Dallas. Yesterday, guys, by the way, it hit 109 in Dallas, and it wasn't even their record high. The hottest temperature on that day was 110 degrees. And we did mention, it is going to get a little steamy on the East Coast. And the difference with the East Coast, it will be humid. And it's been that way, and it'll stay that way.
Tell it to my hair, Bill. Tell it to my hair. All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The latest vaccine in the fight against COVID facing its final hurdle today.
Coming up, the debate happening right now on whether to give Novavax's shot the green light.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. It's crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right, so right now, a panel of CDC advisors is meeting to discuss the latest vaccine in the fight against COVID.
Yeah, this is exciting, right? The Novavax has a 2-dose COVID vaccine. It's going to be the 4th shot to receive emergency use authorization from the FDA since the pandemic started. CDC advisors are now weighing whether to endorse this vaccine and will they decide who can receive this actually shot.
That's right. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal joins us now. Dr. Sayal, thanks for being here in studio. We really appreciate it. First off, we always talk about these emergency use authorizations and sort of what the panel has to go through. What is the advisory panel actually looking at? What are they dissecting when they determine whether or not to make this available?
Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, they're basically looking at, does it work? Is it effective? And how does this kind of play out in the landscape that we're in right now in the face of changing variants? Now people are being vaccinated for monkeypox. We have to kind of consider all these things, right? And so what I think really makes this vaccine exciting is, it uses older technology that people may be more familiar with. So this vaccine uses technology that's used in the hepatitis B vaccine, the shingles vaccine. I have a family member who has been, month 15 now doing their own research, hasn't gotten a shot yet.
Oh, wow.
And so I think...
We all have that family member, by the way.
I will not name them on here. But, the hope is that this shot will help reach those people, right?
But I just want to interrupt. Let's be clear why, right? Because this is older technology, so it's things like measles and mumps, things that people were sort of used to before, whereas these newer vaccines, they're synthetic, right? So, is this just so that you can get those people who are on the fence?
The first thing is this vaccine works really well. It works just as effective as the mRNA vaccines. The second thing, yes, like you talked about, it is a technology people may have already been vaccinated with before, like HPV or hepatitis B when you're growing up. So that's kind of the hope, that it would help reach those 20% of Americans that haven't yet gotten a dose yet.
Wow.
And help them really get over the line.
20% of people, and maybe this traditional technology is going to be what convinces your relative and some others. We'll see. I want to get your opinion on the idea of using a nasal vaccine and how effective it might be. Dr. Fauci just spoke about this. We're going to take a listen to what he had to say when he was describing these vaccines to NBC News, and we'll pick it up on the other side.
What nasal or mucosal vaccines do, they concentrate the immune protection in the upper airway so that the cells and the antibodies that are trying to protect you from having the virus enter your body are right there on the front lines protecting you.
That is so interesting that some experts are saying actually a nasal vaccine could be even more effective than a shot in the arm. I know a lot of people who don't like needles, and kids too. This could be a really great, new way of delivering the vaccine. How likely do you think this is to happen, and what are the pros and cons?
Yeah, so what Dr. Fauci was really talking about was this million-dollar word that we're going to talk about that, if you need to impress a date tonight, it's called sterilizing immunity.
Okay.
And so basically what that is, the hope is these nasal vaccines will basically, you take it through the nose and it can actually stop the virus in its tracks. Before it infects your cells. So it would prevent infection, it would prevent severe disease, it would prevent you from spreading the virus.
Yes to all of the above. That's what we're all hoping for because COVID is so disruptive.
Yeah, and so while these current vaccines do a great job of preventing you from seeing me in the hospital, they don't really prevent you from spreading the disease should you get infected. And so that's kind of the hope with these. So where are we right now?
Yeah.
There's about a dozen in trial around the world. My motherland of India actually has one of the leading candidates right now.
Okay.
But it's still a proof of concept. It hasn't been proven to work like we want it to, so that's something we're definitely keeping an eye on.
What did you say, sterilizing immunity?
Sterilizing immunity.
Okay,
So
we're married, so we'll impress our husbands, not our dates, but okay.
I do want, while I have you, I have a really silly question to ask. And because, I do have that family member who will send me, I just read about
their own research,
and
yes.
also, actually, I should throw my mom under the bus because she likes to send me everything she's ever read about COVID. And we understand that, I see these things that say that certain variants are more transmissible through the mouth or the nose. Is that true? And does that affect why this would perhaps be an effective vaccine because it's targeting the nose?
Yeah, so what we saw is, with the earlier, we'll call them the OG virus, right, way back in 2020. That did a better job of replicating in the lower airways.
Okay.
What we're seeing with Omicron is it's really the upper airways, right, like up here.
Okay. And what about BA5?
Part of Omicron,
Okay,
it'd be the same thing,
it.
exactly. So the hope is really just to stop it in its tracks, prevent from getting there, and prevent from spreading.
So my mom was right.
Tell Mama Redford.
Yeah,
She's on to something.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Saya. I appreciate it.
We appreciate it. It was really good to meet you. Thank you. All right, well, gas prices finally dropping for the 5th straight week.
That's right. Coming up, we're going to see if this downward trend is actually going to continue or if Americans will see a comeback in those sky-high prices at the pump. Don't go anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Right now, the markets are rallying from big second quarter corporate earnings.
The Dow is up more than 500 points, the S&P and NASDAQ rising more than 2%. Investors are feeling confident as a number of big companies surprise Wall Street analysts with strong profits and sales. Our CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom, good to see you. So Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon saying inflation is, quote, deeply entrenched in the global economy, and it may not come down in the second half of this year, as some analysts were predicting. So what is the bottom line here?
So the bottom line, Vicky, is that one of America's most high-profile banking CEOs thinks that the economy is on shaky ground. I mean, David Solomon pretty much has a direct line of communication and conversation with the CEOs of the world's biggest businesses and most successful companies, which kind of makes him someone who arguably has the pulse of the economy more than others. And he has said that he's positioning his bank and its operations more defensively to hedge against the possibility of a deeper downturn in that economy. So that kind of echoes some of what fellow big bank CEO Jamie Dimon said in just the last few weeks, right, at JP Morgan Chase, talking about bracing for the likelihood of a possible economic hurricane in the coming months, which is also leading Dimon to be more conservative with his bank's assets and operations. And by the way, if you're looking for the real world economic impact of this talk, this chatter, this also ends up having a real effect on things like the all-important jobs market, as Goldman Sachs is reportedly looking to help keep their workforce leaner going forward by reinstituting things like year-end job cuts, where those people who are deemed to be underperformers are let go before bonuses get paid. Remember, the top performers get those. So if you pair that with a lot of the anecdotal stories about companies laying people off in a supposedly strong jobs market, you get that kind of more cautious, if you will, right, tale, Vicky, Morgan, about the economy. There are so many different things working against each other that the narrative is very confusing right now.
And now, Dom, I do want to go overseas for a minute, because for the first time since 2010, China's holdings of U.S. debt fell below $1 trillion. So what does that mean in terms of the big picture for the debt going forward?
So that's a good question. So, Morgan, so for years, the biggest foreign lender to the American government has been China. It's been that way for a long time. It's been the biggest owner of U.S. debt over the last several years, but China has been slowly over the years reducing its holdings of that U.S. Treasury debt. Earlier this year, to your point, Japan overtook China, becoming the largest foreign creditor to America. And now China's treasury holdings, like you point out, dropping below the 1 trillion mark for the first time since 2010. A lot of that change in sentiment has to do with the inflation picture, of course, here in America, but elsewhere around the world as well. The Federal Reserve, remember, has had to use its monetary tools to sell government bonds in its inventory to take cash out of the financial system and slow down that inflation picture, maybe even slow down the economy. That selling pressure by the Fed has made Treasury bonds less attractive and not as valuable as they were. So maybe China looking to rebalance out of their positions. We'll see if it keeps up in that way.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, as always, thank you.
All right, thanks, Dom. Well, gas prices are finally heading in the right direction, helping to ease a serious strain on millions of Americans' wallets. The price of gas falling each day for the past month. Now experts are saying this trend may soon speed up. Finally, some good news. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is at a gas station in Indianapolis with a check on these falling prices. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Vicki, good morning. Yeah, as you pointed out, we talk about pain at the pump all the time, and it feels so good to finally talk about some relief at the pump. Analysts pointing out gas prices have now been falling each week for the past 5 weeks straight, and they say that trend may very well continue, if not speed up. A huge help to Americans still hoping to hit the road this summer.
Filling up is getting a bit less painful. After months of steady increases, gas prices have declined for the 5th straight week.
They've been really high lately, so I think it's about time.
The national average for a gallon of gas is now $4.50, down 15 cents since last week and 49 cents a month ago. While Americans are still paying $1.33 more than a year ago, gas under $4 a gallon is becoming a common sight.
Prices in some 35 states now have fallen under $4 a gallon.
Drivers in the South are seeing the biggest drops. In South Carolina, $4 a gallon on average. Texas at $4 and Mississippi at $4.03, while California, Hawaii, and Alaska remain over $5 a gallon. So what's driving down the prices? Experts say it's supply and demand. Gasoline production has increased while inflation and economic uncertainty has led Americans to fuel up less.
I think we all are dependent on our transportation, and those gas prices are really going to play a big part in getting around.
Officials at the White House insist the recent trend is not a blip.
We think it's reasonable to expect more gas stations to lower their prices.
For families planning that summer road trip, it's all welcome news. But analysts say if there's an energy disruption, prices could just as quickly turn back around.
If we do see a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, prices could still rise rather dramatically.
Hey, Maggie, do experts have any idea when we could see the national average fall below $4? It's about $4.50 a gallon right now. You say things are trending down. That's good news.
Right. Right, definitely. That analyst from Gas Buddy that you heard at the end of the piece pointed out that, of course, there are 1,000 variables that could affect this, but he's predicting right now mid-August is when we could see gas prices drop below $4 a gallon. So a lot of people obviously watching to see if that comes to fruition.
Well, that would be great for the summer travelers at the end of the summer here. Maggie Vespa in Indianapolis, thank you so much.
Well, a pioneer in the streaming wars is bracing for a back-to-back setback. Netflix is set to release its latest quarterly earnings report today. Well, the prior report was so bad that it revealed a 200,000 drop in subscribers, which could be just a fraction of the loss this time around. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
Hey guys, today's earning report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. All eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that, or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says. The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
All right, coming up, a new documentary is shining a spotlight on Black maternal mortality in America.
That's right. What the film director says about how our mental health care system and healthcare system in general is failing Black mothers. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Well, despite having some of the most advanced healthcare in the world, the United States has the highest rate of maternal deaths among the highest income nations in the world. And for Black women, that rate is scary. It's 3 times higher.
Really scary. That's why a new documentary is now shining a spotlight on Black mothers and the systemic racism they experience in the healthcare system. Take a look at this.
My daughter's story is loud, colorful, and artful. She was awake, aware, and active. And yet she still died.
Aftershock follows the families of 2 young Black women who died due to complications from childbirth. After their shocking deaths, their families come together to galvanize activists, childbirth educators, and doctors to really confront the maternal health crisis right here in our country. So joining us now, Tanya Lee Lewis, co-producer and co-director of Aftershock. Ms. Lewis, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. First and foremost, we talk about Aftershock. And I thought there was this poignant moment, even in the trailer, where they talk about the ripple effect of this crisis. For people who don't know that this is an issue, for people who aren't Black, for people who aren't mothers, why should they care? What are the ripple effects if this isn't solved?
Well, look, I have to say, Black women, we are the canaries in the coal mine. Those that are most vulnerable are the canaries in the coal mine. So if you don't care about Black women's health, you should pay attention because it's coming for you. Also, we speak about the issue in terms of the disparity in inequity. Black women die at 3 to 4 times the rate of white women. But compared to their counterparts in European nations, other developed nations, white women are not doing so well in the United States either. So we all should care. And finally, I'll just say, maternal health is the marker of our nation. So it means we're not doing well if mothers aren't doing well.
Tanya, we talk about the numbers. They are stark, and this is a maternal health crisis in the United States with many ripple effects, as you just said. It's 2022. We have some of the most advanced health care here, but there is a degree of unconscious and, dare I say, sometimes conscious bias against patients who are people of color. My husband is in the healthcare industry. We talk about this all of the time. What did you want to expose in doing this documentary? What kind of conversations do you want healthcare providers to have?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question because really what we've seen and heard is that Black women are not seen and heard from their doctors. I mean, in both cases of Shamani Gibson and Amber Rose Isaac, they were not feeling well. They went to seek help from their healthcare provider. They each said, I'm not feeling well, something is not right. And unfortunately, they were dismissed and ultimately passed away. And so what I would say to healthcare providers is listen to your patients. Yeah. Think of yourself as being in partnership with your patient, not doctored down. Women know their bodies better than anybody else. So let's listen to what women say.
I mean, this is an issue, I think, for me, certainly, that's personal, and I think for a lot of my colleagues are. I mean, when I go to a doctor, that's one of the first things I say. I said it last week. I went to a doctor and I said, look, I have trust issues when it comes to doctors because I know sometimes you may not listen to me. And I'm a woman who's educated. I'm a woman who has means. So imagine other women who look just like me and don't feel like they can advocate for themselves. And in this world, this moment we're in right now, we hear a lot of talk about allyship. How should other people be showing up for Black women in this space, in this issue?
Well, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate what you just said. And when it comes to the Black maternal health issue in the United States, it doesn't matter if you have a postgraduate degree. You are still still have a higher chance of dying from childbirth complications than a white woman with a high school diploma close to the poverty line. So as Black women, we are particularly vulnerable. And look, I think that we all really need to, again, really just listen to Black women when we show up, pay attention when we show up, and be there for us. And look, it's difficult, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be so hard. You know, when you talk about allyship, just be an empathetic human being. We're all human beings. And that's what we wanted to do with the film, show that these women are not statistics. They're actual real people who have families that love them, who have communities that love them. And when they're gone, whether we realize it or not, we're all impacted by their loss.
And these are women who leave behind husbands, partners. This is such an important and poignant part of the documentary that you made. You followed the journeys of the fathers. You gave them a platform and a voice. Can you talk to us about how important it was to highlight the men's voices in this?
Yeah, I think often when people think of maternal health, they think it's a woman's issue. But maternal health, it still takes two to make a baby. And, you know, these men are there with their partners. Often I think people think of Black women as just having babies on their own, but they are with their partners. They are a family unit. They look forward to raising these children together. And when she's passed away, they are left to pick up the pieces. So they're there raising the children, continuing to work, do their job. But these men in our film are also, they love their partners and they love their community. So they're out there activated, trying to make sure that other families don't have to go through what they went through.
Such an important film. Thank you so much.
And it's really also just, I love what you said about this empathy, because it's the tip of the iceberg. You don't have to be a mom to be cared for. You don't have to be a mom to be heard, right? I mean, this is an issue for our country and really for our world. Tanya Lewis-Lee, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you making the time. And for all of our viewers, make sure that you look at Aftershock. It is streaming right now on Hulu. A really important conversation.
Thank you so much.
And coming up, the Chainsmokers' newest hit is called High, and, well, they are definitely living up to it.
Yeah, what we know about the Grammy Award-winning band's coming a performance that's going to be out of this world, and I mean it. So stay with us right after this break.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, here's what's popping right now.
Brand new whip just happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
The messy breakup between Twitter and one-time buyer Elon Musk heads to court today. Twitter is suing the richest man in the world in the hopes of forcing him to go through with this $44 billion deal that he recently backed out of. Twitter is asking for a speedy decision while Musk's legal team wants a delay.
Well, speaking of a lot on the line, Toys R Us finally back in retail stores nationwide. A 2017 bankruptcy forced the iconic toy company, and I do mean iconic, to close its doors. We all remember those Toys R Us.
You were a Toys R Us kid. I was a Toys R Us kid.
If I had done all my chores, man, if I got a Toys R Us run. Oh, Randall and Rogue. Well, they will be in every Macy's store across America. The rollout is expected to come in October, right before the holiday shopping season.
Perfect timing. I'm pumped to see it. I remember the smell of Toys R Us.
Yeah, right?
All right, and the chain smokers, they are taking their hit single High really, really high, like space high. The Grammy award-winning duo is partnering with a space tourism company to become the first musicians to perform from the edge of space. But you will have to wait. That performance happening in 2024. But you like the Chainsmokers, Morgan?
I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head.
Okay, what?
I don't think that was
know. Okay, wait. We gotta get away. This is a new segment. New segment.
Whoa,
That's all right.
All right, let's switch gears. Black farmers. They have historically been disenfranchised here across the country, partly because they make far less money. They receive fewer government subsidies and have trouble getting loans compared to their white counterparts.
Now, one woman is using TikTok to not only showcase her skills, but she also wants to help other women of color to grow into land-owning farmers.
Our very own NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with that story. Maya, I mean, this is sort of trying to right a pretty historic wrong. What's happening here?
Yes. So as you mentioned, there are just so many barriers to access. And Clorinda, who you're about to meet, has a really inspiring story and a really important message for everyone. Let's take a look.
Because of the trauma that's been inflicted on the Black community, indigenous community, when it comes to land, a lot of us have lost that connection.
Clorinda, known as Pharmacy on TikTok, is part of a growing group of Black women ditching their mouse and keyboard for a shovel and seeds.
Look at you.
I am really enjoying this.
Okay.
When you take it all in and you look around, how does it feel to know that you're on your own land?
It feels good. You're around so many beautiful plants that have so many beautiful purposes, and we don't look to the land for reinforcements that we need for our well-being. I really wanted to be able to look at farming as being reparative.
Clorinda owns Green Heifer Farms in Liberty, North Carolina, and grows flowers, teas, hemp, and herbs, all with the goal of healing. What made you decide to go the medicinal kind of healing route for what you're growing here?
I was, dealing with a lot of stress, started dealing with anxiety, and I wanted to see if botanicals and herbs and medicinal plants could have some benefit, and they did. And I found a lot of benefit in drinking really high quality tea. So this right here is lemon balm. It's really good for calming.
But she says it wasn't easy getting here. Banks denied her loans, and farming instructors barely believed in her vision.
Agriculture in this country was to benefit white men who owned property, preferably of the Christian faith. I'm coming into an arena where it's not equal.
There's actually data to back that discrimination up. The average black-owned farm in the U.S. is smaller, makes less money, and receives less government subsidies compared to other farms. And in 2010, the USDA paid a $1 billion settlement to black farmers for denying or delaying their loan applications without any justification.
This is a Camellia sinensis, also known as the tea plant.
Farmer C is part of the 1% of black rural landowners in this country, and she wants that to change. So she's put her focus into helping other women of color find freedom by becoming farmers themselves.
I don't anticipate America to get things right during my lifetime. I also don't even pretend to be able to offer a solution to a problem. For me, it's more about how do we create as much black joy as possible. That's what I'm on. How do we have as many black people as we can that are living lives that are respectful of their value as human beings?
Wow, Maya, I love how you're finding these stories for us on TikTok. Last time you talked to us about Golagichi culture.
Right.
Talk to us about this $1 billion settlement. What happened there? What steps has the USDA taken to help black farmers?
So since then, the USDA actually created an equity commission, and they've got 15 people who are advocates, former farmers themselves, to really help make the decisions in the room where it happens. It's independent of the USDA, but they're informing them on what needs to change.
She talks about spreading black joy, and I think the piece that the moment that sort of gave me chills is when she said, I don't expect this to actually change
in
my
lifetime.
And you think about how many people who are working in the pursuit of equity don't even think they will reap the benefits of the work that they're doing. Is that a common sentiment around?
I have heard that from several interviews. I will say some people think it's pessimistic. I think it's realistic. And in all honesty, these aren't issues that can change in 10 years, in our lifetime. So for her to focus on her well-being, the community's well-being, I think is really powerful.
Wow. All right, Maya Eaglin, great story.
Yeah, thank you
for
bringing that to us.
Yeah.
All right.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Feeling the burn. Tens of millions across America once again sweating it out. When you can expect some relief from this extreme heat. Closing arguments. The January 6th committee preparing to hold its final hearing live in prime time. Who we can expect to hear from and what they could reveal about the riot. And coffee break? More like coffee broke. Why inflation is now hitting Americans where it really hurts, right in the mug. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters here in New York City, 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west, and we begin with breaking news today. A brutal heat wave not loosening its grip on the U.S. Nearly 90 million people are under severe heat alerts at this hour. People are also dealing with record heat overseas. The U.K. setting a new record for its hottest temperature at 102.4 degrees. And here's a little perspective for you. The hottest temperature in the last 24 hours was actually recorded in Kuwait City, 122 degrees. Here in the U.S., Central California is set to see a high of 115 degrees. Real numbers, folks. Leading us off this hour, Emily Ikeda in New Jersey and meteorologist Bill Cairns tracking the forecast for us. Emily, first to you. You're live along the Jersey shore there. Good that you're close to the water, but give us an idea of how it's looking, how it's feeling out there.
Hey there, Aaron. Good to be here with you this afternoon. You can see behind me just how people are trying to beat the heat, the ocean. And as the heat worsens throughout the day, we're seeing these beaches at the Jersey Shore grow more crowded. We're watching the mercury continue to rise this afternoon, just surpassing 90 degrees here in Long Branch, a threshold that more than half of the country is expected to reach throughout the day.
Americans are waking up to blistering temperatures with an oppressive heat wave stretching from coast to coast.
It's just been brutal heat.
89 million people across at least 23 states are under heat advisories, watches, or warnings. More than half of the country is seeing temperatures over 90 degrees, many setting records.
It's sweltering. And what's the worst is there's no air moving.
Triple digits extending through the plains from the Dakotas to Texas. Across the Lone Star State, records tied or shattered.
People say it's hot in Texas, but this is like different. It's hot.
Dallas reaching a whopping 109 degrees.
I don't have central air. It would have me at over 100 degrees inside of the house.
Michael Sneed says for him, the blazing Texas heat is a matter of life and death.
Most of the time I have to sit right on the couch up under the air condition, and that's not really doing much. And so I feel in danger all the time.
California's Central Valley is facing excessive heat warnings. The city of Fresno expecting triple-digit temperatures to linger for weeks. Officials already responding to calls for heat exhaustion warn that as little as 30 minutes of activity in this climate can be dangerous.
Our bodies are not necessarily used to or accustomed to this heat over long periods of time, and so it can be really dangerous if you're not prepared.
In Denver, the mile-high city hitting a sizzling 100 degrees. After escaping the heat over the weekend, the extreme weather is finally reaching the East Coast. Severe storms battered the New York City area on Monday, flooding roads and train lines and causing damage like this sinkhole that swallowed a van in the Bronx. With summer just hitting its stride, this is likely only a preview of even hotter days to come.
And Aaron, the extreme heat is reinvigorating discussions around climate change. Roughly 3/4 of the country has seen an increased number of extreme heat days per year since 1970. Aaron?
All right, Emily Aketa for us in New Jersey today. Emily, thank you. Today, the UK recorded a temperature of 39.1 degrees Celsius in Surrey. That's 102.3 degrees Fahrenheit. The highest temperature ever recorded in that area. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea.
Well, today is officially the hottest day ever recorded in Great Britain. 104 degrees at Heathrow Airport at 10 minutes to 1 this afternoon, with temperatures continuing to climb in London and in other parts of the country. Most people here don't have air conditioning, so they're doing what you see the people behind me doing. They're trying to find a watering hole, a swimming pool, or a beach to cool off a bit. The official government advice is to stay in the shade, close your doors and windows, drink lots of water, and try to just get through it. The heat is having a really large impact on infrastructure here. This country just isn't built for heat like this. There are delays and cancellations on the trains because the tracks in some cases are so old that they will buckle in the heat pretty quickly. They're only rated to withstand 95-degree temperatures. There are also problems at airports yesterday. Luton Airport, which is north of London, had to suspend flights for several hours after part of the runway melted. So they actually had to perform a repair before they could have flights taking off there again. And that wasn't even the hottest day. Temperatures only reaching about 101 yesterday. As hot as it is in this country, it's actually even worse in Europe, where they're battling extreme heat and deadly and dangerous wildfires. The heat wave has been ongoing for about 9 days now in Spain, where they're battling these very dry winds and dry conditions, which continue to pick up the flames and spread them. In fact, it was so bad in one instance, the flames on either side of a train and so close to the train tracks that they had to stop the train. It's also been a big problem in France, where tens of thousands of people have been evacuated from a very popular summer tourist hotspot in the southwest. And those fires continue to spread in this unrelenting heat. It doesn't look like Europe will get relief anytime soon, but the UK is expected to see slightly cooler temperatures by tomorrow, a high of 80 instead of 104.
That's a pretty decent break, actually. Let's look to the future now with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, a lot of folks just want to know when we're going to see some relief. Obviously, we just heard some from Kelly here, but walk us through this. What do you expect?
Yeah, let's start with Europe first, and then we'll go over to the lower 48 and show you what we're dealing with here. And not a lot of relief coming for us. Unlikely our friends in Europe and in England are going to experience anything like they did today in the weeks ahead. I mean, today was so exceptional. The old record was set in 2019, not that long ago. Again, climate change gets warmer and warmer. 104.5 was the official hottest temperature today recorded in the UK. So almost 3 degrees warmer, crushing the old all-time record high. Temperatures have cooled off. There's a cold front coming through. London was at 104. They're now down to 93. Of course, the sun is setting in this area right now, but we're still very hot in Paris. You topped off at about 102. And in the days ahead, we're going to see the UK cooling off. London 81 tomorrow, 79 on Thursday. Paris gets a break, upper 70s to low 80s. And by the way, London should be in the 70s this time of year. That's why everyone's focusing so much on what happened in the UK. 30 degrees warmer than they should be, and only 5% of people in the UK have air conditioning. Unlike the U.S., where it's like 95% of us have air conditioning. So imagine flipping that and how we'd be freaking out. And as far as Spain and Portugal, this is still where they're having exceptionally hot weather. The fires are really bad. This is not breaking. Madrid is going to be above 100 over the next 2 days. And France gets a little bit of a break, too, before it heats back up towards the weekend. Bringing it to the lower 48, Dallas now has jumped up to 101 degrees. Yesterday, remember, it was 109. We're waiting to see if you can hit 110 today. And if they do, that would tie the hottest temperature ever recorded at Dallas-Fort Worth in the month of July. So that's not their all-time record, but their July record is 110 degrees. Still very hot almost everywhere across the country. Excessive heat warnings, as you'd expect, all of Oklahoma, a good chunk of Texas, Little Rock, over towards Memphis, too. Fresno is included in that. And then tomorrow and the days ahead, it's going to get pretty steamy in areas, especially of the Northeast. So you want the numbers? 194 million above 90. We got about 40 million people that are above 100 degrees today. And obviously, all that heat just continues to be relentless, especially in the middle of the country. And Aaron, it's not going to give us any bit of a break either. Here's the outlook towards the end of July. Big bullseye, warmer than normal in the middle of the country. And here's a way to look at this, Aaron, as far as the climate change angle on this. In about 40 to 50 years from now, we'll be yearning for the cool days of the summer of 2022. It's only going to get hotter, and that people have trouble wrapping their mind around that, thinking that climate change is a tomorrow problem. It's a building problem every single year.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. Harsh reality there, but it is what we're dealing with now. Bill, thank you. Yeah. We're also following some breaking news from Washington, D.C. A jury has now been selected in Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. The panel of 12 jurors and 2 alternates was finalized within the last half hour or so. This clears the way for opening arguments to start. The advisor to former President Donald Trump, former advisor, is charged with defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is outside U.S. District Court in Washington for us today. So, Ryan, what do we know about the makeup of this jury?
You know, this jury really reflects, I think, the makeup and the demographics of D.C. It's a pretty diverse jury and a lot of people from different backgrounds. And, you know, the takeaway is that not everyone in Washington, D.C. is obsessed with politics, because we have a lot of individuals who just are basically living their normal lives and didn't know a ton about the January 6th committee or didn't know a ton about Steve Bannon before they came into this. There's a special needs, a driver for special needs students who's on the panel. There's someone who works for an appliance company. There's really a wide range of jobs here. One of my favorites has to be the NASA photographer who is 7 months pregnant and is sitting on this jury. That's just something he couldn't pull out of a hat if he wanted to.
Yeah, pretty interesting group there for sure, with some serious things to talk about and decide on in this case. Ryan, I understand that there was apparently some sort of a dispute about what evidence should be allowed in this trial. How did that get resolved?
Yeah, you know, it gets a little bit in the weeds, but there was some discussion about whether or not some of the documents should be redacted before they were presented to the jury, because there's this idea that Steve Bannon can't argue about executive privilege because that wasn't a claim that had any really basis, and that claim was specifically rejected by the committee last October when they were going back and forth with Bannon on this. But you know, ultimately, we're going to move forward with this process over the objections of Steve Bannon's defense attorneys, and there's a pretty narrow pathway for what Steve Bannon can actually argue here. Essentially, only what he can argue is that there was some confusion about the dates where he was actually due to give this testimony, and what we suspect he might represent, based on these arguments before this case actually goes to jury, is that he was under the impression that there were some ongoing negotiations with the committee and that these dates weren't set in stone. The government's going to come back and say that, hey, you know, these were set in stone and he was in default of this subpoena when he passed these dates, regardless of whether or not the committee continued to try to enforce compliance with those subpoenas to get those documents and get that testimony in support of their investigation into the January 6 attack.
All right, Ryan Riley for us in Washington outside the federal courthouse. Ryan, thanks. And stay with us. Targeting countries holding Americans hostage. Coming up, what a new executive order means for the effort to bring home WNBA star Brittany Griner.
To rule when Charles is king. A new podcast, Listen Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thursday's primetime January 6th committee hearing will go on as scheduled, despite the chairman, Benny Thompson, testing positive for COVID. Thompson says he has mild symptoms. He was wearing a mask, as you can see here, outside the Capitol building at one point yesterday. A source tells NBC News 2 former Trump White House aides will testify publicly during Thursday's hearing. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, Ali, who are these 2 aides and how might they add to the story of January 6th?
Well, Aaron, you saw them there on your screen just a few minutes ago. Matt Pottinger and Sarah Matthews. Sarah Matthews was someone who worked in the press office. Matt Pottinger, someone who worked all 4 years in the administration in the national security piece of expertise. And he's someone who we've heard from at various points throughout these hearings. The same goes for Sarah Matthews. They have not really been featured players yet, but they have, of course, given videotaped testimony to the hearings and to the committee itself that we've seen in part. One of those things that might give us a little bit of a view into what we end up hearing from them publicly on Thursday night is the fact that for Pottinger, seeing the tweet that was sent out by the former president is the thing that actually led him to resign from the administration after January 6th. These are people that served throughout the administration and found their breaking point with what was happening in the White House on the day of the insurrection. So clearly, as the committee tries to paint this picture of chaos and violence on the Hill, juxtaposed by inaction and what one committee member said was the former president watching gleefully as these images went by on television, while they make that juxtaposition, they're going to have people who were at the very center of it in the White House be able to say not just what was going on, but what it meant for them personally in their inability to continue working in that administration.
And Ali, the committee expected to get those erased text messages from the Secret Service by today. Can you bring us up to speed on that? What's the latest there?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to get them, though I haven't heard back from the committee yet. The Secret Service and, of course, the National Archives are saying that they are opening up an investigation into why these messages were not backed up in accordance with records imperatives that are supposed to be abided by agencies like the Secret Service. The Secret Service, for their part, says that they're cooperating with these investigations, but what it sounds like is like these texts may, in fact, not exist anymore. It's interesting because the committee members who I spoke to yesterday, including Chairman Benny Thompson, seemed to be under the impression that these were text messages that could be recovered or resurrected. But now it's not exactly clear that that's the case. And of course, that's a blow to the committee because they really wanted to get as much information as they possibly could, not just from people who were inside the White House, but people from inside the Secret Service who could better flesh out, in this case, the day before and the day of the insurrection.
All right, Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill for us today. Ali, thank you. And a programming note for you, we will have special coverage of Thursday's committee hearing. That's starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern here on NBC News Now. Right now at the White House, Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska is visiting with her American counterpart, Dr. Jill Biden. They're expected to talk about Ukraine's growing humanitarian crisis. Zelenska will address members of Congress tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Tehran, Russian President Vladimir Putin is meeting with the leaders of Iran and Turkey. That meeting coming just 1 week after U.S. intelligence warned Iran may be planning to sell armed drones to Russia. NBC's Josh Letterman is standing by at the White House. Let's begin, though, with NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi in Kyiv today. Ali, it's only Putin's second trip outside Russia since he invaded Ukraine. He's also meeting with the president of Turkey, I understand. What are these leaders expected to talk about, and what are the consequences of a visit like this for other folks to the West?
Hey, Aaron. Well, it really does underscore this sort of new world order that Putin is trying to carve out, and Iran plays an integral role in that. They've forged a very close alliance over the years, and you have to always remember that Russia and Iran are amongst the two most sanctioned countries in the West, which is in the world, which has brought them a lot closer to one another. Now, they are going to discuss Syria and Ukraine. They're going to discuss closer cooperation with each other, and their meeting had a very distinctive anti-American tone in it. They talked about trying to weed out the US dollar in international trade, to not use that anymore, to have closer military alliances. They talked about kicking the US out of anywhere near Syria. And rather interestingly, Aaron, the Iran's supreme leader also said that, he wasn't in favor of human loss in this war, but agreed with Putin's line that had Russia not invaded Ukraine, it's Russia that would have faced the consequences of an invasion. So it was a very, very close alliance between these two as they figure out how to get even closer in the future to go very anti-American. And that was the real underscoring line of this meeting, and an alliance against America.
Ali, I want to ask you, too, about this. A Russian court apparently just fined Google more than $370 million for failing to take down what it considers to be fake news about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Talk to us a little bit about that. How are media outlets responding to Russia's increased censorship?
Well, Sir Aaron, 8 days after Russia invaded Ukraine, Russian courts passed a law criminalizing dissemination of so-called false news about the Russian military. And since they did that, there's been a complete collapse in independent journalism in Russia. Since that law has passed, at least 30 media outlets have shut down in Russia that spoke out against the system, amongst them the Moscow Times and Rain TV. But some of them are finding a way around it. Rain TV now no longer operates in Russia, but the European Union has granted them a broadcasting license, and they'll be able to broadcast in studios outside of in Latvia, the Netherlands, and Georgia, a place where a lot of Russians who are not in favor of the war have moved to. They'll also be able to broadcast on places like YouTube, which haven't been censored in Russia yet. But it really does show how Russia tries to control the propaganda of news within Russia. Most Russians get their news from pro-Kremlin outlets like Russia Today, and that really gives only one side of the argument.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in Kyiv again today. Ali, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Josh Letterman now. Josh, we noted that Ukraine's First Lady is in the U.S. for a few days now. What can you tell us about her visit?
Well, the president just surprised the First Lady of Ukraine by showing up unannounced at the arrival ceremony where the First Lady of Ukraine and the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, were set to meet. President Biden presenting the First Lady of Ukraine with a bouquet of flowers prior to her meeting with Dr. Biden. That meeting is also going to include other officials like the Surgeon General, like the head of the U.S. mission to the United Nations, as well as officials from USAID. And the goal here is really for the U.S. To make clear its support for Ukraine when it comes to humanitarian relief and the humanitarian crisis sparked by this war. Here's what Dr. Biden, the First Lady of this country, had to say as she met with her Ukrainian counterpart.
You cannot go into a war zone and come back and not feel the sorrow and the pain of the people.
The other big focus here, Aaron, is mental health. Back in May on Mother's Day, when First Lady Jill Biden paid that visit to Ukraine, she met with the Ukrainian First Lady inside of Ukraine during that visit. The Ukrainian First Lady asked America for help dealing with the mental health crisis. So many millions of Ukrainians who have been displaced, who have lost loved ones, who have spent, so many nights now in bomb shelters, listening to the sounds of artillery overhead, that there is going to be a massive mental health need. That is something the First Lady of Ukraine asked for help from the U.S. Months ago. Today, First Lady Jill Biden reassuring her Ukrainian counterpart that the U.S. is going to step up when it comes to the mental health care needs of so many Ukrainian citizens.
And Josh, I do want to ask you quickly, the White House announced this new executive order today that would hold countries responsible for wrongly detaining Americans overseas. Can you walk us through what that order would do?
Well, a lot of this is about just signaling publicly that the Biden administration is taking this seriously and doing everything that it can. But this executive order does include the ability for the U.S. government to impose sanctions, financial penalties, and even visa bans on foreigners who are believed to be involved in hostage taking. There's also an effort here to increase the information sharing that the U.S. government does to families of hostage victims, what the U.S. knows about where their loved ones are, what the U.S. is doing to try to get them back. And then, of course, there's a new effort from the State Department in its travel warnings that it puts out for countries around the world to specifically designate countries that are high risk for U.S. citizens being taken hostages. And, Aaron, there are countries like China, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea, and Myanmar, where there has been a history of American citizens being either taken hostage or wrongfully detained.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Washington today. Josh, thank you. And stay with us. Maryland voters take the first steps toward choosing a new governor, and former President Trump's influence is front and center. Still ahead, what voters are saying as they head to the polls.
Live from Ukraine. Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here's what we're watching. A 31-year-old man who was shot to death on the set of a crime drama, Law & Order, in Brooklyn. The victim managed parking for the show. Police say he was sitting in a car at 5:15 this morning when someone opened the door and fired a gun. It's unclear whether the killer knew the victim. The Justice Department says it has seized about $500,000 from a suspected North Korean ransom group. That money came from payments made by a Kansas medical center after it was hit with a cyber attack last year. The attack was traced to a state-sponsored group that also targeted other medical facilities. Former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is ending his bid to represent New York's 10th congressional district. In a video posted to his Twitter account, de Blasio said it's clear to him that voters are looking for another option, writing, quote, "I respect that." The former mayor had announced his bid for Congress in May. Polls are open right now in Maryland for that state's primary elections, and the most watched contest is the race for governor. Candidates from both parties are looking to replace current Governor Larry Hogan. He's leaving the state's top job because of term limits. Whatever happens today sets the stage for a showdown in November. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is standing by. Let's start with NBC's Gary Grumbach in Eldersburg, Maryland today. Gary, what should we be watching for in this race for governor?
Hey there, Aaron. Yeah, if it's Tuesday, voters are voting, and they are voting today, and all eyes are on this
Maryland governor's race. So let's dive into this here. On the Democratic side, we've got some polling to show you here. It's a near three-way tie between longtime Maryland Comptroller Peter Franchot, former DNC chair Tom Perez, and entrepreneur Wes Moore. Now, Perez and Franchot have decades worth of experience when it comes to political office. Moore has no political experience, but Perez has these endorsements from the Washington Post and the Baltimore Sun. Wes Moore has no political experience, but he's a Rhodes Scholar, a combat veteran who served in Afghanistan, and he also was the CEO of the Robin Hood Foundation, which is an anti-poverty organization. He's also endorsed by Oprah Winfrey. On the Republican side, it's a little bit of a Trump-Hogan proxy war of sorts between Kelly Schulz, who is a longtime Hogan administration Commerce Secretary. She's a more moderate Republican. She's somebody who says she won't change any of the abortion laws, rules, or restrictions in the state. And she's also endorsed by Governor Hogan himself. Then you've got Dan Cox. He's somebody who is a state delegate endorsed by former President Trump. He's somebody who was at the rally at the Ellipse on January 6th, and he actually organized buses to come down to Washington to bring Marylanders down to Washington on January 6th. He does not believe the results of the 2020 election and has called for investigations into those results. But some help is coming for Dan Cox from an unlikely source. The Democratic Governors Association has donated $1 million towards advertising that is supportive of and promoting Dan Cox's views. This is something that they hope in the long run will work out in the general election if Dan Cox gets elected in the primary, making it easier for Democrats to win in the general. Aaron?
So, Gary, you've laid out the race very nicely here. What about the people? What have you been hearing from voters ahead of the primaries today?
Well, all of those endorsements I just mentioned, none of the voters we talked to today really cared about what the endorsements were, whether it was Donald Trump, whether it was Hogan, whether it was Oprah Winfrey. Nobody cared. What they did care about was these kitchen table issues, things like abortion, guns, the economy, whether this man's retirement is actually going to be successful or not. Here's what some folks I talked to had to say.
I think it's just the tides are turning politically, that we want people that are have actual real life experience and are not just career politicians, people that know what it's like to figure out how to pay their bills, people that know what it's like to juggle children and their jobs and their home, and understand what it means to have to make compromises to pay things, and how to navigate a real life experience, not just have excessive wealth from years of family.
Now, Aaron, if things are as close as polls do indicate they are, don't hold your breath waiting for results tonight, because in the state of Maryland, there have been 400,000 mail-in ballots requested, a record for the state of Maryland. None of those, per state law, can even be counted or opened until Thursday. Aaron?
All right, you may be camped out in Eldersburg for a while for us. Gary Grumbach outside Baltimore today. Gary, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now. Mark, on the Republican side, this is effectively a popularity contest between President Trump and Governor Hogan, who has been fairly popular in Maryland. Do we have a sense of how strong the former president's influence might be in that state?
Yeah, Aaron, you know, what we have seen in previous primaries is that when Donald Trump does have somebody who he isn't endorsed in kind of an open seat like this particular race, that has actually ended up helping that endorsed candidate by several percentage points, particularly in the most rural parts of the state. We'll continue to see if that plays out in this contest. But as Gary was just mentioning in his reporting, this is a really close race between Dan Cox, the Trump endorsed candidate, and Kelly Schulz, who's endorsed by Larry Hogan. The other thing that Cox has going for him, besides Donald Trump's endorsement, is that Gary was noting, is the fact that the Democratic Governors Association has been airing more than $1 million in TV ads saying the most conservative candidate is Dan Cox. And I have to assume that helps him. But again, this is close. And as Gary just ended up mentioning, we might not know the results until after Thursday.
So, Mark, what else are you watching here? What other primary races in Maryland are you keeping a close eye on?
Yeah, Aaron, the one that I'm really, when it comes to congressional primaries, is Maryland's 4th congressional district on the Democratic side. This is a heavily Democratic district. It represents most of Prince George's County. And you end up having Donna Edwards, a former member of Congress who represented Prince George's County, running for her old seat. She ended up giving it up after she ran unsuccessfully for the United States Senate back in 2016. She's running against Glenn Ivey, another well-known politician from Prince George's County. But the twist here is that Donna Edwards is getting outspent by a 7-to-1 margin, mainly coming from a pro-Israel group, AIPAC, who has an organization that's been airing ads across the country. And they've been going hard after Donna Edwards, trying to promote Ivey. And so this race, to me, is really interesting, the results we're going to get, because Donna Edwards, to a lot of political professionals, including me, someone who is very well known, but has this advertising made a big difference? And we'll be able to find out.
All right, our senior political editor, Mark Murray, with us today. Mark, thank you. A Senate panel is ordering the head of the federal prison system to testify later this month. Lawmakers are looking into claims of abuse and corruption inside his agency. NBC News senior national politics reporter Sahil Kapoor is covering this story for us today. So, Sahil, what more do we know about this investigation into the federal prison system?
Well, Aaron, the Senate committee is launching this investigation after a report by the Associated Press found, quote, widespread criminal activity by staff and rampant sexual assault at a women's prison in California. The director of the federal prisons, Michael Carvajal, was replaced recently last week, but the committee is continuing to investigate this, and they're asking him to appear. He hasn't done that, and that's part of kind of a contentious spat between the committee and the administration at this point, which they are still trying to get more information on.
And Sahil, why did this committee feel that the need to subpoena the outgoing director of the Bureau of Prisons for this?
Well, quite specifically because the chairman and ranking member of this committee say the Justice Department has refused to make him available. They say there's no legal basis for Carvajal refusing to appear before the Senate and testify and answer questions about these reports of abuse and sexual assault. Let's put a statement up on the screen by the leaders of that committee, John Ossoff and Senator Johnson. They say, quote, to date, the subcommittee has been provided no legal basis that would prevent Director Carvajal's testimony before the subcommittee, and the Department of Justice continues to refuse to make him available to testify. There's also a statement from the Justice Department responding, saying, as the department has previously explained to the subcommittee, we believe the preparation for testimony just 5 business days before this critical leadership transition may distract Director Carvajal's time and attention away from this goal, unquote. A tense standoff between this committee and the Justice Department that isn't dissolving anytime soon, Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us on the Hill today. Sahil, thank you. Another federal agency is also facing some scrutiny. Homeland Security reportedly spent millions on cell phone data to track Americans and foreigners inside and outside the U.S. That's according to a new report from the American Civil Liberties Union. NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley is joining us now. So, Julia, take us through this ACLU report if you can. Who's being tracked here and how are the feds using the data?
That's right. So the ACLU spent 2 years in litigation suing the federal government to get a trove of documents. It's now all published online for the public and go and look to see this relationship between Customs and Border Protection and ICE and other DHS components who were using location information that companies in the D.C. area were storing and selling to the U.S. government for immigration purposes. This was all location data on your cell phone. It could show where millions of people were traveling, how they were using their day-to-day patterns, where they were sleeping, where they're working, and most importantly for immigration, when groups were coming across the border. But because there's this large net that sweeps up so much information, there were Americans who were obviously trapped in that dragnet, as they call it, also people abroad in the United States at the border, you name it. It's a wide swath, and it all takes location data and is sold to the U.S. government. And from seeing these contracts and the way they advertise themselves, you can see why the U.S. government is so interested in this and why it's such a lucrative industry.
So a couple of things in here, Julia. I mean, is this all legit activity by these agencies, and has there been any sort of response to the ACLU report?
It is completely legal as the law stands now, but I should point out that today at the House Homeland Security or House Justice Committee, there is a House Judiciary Committee, there's a hearing about a bill that would now make this part illegal. In other words, we've had rulings from the Supreme Court that have said the law enforcement agencies need warrants to get all of the cell phone records of an individual. They can't do that warrantless. But location data, they don't need a warrant for that. This bill would require a warrant. Right now, we'll see how far that goes. It's definitely being pushed by groups like the ACLU. As far as response, we haven't heard back from DHS, except that when some of this reporting was first done by the Wall Street Journal more than 2 years ago, when word got out that they were using location data, they said that none of this included personally identifying information. Civil liberties experts, though, would say that it is very easy to identify someone based on where they're sleeping, where they're working, other common patterns that you could see through location. I should also point out that we've heard back from at least one of the companies that said that they no longer have an active contract with DHS, but we should say these go back to 2017, and it's not always clear what other companies they may be using at the current moment.
All right, Julia Ainsley for reporting for us today. Julia, thank you. Workplace safety concerns now being investigated at Amazon. Up next, the bombshell allegations about what's happening inside warehouses.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Amazon is now at the center of a major federal investigation. The Justice Department and OSHA looking into working conditions at Amazon warehouses all across the country. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is joining us now. He's been looking into this. So, Jake, what specifically are investigators looking into here?
Well, according to investigators, Aaron, teams have gone into warehouses outside of 3 cities, New York City, Chicago, and Orlando, to investigate 2 possibilities. One, that the workplace conditions there are too fast and maybe leading to injuries. And 2, and this is according to a spokesperson, that perhaps there is activity going on at those warehouses designed to obscure injuries and to hide them from OSHA, which, as you know, looks at workplace safety as part of its remit. We, of course, are seeing this, Aaron, against the backdrop of longtime concerns that Amazon's warehouses are operating at an inhumane pace. We saw the Washington State Department of Labor look into one fulfillment center at Kent in Washington State, saying that that place was moving just a little too fast and perhaps leading to injuries. And in fact, we have confirmation as of today that in a workplace, a fulfillment center in New Jersey, a warehouse worker, in fact, died during Prime Week last week. Amazon says it's very saddened by that death. Aaron?
You bring up a good point here, though, Jake. I mean, Amazon has come under fire repeatedly for treatment of warehouse employees, for its use of productivity quotas. Is anything being done to address those concerns?
Well, Amazon says that it is, in fact, doing lots to address those sorts of concerns. It says that it has a new program in place to teach workers how to avoid injuries on the job. And, in fact, they dispute the use of the term productivity quota. The head of workplace safety at Amazon, in fact, told reporters last month that they don't use them at all. Some other system seems to be governing the incredible pace at which people seem to work in those warehouses. And so they are taking those steps. But we're certainly seeing tension here between Amazon's stated goal to be the most reliable, fastest delivery service ever, and what federal investigators seem to be looking at here, which is the possibility that it's moving just too fast for workplace safety. Aaron?
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, thank you. Well, how did a major crypto lender go from managing billions in assets to filing for bankruptcy in just a matter of months? Celsius made headlines last month after freezing customer accounts and leaving them in the dark about when or if they would get their money back. Now, for the first time, two former Celsius leaders are revealing what they say led to the company's downfall. Here's CNBC's Kate Rooney.
Timothy Cradle's career had been about making sure companies followed the rules. So he says he was alarmed by conversations at a Celsius corporate event in late 2019.
There was a bit of an odd thing that came up at one of our Christmas parties.
Cradle, the former director of financial crimes compliance, says top executives were talking about deliberate price movements in the Cell token. The cryptocurrency created and used by Celsius started to spike in early 2020.
I don't know a better way to phrase it, but they were in the market, they were actively trading and increasing the price of the token.
Based on those conversations, you're saying that management was manipulating the price of the Celsius token.
They were absolutely trading the token to manipulate the price.
This echoes claims in a lawsuit alleging the company was actively using customer funds to manipulate crypto asset markets to their benefit. Market manipulation is one of the biggest issues in crypto, and it's one of multiple issues former employees are now speaking out about. Cradle and a former top human resources employee spoke to CNBC about what was a multi-billion-dollar company headquartered in Hoboken, New Jersey. They say its downfall can be traced back to one theme.
The biggest issue was a failure of risk management.
Celsius says it brought in 1.7 million accounts by offering a 17% yield on deposits.
Because we allow it.
The crypto company and its charismatic CEO, Alex Mashinsky, proudly proclaimed banks are not your friends.
If you think of a bank, their job is to extract as much profit out of you as possible.
We reached out directly to Mashinsky and the company for comment and have not heard back. Celsius was one of a handful of crypto companies to halt withdrawals as crypto prices plummeted.
The compliance team was too small. Our resources were too limited.
Why do you think compliance was so understaffed? What was behind that?
Basically, we were sucking out money and not bringing any back in. They didn't want to spend on compliance.
CNBC obtained dozens of internal documents that in part show disorganization. In one instance, a top Celsius executive writes that he's surprised by a document written by another team overseas. Cradle, who left Celsius last summer, also said the company was trading customer funds. The CEO has denied this on Twitter.
Did it seem risky? Yes.
He also says Celsius was putting them in controversial crypto projects without the compliance team's approval. According to this internal document, these investments were clearly labeled as medium or high risk. The state of Vermont echoed this in a recent consumer alert, saying the company deployed customer assets in a variety of risky and illiquid investments and didn't disclose that to customers. Risk-taking was also part of the hiring process, at least at first.
I wasn't background checked, which I thought everybody did that.
Nikki Goodstein, a former senior member of the human resources team, says she wasn't aware of any background checks taking place when she joined in May of 2021. In fact, she says executives specifically told the chief human resources officer not to background check Yaron Shalem, the incoming chief financial officer. Months later, he was arrested and charged with money laundering in connection with his previous company. We made an attempt to find out the status of the case, but it does not appear to be public in the Israeli court system.
Everyone was PO'd that he wasn't background checked, because then it wouldn't have brought such embarrassment to the company if that was a process that we had in place.
Goodstein says she's speaking out on behalf of customers who put their trust in Celsius.
I feel really bad for people in the community who put money in there with confidence behind this, and not only did they lose money because the market volatility, but now they can't even get out what they put in to begin with.
In the end, Cradle says Celsius may be just another example of a startup that grew too fast.
It was just a bunch of mistakes that are ending up very tragically.
On the money this hour, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rebounding today. This comes on the heels of better than expected earnings reports. CNBC reporter Christina Partsenevelos is here to break it all down for us. So, Christina, walk us through this. What company's earnings did we get today?
Oh, we had a lot of movement today for particular stocks. So I want to focus on IBM for a moment because shares are still down about 6%. This company actually reported after the bell yesterday, so just a little bit at 4:10 p.m. Eastern time. The company had strong revenue, had strong profits, but the problem is currency fluctuations. The strong U.S. dollar is eating away at its international business. And so that's why shares are lower. Also, Johnson & Johnson, another company that reported earnings, they saw some strength in its pharma unit, sales for its cancer drugs, but at the same time, the company warned of the strong U.S. dollar. And then lastly, toy maker Hasbro, they posted some earnings too. The stock is up a little bit shy than 1% right now. They are stocking up though. So for all those shoppers out there, they said their inventory levels are climbing because they are anticipating a strong holiday season and they don't want any repeats from last year where people had to wait forever for a game.
We're also getting new numbers that indicate the housing market is starting to cool off. Christina, what can you tell us about that?
This is housing starts, or it's pretty much considered new home construction. It's a great barometer for the market. We got the numbers for June. It showed a decline of 2%. We haven't seen this kind of drop since last September. Why is this happening? A big concern is inflation. So building a home costs more for a lot of these builders. Yesterday, we received the builder sentiment, which also dropped. And then today, we also got building permits, which also declined. So you have all of these factors right now that are showing that the housing market is starting to decline because of inflation costs and affordability on the demand side. It's just really expensive to enter the market right now with prices so high. I think the average single-family home in May was $449,000.
Wow. Yeah, that really puts it into perspective for us. Christina Partsenevelos from CNBC. Christina, thank you. Well, inflation is grinding into the profits of coffee shops, too. For the first time all year, coffee chains actually saw a dip in foot traffic this past June. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz believes it's only a matter of time before people pull back on their coffee runs. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers is joining us now. So, Kate, which coffee companies are taking the hit right now, and how much of a dip are we talking about here?
Hey, Aaron, good to be here. So we'll hear from a lot of these names during earnings season, as Christina was just talking about, which is coming up. But overall, broadly, in the last 2 years, we've seen coffee companies outperform the broader restaurant space in terms of foot traffic, tracking ahead of quick service and fast food every month from July of 2020 through May of 2022. According to Placer AI, it's a startup that tracks location data. So the companies don't participate in these studies, but they use different apps, and they're able to track foot traffic around the country at different coffee shops. In June, we saw this trend reverse, with coffee visits falling below fast food and quick service as high inflation, high gas prices, and a rise in COVID cases took hold. Two names that Placer says saw less foot traffic based on its analysis were Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, down around 7.8% and 4.1% in June. Dutch Brothers is another coffee startup that Placer says actually saw an increase in foot traffic. It's a newer brand, and it's also a newly public company as well. The stocks of Starbucks and Dutch Brothers, though, have been down over the last year, 30% and about 24%, respectively. I know you mentioned Howard Schultz. He said recently that the U.S. consumer broadly is on a collision course with time when it comes to spending and how long it can keep it up due to inflation. That's not just at Starbucks, but broadly, and it's something that a lot of company execs are watching closely.
So very quickly, are you seeing any changes then? What are companies doing to try to deal with the rising costs and the falling sales?
Well, you're seeing incremental price hikes pretty much everywhere. A lot of brands are testing how much they can raise prices without turning consumers off. Starbucks is a name that a lot of Wall Street analysts are actually keen on because it tends to cater to a higher income demographic, meaning that they'll likely be last to start to pull back. We've seen overall at gourmet shops through May of this year, the average price of coffee up about 9% year on year. Specialty coffee up about 6%. So you're not imagining things. It's definitely getting more expensive.
Wow. Hard to believe people are walking away, though. I'd give up TV or Netflix before I give up my coffee.
Yes, understandable.
CNBC's Kate Rogers. Thank you, Kate. Lost luggage adding to travel troubles plaguing airports worldwide. After the break, what you need to know to ensure your stuff gets to its destination on time.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Well, airports across the country are becoming buried under mountains of lost luggage. It's the latest problem plaguing air travel now. Airlines are already struggling with a pilot shortage and threats of severe weather. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is looking into what's to blame for all that missing luggage.
Yeah, good day. So we have had a rough few days, rough few weeks. We've had 1,000 flights canceled yesterday, 200 today. This is the baggage claim area where I spent an hour and a half waiting for my bag last week. I finally gave up. I left without it. Good news is I eventually got it, but a lot of people have not been so lucky. The pictures tell the story. Lots of pictures of misplaced luggage piled up in airports around the world.
Literally called everywhere. No one can tell me where it is.
In Dublin, Amsterdam, London, Toronto, New York, Washington.
Y'all, this is insane.
One traveler tweeting, I see London, I see Air France, but I don't see my underpants because they're in my suitcase that you left at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport 11 days ago.
So we were planning the dream Scottish wedding.
On July 2nd, Katie Herman flew on Aer Lingus from Washington through Dublin to Glasgow for her wedding. Thankfully, she hand-carried her wedding dress. Her checked bag with all her other clothes never made it.
I'm getting no updates. It's been over 2 weeks. The status of my online form has not changed. So I really have no clue where my bag is.
The problem, airports and airlines, especially in Europe, don't have the staff to handle the surge in passengers or their bags. The situation's so critical in London, Delta Airlines flew a plane loaded with 1,000 bags to Detroit, no passengers. Meanwhile, in the U.S., volatile summer weather remains the biggest wild card. My flight to Denver last week had to abort a landing at the last minute due to dangerous wind shear. Forced to divert to Cheyenne, Wyoming, with more than a dozen other planes landing behind us. So the captain on our flight said this was the worst wind shear he has seen in 20 years coming into Denver, and he was literally fighting it as he came up, pulled the nose up, and diverted around Denver, forced to go to Cheyenne because, quite simply, we didn't have enough fuel to go anywhere else.
I am truly sorry for all this, but safety is paramount here at United Airlines, and that's what we're going for.
After refueling, we were too heavy to take off from Cheyenne, so all of the checked bags had to be bussed to Denver. The luggage advice from Travel Pros: avoid checking bags if you can. Travel with carry-ons. If you do check a bag, drop an Apple key tag or tracker inside so you can follow its whereabouts on your cell phone. Put IDs outside and inside your bag, and take photos of your luggage in case it's lost. If your bag truly is lost, you can receive up to $3,800 in compensation. The airline may also have to give you some money for incidentals, toiletries, for example, but they probably want to see receipts if they, in fact, are going to be compensating you for that much money. The good news is usually bags do show up. They've all got that barcode on them. It just may take some time. Back to you.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Tens of millions of Americans facing yet another day of oppressive heat. How soon relief could finally arrive. Double threat. COVID cases on the rise again, while health officials also track a monkeypox surge. What's being done to curb the spread? And high-octane heists. Some people are so fed up with the cost of filling up, they're resorting to crime. How some gas thieves are trying to hack the pump. Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and we begin this hour with breaking news. A relentless heat wave gripping both sides of the Atlantic today. In the U.S., nearly 90 million people are under severe heat alerts at this hour. But people in Europe are also dealing with record heat. The UK just hit its hottest temperature ever recorded there, 102.4 degrees. Now, to put all that into perspective for you, the hottest temperature in the last 24 hours was recorded in Kuwait City, 122 degrees there. In the U.S., Central California is set to reach a high of 115 degrees. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa now. She is live for us along the Jersey Shore today. So, Emily, talk to us about conditions there and where we're seeing the worst of the heat.
Hey there, Aaron. Well, this is the kind of heat where it's almost unbearable to walk on the sand without your sandals. We continue to see the mercury rise on that thermometer throughout the afternoon. It already exceeded 90 degrees, a brutal temperature that the majority of the country is facing. Some 40 million seeing even triple digits throughout today. Most of the country, though, will be facing closer to that 90-degree level. And unfortunately, Aaron, I'll say this, it's looking to get worse even tomorrow. We're expecting heat alerts across Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. So a lot of people here are bracing for that heat as the heat wave continues to move east and up towards the northeast. But for now, the most brutal heat appears to be in the Texas area. A striking 109 degrees recorded in Texas yesterday. A slew of cities there have seen more 100-degree plus days so far this year than they typically record throughout the entire summer. Aaron, back to you.
So, Emily, how are the beachgoers at the shore there dealing with this heat right now? I know you said the sand is pretty hot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll admit that we are at a bit of advantage being here at the beach because you got that nice sea breeze. You can see my hair blowing around a little bit. And then you have the ocean to actually seek refuge in. But when you're in the sun, you are baking. It is very quick to getting hot and making you start to feel uncomfortable. So I'll note that I do see a bit more beach umbrellas out here on the beach as people are trying to be more mindful of things like that. They're trying to stay hydrated. One beachgoer I spoke with says this is the kind of day where it feels like your car's air conditioning can never get cold enough. Take a listen here.
How do you guys stay cool?
How do we stay cool?
Go in the shade.
Well, really, you just can't. You just have to find any building, go behind it, and just sit there for a while, and then you get some shade. But really, you can't do anything because of how hot it is today.
It's pretty hot today. How are you beating the heat?
We're just taking a little ride. It's nice and breezy by the water. Probably definitely go in the water. Stay hydrated. Just enjoy it. It beats the winter.
I think overall folks here on the ground at the beach are careful not to complain too much because they're well aware that there are other people, other parts of the country, some 40 million Americans seeing triple digits. Now the East Coast, of course, bracing for potentially similar numbers this week. Aaron.
And Emily, a policy question for you. There are some talks that President Biden might actually declare a climate emergency. What do we know about that?
Well, the latest reports seem to indicate that the White House is ruling nothing out. Everything remains on the table. But in discussions with NBC News, it appears the White House official kind of walked back some of the reporting that we saw in the Washington Post that said that President Biden could very well declare a national climate emergency. However, you know, last week we saw the president, he vowed to take some kind of executive action on climate. So it will be really interesting to see what pans out in the coming days. Aaron.
All right, Emily Ikeda for us on the Jersey Shore today. Thank you, Emily. Well, people across the United Kingdom are suffering with record-breaking heat as well, and that is far from the only problem. That country also facing what it calls a major fire incident. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald brings us up to date from London.
Yeah, good to be with you. You know, the people of the UK are doing everything they can at this point to try and stay cool, jumping in pools and ponds, in lakes, buying fans. But the reality of the situation is that not everybody can do that, which is why this is being considered a crisis situation. A state of emergency has been declared as temperatures soar into 104 degrees. And we are seeing the impact of this extreme heat. We're seeing tarmacs buckling. We're seeing train tracks buckling. And also we're seeing fires breaking out across London, a massive fire in East London. We understand that some 15 fire trucks responded, over 100 firefighters battling that blaze, but of course keeping in mind that there's other fires happening throughout the city. And so we're hearing from the fire brigade on Twitter, who says we have declared a major incident as firefighters battle several significant fires across the capital. The mayor of London saying this is critical. But we're also seeing critical situations like this throughout Europe. We know that fires are just burning throughout Portugal and Spain. Temperatures surging past 114 degrees there. The latest numbers coming in is that more than 1,000 people have died because of the heat. And then you look at France, a similar situation there, where more than 30,000 acres are burning in the southwest portion of the country there, in the Bordeaux wine region there, where thousands of people have been evacuated. But, you know, this massive heat wave is not over yet. Europe is not out of the woods just yet. We know that it's going to be moving to Germany and Belgium. They are now bracing for some of the highest temperatures that they've ever seen, 104 degrees in the coming days. Back to you.
Well, opening statements are underway in Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. The jury was seated earlier this afternoon. That process was delayed, actually, after a back and forth over what evidence will be allowed in court, including letters from the January 6th committee. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is in our Washington newsroom today. Also with us, NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner. He's at the district courthouse. Pete, I'll start with you. Steve Bannon's lawyers tried to delay the trial again. Talk to us about their argument and what the judge is saying about all of it.
Yeah, that seemed to be a big speed bump this morning, but it sort of came and went after the afternoon break. The main question here was admissibility of 3 letters that were written by Benny Thompson, the chairman of the January 6th committee, to Steve Bannon's lawyers, in which Thompson discusses the privilege claims that Bannon had made, that he had an attorney-client privilege, that his lawyer told him not to testify, that he was covered by Justice Department policies, and also that he did not testify or did not produce the documents because he was covered by executive privilege because President Trump had asserted it. Now, the judge has ruled that those are not defenses to the charge here, so he can't raise that in his case and say for those reasons he can't be held in contempt. The question was whether any of that could be discussed in what is really left of Bannon's defense, which is that he wasn't sure about the deadline for when he had to comply with the subpoena because all of that stuff was still in play. It's all been resolved now. The letters will be admitted, and now they can get on with opening statements.
So, Glenn, let me bring you in here. Once the trial does get underway in earnest here, prosecutors have said that they will only need 1 day to make their case. What do you make of that?
So, you know, that sounds about right. This is a fairly straightforward 2-count contempt of Congress case. And really what it boils down to is, was Steve Bannon lawfully subpoenaed to provide testimony and to provide documents? It seems pretty clear he was. And did he willingly, did he intentionally defy the subpoenas? And the prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney Vaughn, has done a really nice job in her opening statement, laying out the facts. You know, it was a nice linear, chronological, and layman-friendly explanation about why Congress was investigating what happened at the Capitol on 1/6, the fact that they're entitled to investigate it, to legislate and try to prevent it from happening again. And they knew that Steve Bannon had relevant information, which is precisely why they subpoenaed him. He chose to defy that subpoena, and that really is what this case is all about.
So then, Glenn, on the other side of this, if you were defending Steve Bannon, what's the argument that you would make?
It would not be an enviable position to be in, because the judge ruled last week that Steve Bannon's defense team is prohibited from offering a number of defenses they were trying to offer. It feels to me, Aaron, like they are left with a reasonable doubt defense. They'll try to maybe convince one or two jurors that the government's proof doesn't satisfy the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and maybe hope for a hung jury.
All right, Glenn Kirshner for us outside the federal courthouse in D.C. Pete Williams in our D.C. bureau. Thank you both. Well, the House is set to vote this afternoon on a bill to protect same-sex marriage rights nationwide. Lawmakers are also expected to vote on a separate bill protecting contraception access later this week. Democrats are concerned the Supreme Court could take away both of those rights after overturning Roe v. Wade. Let's bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins. Sahil, first to you, what's in this bill on same-sex marriage, and what's the timeline for a vote here?
Well, the House is in the midst of debate on this bill, the Respect for Marriage Act. As we speak, they are planning to vote sometime between 4 and 5 p.m., although knowing the House of Representatives, that timeline has a way of slipping. Now, the bill would do three specific things. The first is repeal the Defense of Marriage Act. The second is it would enshrine the rights of Obergefell versus Hodges, that 2015 Supreme Court decision, into federal statute, saying same-sex couples have a right to marry in every state in the country. And it would add additional benefits for married couples of the same sex, making clear that their benefits cannot be taken away. It would add protections, I should say, making sure those benefits cannot be taken away under guise of state law or anything like that. Now, the bill will pass. There's no doubt about that. Democrats have enough support to pass it on their own. The big question, Aaron, is how many Republicans vote for it? There are some Republicans in swing districts who are in suburban areas that tend to lean a little bit more liberal culturally, who are broadly supportive of same-sex marriage, because it's a popular issue in the country right now. How many Republicans decide to cross the aisle and say this should remain a right and not potentially be up for reversal at the Supreme Court?
Well, and then we look at the other chamber, Sahil. You have some new reporting on Senate Republicans being conflicted about voting for same-sex marriage and contraception rights. What are you hearing?
Well, this will be the key question in terms of turning the bill into a law, Aaron, because as we know in the Senate, a minimum of 10 Republican votes are needed in this 50-50 divide in order to clear a filibuster and turn a bill into law, to send it to President Biden's desk. And Republicans are deeply conflicted right now. Only one Republican senator, Susan Collins of Maine, has come out in favor of this bill. A number of them I talked to yesterday sounded uneasy about the idea. They're caught between a culturally conservative base that has no interest in seeing their legislators codify this right, and the growing majority of the country who does believe same-sex marriage should be legal. Let's put up one quote from Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa. She is a member of Senate Republican leadership. When I asked her about the issue of contraception, she said, I don't know that we need to codify things like that being contraception and same-sex marriage. Shouldn't that be up to state and local jurisdiction maybe? She's kind of thinking out loud here. She wants to see how the bill is worded. And Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican minority leader, was asked just moments ago how he would vote on the Respect for Marriage Act and whether he would whip Republicans to vote yes or no by reporters. He did not say. He said he's going to reserve judgment on that until he sees the bill. A remarkable bit of indecision here from Mitch McConnell, which indicates the bind that Republican senators are going to be in if this does hit the Senate floor.
And Chloe, let me bring you in here. A House subcommittee is holding a hearing today about the impact of overturning Roe v. Wade. What have you learned so far?
Aaron, the committee focused on the chilling effect of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and its impact on both patients and healthcare providers. They specifically looked at patients who are located in states that are hostile to abortion rights and how they now have to travel hundreds of miles out of state in order to get care. But they added that that's not the case for everyone, and many will be forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term and could face negative health outcomes, financial instability, and they'd be more likely to stay in touch with a violent domestic partner. They also looked at how those who faced pregnancy they faced many pregnancy emergencies, and how they dealt with a delay in care due to legal uncertainty from providers. And we actually heard from one provider at the hearing talk about this. Take a listen.
The reality is that physicians are still every day facing incredibly difficult situations where they're just put in unacceptable circumstances, having to weigh the risk. And again, there are very well-trained attorneys in some of these hospitals telling them very clearly, you can't do anything yet because the state law in this state that has just passed, or the state law from the 1800s that's still in effect, would judge you, and you would find yourself at risk of being accused in some cases of a felony and in years of trial to maintain your freedom and your medical license.
And Aaron, witnesses applauded the Biden administration's recent guidance on abortion in medical emergencies, regardless of state bans. But they added that providers still face a whole lot of uncertainty and risks in these situations.
All right, Chloe Atkins, Sahil Kapoor, thank you both. Outrage is growing in Uvalde, Texas. Parents are demanding changes ahead of the upcoming school year. Hundreds packed a school board meeting last night, pushing for accountability. Tempers flared over the failed response to the Robb Elementary School shooting. One father whose daughter died is demanding action.
I don't think that meeting persuaded anyone more than what they were. It's like beating us while we're down. I mean, we look for hope and none is given.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Uvalde. Guad, what did you hear from parents after that school board meeting last night?
Aaron, parents were very upset during the meeting that was originally scheduled to last about 45 minutes. It went for more than 3 hours. Parents were speaking in the microphone, asking questions, while others were yelling in the background. That's how tense things were. And as they left, some of them told us that they don't feel safe sending their kids back to school with the changes that the school superintendent says they have made or they're going to make. Here's part of that meeting.
One of my daughters actually comes to tears thinking about having to go to school, but I don't feel comfortable sending any one of them back.
What's going to happen in 2 or 3 weeks?
I don't know. I mean, that's one question that I raise about, what are the options for parents who don't want to send their kids back?
So that clip was Ms. Martinez actually speaking after the meeting, but she also spoke during the meeting, and she was one of the parents that questioned the school board. It was a very tense situation. It almost felt, I keep saying, like two opposite sides arguing. On one end, you had the administrators, you had the school board answering as many questions as they could, and then the other side, you had parents and members of the community very upset because of the report that was released over the weekend, where they noted, or it was noted, that the school had issues with the fencing, with some of the locks, with the doors, issues that were known to staff with these locks and weren't repaired. These are some of the things that upset the parents. And also, I should mention, they kept asking about Chief Pete Arredondo, that's the school district police chief, who is still the chief, yet he is on administrative leave. They kept asking the superintendent if he was planning on firing him. The superintendent did say that whatever decision they make will be made as they meet behind closed doors. So that's what the school district said for now. Aaron?
So, Guad, at some point the schools have to reopen there. Is there a date yet for the return to school, and how are parents and teachers getting ready for that?
So this is the other issue with parents, right? You've got parents that are upset at everything that's happened and others that are saying, well, at the end of the summer, we want to send our kids back to school only if the school is safe and if we feel confident that the school district has done their job. So right now, we know that the start of the school year has been pushed back, and we know that the school district has promised some changes. These changes include adding a new perimeter fence. It also includes upgrading some of the doors, the locks, more cameras, and then, of course, adding more police officers as well as more training to the school staff. Now, the issue that was brought up by a lot of the parents yesterday is that the officers that are part of this district are also the officers that responded the day of the shooting, obviously among officers from other law enforcement agencies, but they aren't happy with they said yesterday they weren't happy with the department, the school district police department that exists now, and they want to see a whole new police department created by the school district before they move forward with sending the kids back to school and before they make all of these changes. This is what a lot of the parents were saying yesterday, Aaron.
And Guad, I understand that there's a PTA meeting scheduled for tonight there. Any idea what's on the agenda?
Right. So there's another meeting. The meeting that was held yesterday, this is a meeting by the school board. This was a meeting so that the parents could come and ask questions on the microphone and sort of hold people accountable, especially the school superintendent. Now, today's meeting is all about the parents. It's to discuss how the parents will be moving forward. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of anger because of the findings that came from that report that was released over the weekend. And today's meeting is going to be closed door. And it's going to be for the parents to come and discuss what's important to them as they move forward. We will be waiting outside of that meeting to report the latest on what was discussed here on NBC News. Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Uvalde again today. Guad, thank you. A New York City convenience store clerk who claimed self-defense in the stabbing death of a man who attacked him no longer faces charges. Today, Manhattan's district attorney filed a motion to dismiss the second-degree murder charge against 61-year-old Jose Alba. You can see him here just before stabbing Austin Simon. Surveillance video showing Simon going behind the counter and shoving Alba. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos is here to help us unpack this case a bit. So, Danny, what do you make of the DA here in Manhattan dropping this murder charge? Do you think it had anything to do with a public outcry?
It had more to do with the video, because without the video, I don't think you get this dismissed. Any self-defense case comes down to he said, and if one of the he's is no longer living, then the government or the prosecutor doesn't always look so kindly on it. So really, it's less about the outcry, more about the fact that in the modern era, we have a lot of video evidence, and this is a good example of exonerating video evidence.
So, Danny, from a legal perspective, help us understand what constitutes self-defense. And I know it can vary from state to state, but why isn't the DA going as far as calling this that?
They're really saying more accurately that they don't believe they can disprove self-defense, which is a correct statement of the burden. But look, it's a promising thing anytime a district attorney doesn't just charge first and then decide to exonerate years later. They're doing it on the front end. It's a very wise choice, especially because their duty is not just to charge something they think they have probable cause, but charge only the cases and try only the cases they believe they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, if they don't think they can do that, then voluntarily dismissing is the right choice.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for us today. Danny, thank you. And we are tracking some breaking news after the break. What the CDC just recommended that will help in the fight against COVID.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are tracking yet another coronavirus surge in this country. Cases and deaths are on the rise. In the last 2 weeks, new cases are up more than 21%. Deaths are up 20% in that same time period. 39 states are seeing case increases now. However, cases are plateauing or decreasing in 11 states. And breaking within the last few minutes here, a CDC advisory panel unanimously recommending the use of the Novavax COVID vaccine for adults. Last week, the FDA authorized the 2-shot vaccine as well. NBC's Antonia Hilton is tracking the other outbreak we are monitoring now, monkeypox. Let's begin, though, with NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres and NBC News medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Dr. John, I'll start with you if we can, and this breaking news about the Novavax vaccine. Help our viewers understand how it's different from the other vaccines out there.
And Aaron, like you mentioned, the advisory committee for the CDC just recommended that it go ahead and be given, and now the CDC director will step in and give her recommendation as well, which by all indications will be, thumbs up, and it'll be good to go. But what this does is it gives us a third type of vaccine against COVID, and that's important because some people were hesitant to take the mRNA Pfizer Moderna vaccine or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is what we call a viral vector. And so this is one, it's more of an older technology. Think hepatitis B vaccine. It's been around for a while. And what it does is it uses a protein-based vaccine, basically. What it does is introducing a protein from the cell wall into the body. So instead of the body being induced to make that protein, which then activates the immune system, it's giving the body that protein along with something else that can help boost that up. And so, like I said, Aaron, the important thing here is for people who might have been hesitant to get the mRNA vaccines because they were concerned that the technology might be too new, or the Johnson & Johnson vaccines because that technology was new. This is an older technology. They don't think it's going to replace all the other ones, but it's certainly going to be one more tool in our tool bag, Aaron.
All right, so Berkeley, let me bring you in here. You've been reporting on the potential for a nasal vaccine for COVID. I want to play part of your interview with Dr. Fauci about that, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
What nasal or mucosal vaccines do, they concentrate the immune protection in the upper airway so that the cells and the antibodies that are trying to protect you from having the virus enter your body are right there on the front lines protecting you. But good progress is being made in an incremental way towards the ultimate goal of getting a mucosally administered protective vaccine that's safe.
So, Berkeley, he talked about the upper airway there, and I remember the original COVID, we talked a lot about chest issues versus the upper airway. What are you hearing about what it would take to get these nasal vaccines into production and how much more protection they might offer?
Yeah, so we're probably still a couple of years away from a nasal vaccine in the U.S. There are late-stage trials in other countries like China and India, but in the U.S., they're still very much in the early stages. But experts, including Fauci, are hopeful that these vaccines will provide more protection compared to the traditional shots that we have now. Because the vaccine is administered through the nose, they essentially think that that'll be able to stop the virus in its tracks when it enters the body. So that should provide protection against infection, severe illness, and transmission of the virus, Aaron.
All right, interesting. And if they could fast track that, I'm sure a lot of folks would be happy if that were at all possible. Berkeley Lovelace Jr., we appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. Well, as COVID spreads, health officials are also becoming increasingly worried about the global outbreak of monkeypox. The state of New York has the most cases in the U.S. right now, with more than 520, according to the CDC. New York City just asked the CDC for even more doses of the monkeypox vaccine. That agency saying there are now more than 19,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox across the U.S. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following the outbreak. Antonia, you've been talking to people here in New York who want to get the monkeypox vaccine. What have they told you?
That's right, Aaron. People are fearful of catching this virus. Many people in New York who are part of the LGBTQ community eligible for this vaccine, they already have friends who have this very painful virus. And then there's also anxiousness and frustration because it's been hard to get your hands on a vaccine. Take a look.
Lines at times stretching around the block. People hoping to get their first dose of the monkeypox vaccine.
I am frustrated and I get really anxious because, you really want to get this vaccine, especially because the cases are getting higher and higher.
City officials adding vaccine centers, opening 3 more locations over the weekend. But appointments for the 2-dose vaccines are hard to get.
It's been really difficult to find an appointment lately.
The numbers are still small, but clearly growing. The 618 total cases reported up until Monday in New York City, almost double the total cases reported just last Wednesday. And health officials say the current estimate is likely an undercount. So far, gay and bisexual men have been the group most affected by the virus, but anyone can get it through skin-to-skin or mouth-to-mouth contact. In New York City, vaccine eligibility is limited. Only men who have sex with men or anyone with multiple or anonymous sex partners in the last 2 weeks can get the shot, according to the health department. How are you feeling about the rollout of this vaccine and the spread of monkeypox in New York?
It's a mess.
Along with a lack of vaccines, there have been familiar problems of online portals crashing.
I feel like in this day and age, we shouldn't have portals, crashing because of the amount of people logging in to making appointments, especially after what just happened with COVID.
The city's health commissioner responding Sunday.
I understand frustration. We're frustrated with the amount of supply that we have of this vaccine. We need to get shots in arms as quickly as possible, but we also need to ensure that equity is built in from the beginning, and that's what we're trying to do now.
New York City, not the only place impacted by the virus. 43 states have at least one case, according to the CDC, including Connecticut, which announced its 13th.
We're still short of vaccines, but we do have some vaccines, more coming right now.
Back in New York, some people coming to get the vaccine from out of state.
I also think that messaging needs to balance targeting the communities who are most affected by monkeypox, which right now is, gay, bisexual, other men who have sex with men, without stigmatizing those communities. It's a very fine line, but I think we need to do a better job of walking that.
Aaron, for the people who have caught monkeypox, they have been experiencing a range of symptoms from exhaustion to high fevers to a very, very painful rash. But as people struggle to get their hands on the vaccine, officials are just focusing right now on getting people the first of 2 shots because the supply is so limited at this time. Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton, we appreciate your reporting on this. And I should note a quick correction for our viewers. There are more than 1,900 confirmed monkeypox cases in this country, not 19,000. I apologize for the mistake. Still ahead, back in the market, foreign buyers once again seeing value in U.S. real estate. Up next, where their sights are focused now. Right now on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Bottom of the hour now. Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Aaron. Methanol has been identified as the potential cause of death of 21 teens at a South African tavern last month. Authorities are trying to determine whether the levels were high enough to have killed them. The bar owner and several employees have been arrested but are now out on bail. Freeze-dried blueberries, under the brand name Naturalia are being recalled due to potential lead contamination. The voluntary recall includes packages with best by dates of December 2022 and January 2025. So far, no reports of any illnesses. And YouTube is partnering with Shopify to expand its live shopping feature. The partnership will allow creators to connect Shopify stores to their profiles so that viewers can complete purchases without leaving the video site. TikTok reportedly dropped expansion plans earlier this month for the same feature. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Aaron.
All right, Maya, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, amid the growing downturn in the housing market, there is one bright spot. For the first time since the pandemic started, foreign buyers are returning to the U.S. A new report from the National Association of Realtors showing international buyers are pouring more money into the market. Our team of correspondents covering several inflation angles at this hour for you. Let's start with housing and CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick.
Well, Aaron, international investors may not be super hot on U.S. housing, but those that are willing to pay more for it. Thanks to today's sky-high home prices, how much? Well, $60 billion worth of homes from April of last year through March of this year. Hamid Al-Bayati currently owns 5 condos in Manhattan, and he's looking for a 6th.
There's a fireplace, beautiful views.
He and other foreign investors are returning to the U.S. market after pulling back during the first 2 years of the pandemic. Spending in the past year was up 8.5% from the previous year as rents continue to set new records.
After COVID-19, rent went down, but now it's picking up.
and I'm sure it's going to go up more and more. So in the coming years, even with the interest rate going up, I think the rental business in New York City is going to flourish.
And it's not just New York, which is actually 5th on the list for foreign investment. At the top is Florida, followed by California.
The smart investors are starting to call because they're looking at these high rents, and foreign investors want to put their money where they could feel safe, and the United States seems to be a safe haven for people throughout the world.
Top buyers are coming from China and Canada, followed by India, Mexico, and Brazil. And they don't care so much about rising mortgage rates, as all-cash sales accounted for nearly half of all transactions. That's about twice the rate of total home sales. International buyers who had been favoring Europe more recently are also coming back due to the war in Ukraine.
We say capital is coward, and investors, they don't want to invest in areas of chaos or conflict or war zone.
While Russians were never top investors in U.S. real estate, they are even less so now.
The Russian buyers are not buying like they used to. They're also not selling. So I would say it's on hold.
And while the dollar volume of international investment in U.S. real estate is on the rise, mostly because U.S. prices are rising so fast and investors are going for pricey properties, the actual number of homes bought by foreigners is still down from a year ago. And that's not just the pandemic. It's been falling since 2017, when the China trade war was at its height. Aaron.
All right, Diana Olick for us at CNBC. Diana, thank you. Well, black farmers have historically been disenfranchised in America, partly because they make less money, receive fewer government subsidies, and have more trouble getting loans compared to their white counterparts. But now one woman is using TikTok to not only showcase her skills, but also to help other women of color grow into land-owning farmers. Maya Eaglin back with us now to share her story. Maya?
Hey, Aaron, yes, I met an amazing farmer. She has such an inspirational story. And as you mentioned, she's facing a lot of the challenges that other black farmers are in this country. Let's take a look.
Because of the trauma that's been inflicted on the black community, indigenous community, when it comes to land, a lot of us have lost that connection.
Clorinda, known as Pharmacy on TikTok, is part of a growing group of black women ditching their mouse and keyboard for a shovel and seeds.
Look at you.
I am really enjoying this.
Okay.
When you take it all in and you look around, how does it feel to know that you're on your own land?
It feels good. You're around so many beautiful plants that have so many beautiful purposes, and we don't look to the land for reinforcements that we need for our well-being. I really wanted to be able to look at farming as being reparative.
Clorinda owns Green Heifer Farms in Liberty, North Carolina, and grows flowers, teas, hemp, and herbs, all with the goal of healing.
What made you decide to go the medicinal kind of healing route for what you're growing here?
I was, dealing with a lot of stress, started dealing with anxiety, and I wanted to see if botanicals and herbs and medicinal plants could have some benefit, and they did. And I found a lot of benefit in drinking really high quality tea. So this right here is lemon balm. It's really good for calming.
But she says it wasn't easy getting here. Banks denied her loans, and farming instructors barely believed in her vision.
Agriculture in this country was to benefit white men who owned property, preferably of the Christian faith. I'm coming into an arena where it's not equal.
There's actually data to back that discrimination up. The average black-owned farm in the U.S. is smaller, makes less money, and receives less government subsidies compared to other farms. And in 2010, the USDA paid a $1 billion settlement to black farmers for denying or delaying their loan applications without any justification.
This is a Camellia sinensis, also known as the tea plant.
Pharmacy is part of the 1% of black rural landowners in this country, and she wants that to change. So she's put her focus into helping other women of color find freedom by becoming farmers themselves.
I don't anticipate America to get things right during my lifetime. I also don't even pretend to be able to offer a solution to a problem. For me, it's more about how do we create as much Black joy as possible. That's what I'm on. How do we have as many Black people as we can that are living lives that are respectful of their value as human beings?
A really interesting issue here, Maya. Has the Department of Agriculture taken any steps to make farming in America more equitable?
So actually, yes. They recently started an equity coalition, and that is made of 15 members, advocates, previous farmers, other people who are just invested in the well-being of the people who are really working the land and the people who are disadvantaged the most, which are farmers of color. So they're working together. They've had 2 meetings this year, and they're going to continue to find solutions to these issues.
All right, Maya Eaglin for us in the newsroom today. Maya, thank you. Well, the news keeps getting better at the fuel pump. Gas prices are now down for the 5th straight week. The average price for a gallon is now below $4.50. That's according to AAA. Despite the dip in prices, though, a number of drivers are resorting to stealing gas. Some are even trying to hack the pump. We're going to talk about that with NBC News reporter Kevin Collier in just a moment here. Let's start with the numbers, though, and CNBC reporter Pippa Stevens. Pippa, which states are now seeing the biggest drops in gas prices?
Well, as you said, the national average has dropped below $4.50, and the states that are seeing the largest declines over the last week are Ohio and Wisconsin, down 20 cents according to Patrick DeHaan, Gas Buddy. Iowa, California, and Texas down about 19 cents in 1 week. And then in terms of who's paying the least, that would be South Carolina, Texas, and Mississippi. Now, South Carolina's average is technically 3.998, and that's notable because it's the first time we've had at least one state average below $4 since the middle of May. On May 18th, actually, all 50 states crossed above that $4 mark for the first time on record. So, Aaron, it's not a ton of relief, but drivers are seeing a little less pinching at the pump.
Yeah, and every little bit helps, right? But it also sort of begs the question, are we in a good place with this going forward? Is this a downward trend that's going to be temporary, or does it look like we can expect prices to keep dropping?
Well, predicting prices at the pump is notoriously difficult, and there are a lot of factors at play here. Of course, the price of oil makes up more than half of what we pay at the pump, so that is the largest factor. And WTI, which is the U.S. oil benchmark, dipped below $100 per barrel last week, but it's now back around $104, so it is trying to find a range. Still, Andy Lippow from Lippow Oil Associates said that he believes the national average could dip to $4.35 in the next 2 weeks, but longer term, you know, so many unknowns, including hurricane season, and then, of course, the EU's phase-in ban on Russian oil purchases. So, you know, it remains to be seen.
Fingers crossed, for sure. CNBC's Pippa Stevens with us today. Pippa, thanks. Let's bring in NBC News reporter Kevin Collier now. Kevin has some new reporting on the rise of gas theft around the country here. A really interesting read about what's been happening and how it's been happening. Walk us through this. How widespread is the problem, and how is this hacking happening?
Well, we can only tell by the kind of scattered arrests. I was able to count 22 arrests since March, mostly through police reports, little local media reports, and there's one industry survey where 1 in 4 gas station owners say that they've seen an increase in theft since the beginning of March. So we do have like some indication this is relatively widespread. The ones we know about tend to be the people who will hack a pump and then sell it to friends, sell it to neighbors. People who do it at a smaller scale than that, I think, are largely going unnoticed.
And you mean literally drawing gas out of the tank somehow and nobody's noticing?
So I'll break it down. Most gas pumps in America are made by one of 2 manufacturers. One of them, Wayne, most of their devices can be accessed with a remote control, like an industry remote control. You can buy those on eBay, you can buy them online. And while a gas station owner can change the default code, the PIN to get in, a lot of them don't. So if you have the remote, you can just simply put it into a default mode and dispense free gas. Yeah. The other one's a little more complicated, but you can make with parts that you find at a hardware store a little device that will slow the count so that you can swipe a card, whether it's yours or a fake card, and get gas for pennies on the dollar and, you know, then sell them to your friends.
So what do gas station owners do about this? Is there anything they can do about it, or is this sort of built into the cost of doing business?
Well, first of all, change the PIN if they haven't yet. Right. Secondly, you know, smaller gas stations have a harder time with this because they might have 1, maybe 2 people working, and they can't like always be tracking, you know, what people who are filling up the pump if they're also managing a convenience store. Larger chains do better because they tend to have like an IT person, a security person who's watching the pump. But it is difficult. There's not a really clear solution.
All right, Kevin Collier, an interesting read on NBCnews.com right now. We appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Aaron.
Well, making their case, Twitter is getting its day in court in its battle with Elon Musk. Coming up, why the judge is siding with the social media giant.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Twitter is laying out its case against billionaire Elon Musk. Lawyers for Twitter appeared before a judge today. The high-stakes hearing is the first in Twitter's lawsuit seeking to hold Musk to his $44 billion takeover bid. CNBC reporter Lauren Feiner is following this case for us and joins us now. So, Lauren, break down for us what happened in court today, if you can.
Yeah, so today's hearing was really about whether the judge should expedite the trial in this case. So Twitter was arguing that they really wanted a 4-day trial in September because they really want to see this deal close and Musk pay this $44 billion price tag as soon as possible. On the other hand, Elon Musk's lawyers were seeking a 10-day trial in February, saying that they really need more time to sort out this whole question of how many spam accounts are on Twitter's platform.
So did Twitter get its expedited start date here? Why does that timing matter so much to Twitter?
Yeah, so Twitter ultimately came out on top here overall. They didn't get exactly what they wanted. The judge said that she'd like to see a 5-day trial in October. So a little later than Twitter was hoping for, but much closer to their timeline than to Elon Musk. And the reason why it's so important to Twitter to close this deal and have this trial done early is because their lawyers are saying that every single day, every hour, in fact, that this is allowed to drag on, they're experiencing harm. Twitter is in this really strange limbo of uncertainty with this deal not closing. They say that Elon Musk has sent disparaging messages about it, and they say that that's really harming their businesses. So they want to be done with this as soon as possible.
All right, CNBC's Lauren Feiner, we appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. Well, investors are keeping a very close eye on Netflix today, too. The streaming giant set to release its second quarter earnings report today after the closing bell. Wall Street is waiting to learn whether Netflix held on to its subscribers after a steep drop-off last quarter. Here's NBC correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Hey guys, today's earning report is a big deal for Netflix after that surprising announcement in April that it's lost a lot of subscribers. So what will today's news mean for the future of the company and for its millions of subscribers who remain? We're about to find out. All eyes on Netflix as the streaming superpower may be facing a new plot twist. In a play to lure back viewers, Netflix is rolling out the blockbuster Gray Man this week. It stars Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans as dueling assassins. It cost $200 million, the most expensive feature film Netflix has ever made. And it's a gamble. The streaming giant hoping to bring back the subscribers it lost and pull in some new ones. It comes at a critical juncture. Netflix will report its second quarter earnings today.
Everyone is watching to see how many subscribers Netflix loses in the second quarter. It warned that it would lose 2 million subscribers in the second quarter. The question is, does it do better than that or does it lose more?
In April, Netflix announced it lost 200,000 subscribers, the first time that has happened in a decade, and the stock price took a nosedive. Netflix cut 300 jobs and said it was going to crack down on password sharing. Content is also key. This summer, Netflix hit it big. Season 4 of Stranger Things passed 1 billion hours viewed, the company says. The series second only to Squid Game. But with everyone feeling the pinch of inflation, getting rid of a streaming service is a quick way to cut back.
And it's easy, right? And you look at your bill at the end of the month and you say, oh, what can go? Well, maybe that goes.
When it comes to these streaming services, the appeal is that you can sign up quickly, but you can also drop them quickly.
The subscriptions can really add up. These 4 premium services altogether add more than $60 a month to a family's budget. Most of those companies offer something cheaper with commercials. Now Netflix says it will too, partnering with Microsoft for a new ad-backed option to help boost subscriptions and revenue.
It starts to look like good old-fashioned TV shows again.
It starts to look like old-fashioned TV shows with ads in between.
Scenes like these ones don't come cheap. There's no word yet on when the ad-based option will be available and how much it's going to cost. As for that earning report, it will be out later this afternoon. Guys?
And stay with us, solving a mystery at sea. Coming up, we're taking a deep dive into the rarely seen world of sand tiger sharks.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, it's a question that some people who follow this sort of thing have been wondering for a while now. Where do tiger sharks give birth? Spotting a shark giving birth is extremely rare, apparently. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders dove deep into the ocean to get a closer look at the miracle of life.
We're 15 miles east of Cape Lookout, North Carolina. It was long believed sand tiger sharks gave birth much closer to shore, in shallow waters. But today, our target depth is 60 to 90 feet, where the mystery location for giving birth may now be solved. It's here during World War II, a German U-boat sank the freighter Carib Sea. Now an artificial reef, it's where we find more than 30 sand tiger sharks circling, some up to 10 feet long.
Do they want to hear? They look terrified, but they don't want to eat us.
Arizona State University natural sciences researcher Dr. James Sulukowski is hoping to confirm a theory that some pregnant mother sharks find their way to wrecks like this to gestate their pregnancies and then give birth.
You've never seen one give birth, have you? But that's the holy grail of shark science. If we can find that out, then we can protect that area.
New evidence that these deep waters harbor a special place for mother sharks begins not with science, but rather with Tanya Hoppermans, an underwater photographer and natural historian. She snapped this photo of a shark she named Claude on a wreck, a newborn, where a newborn would not be.
Up until that point, current conventional wisdom said that sand tiger sharks are probably giving birth inland, shallow water, but here was a baby shark on a wreck 100 feet down offshore. That wasn't expected.
And that evidence, the picture itself, caused scientists to say, let's take another look.
That and a lot of other evidence that I'd been gathering over the previous years between observations, photographs, and just things that I'd seen in sand tiger behavior that said maybe the story that is out there right now really isn't what's going on.
Tanya's a former mathematician who had made numbers her life, so it was only natural to begin counting sharks and use lasers to measure their sizes. Then she connected with shark expert Sulukowski. What was your reaction when you first heard about this coming from the non-scientific community?
My first reaction is, let's go check it out. Let's go find out if this is actually happening.
Together, they found a pregnant sand tiger shark, inserted a birth alert tag, and performed an ultrasound.
We're looking at a baby shark in mom, teeth, body, everything. It's looking back at you. It's absolutely incredible.
The next day, the tag alerted. The shark gave birth over a wreck.
Now we have to find out how true it really is. Did we get lucky? Was it by chance? We have to go through the scientific method to really prove that these sand tiger sharks are using these wrecks as sort of a nursery area for their baby sharks.
Scientists believe sand tigers, like other species of sharks, are in decline. These sharks, with 2 uteruses, only give birth to 1 pup per womb, possibly every few years.
Why do we care about the sharks? Without sharks, you don't have a healthy ocean. Without a healthy ocean, we don't have a healthy Earth.
One other surprise, scientists believed that sand tiger sharks typically gave birth in spring, but this device in a pregnant shark popped out in December, so clearly so much more to learn.
Carrie Sanders reporting there. You might know the name Carson Pickett from her amazing skills on the soccer field. Well, now the superstar athlete is inspiring others to take their talents to the next level. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren has more on how Pickett's limb difference is impacting young athletes.
Her senior national team debut.
When Carson Pickett took the field for the U.S. women's national soccer team.
It was incredible. It was honestly a dream come true.
It wasn't just her dream on that field.
I think that was like one of the coolest moments of my life, is just realizing that there's so many people out there that are just like me and that are looking up to me, and I can, maybe show them the way.
Born without her left hand and forearm, Pickett recently became the first player with a limb difference to play for the national team. Not there because she's different, but just like every player out there, the best of the best.
And it was just an incredible moment just to take it all in and realize where I was playing for the best team in the world and starting for the best team in the world.
It's not the first time Pickett has inspired. In 2019, this moment with then 1-year-old Joseph Tidd went viral.
I remember having a jacket on and I pulled my arm out of the jacket and he just started beaming and he was smiling and he was laughing and I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that he realizes that we're the same.
I'm ready.
Joseph, also born with a limb difference, is now 4.
I did it!
And following in her athletic footsteps.
I would just say follow your dreams. I say it all the time, but my dad has told me a million times, never let anyone turn your sky into a ceiling.
Words to live by as she helped the U.S. team to a 2-0 win over Colombia while showing fans around the world what defying limits can look like. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
And finally this hour, your NBC News Now quickcast, the stories you need to know before we go. The White House is releasing new information about the war in Ukraine. It's now sharing what it calls downgraded intelligence, saying that Russia is laying the groundwork to annex Ukrainian territory. Opening statements underway in Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. The jury was selected earlier this afternoon. And a CDC advisory panel just unanimously approved the use of the Novavax COVID vaccine for adults. Approval came from the FDA last week. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Thank you for making us a part of your day. Meet the Press Now is up next.
If it's Tuesday, January 6th, plot twists. Chairman Benny Thompson says the committee won't release its final report until after September, in the run-up to the midterms, as 2 more former Trump White House officials prepare to testify publicly this week. The latest on the investigation that's showing no signs of slowing down in just a moment. Plus, the message from Maryland. Democrats hope to flip a hotly competitive governor's seat as former President Trump picks a fight with the state's Republican governor. What to watch for as primary polls close in just a few hours. And later, real fears. Monkeypox spreads in big cities, including the nation's capital, as the U.S. confronts the most contagious strain of COVID-19 seen yet. I'll talk to a top doctor advising the White House's dual response. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin with new developments, new witnesses, and a new timeline involving the House's investigation into the January 6th insurrection. NBC News has learned 2 former Trump White House officials are expected to testify publicly for the first time in this Thursday's primetime hearing. They are former National Security Council member Matt Pottinger and former Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews. Both were at the White House as the attack unfolded, and both resigned in the immediate aftermath of the insurrection. They are expected to be key figures as the committee lays out its final piece of the January 6th timeline, the 3 hours between when the rioters breached the Capitol and when then President Trump finally told his supporters to leave. This week's hearing may not be the committee's last one, though. In fact, Chairman Benny Thompson told NBC News yesterday the committee might not wrap up its work for months. They're preparing to release a scaled-back report in September, though, and fuller report later in the year. That means the committee's final report and any potential criminal referrals could collide with the midterm elections and with a potential announcement by former President Donald Trump as he prepares to declare his 2024 candidacy. Still, the committee says the political calendar isn't impacting its decision-making.
The committee, can't weigh what the former president's political calendar may or may not be.
Meanwhile, in a statement to NBC News, the Secret Service has confirmed the National Archives is seeking information about deleted text messages from around the time of the insurrection. And a jury heard opening statements this afternoon in the criminal contempt trial against Trump ally Steve Bannon for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th committee's investigation. We have got a lot to unpack here, folks. Joining me now to get us started, NBC's Ali Vitale has the very latest from Capitol Hill. I'm also joined by NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid. Ali, I have to start with you on Capitol Hill and the announcement about this timeline, the fact that they're going to work past September, maybe even up to the midterms, the fact that the final report is not expected until then. What does this tell us about the status of the investigation and where they are right now?
They just want to keep going in terms of getting information from people that are still coming forward. We know, for example, Kristen, today they're doing another transcribed interview with a low-level Trump staffer from the Trump White House. So they still have people coming forward, and they're still actively getting information. You saw there that I was talking with Chairman Benny Thompson, and what he told me in part was new, which is that they've always said that they were going to wait until the early fall to release a final written report, and that there was likely going to be some kind of hearing presenting those findings. But then yesterday he said that the committee had recently decided that in between this end of hearings that we're seeing on Thursday and that larger final report sometime in the early fall, they're going to be introducing a scaled back report that sort of provides an intermission, if you will, between the actual hearings and the final report. Another chance for this committee to present its findings publicly and really keep this front of mind for the American public. I do think, too, the thing that's interesting, and you saw Pete Aguilar answering me earlier today about the political calendar not being a consideration, they are really in this to just continue presenting the facts as they get them. It's why they've seen some disruptions in their hearing schedule, having to postpone certain hearings or pop up certain hearings as information arises. But at the same time, that's kind of been the juggling act of this committee the entire time. Active fact-finding and active laying out of the facts.
It has been, Ali, and of course looming over all of this is whether the committee will make a criminal referral to the Justice Department. Right. Of course, as Pete will tell you, that's not going to impact what the Justice Department decides to do. But how does the timeline potentially influence whether the committee feels emboldened to do that, to take that step?
Well, look, the entire time they've said that they're really on no one's timeline but their own. The only thing that they can't control here is the fact that the midterm elections come in November, and there is a high possibility that control of this House chamber changes from Democrat to Republican, and that's a deadline that the committee has to abide by, because our expectation is that if Kevin McCarthy or someone else in the Republican conference becomes Speaker of the House, they're going to disband the January 6th committee, and that is going to be the end of the committee's ability to do its work. So I was struck today when Pete Aguilar told me that they're going to run through the tape, sprint through the tape. The tape technically is at the end of the year, or rather in January when they swear in a new Congress. In theory, that could mean that the committee will continue to publicly do its work, both privately finding out new information, but also publicly presenting that information. They could technically do that for months. At the same time, you got to wonder if there's not a law of diminishing returns here. The question that I've continued asking multiple of these committee members is, okay, I know that this is an active investigation, but at what point do you actually put the pen down? And that's the question that they don't really seem to have an answer to yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it continues to loom large over these proceedings. Pete, let me turn to you now with this development. The National Archives asking the Secret Service to investigate the, quote, potential unauthorized deletion of text messages on the day of January 6th and then the day before. What can you tell us and where this stands? How significant is this development?
Well, there is a federal regulation that whenever government documents may have been improperly deleted, the National Archives will demand an answer within 30 days, and that's what's happened. The Archives has sent a letter to the Secret Service saying, we've read about this, we want to know what happened, please get back to us in 30 days. Now, the Secret Service has said that this was all part of a normal process that had been planned since the year before the riots to transition to a new system for Secret Service phones that started in January, and that migration was going on when January 5th and 6th happened, and some of those text messages were deleted that agents didn't properly back up. But the Secret Service has also said that because agents don't use text messages much, there won't be much to find. But of course, the problem is, without being able now to go back and get them, it'll be hard to prove that. The Secret Service has said that so far it has not been able to recover any of those messages that were lost during the migration process. It also says it's turned over an enormous amount of material to Homeland Security and to the committee. But in terms of those texts, so far they haven't been able to recover them. Not clear if they will.
And obviously something the committee is very interested in
learning more about. Sure, and the committee can also question the agents, right?
Yeah, very good point, Pete. I'm glad you raised that. We're also tracking, and I know you're tracking, this other story that's kind of tangential to the January 6th committee hearing that we're all going to be watching this Thursday, which is what's happening with Steve Bannon and his trial. A jury was seated earlier this afternoon in his trial, and obviously this has to do with the fact that he was held in contempt for not complying with the committee's requests. What's the latest there, Pete?
So the opening statements are done. They were both briefed by both the government and Steve Bannon's lawyers. The government said it's not like he got stuck in a broken down metro car. He just declined to cooperate. He was thumbing his nose at the orderly process of government, the prosecution says. But his defense lawyer said that because the committee kept asking him for material, even after the date on the subpoena, that Bannon assumed, rightly his lawyers say, that the dates on the subpoena were flexible and that the timeline kept changing. And it's not like he didn't respond. It's just that they kept pushing out when he had to respond. And his lawyer also urged the jurors to ask themselves, is this evidence affected by politics? Finally, the first witnesses is now testifying. It's Kristen Ammerling. She's the general counsel of the January 6th committee. So the government is now beginning to lay out the facts.
Given that there was so much public scrutiny on this case, Pete, was it more challenging to seat a jury?
Well, it turned out not to be. Bannon's lawyers were mostly worried about what attention there would have been to him from the January 6 hearings or a CNN documentary. Those things never really came up much during the questioning process. People seem to know a lot about Steve Bannon. From all of his previous statements. He's certainly been a prominent person. So the task was to find people who could set that aside and just basically decide the case on the facts that are presented during the trial. And also, of course, whoever was bounced from the potential jury pool by the government and by his lawyers. So now they've got a jury, 12 jurors and 2 alternates, and they're off to the races.
All right, they certainly are, and we will be tracking that. Barbara, let me have you weigh in on all of this. And let's just start with the January 6th committee primetime hearing that we are all anticipating on Thursday. We're going to hear from Matt Pottinger, Sarah Matthews. I have to tell you, I was at the White House on the day of January 6th, and you could see how visibly moved and upset Sarah Matthews was. She had tears in her eyes for part of that day. What are you going to be watching for, and why are these 2 witnesses significant?
Well, I think we're going to hear about the inaction that was occurring at the White House today, at that day, when Donald Trump had the power, we saw later, to call off the mob, to call in the National Guard, to tweet, to do something, and that he wasn't interested in doing anything. I can understand how someone who is a young staffer, an idealistic person, might find that incredibly disappointing and disillusioning. And I think some of those people can be some of the best witnesses, just like Cassidy Hutchinson. You know, they're young and idealistic. They have not yet made the kinds of compromises that occur later in one's career when you find out what you might need to do or to say to play ball and to advance your career in politics. Younger folks, are still believing in the mission and in the cause, and when they see something so disturbing, are the ones who are willing to speak out about it. They were willing to resign that day. So I think they might be willing to say what was going on during those 3 hours, and I think that could be an important link between President Trump and the violence that occurred at the Capitol. If he knew that it was going to occur, or if he had the ability and failed to take action, I think that could link him up to some serious charges relating to the deaths that occurred that day.
And Pottinger's interesting because, of course, he was a top official with the National Security Council. Could he potentially shed new light on the national security implications at play that day and potentially strengthen the committee's case here?
I think he could. You know, we don't know right now exactly what he'll say. We know that he's going to talk about how he resigned that day. But in light of his role, he may have had access to some of the intelligence information about the domestic terrorism and the extremist groups that were coming to the Capitol. As we heard the other day from the District of Columbia Homeland Security chief, the systems were blinking red with the threat that was coming, and yet there was not steps taken to protect the Capitol beyond a normal type of a protest. And why not? And so I think that that would be a fertile ground of inquiry for someone in his position.
Let me get you to weigh in on what I was just talking about with Pete and these text messages that the Secret Service deleted. And obviously, the committee wants to get its hand on these text messages. Yesterday, a top watchdog filed a complaint against the Secret Service, alleging that the Secret Service had broken the law by deleting them, even if it was by accident. What is your take on this, Barbara? How big of a deal is this?
Yeah, I think it's important to get to the bottom of why this happened. The Secret Service isn't helping itself with its initial statements, some of which were contradictory, some of which were sort of non-denial denials. And so I think getting to the bottom of how this happened is very important. You know, in large bureaucracies, sometimes human error gets in the way of good judgment. But in this case, they had to know that the events of January 6th would be the subject of investigations. And so even if the normal course was to replace phones without double checking that the data had been backed up, you would think that someone would issue a directive to take extra care that that be done with regard to messages sent on January 6th. So if those messages are gone, I think it reminds me a lot of the 18.5 minutes that we saw in the Nixon tapes that were deleted. I think it creates some inference that maybe someone is trying to destroy something that could be incriminating.
And Pete makes the point, they may not be recoverable.
Right, so it may be that they're gone
Barbara,
forever.
how challenging is that? Yeah.
If they're not recoverable, then then we'll never know what was in them. It is possible, I suppose, to use forensic tools to find them, but it seems that the reporting today is that they're gone and they're going to stay gone. And so that, I think, is what requires an investigation into why are they gone? Was there some motive to get rid of something? Is this evidence of consciousness of guilt? Was there some smoking gun that someone wanted to destroy? I think all of those questions need to be answered.
And finally, Barbara, I was talking about the political calendar with Ali Vitale. That's how we started this conversation. How do you think that the political calendar may impact any ultimate decision by the DOJ? Now, obviously, the DOJ is going to say, look, they are not paying attention to the political calendar, and yet it looms over everything.
Yeah, I don't think they care much about the political calendar with the midterm elections. That doesn't really affect any decisions they're going to make. I don't think that they have the ability to pull this case together before the midterm elections. As we see with the committee hearings, there's always one more witness and more information to find to get your arms around the whole thing. But I do think that as they approach 2024 and those elections, that could cause some heartburn because, number one, if they're voted out of office, they're never going to get a chance to try any case that they charge. There are also election sensitivities that say prosecutors should not initiate charges when there's an election coming up for a candidate on the ballot. So I would think that to the extent Donald Trump is a primary presidential candidate, those primaries occur in early 2024. They would want to be finished with any criminal charges well before then. So I would think a realistic deadline for these charges is sometime in 2023.
Okay, great conversation. Great way to start all of this off. Ali, Pete, and Barbara McQuaid, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And coming up, if it's Tuesday, it's Election Day somewhere. We have new reporting as Maryland voters hit the polls with a Republican candidate on the ballot who helped organize January 6th demonstrations. Plus, Uvalde's aftermath. In the wake of a scathing report on law enforcement's response to the shooting, heartbroken parents demand new leadership and major changes at a contentious school board meeting. Details on that meeting and the response ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If it's Tuesday, somebody is voting somewhere. And today that somewhere is just a few stops up the Red Line Metro in Maryland, where some national political storylines are on display big time, starting with yet another proxy battle on the right between former President Trump and one of his most notable critics. In the GOP primary for governor, the state's term-limited Republican governor, Larry Hogan, is trying to steer his party away from the former president. Hogan is backing Kelly Schultz, a former member of his cabinet. Mr. Trump is backing Dan Cox, who helped charter buses for demonstrations on January 6th. As we've seen in other states, the Trump-backed candidate is getting some financial support from Democrats, hoping to elevate the candidate they perceive as less electable this November. According to our NBC News political unit, while Dan Cox has spent $20,000 over the airwaves, the Democratic Governors Association has spent more than $1 million. That's right, $1 million on ads that highlight his right-wing positions like this.
Meet Dan Cox, Donald Trump's hand-picked candidate for Maryland governor. Cox worked with Trump, trying to prove the last election was a fraud. 100% pro-life. He's fighting to end abortion in Maryland. And Cox will protect the Second Amendment at all costs.
NBC's Gary Grumbach is on the ground in Maryland with the very latest on today's primaries. Gary, so good to see you. You've been talking to voters in the Baltimore suburbs. So are these ads working? What do you think?
Not with the voters that I've been talking to. You know, they care about a lot of things in this election. Everything from education to abortion to guns to whether or not they're going to have food to put on their table, gas prices. One thing they don't care about are these ads. But it is interesting because we spoke to former Education Secretary John King, who's actually running for governor as well on the Democratic ticket in Maryland here. And he said it's a terrible idea to have something like this. And he really believes it can backfire. And what they care about is, and voters, is those kitchen table issues. Take a listen to some folks I talked to this morning.
I will tell you, I don't care about the endorsements of Trump or the governor.
Not because of Trump, I did vote for Cox for a lot of the same reason I would have voted for Trump.
What were those reasons?
Mostly financial. I mean, my retirement, I'm so close to retirement, I need to get back on track.
I usually pick my candidates based on not which side they're on, but what their issues are.
So they don't care about the endorsements. They don't care about what the Democratic Governors Association is doing, but they are voting. We spoke to people inside this precinct here in Carroll County, which is a rural county about 45 minutes west of Baltimore. It actually was a county that Donald Trump won by more than 60% in both 2016 and 2020. And they say they've had above average turnout for what is a governor's year election off of a presidential year. But another thing, we may not find out these results until Thursday because of a rule that Maryland has that you cannot open any of the mail-in ballots until 2 days after the election. And we're told there's more than 400,000 mail-in ballots that have been requested. Kristen?
Well, and it's interesting to hear that turnout is so high already, Gary. We'll be curious to see what the final numbers show. I want to ask you, before I let you go, about the three-way race in the Democratic gubernatorial primary. Some big names getting on board with this one.
Yeah, that's right. It's sort of the old guard versus the new blood. That's sort of what we're seeing on the Democratic side. We've got people like Tom Perez and Tom Perez against Wes Moore. Wes Moore is somebody who does have no political experience. He has a Rhodes Scholar. He is a former combat veteran. He served in Afghanistan, but he has no political experience. He's an entrepreneur. Tom Perez is a big name that everybody knows. He is the former chair of the DNC. He's the former labor secretary. And then you got Peter Franchot, who is a longtime comptroller in the state as well. Those are the three-way tie up at the top of the list of those 9 candidates. So it will be interesting to see what ends up in terms of turnout. But it's an old guard versus new blood situation on the Democratic side. Kristen.
It sure is. It's going to be a busy night and possibly a busy couple of days for you, Gary. So get your coffee out. Thank you so much. Let's delve deeper now. Joining me now to discuss this further is Washington Post national political reporter Eugene Scott. Also with us, Democratic strategist Adrian Elrod and Republican strategist Doug Hay. Thanks for all of you for being here. So, Eugene, I want to start with you. Look, this is a potentially risky strategy by the DGA. They're not just spending on behalf of the Trump-backed candidate who paid for buses to January 6th. They're also bankrolling his entire campaign on the airwaves. So what do you make of this strategy? You think it's going to pay off, or is it too risky?
Well, we don't know. We do know that in some races, this strategy has paid off, and in others, it hasn't. And so we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's true that Democrats have sometimes underestimated just how appealing conservatives with messaging that people on the left would consider, far-fetched is to many voters that Democrats were hoping to reach and connect with. And so some could argue that perhaps those funds would have been better spent trying to get those voters to back the Democratic candidate opposed to propping up this conservative who's doing better than they were hoping he'd do.
Doug, what do you make of this strategy? And I should note that we actually just lost our signal with Adrian, so we'll try to get her back. While we do that, Doug, weigh in on this strategy. How do Republicans kind of counter program when this happens? And you see a similar thing taking place in Pennsylvania with Doug Mastriano, who is someone who supported the so-called big lie. And now it looks like he has a shot of potentially being a real contender for Pennsylvania's next governor. And he's been propped up by Democrats.
Yeah. Well, first, I should say with full disclosure, on the Republican side, Kelly Schultz is an old friend and a colleague who I'm backing 100%. On the Democratic side, Wes Moore is a friend who I hope gets through in his primary as well. I think that would be a great result for Maryland if it was Kelly Schultz versus Wes Moore. That's new blood. But obviously, Democrats here are playing with fire. If they truly believe their rhetoric that we've heard, since January 6th, but even before, of the very threats to our foundations of our democracy through what we've seen from Donald Trump and his supporters. If you truly believe, Democrats, that these are existential threats to women with what's happened in the Supreme Court decision and in state houses throughout the country, then you're playing with matches. It's very hard for Republicans to really counter-program this because you have a campaign plan where you're emphasizing what you want to talk about. You're getting your name ID out there, and not just outside groups, but Democrats are coming and raising your opponent's name ID. It's very difficult to counter, even if you emerge. And in Pennsylvania, it sure looks like there's a good chance that Doug Mastriano can win. Democrats are playing with fire by doing this.
Yeah, and I remember, when he won the primary, the sense was he had no shot. And a lot of people said, careful. And now here we are. Doug, let me ask you, when you look at someone like Governor Larry Hogan, is he part of a dying breed? Or moderate Republican governors in blue states going to be harder and harder to find?
Well, I think to some extent, yes. But there's also the real dichotomy between what we used to say moderate versus conservative, to where we now have the Trump acolyte and the person who's willing to admit that our elections are free and fair and operate as they should, who's willing to not only tell the truth, but recognize truth about things. This is how the party has pulled itself apart just over the past 3 years and moved in different directions that a lot of Republicans find dangerous. And a lot of independent voters look at the Republican Party and say, this is not a Republican Party I can support. It's why Joe Biden's approval rating is the best thing for Republicans right now.
It is certainly looming very large over Democrats. In fact, according to a new CNN poll, President Biden's at a 38% approval rating. And that number comes, Eugene, as our Mike Memley is reporting, that the White House is considering overhauling its messaging heading into the midterms. What do you make of that? And is it too little too late?
Well, it's not too late. I mean, I think you often hear strategists argue that decisions are made by Labor Day, and we've got some ways to go until then, although a lot of people do already know what they want to do when the midterm elections come. But I think what the White House understands is that time is precious, and that if they don't make some significant changes to connect with the issues that voters say they care about most, the midterms could be worse than they feared. But it's also possible that if they pivot and perhaps implement some type of strategy that really gets to the heart of why people who may be more likely to vote Democrat aren't considering doing something differently, that maybe things could work out better for them, this midterm.
Let me delve into those numbers a little bit deeper. The CNN poll shows Biden's at 38%. The generic ballot, though, is tied, and there's an 8-point gap between Biden's approval and the Democratic generic ballot. How do you explain that dichotomy, Eugene? What do you think?
Well, I think what we're having is a lot of people, or what we're seeing is a lot of people paying attention to their local lawmakers, their representatives, their governors, and seeing some actions coming from those elected officials that they aren't seeing coming from the White House. And that's why some voters are, more pleased, quite frankly, with their locally elected officials, their mayors even, than they are from the White House. And so that's one thing I think that's benefiting Democrats, even Biden, that not everyone is being viewed the same. And just because some people aren't that satisfied with the president doesn't mean that they will hold Democrats responsible completely in November.
Adrian Elrod is back with us. Adrian, I'm going to get your take on President Biden and his drag on the party right now and his potential new messaging. But before I do, I have to ask you about what I started off talking about, which is the idea that Democrats are pouring all of this money into candidates who are far-right, Trump-backed candidates, Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania, Cox, who's running right now in Maryland. How risky is this strategy? Does it make you nervous as a Democrat? Doug just made the point, if you truly believe that these people are a threat to the democracy, is it too risky to put that type of money behind them?
Well, first of all, it's a tactic, Kristen, that has been used for many, many years. Doug knows this. He's worked at several different committees. He knows that this is something that the opposite party tends to do. You want to run against the weakest candidate in the general election. So that oftentimes means that through third-party groups or, donors, perhaps, you try to prop up the candidate that you think is the weakest. But yes, of course, we've entered a new era where this is potentially risky, because if Doug Mastriano does become the Pennsylvania governor, that puts us in a very dangerous situation, not only as a democracy, but also, of course, as Democrats, having chances to win there in 2024. So it certainly comes without risk, but it's also not a new strategy at all. We've been doing this for a long time on both sides.
Let me have you weigh in on what I just asked Eugene about, which is that according to our Mike Memoli, the White House is changing its messaging strategy heading into the midterms. This is something that you and I have spent a fair amount of time talking about, Adrian, the challenges with the messaging actually breaking through. Do you think that they are making this shift in enough time for it to have an impact on the midterms in November?
I do. I mean, we have to remember, Kristen, that memories are fleeting. I mean, we're now operating in social media that's 147 characters. People are going to start really paying attention to the election starting Labor Day. That's when early voting starts in a lot of states. That's when people tend to really tune in and determine who they're going to support, and then they start to look at the candidates and decide how they're going to make their decision making. So I think it's fine. I mean, I think what is the most important thing that I'm seeing from this White House that I think some of us weren't seeing for a while is drawing a contrast with Republicans. It's not enough to just go out there and talk about all the things you've done as president and all the accomplishments you've made. You've got to actually draw that contrast. And I think the White House is actually doing a better job now, not just, from the bully pulpit, from the president himself, but also arming surrogates with the information they need to draw that contrast between how Democrats govern and how Republicans would govern.
Doug, very quickly before we go, I'm going to give you the final word. Of course, the big question mark looming over all of these races is when will former President Trump declare that he is running today again? He says he's going to do it. And I've spoken to a number of Republicans who are concerned that that announcement could come this summer or in September before voters go to the polls. What do you think the impact would be? And has the impact already essentially been made? Just the fact that he's teased that.
We don't know yet, but Republicans want to talk about inflation, rising crime, and the border, and that's it. Donald Trump's not one of those three topics. Republicans don't want him in the race right now, and they sure don't want him as a leading topic of conversation.
All right. Well, that was the final word. There you have it. Eugene, Adrian, Doug, great conversation. Thank you so much. And coming up next, we're going to shift gears a bit and turn to the grief and anger in Uvalde. Emotions running high at a tense school board meeting in the aftermath of a scathing report into the mass shootings police response. We have the latest on that story from Uvalde. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. We're back after a quick break.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now we're holding you accountable, and we're asking you to step down. You do not deserve to be up there.
This was the last dress
that all my friends saw me on. Most of those kids were my friends. And that's not good. And I don't want to go to your guys' school if they don't have protection.
It's time to clean house, and that starts at the top.
Welcome back. Well, those were some of the emotional moments from last night's school board meeting in Uvalde, Texas, where parents and even students, you just heard that young girl there, demanded accountability from authorities in the wake of May's shooting at Robb Elementary School. The meeting came a day after a Texas House committee investigating the shooting released a scathing report that found systemic failures in the response to the shooting. But the report did not blame anyone specifically other than the gunman for the attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. NBC's Guad Venegas joins me now from Uvalde. He's been tracking all of the developments and the emotion there. Guad, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon. We heard from parents last night. You heard from that little girl who was devastated, who said that she does not feel safe. Do you think that that moved the needle at all with the school or with city officials? Is anything going to change?
Kristen, you know, that was very emotional. It was very tense, and we could see that the members of the school board were upset during this meeting because there was parents and members of the community that were yelling. We had other students that spoke. The sister of one of the young girls who died in the shooting also spoke last night. And, you know, the people that were speaking on the microphone were actually being interrupted by others that were yelling from behind, asking for accountability. Now, you made reference to the report where they're blaming the shooter for what happened, of course, but the failure they're referring to is making mention of the police officers that responded and the communication. They mentioned in the report that the officers lacked leadership and there wasn't someone that took charge. So because of this, parents are very upset at the school board. They're upset at the police officers that are managed by the school board. Now, we had officers from several agencies, but some of them, including Pete Arredondo, who's the district school police chief, are some of the ones that have been criticized by the parents. Also, the report mentioned there was issues with the school itself, with the doors that weren't locking properly, the perimeter fence. So these are the things that are upsetting the parents that are asking the school board members to create change. But they're also asking, or at least the ones that were there yesterday, kept asking for a new police force for the school district. We have to mention that Pete Arredondo, the current chief, is on administrative leave, but he has not been fired, which is something that the parents were asking for. The school superintendent said they will have a meeting, a closed-door meeting, where they will take into consideration the findings of the investigation and other facts before they make a decision. Kristen?
Yeah, the pressure is only mounting on them to actually show some results. And Governor Abbott vowed to take the House committee's report into serious consideration. Has there been any movement, any fallout or action from the governor since then?
Right, so we've seen a response at the state level. I should also mention that at the state level, the Department of Public Safety is going to start an internal review of how their officers reacted. About 90 officers that responded and came here the day of the shooting are state troopers. And as you mentioned, the governor has reacted. He put out a statement saying that he will begin to work with the legislature to develop and implement necessary changes to improve public safety, school safety, and also mental health. So there's a long list of initiatives that are going to be taken at the state level that will work precisely on these things: how to make schools safer, how to focus on mental health, and of course improve public safety here in Texas. That was the response by Greg Abbott after the findings of this review by the legislature were revealed over the weekend. Kristen.
Well, I know there have been so many developments overnight. Guad Venegas, thank you for being on top of all of them for us. Really appreciate it. Coming up, monkeypox, COVID, and contagion. There are new fears as monkeypox spreads in several major cities amid an ongoing pandemic. I'll talk to a doctor and senior advisor to the administration's COVID response. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. January 6th Committee Chairman Benny Thompson's positive test for COVID is yet another reminder the pandemic is far from over. In fact, the daily average of new cases nationwide is up more than 40%, topping 136,000 cases a day. And as public health officials continue to contend with COVID, they're also dealing with a separate health crisis. We've been talking about it for weeks now, monkeypox. Right now, Washington, D.C. is ground zero for that outbreak, with more cases per capita than any state. And in New York City, where people lined up for blocks for their first dose of the monkeypox vaccine, cases have almost doubled in the past 5 days. I'm joined now by Dr. Cameron Webb, Senior Policy Advisor for Equity on the White House COVID-19 response team. Dr. Webb, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start off by talking about COVID before we get to monkeypox. What concerns you about this new strain that so many people are getting?
Well, BA.5, we've been tracking it for months, and one thing is really clear. It's shown an ability, and it's become that dominant strain, BA.5 now, and the numbers were just updated today. Between BA.5 and BA.4, that's over 90% of the cases of COVID that we have here in the U.S. BA.5 alone is about 78%. So it's telling us that we have a lot of BA.5 circulating. This particular subvariant has the ability to evade both natural immunity from a prior infection and also some of the immunity you get from vaccines. And so that's why it's so important to be up to date with boosters. And we're really pushing folks to stay as protected as possible. The good news is our treatments are still effective. So the pills like Paxlovid, our monoclonal antibodies, but it tells us the reason why we're seeing all these cases, we're dealing with yet another variant that can do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and in fact, hospitalizations are up, deaths are up, and yet you see Americans increasingly returning to a pre-pandemic way of life after 2+ years of dealing with this. And I guess the question is, Dr. Webb, are we at a moment where cities and states and maybe even the federal government need to consider reimposing some of those restrictions that were in place in the early days of the pandemic? Mask mandates, for example.
Well, the thing to keep in mind, every mandate that we talk about, the mask mandates and the like, those are decisions that are really dependent on what's happening locally. Those are state, local decisions. But the thing to keep in mind here is we've said consistently, CDC's guidance has been very consistent in saying when your COVID community levels are higher, when you see levels like what we see in so many communities around the country right now, these are moments to wear your mask. It's very similar to how if you see that it's raining outside, it's time to bring an umbrella. This is time in a lot of those communities to wear masks. And I think that's why it's so important that we continue to put that recommendation in front of people. We continue to encourage folks to test regularly because there is a lot of COVID in communities. I think that what we know is that these mandates that we saw in the earliest days of the pandemic were necessary because we didn't necessarily have the range of tools that we have today. It doesn't change the fact that there's still effective parts of the public health strategy and response. And so we continue to encourage folks to wear masks if they're in communities with higher levels of spread, continue to encourage folks to stay vaccinated, have their up-to-date vaccination status, get boosted. And then, if you are eligible, if you're one of the people who would benefit from treatments, certainly talk to your provider about treatments because it can be a life-saving intervention for you.
And let's talk about monkeypox now, the other issue that you are focused on. The WHO said last month monkeypox does not constitute a global public health emergency. Do you think that's changed over the last 30 days, given the spike in cases that we've seen, particularly in major cities?
Well, I'll kind of leave it to WHO to make those broader declarations. But what we would say is this has our full attention as the United States government. There are so many resources that we're trying to get out to communities, whether it's the treatments that we're distributing, more than 200,000 that we now have that we're sending out. And so there's so many different ways that we're trying to make sure that our public health infrastructure is prepared. But it is really challenging because you're putting this on top of an existing pandemic with COVID-19. Individuals and communities are scared, providers are making sure that they've got the tools they need. So it definitely is complicating things in a lot of communities. And our work is to make sure we're speeding resources to those same communities.
And there have been some real concerns and challenges, frankly, in some communities getting the vaccine, particularly in New York. You just talked about the fact that the administration is focused on that. But can you say specifically, what is the administration doing to increase supply of the monkeypox vaccine?
Well, there's certainly going to be more coming on that, in the coming days and weeks. But we are recognizing what's happening in states all over the country.
Can you get specific, Dr. Webb? What do you mean by that? There are going to be more vaccines coming or more information coming about the rollout of more vaccines?
More information is what I was referring to. But a great example is with the treatments specifically. We were getting feedback from providers that there simply weren't enough treatments for them. And there were a lot of complications in that. And so we had an additional over 100,000 treatments that we announced are going to be sending out to the states. You see states all over the country. We're trying to make sure that providers have that. A lot of this is some of that public health education piece, making sure that people are getting the information they need and providers have the tools that they need. So it is building a pretty rapid response. We, in our team here in the White House, we're working closely with HHS, working with the states, getting all the information we can possibly get to really speed a response. But we're building that, based off a lot of the experience and the kind of pathways we built through the COVID-19 pandemic.
All right, Dr. Cameron Webb, thank you so much for this really important information at a critical moment. Appreciate it. Still to come, London is burning. The city's hottest day on record results in a huge surge of blazes across the capital. This as millions of Americans cope with a brutal heat wave of our own. More on the global climate crisis and consequences after a quick break. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What is
Welcome back. The UK continues to see record-breaking heat as its National Weather Service recorded temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in its history. That's 104 degrees Fahrenheit, folks. London's fire brigade declared a major incident today as they responded to a surge of fires across the capital, and they're asking Londoners to report fires as soon as they see them. The fire brigade is fighting at least 10 fires across London. Today's declaration follows the UK's first ever red warning yesterday. The UK is also seeing impacts of the heat on their infrastructure, with the Met Office warning against travel due to buckling railways and melting roads and runways. Even as the UK already reached its highs for the day, temperatures still remain dangerously hot overnight. But the UK isn't the only country seeing extreme heat today. In fact, here at home, parts of the country are also under heat advisories as some states see temperatures rise above 100 degrees. Amid all these weather events, the White House announced President Biden will travel to Massachusetts tomorrow to deliver remarks on how to tackle the climate crisis as he weighs how to revive his climate agenda. I'm joined now by Robinson Meyer, staff writer at The Atlantic covering climate and energy, to discuss all of this. Thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Now, of course, the backdrop to all of this is Senator Manchin just essentially put a big pause on negotiations with Chuck Schumer. They were discussing a potential climate and tax deal, and it has fallen apart for now. So my question for you is, we know the White House has kind of dangled this idea that President Biden might announce a national climate emergency. What would that even mean? What authority would that give him?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. The national climate emergency has become kind of a litmus test among activists, and it's something that we've heard about them wanting him to declare even before he took the presidency, during the campaign. In terms of what new powers it gives the president, though, it doesn't let him do a lot. I mean, it gives him more trade powers. He could potentially adjust the import and export of fossil fuels. He could maybe use money to build infrastructure that he couldn't otherwise use. But it does not give him nearly the sorts of powers or the ability to reduce emissions that, say, an actual deal over legislation in Congress could have given him.
Let me ask you about the discussions with Joe Manchin and the fact that they have now been paused. You have written that essentially this time is the last straw for you in terms of being able to trust what Joe Manchin says, that you were willing to give him some leeway about his concerns over inflation, but his recent decision to pull out of these talks for a new climate deal really crossed the line. Why is this the moment that you think he's really crossed the line?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's because he suggested the framework that he's now pulling out of. So, you know, obviously the ordeal on what has happened in reconciliation is very long. The story is a very long one. And Democrats have not always done a good job of listening to Manchin's concerns. Manchin has not always expressed his concerns very coherently. However, you know, in March, Manchin said, I'm here to talk about reconciliation. I'm willing to talk about reconciliation, but reconciliation has to do two things. It has to have new taxes to bring in more revenue than it's going to spend, and that's going to reduce inflation. And then maybe we can do some climate and energy spending with the rest of it. For him to now say, I'm too worried about inflation to raise taxes, number one, which makes no kind of economic sense, and number two, to pull out of the climate and energy side, he is pulling out of a framework he proposed, and I think it really validates some of the criticisms of him really never acting in good faith during this process. It certainly makes no sense from an inflationary perspective.
Yeah, and I want to delve into that more deeply, but Manchin has said, look, I'm not scrapping this altogether. I'm just saying, let's wait for the next inflation report. Let's see if it starts to tick down a little bit. Why do you think that's not reasonable?
Well, because first of all, when we look at what is causing inflation in the first place, it is fossil fuels, right? It is these very high oil and gas prices that are driving price increases across the economy, because almost every good or service across the economy has transportation costs somewhere in it, and the surging price of oil has caused some of those big price spikes. Any bill of this type to get the economy off oil or make it less dependent on oil should kind of be deflationary in the long run. But the second thing is, whether we're worried about inflation or not, this bill was going to suck more money out of the economy than it spent into it. And that should reduce demand across the economy. That should cool inflation. And so it kind of doesn't really matter what the next data says. If he's worried about inflation, you actually want to pass some kind of new taxes or raise rates somehow, just do something to suck cash out of the economy, which is exactly what this bill is supposed to do.
And we really have less than a minute, but very quickly, the message that this sends globally, particularly when you have the Biden administration trying to convince other countries to combat climate change.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a huge setback for any attempt to turn America into a climate leader. I think the issue here is the United States has never acted particularly virtuously on this issue. We've always been held back by policy. There was a sense that that might be changing this time. Unfortunately, that's not going to pan out, and we're going to continue to see any leadership here kind of get eclipsed by China or Europe.
Such great information, Robinson Meyer. Thank you so much for joining us with all of that, all of your reporting and insights. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being. Thank you. Thank you for being with us this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend and colleague Tom Costello right now.
Here we go. We're coming on the air with pressure on the White House right now to bring Americans home with a new executive order designed to target governments and criminals who keep American detainees captive. But can it help folks stuck in Russia like Brittany Griner or Paul Whelan? Ahead, why the families of those Americans say it's not enough. Plus, the numbers from Netflix really don't tell a very good story. Massive subscriber losses that could spell trouble for the streamer. But these numbers tell us about Netflix's future. And the MLB All-Star Game kicking off tonight in Los Angeles, just as the U.S. Senate is thinking about changing a law that gives special status to the league. Ahead, the answers they want from the league commissioner. And with shark bites on the rise, we turn to our resident shark tooth, Kerry Sanders, and what he has learned from years of swimming with these creatures. And that's in the backstory and my story about a near shark flyby, shall we say. In the original, the country sweltering through major heat waves by this latest stretch of 100-degree temps is putting a strain on the Texas power grid. Hey there, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie, and is it just me, or is it just a little hot out there? Really hot. If the entire world feels like it's on fire, because a lot of it kind of is right now. Wildfires only adding to this intense and deadly heat that we're seeing from coast to coast here and across Europe as well. No country feeling the burn quite like the UK. Record temps of, get this, 104 degrees, 104. The Brits are hoping and hopping in fountains just to cool off. London's Metropolitan Police say it's now recovered the body of a 14-year-old boy who drowned in the River Thames, showing the many ways this is in fact life-threatening. And the heat is sparking fires like this in a town just outside of London. Look at that. The flames eating up an entire row of homes. The city's fire brigade declaring a major incident, simply overwhelmed, dispatching trucks now to at least 10 fires across London. Those fires are hitting across all of Europe with firefighting planes dispatched over southwestern France. It's torching campsites in popular vacation areas. You see here the damage, charred bikes and flip-flops. And in Spain and Portugal, more than 1,000 people have now died from the heat. Fires are raging there as well. And we have fires here on this side of the Atlantic. This is Texas. This is Texas right now, I should say, about 65 miles outside of Fort Worth. It's not just fires, the sheer heat alone. Our NBC News climate unit estimating 194 million Americans now face temperatures of 90 degrees or higher today. 40 million or so, 40 million suffering through 100-plus temps today. And you can see this map right here showing that these heat alerts are from coast to coast. Central California, almost all of Texas, and New York as well. Megan Fitzgerald is going to update us on the situation abroad in just a minute. But we're starting right now with Emily Ikeda. She's in Long Branch, New Jersey. Okay, Emily, you're in the hot zone. How serious is it where you are right now?
Hey there, Tom. Well, I'll say this. You know, the East Coast has actually been relatively fortunate in the past couple of days, briefly dodging some of those scorching temperatures we've seen in other parts of the country, but not anymore. You can feel that heat wave setting in. It's the type of hot where it's really quite unbearable to walk on the sand here in your bare feet without your sandals. Right now, 91 degrees here in Long Branch, and the temperatures in this area will continue to rise as we see the days pass throughout the week. Tomorrow, several heat alerts set to go into effect in Philadelphia, New York, up in Boston, as well as residents in those areas brace for what could feel like triple-digit temperatures. We talked to beachgoers around here about how they're beating the heat. Take a listen.
Right in the sun, it feels like about 110, but in the shade, beautiful because there's the ocean breeze.
We're just taking a little ride. It's nice and breezy by the water. Probably definitely go in the water.
It's pretty hot, right? But nothing we can't handle.
Some 40 million Americans in other parts of the country are already seeing triple digits today. Really, Texas being especially hammered. Several cities in that state have seen more triple-digit temperature days so far this year than they typically record all summer long. So a season certainly shaping out to be quite unrelenting. Some more records expected to be eclipsed throughout the day. In Arkansas, for instance, anticipated high of 170 degrees. In Oklahoma, that number is closer to 110 degrees, Tom.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, it's not just the heat, though. We've also got storm activity, right? Here's some video we saw in New York of flooding that's happened there in the subway last night. Look at that. And then of a car falling into a sinkhole. Very dramatic video. The storms, the humidity only compounding the issue, I'm guessing, Emily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned earlier it's 91 degrees here in Long Branch, New Jersey, but it feels like 96 degrees, and that feels like temperature is largely driven up by the humidity. When you mix humidity with those high temperatures, that puts us at greater risk for those cloudbursts, those thunderstorms like what we saw pan out yesterday in the New York City area, which parts saw several inches of rain in just a matter of hours. Tom?
Sunscreen, Emily. Sunscreen. Thank you very much. Emily Ikeda, who's on the beach there in New Jersey for us. Let's go now to Megan Fitzgerald. She's in London. All right, Megan, what's the latest you're hearing on efforts there to fight the fires in the UK and across Europe? The video of that row of houses in London on fire, that's really dramatic.
I know, it's intense, Tom, and of course that comes when the United Kingdom is seeing the hottest temperatures on record of 104 degrees, as you mentioned. But look, these firefighters are doing everything they can to try and battle these blazes as they pop up. This was just one of several that we're seeing across London. And then when you take a look at what's happening in Spain and Portugal into France, these firefighters are working around the clock to try and contain these blazes that just continue to rage and spread. We know in France right now more than 30,000 acres are burning in the Bordeaux region there. But look, we were told that morale is high, but fatigue is setting in. These guys are tired, but they're doing everything they can to try and get the job done, Tom.
Oh, goodness gracious. You know, I mentioned the boy who died in the Thames River as people there were just desperate to get cool. And, you know, I used to live in London. I used to live in Brussels. One thing we keep hearing, folks there simply don't have air conditioning. And that must really be a problem right now. Adding to the difficulty, people simply can't cool off, right?
Absolutely, and that's the biggest concern here. That's why we saw a state of emergency being declared. And like you mentioned, people jumping into rivers and lakes and ponds, buying fans, doing everything they can to try and stay cool because they don't have air conditioning. The majority of people in this country just never needed to have air conditioning. And so that's why the government here thought that this was going to be a serious situation. Now, of course, you know, 104 degrees in the United States is hot, always dangerous, but a little bit different here because is not equipped to withstand that type of temperature. And so you see things like the train tracks, right, and tarmacs buckling, disrupting service because the infrastructure just can't take that heat. So moving forward, we know that builders and developers are coming up with new plans moving forward as they build these new buildings, keeping in mind that this is likely just the start of these extreme temperatures that are coming. Tom.
Yeah, my mother-in-law, who's a senior citizen in Brussels, is just sweltering, as you would expect. Let's pull up this map right now showing the temperatures right now in the UK. Really dramatic. And we've already seen the highs. But a big part of this is that the temperatures are going to stay dangerously hot into the night as well, right?
Well, you know what, Tom? So the good news here is that, as we know, these forecasts always change. That was the case yesterday. That was supposed to be the case tonight. But we are understanding that the forecast is shifting, that there is some reprieve that's coming. In fact, it's starting to rain here now in East London. We know that temperatures are going to be falling now and into tomorrow. So reprieve is on the way. But we do know that these heat waves are here to stay in Europe. The next batch of heat wave is heading now to Germany and Belgium, where they are bracing for record-setting temperatures of 104 degrees, Tom, in the coming days.
Megan, thanks. Get a milkshake on us, okay? Charge the company. Megan Fitzgerald, who's in London. We appreciate it. Later in the show, our original is going to look at how Texas, which had a lot of trouble with its power grid, you may recall, after the winter storms, how it's trying to keep the power on now during the heat wave. Other news now, an explosion at the Hoover Dam today turned out to be a transformer fire. Look at all that smoke coming from the area. People posted videos like this to social media of what looked like a fire in a building near the base of the dam. Dam authorities say the fire has been extinguished now and no one was injured. There's also no risk to the power grid. It's not clear why the fire started. Families of Americans wrongfully detained abroad say the president's new executive order aimed at bringing detainees home doesn't go far enough. Bring Our Families Home campaign, which represents 20 families, calls the new order, quote, a half measure. Earlier today, the president declared a national emergency over the wrongful detention of Americans. Some of the actions include imposing sanctions on criminals, terrorists, or government officials who hold Americans captive. The administration hopes this could help detainees like WNBA star Brittany Griner, who has been held in Russia since February. She's pleaded guilty to drug smuggling charges and hopes it could speed up her release. And then there's the American businessman Paul Whelan, who has been jailed in Russia since 2018, accused of spying, which the U.S. has denied. His brother, David, calls the new order huge. The executive order coming after growing criticism that the Biden administration has not done enough to help the families. Let's bring in now Josh Letterman from the White House. So, Josh, what does this new executive order actually do, and does it really have any teeth?
Well, it does in the sense that it elevates this hostage issue as a national security priority, Tom, but it doesn't have a ton of new policy in it. What this executive order that President Biden signed behind closed doors, he didn't sign in a big public ceremony, but this order would allow the U.S. government to impose sanctions, financial penalties, as well as visa bans on people who are involved in hostage taking. But a lot of the critics are saying, look, we've got a ton of sanctions on Russia already and growing. and still Brittany Griner sits in Russian jail. So there's some question about how effective that will be. But this order also will create better information sharing, the government says, with hostage families about the condition of their loved one and what the government is doing to try to get them back, and will also provide more information to the public about exactly which countries American citizens face a higher risk of being taken hostage.
You know, we're looking at pictures there of Brittany Griner, and she is so tall. She must be so uncomfortable in those cramped cages that they have her in. Bring Our Families Home group has been critical of the Biden administration, saying that the White House is taking executive action to direct itself to follow existing law. Talk about what the families actually want to see happen, though.
Yeah, they're calling this a half measure. They're saying, look, an executive order is nice, but it doesn't bring someone home. But you're right. There's not a ton of specifics about what could President Biden actually do that he's not. What they are calling for specifically is they want a meeting with President Biden. They want FaceTime with him to discuss this issue. Now, President Biden has taken time to speak by phone with Brittany Griner's wife, as well as with a sibling of Paul Whelan. He has not met with them face to face, but the government is limited. And John Kirby, the national security spokesman, said today every situation is different. It's not a one-size-fits-all situation to try to get someone out of custody overseas, and that's why this is such a continuing challenge for the U.S. government.
Any idea how much effect the family pressure, the public pressure had in creating this executive order?
I think it did have quite a bit of effect because it really put public pressure on the White House to do something that was public and visible, even, again, if it wasn't a game changer. And we've seen a pattern of this, including in the gun control debate, where some of the families of gun violence victims were very vocal in wanting the president to do more, in wanting meetings with the president, and they were able to push the White House towards more aggressive action. So certainly that had a role, but the government says they're doing everything they can anyway and would be regardless of any public pressure, Tom.
Josh, thank you. Josh Lederman at the White House. Other news now. Netflix just now has announced this afternoon that it has lost subscribers for the second quarter in a row. That's something that has never happened before. The silver lining, though, it lost 970,000 subscribers around the world, but that is fewer than the 2 million it was expecting to lose. In a letter to investors today, Netflix said it expects to add 1 million subscribers this quarter. Its stock has gone up in after-hours trading. So why does Netflix keep losing customers? Well, we know inflation and concerned about a possible recession could be contributing factors. Netflix's standard U.S. plan is now $15.49 a month. That's pricier than the other major streaming services. And its competition is stepping up its game. HBO Max, they want to add Discovery Plus content to the platform by the end of the year. Disney Plus already has a bundle offer that includes Hulu and ESPN Plus. Jake Ward joins me now. He is the expert on all things tech. Hey, buddy, at the start of 2022, a lot of folks were predicting Netflix would add more than 20 million new subscribers this year. We saw how well Netflix actually did during the pandemic. And now, how does that all play into what's happening here? We got the post-pandemic, we got the recession, at least concerns about it, we got inflation. Talk about how all of that impacts the numbers today.
Well, it certainly was a day that everybody was watching. Netflix has always been the bellwether of the streaming era we are now in. And it, of course, remains the largest streaming service. It is enormous with, far and away the leader of that, almost 221 million subscribers around the world and just shy of $8 billion in revenue. And so these numbers we're seeing today are a bit of a disappointment, but not as much of a disappointment as we were expecting. Analysts had really expected close to probably 2 million subscribers lost. In this case, we're looking at just shy of 1 million subscribers. And it's all these factors you were talking about, Tom. It is, of course, inflation. It is, of course, the price of the subscription service. It's also other things like the rising value of the dollar as compared to the falling value of something like the euro. About 60% of Netflix's revenue comes from abroad. And so as those currencies fall in value compared to the dollar, that's just less money flowing into Netflix. So you're seeing all of these different factors working here. But the big one, I think, to consider, Tom, is just Netflix is not alone anymore. Once upon a time, it was the out-and-out pioneer of this world. Now there are so many streaming alternatives. It had to happen at some point that their growth was going to slow, Tom.
Yeah, and Netflix is working on changes to its platform, right? It wants to add a plan with ads and is trying to crack down on password sharing. That's not happening for a while, though. Talk to us about what we've learned about that and the whole ad model. Will people pay for a Netflix subscription if it has an ad model, or are these two separate channels?
Well, I think these two things you're describing, right, a borrowed password and this idea of a new, cheaper tier of service are probably connected. You're talking here about Netflix trying to essentially convert people who've gotten used to getting it for free because they have their aunt's password or their grandma's password, trying to convert those people into paying customers. They need to perhaps offer them a cheaper way to get onto the platform, and this ad-supported service may be a way to do that. A $15 monthly fee is the kind of thing people are going to tighten their belts around in a time of recession and inflation. So maybe a cheaper ad-supported model like the one they announced today could be their path to converting those people, Tom.
Okay, real quick, they've had a big hit with season 4 of Stranger Things, and now we've got the blockbuster Gray Man out this week. It's gambling big with that one, right?
Absolutely. It is extraordinary to see, gone are the days when you had movie studios that were either highbrow or lowbrow or middlebrow. You've got all of that coming out of Netflix at this point, and the fact that they are throwing $200 million at this movie. They're going to deploy it across 450 theaters. It is just incredible to see how much money they spend on this stuff. Even in a belt-tightening moment like the one we're in, Netflix is still the big behemoth when it comes to throwing money at productions, Tom.
That looks like a cool movie, though. I want to see that one. All right, Jake. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Other news now, still in Silicon Valley and the area, Elon Musk and Twitter are going to court in a 5-day trial in October. That decision from a judge in Delaware today, it's a win for Twitter, which had asked the judge to expedite the trial in a lawsuit it filed against Musk last week. Now, Musk was trying to delay the start time of that trial until next year. His lawyer says that he needs more time to investigate whether Twitter really has misrepresented the amount of spam and bot accounts on the platform. Twitter says that was just a tactic to hurt the company in the court of public opinion. Twitter is still hoping it can force Musk to make good on his promise to buy the site for $44 billion. And another legal battle unfolding in Washington. The first day of longtime Trump advisor Steve Bannon's trial. It's officially over. Court just wrapped up. Bannon is charged with defying a subpoena from the January 6th committee. They were seeking his records and testimony. And here he is leaving today, out of court. Earlier today, after the final jury selection wrapped up, the two sides delivered opening arguments with Bannon's side, Bannon's defense, really declaring that their client is innocent. Federal prosecutors, they say, no, we don't agree, telling jurors that Bannon, quote, decided he was above the law, unquote, when he blew off the January 6th committee's request. The trial will pick back up tomorrow morning. Bannon is facing 2 charges now of criminal contempt. If convicted, each charge carries a minimum of 30 days in jail. We now go to Uvalde, Texas, where dozens of angry parents, teachers, and residents are demanding answers. Still, resignations they want as well, and accountability from the school board there. You can see it right here. Parents, siblings of victims and survivors taking the podium one after the other at the school board meeting last night. The Texas community is still coming to terms with the aftermath of the mass shooting at Robb Elementary nearly 2 months ago, and all those emotions were on full display as hundreds of community members crammed inside an auditorium at the Uvalde High School. Let's just take a listen.
What are you guys going to do to make sure I don't have to watch my friends die? What are you going to do to make sure I don't have to wait 77 minutes bleeding out on my classroom floor just like my little sister did?
Over 400 law enforcement officers there. Not one was man enough to go in there. 77 minutes. 77 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you this, if he's not fired by noon tomorrow, then I want your resignation and every single one of you board members, because y'all do not give a damn about our children or us. Stand with us or against us, because we ain't going nowhere.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins me now from Uvalde. Guad, is anybody listening to these families? Will they get the change, the action that they're demanding?
Well, Tom, first off, you heard the reaction
when they mentioned that they wanted the people that were present at this meeting, they wanted the school district police chief, Pete Arredondo, to be fired from his job. Now, yesterday's meeting was important because this was the first time the school district met with the parents and the members of the community, gave them a microphone and unlimited time to ask questions. And they were on stage. We had the members of the school board listening to angry parents, members of the community, and students. The school district superintendent getting some tough questions. You know, the things that were brought up by a lot of the people that were at this meeting that were yelling were in response to the report that was released over the weekend. Now, these things have to do, some of them, with the report finding that there was issues with the school, with the doors not locking properly, the perimeter fencing, and then, of course, the issues with the police response, where there wasn't any clear leadership with the officers that responded. So there's a lot of information that has surfaced, and the parents are reacting to that information. Now, the one thing they kept asking for, again, is they're asking for an entire new police department. This is the school district police department, and they're asking for the superintendent to fire Police Chief Pete Arredondo. Now, the superintendent has said that they have to take a lot of information into consideration. Now, the findings of this report will be taken into consideration, along with more information from other investigations that are taking place, and only then the school board will make a decision when it comes to Pete Arredondo. Meanwhile, the school board did say that they plan to improve school security with adding new locks, new doors, a new perimeter fence, and also more police officers. And finally, they said more training for the staff for the school district. Tom?
Nearly 400 officers responded, and that one lone gunman killed all those kids and those teachers. Just astonishing. Guad Venegas, thank you very much. Coming up, the mother of two young black girls says her children were intentionally ignored at a Sesame Place kids park, and it's apparently not the only time something like this had actually happened. What the park is saying now. Plus, health experts in South Africa say they've now found a potential cause of death for the nearly 24 teens who died at a bar there last month. That's one of our 5 things to watch tonight. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Sesame Place, Philadelphia could face a lawsuit from a family who says their two young black children, girls, were ignored by a performer dressed as the character Rosita. The video has gone viral. It appears that the performer had interacted with other children before reaching the girls, and then the video seems to show the character shaking her head no in the direction of the two young black girls. In the first statement Sesame Place Philadelphia put out, it called this incident a misunderstanding, saying it's hard for the characters to see all the children. But after the backlash continued, with several celebrities speaking out, along with civil rights attorney Ben Crump, the venue apologized. It now says it knows that what happened yesterday is not okay. Since Sunday, more videos have emerged of other black children allegedly receiving different treatment than white children nearby. The park has not responded to those videos. Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, the video, the family who claims they were shunned at a Sesame theme park, they've gotten a lawyer, and they say that they're upset about the lack of accountability on behalf of the park, right?
That's absolutely right, Tom. In fact, the mother went on Instagram and responding to the apology from the theme park, and she used the words disrespectful and distasteful in terms of her reaction to the apology. She said that she felt that the apology came in an effort to, in her words, save face. And she in no way accepts the explanation from the theme park that their performer did not recognize the two little black girls because in full costume, they can't see at a lower level. But the mother says right after they ignored her children, that performer went on and acknowledged a little white girl who was standing right next to him. So this apology is falling kind of flat for this family right now.
Can we show that video again? It looks like whoever's inside looks out the mouth. Is that right? That's how he or she sees who's down there or who's out there?
I can't say for sure, and the park doesn't say exactly that the performer is looking through the mouth of the costume. But their explanation was that while in full costume, the performer can't see at a lower level. Again, the mother said that doesn't seem to ring true for her because after her children were ignored, the performer went right next to them and a little white girl was right there, and they acknowledged that little girl.
All right, talk about the action of the theme park. Now, what action have they taken to try to make this right?
Well, we don't know exactly the specific action they've taken at this moment, but what we can tell you what they're promising to do. They're promising to provide additional training to their employees. And here's important, I want to read this for you. They say what they want to do is make certain that there's a better understanding. They're going to apologize and deliver an inclusive, equitable, and full extensive experience for their performers so that there might be a full entertaining opportunity for the guests. The park also says that it's going to conduct a thorough review and wants its employees to understand and engage with families and guests in a respectful way. And they say what happened with this little girl and these two little black girls, they say in their words, it was unacceptable. Tom?
Well, you can imagine, regardless of the intention, if it was your kids, you'd be pretty upset about it. Rahema, thank you. Rahema Ellis, appreciate you reporting. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a CDC panel unanimously recommended Novavax's 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine for people 18 and older. The CDC director could give the okay for the shots to go into arms as soon as this week. The vaccine's different from Pfizer or Moderna. It's based on protein technology, like the kind used for HPV and hepatitis B vaccines. Number 2, officials in South Africa say 21 teens who died at a bar there last month had methanol in their blood. It's a toxic form of alcohol that's usually used for industrial purposes. Authorities are still waiting on lab results to tell them whether there was enough methanol in their systems to kill them. The owner of the bar and some employees were arrested for selling liquor to children. Number 3, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden greeted Ukraine's First Lady at the White House today. Zelensky, Jill, and Joe Biden then had a private meeting. Ukraine's First Lady is set to address members of Congress tomorrow. Number 4, today the House is voting on the Respect for Marriage Act, which would codify the right to same-sex marriage nationwide in case the Supreme Court reverses its 2015 decision. And later this week, the House is set to vote on codifying the Right to Contraception Act that would protect access to birth control. It's not clear if either of them would actually pass the Senate. Number 5, Toys R Us is back. Kinda. It's just in time for this year's holiday season. The company says it's going to open shops inside every Macy's store in the U.S. by mid-October, and it filed for bankruptcy back in 2017. Facing really hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, and it closed hundreds of stores across the country. It's closed its last 2 physical stores in the U.S. in January 2021. Toy sales, have actually exploded during the pandemic. Tonight, in an NBC News exclusive, we're going inside the United Airlines Pilot Training Center in Denver, where the next generation of pilots is learning to fly passenger planes around the country and around the world. Now, this is critical training as the airline responds to the shortage of airline pilots. I met United flight instructor Scott Kartev, a former Blue Angel pilot who was also a stunt pilot in the latest Tom Cruise Top Gun movie. He said that even though the airline hires dozens of new pilots each week, there is still a huge demand for more. How many pilots do you have now? How many do you need, and what's your goal?
Currently, right now, we have about 13,000 mainline United pilots at United. And we're hiring anywhere from 40 to 70 a week that we are bringing through every week here in the training center through basic pilot indoctrination.
The need is that great?
The need is that great.
You can see my full report inside United's training simulators, their pilot program, on NBC Nightly News tonight, 6:30 Eastern Time. When we come back, senators want answers from Major League Baseball about why it does not have to follow antitrust laws when all other major sports do. What's behind the lawmakers' legal threat? After the break.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Take me out to the ballpark. This is supposed to be a day of celebration in Major League Baseball, right? The All-Star Game's tonight. Players walking the red carpet in L.A. Yeah, but underneath that glitz is what might be the most serious legal threat to the sport in years. That's because a bipartisan group of senators wants answers from MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred on why the league still needs antitrust exemptions. In non-legalese, it's because a 100-year-old Supreme Court case basically lets MLB do whatever it wants to remain the biggest show in town. And maybe most important, it lets the league fold minor league teams, eliminating jobs and keeping the pay down even under minimum wage. We should note this has no impact on major league salaries because they have a union. And to be clear, only MLB can do this, not the NFL, not hockey, not the NBA. And that's true among almost any other companies as well. MLB can stamp out the competition in ways that Amazon can't, Apple can't, Ford can't, we can't. In a statement to The Athletic, an MLB spokesperson says the league looks forward to handing over detailed information on how the antitrust exemption is a good thing. Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill, and he has lots of competition on Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, the minor league aspect is a big piece here, right? Senator Bernie Sanders has talked about this because MLB broke up the only team in his home state of Vermont, and these senators basically accused the league of lying when they passed the Save America's Pastime Act, right?
That's right, Tom. As you can imagine, Bernie Sanders not very happy about the loss of the Vermont Lake Monsters here. But yes, the letter does have that insinuation of, the league seemingly lying when it justified the need for that antitrust exemption in the first place. They write in this letter, quote, MLB claimed that the bill was necessary to prevent minor league contraction. They go on to say, however, despite the bill's enactment prior to the 2021 baseball season, dozens of minor league teams lost their affiliations with MLB clubs as a result of MLB's reorganization of the minor leagues. In other words, they want answers for why the justification for this antitrust exemption doesn't seem to have panned out in these cases in what appears to be a sternly worded letter.
Okay, so walk us through now the other specific answers the Senate wants from the commissioner by this time next week.
Right. In the big picture sense, they want the league to explain why this antitrust exemption is a good thing, why this league should maintain this unique antitrust exemption, what justifies it, what impact it has had on recent reorganizations by the league, including things like lockouts and work stoppages that impact on negotiation of minor league contracts. They want a series of answers in a very specific sense from the league before Congress determines how to move forward on this issue.
Okay, buddy, but we've had so many threats from Capitol Hill to baseball's antitrust exemption over the years. Is this one really any different from those? Will they take any action this time?
It's hard to know, Tom. I mean, generally in Congress lately, I've gotten used to always betting on them not acting, overacting. But this is the type of coalition, the names behind this letter that could potentially lead to action. You've got the senior Democrat, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, the ranking member, Chuck Grassley. You've got Bernie Sanders, one of the most liberal members of the Senate. You have Mike Lee, that Republican of Utah, one of the most conservative members of the Senate, all on this letter. So ideologically, there does appear to be a broad base of appetite. Whether they translate that to action remains to be seen, and if so, what that looks like.
Despite the background noise, Sahil is in fact on Capitol Hill, not the D.C. metro system. Thanks, Sahil. Appreciate your reporting today. Coming up, why officials in Iowa are posting warnings about the water at several state beaches in Iowa. Plus, how some people are trying to hack gas pumps. Yeah, they want to get cheaper fuel. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and not even Bert, our floor director, can read them all. However, he and we are in luck because our bureau teams have done it for all of us. This is what they tell us is going on in their regions today, a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, New York police say a man was shot and killed on the set of Law and Order Organized Crime today. A 31-year-old victim was working as parking enforcement for the show when he was apparently ambushed in a car. He was shot in the face and the neck. No arrests have been made. It's not clear whether the set was active at the time. From our Southeast Bureau, University of Florida Gators quarterback Anthony Richardson says he's no longer going to use the nickname AR-15. The sophomore said the nickname combined his initials, AR, and the jersey number 15. Richardson says he's going to change his apparel line's branding, too, because of the assault rifle's use in mass shootings in the United States. From our Midwest Bureau, state health authorities in Iowa are warning people at some state beaches the water may not be safe. That's because of high levels of E. coli at nearly a dozen state parks. Right now, those beaches have warning signs saying that swimming is not recommended. Another beach in the state is closed because a person in Missouri, died after swimming there, likely from a brain-eating amoeba. Now, we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. As Texas gets hit with record heat, the state's power grid can't keep up. Check out what happened to this meteorologist while reporting on this extreme heat just last week.
You have this kind of heat over major populations, you get a big draw on that electric demand, and it looks like we may have just switched over to generator power. Our lights just went out.
Wow, right on cue. While the state has had some success with people cutting back voluntarily, the officials there say much more is needed with more extreme weather expected. NBC's Isa Gutierrez has more.
Honestly, I don't remember a summer ever this hot.
Rudy Garza is the interim president and CEO of San Antonio's electric utility, CPS Energy. This summer, he has a lot more on his plate than just staying cool.
What's the thing that you're most worried about with all of this?
Well, my job is to keep the lights on. And if we get into a situation where we're having to roll outages across the community, that's what keeps me up at night.
As Texas sees record-breaking high temperatures across multiple areas, this summer there's renewed concern about the vulnerability of the state's power grid system.
They are working very hard to restore full power, but at this point there is no definitive timetable.
With some getting flashbacks to the deadly cold wave in 2021 that collapsed the electric grid and resulted in at least 246 deaths, most from exposure to the sometimes sub-zero temperatures. Garza has seen the challenges today firsthand.
I think the grid is managing about as well as our community can expect because these hot temperatures just make it real difficult.
Last week alone, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or ERCOT, asked Texans twice to cut back on energy use during peak hours to avoid blackouts. They say their first effort last Monday was a success, with customers cutting back on nearly 500 megawatts, enough to power about 17,000 homes for a day. But some experts say outdated power grids in Texas and across the country are under a real threat as extreme weather becomes more common with climate change.
The biggest challenge to our grid is that it was built for a climate of the past. And now that grid is aging. It's being pounded by floods, high winds, hotter temperatures.
Since 2000, extreme weather has caused 67% more major power outages in the U.S., according to a 2020 analysis by research group Climate Central. President Biden's infrastructure bill is taking steps to address this problem, allocating $65 billion to upgrading the electrical grid.
We can design an electric system that is more resilient and more reliable in the face of climate change. But the longer we wait to do that, the more expensive and the more difficult it will become.
Some solutions that exist today include what's called hardening the grid, which can involve burying overhead transmission lines underground. Another solution, a grid that relies more on renewable energy. Texas now leading that change, building the most new renewable energy projects last year, according to a report by the American Clean Power Association, a renewable energy trade group. But for now,
it really is an hour-to-hour, day-to-day experience right now to ensure that we're doing what we need to do to keep our power flowing. If customers think that their actions don't matter, they matter, especially in this level of extreme heat.
So Issa joins us now. So Issa, what other cities and states beyond Texas, what are they doing about this?
Yeah, so Tom, just recently, California launched a program that requires utilities to do climate change vulnerability assessments so they can try and figure out where they might need new facilities, where they might need facility upgrades. Then you have Consolidated Edison, the energy company Con Edison here in New York City, doing similar evaluations to see how they can make their grid more, resilient in the face of climate change and these extreme temperatures. And then there's also the example of cities like Atlanta, Georgia, building microgrids and resilience hubs. These are designed to help communities keep the lights on when there are broader issues with the electric grid systems. But, Rudy Garza from CPS Energy in San Antonio, what he said to me is that these things really take time. Building new infrastructure takes time, and they don't have that time. You just heard him, hour by hour. They're trying to figure out how to keep the power running while also trying to build these new, more resilient systems, and it's a real challenge, Tom.
Yeah, Issa, good digging, good reporting. Thank you very much. Issa Gutierrez there. Some good news, and I didn't stutter here. Good news on gas prices. They're actually at a 2-month low right now, according to AAA. But prices are still high, and that's leading to more people stealing gas straight from the pump. An NBC News review of police and local news reports finds that at least 22 people have been arrested for either manipulating computers that manage gas pumps or installing homemade devices to get their gas cheaper. And these devices aren't exactly high-tech. Hackers are taking advantage of the fact that the pumps used by gas stations are standardized and usually don't have strong security protections. NBC News found that some hacking tools are even sold on eBay. Kevin Collier reported this out for NBCNews.com. He joins me now. So, Kevin, you say that most gas stations use pumps from just 2 manufacturers. Does that make it easier for these thieves to steal gas then?
It does. From a hacker or thief's perspective, that dramatically reduces the numbers of systems that you would have to learn if you want to exploit them. For one of the two, most of the pumps are accessible with remote control. And, in theory, those remote controls are just owned by the gas station owners and techs. But in practice, you can find them for sale pretty easily. I was able to find a lot online for eBay, on eBay and elsewhere. Now, station owners can change the default PIN that lets them log in to enter like a maintenance mode that dispenses gas for free, but a lot of station owners don't change that PIN. For the other, it's a little more complicated, but it's still low tech. Thieves make these homemade devices that slow down how fast a gas pump counts the gas that comes through, so the thieves will get fuel going through the pump for pennies on the dollar that they spend.
Yeah, and according, I guess, from the National Association of Convenience Stores, about a quarter of gas station owners say they've actually seen thefts increasing since March. So where is the stolen gas going, and who are they selling it to? Do we know?
Yeah, so a lot of this didn't make it into my story, but most of the guys who were caught, and all the 22 suspects arrested since March that I was able to track down through police reports, they were men. Most of the guys who were caught were allegedly not just stealing for themselves, but would be advertising on Facebook Live or Instagram Live, hey, come to this station after 10 p.m. And I'll give you gas. You can fill up your tank for $20, something like that. So it tends to be a neighborhood thing in most of the cases that we were able to find, just, sell to your friends and family.
All right, you talk about the arrest, but what else is being done to stop this from happening?
Not a lot. There are the Secret Service, for instance, on the regional level is taking some proactive steps to try to create task force that crack down on this. But by and large, this isn't something that there's any federal group that's making this a major thing, because it tends to be moderately low stakes theft, a couple $1,000s at a time. So not a lot.
All right, buddy. Kevin Collier, thank you very much. Good reporting. Still to come, great whites, tiger sharks, bull sharks. Kerry Sanders has seen them all. We're diving into how he tells their stories for our backstory tonight. We'll be right back.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Okay, this is what we've all been waiting for, the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. This week, NBC's Today Show is doing a special series on sharks, and we're now learning more about the birthing process for the sand tiger shark species. They were thought to give birth inland in shallow water. That is until these pictures taken by an underwater photographer showed a baby shark in way deeper waters. We're talking about 100 feet down. Shark experts decided to check it out to find out more, and so did we. Actually, NBC's Kerry Sanders dove about 90 feet down in North Carolina, where they found over 30 sharks circling the shipwreck. Now, he even interviewed a shark expert underwater who witnessed a shark giving birth over a similar shipwreck. So it's possible sand tigers are using these wrecks as a sort of nursery for their babies. Yesterday, Kerry reported on how great white sharks, one of the most aggressive, are now migrating hundreds of miles because of rising ocean temperatures. And while this may seem a bit scary, this is something Kerry has been doing for years. He's told stories on sharks from the Atlantic Ocean, from the waters off Papua New Guinea, from the Great Barrier Reef, and so many more. This is why he does it and not me. Kerry, he joins us now. So, Kerry, start with this latest story you just did. Give us a sense of what it's like to shoot and have a full-on interview underwater.
It is incredibly complicated, Tom, because, you cannot transmit underwater. So it's not like you could take a two-way radio and transmit underwater. You have to be above the water in the air to do that. So we take a cable down off the boat, and the mask we wear is a full-face mask, and then you push a button, you take a breath, then you talk. The person on the other end is now transmitting on this cable, and they can then respond pushing a button, and you have to kind of recognize that when you're breathing, it may be hard to actually hear, but we have these little headphones on under there, and we can hear each other speaking. But this is important. You know when you go on an airplane, of course you know, Tom, you're the aviation guy. You know how you go up sometimes and it feels like, oh, my ears are not popping properly? Same thing happens when you go down below. It's a little bit different because you have the pressure of the water. So you have to hold your nose, squeeze and blow, and try and pop your ears. That is something that you do, and sometimes you can even just swallow and do it with a regular face mask. But with these full face masks, when you're going down there, it's far more complicated to get the pressure on the nose. So for instance, on this dive, we were at around 60 feet doing the interview with the sharks around us. One of my ears was not properly balanced, and it actually becomes rather painful. So at one point after we did that interview for a while, I said, we're done, let's go to the surface.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, you have a photographer or two, we should make the point, right? We're nothing without our photographers. Hey, by the way, you know, marine biologists, I guess they say the sharks don't hunt humans, but can you describe what goes through your mind when you find yourself pretty much face to face with a shark?
Well, it happens, Tom. You're down there and a shark comes. The very first time I saw a shark, it was a hammerhead, and I was frightened to death. But just swam by me, paid no attention to me. And I have since learned that, okay, respect it. You're in their territory. Don't reach out. Don't try to pet a shark. Some people do that. I'm not going to. When we were down there with the sand tiger sharks, if you get a little too close, they'll actually thwack their tail and bump you. But that's okay. I'm not going after them. And generally, sharks are not interested in us. I mean, we know from what science tells us that sharks don't hunt humans, and we know that the reason it's on the news is because it is such a rare occurrence when somebody does get bitten by a shark. Let me put this into perspective. Worldwide, number of people killed by a shark, more people are killed by coconuts falling off trees and hitting people in the head than people are killed by sharks.
Okay, Carrie, I texted you about 3 weeks ago. I was in the Gulf of Mexico visiting my folks, standing up to about my knees, a little bit higher in water, Gulf of Mexico, off Longboat Key. I've been doing this for 25 years, and suddenly here comes a shark. It was about a 5-footer. It was maybe 15 feet from me, and I talked to some experts. They think it was a black-nosed or black-tipped shark. And then the next day, another one. Or the same one, I don't know. Same thing, a 5-footer came that close to me. And I thought, my goodness gracious, these sharks are coming so close to shore. That really scared the heck out of me. That was an oh my moment, but I didn't say oh my.
And remember, sharks are hunting. They're hungry, and they're constantly hunting. So if you were out, say, in waist-deep or chest-deep water, there may have been bait fish there, and they were coming in looking for bait fish. I know how you feel when you see it. I mean, it's just like, what, you know, you lose your breath and everything else. But the end of the story is, not once, but twice, you saw a shark relatively close to you, and here you are with no issues.
Yeah, well, I kept my toes, thankfully. Carrie, thanks, buddy. I'm in awe of your expertise. I have no interest in doing your job, but I'm in awe of you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right.
Back at you.
Carrie Sanders in Florida. That's a wrap for this hour. Hallie will be back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Coverage resumes right now. Here we go.